Chapter 87, To Kill a God P1. Chapter Text. Word has come from Lord Royce. Deep Den has surrendered. The Gold Road is now open for the Knights of the Vale. The Knights of the Vale have joined Prince Stannis, and they march on Casterly Rock as we speak. Jon Arryn declared. The relief in the small council chambers was quite palpable. With the forces of the Vale capturing the Gold Road, they could directly reach Casterly Rock. It also meant Stannis' host and the Vale host could merge with the King's host, leaving Lord Tywin in an unenviable position. I've also received word from Sarsfield. Sir Brynden and Sir Edmure forced the Lannister host at the castle into small skirmishes until Lord Stark marched right behind Sir Stafford Lannister's host from the shores. Lord Sarsfield had Sir Stafford Lannister taken prisoner and surrendered to Sir Brynden in exchange for forgiveness from the Iron Throne. Varys reported. Very good. This is good news to hear, Lord Varys. Jon nodded at the Master of Whispers with a relieved smile. This should be the end of the war. We should ask for Lord Tywin's surrender. Lord Horton Redford suggested. If the old lion has refused to surrender this far, he will not surrender now. His pride cannot allow him to concede defeat. Lord Baelish commented, shrugging his shoulders dismissively. While I do hope Lord Tywin would come to his senses and stop this bloodshed, I'm afraid I've to agree with Lord Baelish's assessment. This war won't end until Lord Tywin dies. So long as Lord Lannister breathes, he'll pursue this war like a zealot, said Lord Varys. I'm afraid I'll have to concur, Lord Hand. Lord Lannister had ample time to seek terms. He has refused to do so even after the fall of Lannisport. Gormon Tyrell spoke up, making Jon look at the newly appointed Grand Maester after the unfortunate demise of Pycelle in the Black Cells. Jon had thought the Citadel would have been furious with the nature of the demise of Pycelle, but they were pretty quick to elect Gormon Tyrell to the spot. I guess the Tyrells were eager to get the chance to gain a seat in the small council. I'll have to keep my eye on this one. Jon thought while nodding curtly at the Grand Maester. Lord Tywin may decline peace, but we, the Council of King Robert, are committed to maintaining peace in his name. We'll extend the offer of peace one last time. Jon said firmly. Does Lord Hand intend to change the terms? Lord Varys asked, making Jon ponder for a moment. No. There cannot be any change from our side. Jon shook his head, knowing it'd be disastrous to retract the terms offered last time. If anything, Jon had half a mind to demand Tywin's head. I doubt Lord Tywin had a change of heart about spending the rest of his natural life at the Wall. Varys said, leaning back into his seat while audibly letting out a disappointed sigh. Mayhaps he might consider it if we were to threaten him more directly. Lord Baelish made his thoughts heard, making Jon frown at his fellow Valaman. What do you mean? Jon asked warily. We ought to send a clear message. I suggest we send Joffrey Waters's head to Casterly Rock. It'll end the threat posed by the bastard and make sure Lord Lannister knows we'll be firm with House Lannister should he not yield the rock to his grace. Jon could not help but stare at Peter Baelish with a horrified look. I concur with Lord Baelish's suggestion. The boy Joffrey is a threat to his grace's reign. So long as he exists, the Lannisters will have a cause to pursue. Killing the boy and ending any possible bloodline that could lay claim to the Iron Throne would naturally threaten King Robert's bloodline in the future. By acting now, we can forestall any unnecessary conflict. Grand Maester Gormon voiced his approval. You are talking about having a child executed. While Cersei Lannister has committed a grave crime and besmirched the good name of House Baratheon, the child is not guilty of any crimes. Save for being the product of adultery of the former queen, and the queen's family insists on the boy being the natural heir to King Robert. Lord Baelish smoothly interjected. Surely, Lord Hand, you understand the threat we face from Viserys Targaryen. Do you not see the same could happen if we allow Joffrey Waters to survive? Grand Maester Gormon asked, looking imploringly at Jon. We'll not be executing a child who has not even achieved majority, no matter the reason. The boy could join the faith or even serve at the Wall. Jon said fiercely, stopping all talks of sending Joffrey's head to the rock. Jon couldn't help but pinch his nose as he felt a headache coming. He knew that once Robert returned from the war, he'd have an uphill battle to keep Joffrey safe from getting the block or a noose. He hoped to convince Robert to leave the boy alone with Eddard's aid. He was adamant about keeping Robert's hands clean, as history would judge them poorly should more children die under their watch. The dastardly fate that befell Elia Martell and her children resulted in the butchery happening in Lannisport under the Dornish army. By all the accounts he received from Lord Varys, Prince Oberyn was killing all Lannisters he could get his hands on. Public hangings, beheadings, public lashings, and Lannister men being thrown into fighting pits to fight Dornish warriors. There were many horrifying tales coming about from the fallen city, and he was powerless to stop it. He could do nothing but turn a blind eye to what the Dornish army was doing. But he could control what was happening in King's Landing to a certain extent. And Jon promised to himself that no children would get executed by the Iron Throne so long as he served as the Hand. I have some pleasant news to share, my lords. Varys said suddenly, breaking the uncomfortable silence in the small council chambers. My little birds have tracked Cersei Lannister and little Myrcella. They've safely arrived at Tyrosh. They've also taken refuge at the palace of a local magister. This is good to hear. How did she get into the city? Who helped her? Jon asked eagerly. He knew capturing Cersei Lannister was paramount to restoring the honor of the Iron Throne and House Baratheon. The actions of Cersei Lannister have aggrieved both. Having the former queen stand trial for her crimes would undoubtedly go a long way in restoring the confidence of the lords of Westeros in the authority of the Iron Throne. Jon was also reminded of the fact that they had to prove the illegitimacy of Joffrey and Myrcella by establishing that Cersei committed adultery. A pirate captain named Raulo who is no more among the living. The rumor is that Captain Raulo might have displeased our former queen. Varys commented, hiding a titter behind his sleeve. Mayhaps this pirate captain was her secret lover all along. She must have killed the man for keeping it a secret. Peter suddenly suggested. Jon sighed as the small council devolved into inventing new insults at Cersei Lannister instead of doing something productive. At least he was now aware of Cersei Lannister's location. The next step was to bring the former queen to Westeros somehow and make her stand trial before the Iron Throne. There was another matter the council had to discuss, and that was Haryon Stark. Lord Varys had informed him about the North attacking the Iron Islands under the command of Haryon Stark. News travelled slowly on what was happening in the Iron Islands, but Varys had informed him that the Stark boy had struck a deal with Prince Oberyn. The Dornish fleet had departed from Far Isle to invade Pike, and the Master of Whipsers was certain the Stark fleet was planning to attack the Iron Isles. It was now only a matter of where and when. I suppose the spider will sniff out all the details soon. Jon thought. Truth be told, Jon was slightly surprised that a boy 2 and 10 managed to take command of the Northern Lords. He knew from experience that the Lords of the North were difficult to manage even with a Stark around. He had seen that firsthand during the rebellion. Even with Eddard around, it was quite difficult to keep the Northmen together. That meant Haryon Stark was not just a sorcerer of great skill but a credit to the Stark name because the boy had successfully taken command of the Northern Army and was possibly leading an invasion into the Iron Islands. There were other lords and princes who had done great deeds during their youth. Durin the Young Dragon, who launched the invasion of Dorne when he was 4 and 10 and became its king 1 year later, came to mind. Perhaps I should meet the boy once the war is over. Having Haryon Stark join the small council after a few years would neatly tether the North to the Iron Throne if Eddard refuses the offer yet again. Jon mused. Harry stared down from his airship as his fleet made short work of the harbour that hosted the modest fleet of House Drum. His first act at Old Wick was to burn down all the ports and ships under House Goodbrother and Shatterstone. They were the weakest houses on the small island, and after he had dealt with them, Harry turned his sights on House Drum. House Drum once ruled the Ironborn as their king if his memory served him right. While House Drum of this era was not as powerful as it used to be, they were capable of raising a modest fleet of ships given enough time. Sir Barristan Selmy had dealt a heavy blow to their power during their failed rebellion, and he was making sure any progress in raising themselves up since then would end in ashes. Therefore, Harry was content to see the entire harbour burn to ashes, but he was not done. He wanted these Ironborn to feel the actual consequence of messing with him. Just having their ships burnt down would not be a proper lesson. There were enough shipbuilders in their islands, and he was sure they could rebuild given enough time. But they won't be building anything if they don't have wood to build their ships. Harry thought. Harry stared coldly at the hills down below, holding trees in abundance. Anya. You're up, he nodded at his Valkyrie guard. Anya knocked a fire arrow on her bow, took aim at the forest and let it loose. A decent-sized fire started once the arrow struck a tree. The alchemists dropped 2 jars of wildfire near the burning tree to spread the fire along. Harry knew that the wildfire stash on his ships was dwindling fast due to extensive use of the substance on black tide. He had the option of unleashing fiend fire, but he was holding out on that decision because he didn't want to weaken himself in case the drowned god made an early visit. The last thing he wanted was for a god of pirates to catch him off guard when he was wasting his magical power on burning down a forest. While his forest burning campaign consumed many forest areas in fire and covered most parts of Old Wick in a blanket of smoke, Harry made sure to leave one place intact as it held something personally valuable. He had only read about this in books, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Fascinating. Harry breathed, staring at the remains of a sea dragon on Naga's Hill. It was the first time Harry had seen the remains of a sea dragon. He had not even seen the mythical beat in his home world either, as they were notorious for keeping to themselves in the depths of the seas. He had only read about the sea dragons in books. The Wizarding World's version of sea dragons was painted as majestic, noble, and reclusive. They rarely even came to the sea's surface, much less the land. If someone wanted to see a sea dragon, they'd have to find the deepest oceans and go to the rock bottom to meet them. It was also alleged that a parcel mouth could interact with sea dragons, which explains why the Wizarding World called them sea serpents. However, Westerosi description of the mythical creature painted a more aggressive picture. The sea dragons were supposedly a hostile race that hunted the high seas for its prey. It allegedly favored devouring krakens and men. At least, this was the iron-born version of the creature. The sea dragons were also allegedly capable of spitting out fires that never die. The iron-born called their flames the living fire. The gist was that the life force of a sea dragon fueled the fire, and it supposedly even lasted after their deaths. Harry reached out with his hand and touched the smooth pearl-white rib bone of the slain sea dragon on Naga's hill. His mind was immediately assaulted by visions of a beautiful green sea dragon that looked like a giant basilisk with broad, expansive wings. Unlike normal dragons, the sea dragon in his vision lacked any legs or arms. Instead, its whole body looked like a giant snake except for the head, which had horns and spikes reminiscent of a dragon. Harry stared, mesmerized, as the dragon in his vision jumped out of the sea and beat its wings, releasing gales of wind. The sea trembled under the power of its wings, blowing away tides into fine mist. An unholy magical aura pressed down on Harry's shoulder as he stared into the bright white eyes of the sea dragon. "Take me away, speaker. Take me back home," the great dragon hissed in the tongue of serpents. Harry was quite surprised to realize the ambient magic left in the bones of the sea dragon was expressing its intent even after thousands of years. "It's almost like..." The vision slipped from his mind, and Harry found himself standing inside the giant rib cage of the once mighty dragon. The resurrection stone had returned to his hand from the depths of his soul, shining bright blue like a newborn star. "I see. So, that's why the soul of the dragon appeared," Harry mused. Harry closed his eyes and breathed in the salty air. Letting loose, Harry unleashed his magical power, blanketing the ribcage of the sea dragon. Only the lull of the sea could be heard as Harry enshrined his will into his magic. With a sharp tug using the Elder Wand, Harry dislodged the bones from Naga's hill. The hill cracked open as the 15-foot-tall ribs and the rest of the skeleton emerged from beneath the rocks. Harry had to take refuge on his flying carpet as the hill came undone at the seams. The natural constructs that had grown over the bones and the few stone constructs built along the bones as pillars came undone as his magic pulled the skeleton safely out of the hill. When the whole skeleton lifted out of Naga's hill, the hill fell apart, and the ocean rushed in to lay claim to the rest. Lightning split the sky, and thunder shook the earth. Then, all was quiet save for the crashing tides and whistling wind. Maintaining his hold on the skeleton, Harry willed it to shrink. The bones first resisted his magic, but slowly, he overpowered the natural protections on them, and it shrunk to a size that fits in his palm. He carefully levitated the shrink skeleton into his hand and then urged the carpet towards the airship. But, just as he touched down on the aft of his ship, he heard a loud, ghastly groan reach his ears. Harry immediately ran to the rails and looked down, searching for any tentacled monster, but his eyes found nothing except the turbulent sea. As I thought, it'll take a little more to drag you out of your hiding place," Harry muttered. He was almost sure the drowned god was out there waiting and watching. He didn't know how, but he could feel a powerful being focusing its sight on him. But it was not enough to merely attract the attention of the drowned god. The being would have to step out of the spirit realm and open itself to vulnerabilities. Even if he had the Hallows merged with him, his body could not enter the spirit realm. Even if he somehow found a way to safely travel into the spirit realm, he'd be unable to slay the drowned god or any spirits. Inside the spirit realm, the gods would always hold the advantage. He'd be committing suicide if he chased after the drowned god. The only option before him was to force the drowned god to chase after him, and now that he had the attention of the entity, he knew what he had to do. "Captain Sealos. Our next destination is Pike," Harry called out to the ship's captain while he stared down at the sea. Balon Greyjoy could only lament at the sorry state of his iron-born warriors. "Cowards. All of them are incompetent cowards," Balon angrily thought. "The Stark boy is burning our islands to ashes. There is a giant ash cloud that surrounds Black Tide. Many of our people who could get their hands on boats fled the island in fear," said Dagmar Cleftjaw. Balon gripped the arms of his throne as he could taste the fear in Dagmar's sound. He had thought his old friend would behave like a proper ironborn, but even his master-at-arms was afraid of a stripling wolf pup. "It's said the boy is the storm god in the flesh. Sailors bring word from Lannisport of how the Stark boy summoned lightning from the sky to fell the city walls," said Victarion. "Enough. Do you have nothing else to say but sing praises to our enemy, brother?" Balon snarled, forcing the assembled lords and captains into silence. "You failed to put down a stripling wolf, Victarion. And now, you come into my halls and sing praises for a Greenlander who is barely weaned off his mother's teats?" Balon shouted, glaring down at his brother who had brought shame to the Greyjoy name. He could see now that he was wrong to exile Euron from the Iron Islands. Euron would have never failed him in such a shameless manner. "You know, I was going to leave you alone out of consideration for Theon, but that insult sealed your fate." Balon reared back in surprise as a boy with grey eyes appeared right in the middle of his hall as if a shimmering veil had fallen away. "What is this? Kill this! Langlock!" Balon suddenly found his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth, leaving him mute. He felt the control of his body slip away as he found himself floating in the air. His eyes widened as he realized it was not just him that was floating but the sea stone chair as well. Your sea stone chair is made of a rare black stone imbued with a divine power. It represents the hold of your drowned god on this island. The dragons and the stags never dared to challenge your god, but I do. Defeating your pirates will not change anything. But killing your god will put an end to the long, bloody history of the Ironborn. Balon tried to scream, but only muffled voices came from his mouth. He looked at the lords and the many captains assembled in his hall, but they were all standing frozen, unable to move an inch. He soon found himself moving across his hall and floating away into a flying ship hovering above his castle. He tried to look around to see how he was moving, but all he could see was the sea and the sky with his head locked in place by some vile sorcery. His arms and legs found themselves bound by ropes, and he was quickly dragged out of the sea stone chair by a pair of men. You sent your men to my home to rape, reave and pay the iron price, right? Now, I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget, said Harry before turning the elder wand on the sea stone chair. Bomarda. The moment the spell connected with a throne made of black marble stone, it blew apart, leaving nothing but dust and small shards of the black stone. Harry gave it a moment and smiled when he heard the grisly moan again. He could listen to the sea rage, and soon, he felt a powerful presence becoming known to his senses. Now it begins. Harry said excitedly, raising his wand and erecting a barrier just when a giant tentacle tried to swipe at his ship. The tentacle was repelled by the barrier, and Harry immediately followed it up by using a dark cutting curse that cleaved through the thick tentacle in one go. The cry he heard from down below was full of pain and anger. Captain! Take our ship further up and get ready. It's time to kill a god, said Harry, turning away from the gaping Balon Greyjoy to the giant kraken that had shown up near Pike. Chapter 88, To Kill a God P2. Chapter text. The sea turned dark, with turbulent waters crashing into the shores of Pike with thunderous crash. It was as if the sea showed its fury by thawing at the beachhead, sweeping vast tracts of land into its domain. Giant whirlpools formed around the island of Pike, dragging the longships and boats moored along the shores deep into the sea. Dark clouds blotted out the sun while strong gales of wind howled, singing their fury to anyone with ears. The world shook as the drowned god manifested in a physical form in the seas, in the form of a giant red kraken. Its tentacles stretched out for miles without end, churning the ocean with their immense power and reach. All the creatures in the sea fled as the monstrous form of the drowned god manifested in its most potent state after thousands of years. The supposed creator of the seas and the father of the Ironborn was now physically present in the seas, and he was not happy. Harry stared at the monstrous form of the drowned god from the safety of his airship. He had cut down the tentacle that tried to swipe at the airship, leaving the drowned god unhappy. That is one big ugly monstrous creature, Harry muttered, observing the snarling head of the kraken glaring at him from the sea. He could make out several giant white pearls along the sides of its enormous head. At first, Harry thought they were horns, but on closer inspection, he found the kraken was using those giant pearls as studs on its body. Harry raised an eyebrow when the drowned god opened its mouth wide and let out a challenging roar. Flicking the elder wand, Harry conjured a shield covering the immediate space before him. Sharp, pointy water bullets smashed harmlessly against his shield, turning it into a fine mist. A lot of other water bullets struck the hull of his airship, but the ship remained strong despite the assault. Harry was wholly unbothered by any elemental attacks against his airship. The entire hull was made of ironwood, and the individual planks were further reinforced with protective runes Harry and his Valkyrie guards painstakingly carved. Since the drowned god was so eager to attack, Harry thought it was time the creature understood there are immense disadvantages in fighting against an airborne enemy. Let's see how you handle this, Harry muttered, leaning over the railing of his ship and jabbing the elder wand downwards. Full minis. A purple bolt of lightning shot out of the tip of his wand and struck the drowned god head-on. This time, the roars coming from the beast were thanks to pain. Arcs of lightning rained down on the self-proclaimed god of seas, some striking the drowned god directly while the others hit the seawater. Little bolts of lightning could be seen arcing through seawater to strike at the tentacles of the drowned god, electrocuting it such that smoke could be seen coming from the creature's mouth. Harry didn't let up on the attack despite seeing the drowned god suffer under the effects of his lightning spell. However, Harry saw the tentacles slowly begin to withdraw beneath the sea, and after a while, the gigantic head of the kraken also followed suit in a bid to escape from the spell. Seeing the withdrawal was largely successful, Harry let up on the attack, stopping lightning from hitting the sea surface. For a moment, everything was silent, making the ship's inhabitants slowly approach the railings on the side. Did it die? Kyla asked tentatively. A god does not die that easily. It's still there, said Harry, not taking his eyes away from the sea even for a moment. Not a moment later, they saw the drowned god emerge farther away in the sea. Man the scorpions! Harry shouted. The giant tentacles of the drowned god spread out across the sea, wrapping around two ironborn longships adrift in the turbulent seas. Harry trained his eyes on the ships as the drowned god began exerting the grip of its tentacles on the longships. Planks of wood snapped and splintered one by one as the tentacles began crushing the ships. He could hear the terrifying screams of men coming from the longship as the drowned god began to raise one of the ships with its massive tentacles. My lord! Should we? No. We stay put. My ship cannot be touched by this puny god. Harry said firmly to Captain Selos. Raise the shields, Captain. On my command, move towards the creature and attack. Aye, Lord Stark. Selos Poole nodded before ordering the men to be ready for battle. As Captain Selos took command of the ship from the captain's cabin, Harry could see a shimmering blue shield bubble forming around the airship. Just as the shield was fully developed, the drowned god threw one of the longships in its grip straight at the airship. Harry could see the men and women on board his ship become even more terrified as the iron-born longship sailed through the air like a giant spear. Do not fret, my fellow Northmen. No people, kingdom, empire, or even the gods themselves can ever again challenge the might of the North. Harry's voice carried to every corner of the airship and even the coastal parts of Pike by projecting his voice. Harry tied his arms behind his back and stared coldly at the approaching longship with confidence that put most people in his ship at ease. His faith in the ship's ability to withstand the attack was proven true when the longship carrying iron-born pirates on board smashed into the shield of the airship with a thunderous crash. The blue shield shimmered into existence and began turning most parts of the longship into dust, while the shield repelled the rest without much effort. Half the longship was burned away in a bright flash of fire while the shield's repelling power smacked away the other half. The remains of the longship showered into the sea, leaving planks of wood to float on the turbulent waters of the sea near Pike. Harry suspected there were no survivors left. Even if there were survivors from the crash, they would definitely not survive the crushing tides that were slamming down on the sea. Harry signaled for the attack, and Selos Poole moved the ship towards the drowned god with all the scorpion bolts pointed straight at the creature. No longer will this monstrous demon prowl the seas like a plague. Today, the first men are taking back the seas. For the North! For the North! For the North! For Avalon! Stark! 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 The men and women on board shouted out their agreement as they were filled with a firm resolve to kill the drowned god. The airship moved towards the drowned god, gaining speed with the men ready to deal harm to the creature. Attack! Harry shouted once he saw the creature was readying to throw the other longship. The men cranked the scorpions on the airship's bow and aft to aim at the creature with exploding scorpion bolts armed in the crossbow. One by one, the bolts were fired. A distant whistling sound permeated the air as the scorpion bolts tore through the sky at breakneck speeds. The rune-enforced metal tips of the scorpion bolts began glowing halfway towards its destination. Harry immediately noted this, knowing that the runes at the tips were sensing and absorbing ambient magical energy from its immediate surroundings. Usually, the ambient magical energy was slightly less in Westeros, but it was growing back ever since the awakening of the old gods and the rebirth of dragons. Nonetheless, Harry theorized the sudden increase in magical power was because of the presence of the drowned god. Or maybe it's because the spirit realm remained open to the world. Harry mused. If his guess was correct, the drowned god left the doors to the spirit realm wide open, possibly for an early retreat should the battle turn against its favor. But that same door only reinforced the rise of magic in the world. His assumption was further proven right when the scorpion bolts punched through the longship and the body of the drowned god before exploding with thrice the original power. A quarter of the longship in the drowned god's grip splintered away while the rest was consumed by fire, burning the tentacles of the creature. The rest of the scorpions struck the body of the beast. The pained roar the creature let out as its many tentacles were blown away to bits was quite strenuous to Harry's ears. But that didn't stop Harry from launching another lightning attack on the beast. This time, Harry didn't let up on his attack. He maintained the lightning attack and pumped more power into the spell to ensure the drowned god became paralyzed enough that it couldn't escape like last time. More scorpion bolts were fired from his airship to maintain a constant barrage of attacks on the drowned god. The creature tried to form a cocoon of water to shield itself, but each time it tried to make a shield, Harry would sharply increase the power of the spell. The sharp increase in power would disrupt the creature's concentration, causing its defense to falter. Once the airship was close enough, Harry let up on his attack and charged his Valkyrie guards to keep up the attack while he took off on the flying carpet. Adela used her ice elemental arrows to ensnare the drowned god in several blocks of use, restricting its movements in the sea. Anya focused on burning away any stray tentacles that tried to threaten the ship with her fire arrows. On the other hand, Kyla used her lightning arrows to keep the drowned god under the effects of paralysis, even if it was only for a short time. The men on the airship were not idle either. They continued to use the exploding scorpion bolts on the drowned god, dealing heavy damage every passing minute. While the drowned god was distracted by the constant and versatile attack from the ship, Harry quietly slipped away undetected. He found a perfect spot to deal maximum damage to the creature before launching the spell that'd doom even the greatest of gods. Fiend Fire. The angry red flames spat out of the tip of the Elder Wand and were quick to take the shape of a large snake. The fiery snake quickly ensnared the drowned god, and the creature let out an unholy scream as the hungry flames of fiend fire burned through its body without any inhibition. The fiend fire spell became more potent as it consumed the drowned god's magical power and flesh while deep-fried the huge kraken. As a last-ditched effort, the drowned god desperately tried to exert its full might on the fiend fire spell and subvert its control from Harry. Or maybe the drowned god was unaware of how the spell works and was merely trying to do something to escape the flames of hell. Unfortunately for the drowned god, trying to subvert the fiend fire spell with its will was all Harry needed to destroy the self-proclaimed god quickly. Harry shifted the fiend fire spell on a dime into something else this world had never seen. Protego Diabolica. The vengeful, hungry red flames of the fiend fire curse rapidly changed into black flames that took the shapes of several avian creatures that latched onto the drowned god. If the fiend fire curse was devouring the magic and flesh of the drowned god, the Protego Diabolica spell functioned on rejecting the creature's entire existence from reality itself. The drowned god howled in pain and despair as its body and soul were being eaten away by a spell that could not be subverted by a foreign entity that easily. Sure, the spell could be contained, but unlike fiend fire, this spell was not really producing fire. The black fire-like substance produced by the spell was a unique energy with corrosive power enough to rewrite reality itself. If used correctly, it was one of the spells that left no residue for even the best magical sensors in his old world. For this reason, the spell had been deemed dark and banished to the dark, dusty, old pure-blood libraries in the wizarding world. He had chanced upon the spell only because he was reviewing some of the old records pertaining to Dumbledore during his time in the Ministry. The Department of Mysteries was far more involved in keeping tabs on Dumbledore's activities because of his close friendship with Grindelwald. This particular spell was a gem that Gellert Grindelwald supposedly used to kill a lot of Aurors and the Ministry-backed hit wizards. What interested Harry the most was that Protego Diabolica was the only spell that not only affected physical objects but also dealt damage to the spirit and magical energy. No matter how far he researched, no root text was available to track the spell's origin. The property of removing something from reality altogether without leaving any residue made Harry believe the spell was created specifically to deal with hostile spirits. His thesis was proven now correct as the spell ate up the drowned god despite its repeated attempts to douse the black flames with seawater. While the drowned god was struggling to quell the black flames, Harry sneaked near the head of the creature on the flying carpet. Once he was at a comfortable distance, Harry jumped from the carpet and planted his feet firmly on the drowned god's head. He immediately followed it by sticking his boots on the red skin of the monstrous creature. Not a moment later, the drowned god tried to shake him off, but Harry remained standing on its head. Harry quickly conjured a bubble of energy around himself, which repelled a tentacle that tried to smack him away. The creature's desperate attempts to shake him off only amplified after it saw Harry unsheath the sword fastened on his shoulder. The blade glowed with an eerie golden aura that screamed danger to the drowned god. An old man once said, "Death is nothing but the next great adventure. Enjoy your new adventure." Harry shouted before plunging Godkiller straight into its head, easily cutting through the drowned god's enormous skull. The flailing tentacles of the giant kraken froze immediately. A surge of energy passed through the drowned god's body before it began to flicker away. Harry immediately jumped onto the flying carpet while the drowned god's body turned into motes of golden light, swiftly absorbed into Godkiller. The black flames consumed the rest of the body until nothing was left, leaving the black spells to disappear on their own. The dark clouds gathered in the sky dissipated, leaving the sky bright blue and the sun to shine down bright. The sea suddenly became a standstill without even a single tide reaching the shores of Pike. Harry quietly guided the carpet towards the bow of his airship, where he easily disembarked before the surprised faces of the assembled crew. By that time, Godkiller finished absorbing the leftover energy from the drowned god and the blade was suddenly engulfed by bright golden flames. But most importantly, Harry stared at the bound form of Balong Greyjoy, who was now looking like he might faint any moment. "Wah, what are you?" Balong muttered fearfully. "I'm Death, the destroyer of worlds," Harry said to the terrified Lord of Pike. "You can no longer hide behind your gods. As you can see, even gods must die one day." The rest of the evening went off relatively quietly. The crew in the airship had only pretended to take him seriously when he had informed them of going against the drowned god. But now, undeniable proof was before their eyes. Not only did they take part in the killing of a god, but they also managed to defeat the Iron Islands the following week. The sudden appearance and the subsequent death of the drowned god had put a cloud of fear, disbelief, and despair over the Iron Islands. Word spread like wildfire about what transpired at Pike, forcing most of the Ironborn to surrender without putting up any resistance. The good part was that the Dornish fleet had been entirely unnecessary to subjugate the Iron Islands. Nonetheless, Harry had to allow the Dornish army to occupy Pike and Great Wick. Harry had to expand upon his plans by including a northern occupation of Orkmont to ensure no mass hysteria could devolve into internal fighting. The Iron Islands were primarily composed of two groups of people. There was the Ironborn and their thrall populace. Harry had received some reports of a rise in crime against the thralls by the Ironborn following the fall of Pike and the rumors of his victory over the drowned god. Of course, most Ironborn considered it propaganda, but many were convinced about the veracity of the rumors from Pike. There were several eyewitness statements that led credence to the events of Pike, although the story was blown way out of proportion. Some of the stories depicted Harry as a devouring giant who came down from the sky and swallowed the drowned god whole. At the same time, other stories depicted him as the storm god in the flesh, who had come down from the sky to take revenge on the drowned god. Whatever the case, the Ironborn idiots were angry that they lost and their god was now dead, according to the rumors. Infighting was the next natural course of action as they were quite powerless to act against the North. Harry had to call in more men from the North and Dorne to prevent this from escalating and to ensure the Iron Islands were subjugated totally. Despite that, Harry had to leave Salt Cliff and the Lonely Light Islands alone without a single soldier stepping foot on their islands. But Harry insisted on House Salt Cliff and Sunderly of Salt Cliff Island and House Forwind of the Lonely Light to be present on Pike for the official surrender of the Iron Islands to House Stark. He had all the lords and captains of the Iron Islands assembled at Blackmont, where he had raised 3 large weirwood trees that stretched out into the sky some 300 feet high. The 5-pointed star glowed eerily with a green aura as the drowned priests were hung upside down from the branches with their throats slit. Blood dripped down from the bodies, but not a drop could be seen on the ground as the weirwood trees absorbed the blood like in the old tales. "Kneel!" Harry ordered, looking at the assembled lords of the Iron Islands and their many captains. There were some disgruntled looks thrown his way, but they complied without raising any vocal protests as they could see the body of Aeron Greyjoy hanging behind him with blood dripping from his slit throat. "Balon Greyjoy! You started this stupid war when you sent your longships to attack my castle. Usually, anyone who dares to point a sword in my direction with hostile intent gets death's cold embrace." Harry took a deep breath, briefly closing his eyes as he saw the image of Theon Greyjoy in his mind. "However, I'll spare your life out of concern for Theon Greyjoy, your son. Theon remains a ward of Winterfell, and that's the only reason I leave your head on your shoulders. But, you'll not escape punishment for your crimes." Harry continued more firmly as he glared at the Lord of Pike. "You're hereby sentenced to the wall for your lifetime. You'll toil away at the wall, fighting off wildlings and whatnot for the rest of your life, defending the very lands that you hope to plunder and the people you hope to rape and murder. I believe that's a fitting form of punishment. What say you, Lords of the North?" Loeobald Tallheart immediately voiced his agreement. "I agree. It's a fitting punishment." Lady Mormont nodded, showing her support. "Let the squid freeze his balls at the wall. That'll teach this lot not to mess with the North ever again." Robert Glover barked gruffly, glaring at the silent Balon Greyjoy and the assembled Ironborn. Comments of various sizes and tones were heard from the Lords of the North, and Harry discerned the Lords of the North were content with his decision. He had already explained to them that he wouldn't be making any unilateral decision and was keeping that promise. He knew he was conferred with the title of Stark of Winterfell, which meant that he was the acting Lord of Winterfell. Nonetheless, Harry didn't want the Lords of the North to feel left out. Besides, he was not arrogant enough to dismiss the opinions of his fellow lords after they had followed him to battle without complaint. Trust had to go both ways, and he had come to trust his fellow Northerners after fighting side by side in this war. But this war won't reach its logical conclusion without some rewards. "Leopold Tallheart, come forward," said Harry. Though initially surprised, the brown-haired man came forward without hesitation and took a knee. "My lord. You are hereby declared the Lord of Black Tide. I shall raise a castle for you on the island, a port to house a sizable fleet and a temple for the old gods. It'll be your sacred duty to assimilate the island into the north as an expanded territory and to keep the seas free from filthy pirates. You'll also be the guardian knight of the new temple I construct on the island," Harry declared, unsheathing Godkiller and tapping both shoulders of Leopold Tallheart with the flat of his blade. "You knelt as a second son of House Tallheart with no lands to your name. Now rise as a Templar Knight, Lord of Black Tide. It's a great honor, my lord. I'll toil day and night to uphold your command," the newly sanctioned Lord of Black Tide said with bowed head. Godkiller glowed in Harry's hand with a golden aura before dimming down, binding the vow with magic to Harry's surprise. "I expect nothing less from a dutiful man like you, my lord." Harry graciously nodded at the man before turning his eyes on the Ironborn, many of whom were ready to throw a fit hearing his proclamation. "Lord Harlaw. Your services have pleased me. I'll have a temple of the old gods built at Harlaw to save your people from the clutches of the vile demon you worshipped previously. After the work is done, I'll name you its protector and knighted as a Templar." Harry smoothly talked over any protests from the Ironborn. This new declaration was met by the Ironborn with betrayal in their eyes as they glared at Lord Harlaw, which was precisely what he was hoping for. He wanted Lord Harlaw to understand there was no other way forward but to tie his house's future with that of the North. When the time came, Harry wanted Lord Harlaw to advocate for his island to join the expanded territory of the North. Harry had no illusion that Lord Harlaw would flip overnight with this single act, but he was sure he could lead the man towards that decision in time. After all, he was hardly done with some of his tricks. Before Harry could say anything else, Kyla came forward with a parchment. He knew his Valkyrie guards would never interrupt a meeting like this if it weren't urgent. The broken seal on the parchment could be seen, and it was from Avalon. Harry signaled for Kyla to come forward, taking the offered parchment from her hand before quickly reading its contents. Harry's eyes widened as he read the contents of the parchment written by Marwyn. "My lord. Is everything all right?" Robert Glover asked in concern. "King Robert I of his name is dead," Harry said numbly, frowning at the parchment, not knowing what he should feel at the moment. He passed the parchment to Robert Glover while contemplating what sort of changes this incident would make for the war and post-war Westeros. Harry understood the Iron Throne would pass to Stannis Baratheon with no legitimate heir carrying King Robert's blood. He didn't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing for the North and Westeros as a whole. Despite the many faults of Robert Baratheon, the man was easy to work with, and it helped King Robert was a dear friend of his father. He supposed Stannis might be more receptive to his cause than Robert, but he knew the second Baratheon brother was no easily tamed stag. One thing was certain, Southern politics just got flipped upside down with Robert Baratheon's passing. Chapter 89, The Fall of a King. Chapter text. Randyll Tarly was in his element, staring down from the high ground as armies clashed in an epic battle. He was offered the distinct honor of leading the army after the royal army suffered too many casualties while taking Craig Hall. The after-war reports changed King Robert's mind about leading the army by himself, and he left the overall command of the army to Randyll. For that reason, Randyll respected the king. King Robert was a drunkard and a whoremonger, but the man was fair and knew his limits. There was no doubt King Robert remained a puissant warrior of great skill. There was hardly any warrior in Westeros capable of defeating the Demon of the Trident in a straight fight sans Lord Eddard Stark, who defeated Sir Arthur Dayne in single combat. A great warrior need not necessarily become a great commander of the armies. In the case of King Robert, this was truer than anything else. King Robert's martial prowess was exemplary, but the king was better suited to be a warrior than a battlefield commander. This was why Randyll was given the overall command of the army, and he promptly chose Lord Patrice Oakhart to be his second in command. There were a lot of unsatisfied grumblings over his position and his choice for second in command. Mostly, it was from Mace Tyrell, who, to this day, continued to boast of his victory at Ashford in the rebellion. Randyll didn't bother to point out that Mace Tyrell arrived at Ashford long after Robert Baratheon's forces retreated after suffering defeat. But King Robert took great pleasure in reminding the Lord of Highgarden of this fact whenever the Fat Flower often thought to boast of his victory at Ashford. Randyll was rather amused at the fact that the big mouth and false boasting of Mace Tyrell and the lickspittles of Highgarden's court likely played a role in his elevated post. But Randyll was not one to waste such an opportunity. He made the most of it by using the information the Westerlings gave him about the plans of Tywin Lannister. He had swept away all the pockets of the Lannister army while marching straight for Lannisport. Not only did he provide King Robert with the chance to smash a few heads, but he also ensured it was done in a way that kept the king safe from harm's way. The hired catspaws, bandits, and Lannister knights, beguiled by the offer of gold and lordship from Lord Tywin, were captured or killed. Most of the killing was done by King Robert, similar to the killing he was watching unfold outside the walls of Lannisport. "Lord Patrice. You're in charge of the vanguard. I believe His Grace has had enough fun for today," said Randyll before looking at his second-in-command. "Good hunting." Randyll nodded firmly at Lord Oakhart. He stared ahead into the battlefield as Lord Patrice Oakhart marched the van into the fray, smashing through the meager Lannister force gathered outside the city walls. Lord Tywin must be getting desperate if he is sending the useless and decrepit men of the Rock to fight his wars. Randyll thought, watching the ease with which Lord Oakhart cut a bloody swathe through the right flank of the Lannister army. The city of Lannisport remained closed off, with the many banners of Dorne decorating its many towers and walls. It was no secret what the Dornish were doing inside the city. They were hunting down anyone with any relation to House Lannister and made a sport of sorts to hunt them down. Some of the ravens from Lord Paxter Redwyne spoke of Prince Oberyn killing off anyone with blonde hair. While he felt Lord Redwyne was exaggerating a little bit, he wouldn't put it past the Dornish idiots to do something so barbaric. House Martell had a genuine grievance against House Lannister, and they had waited more than a decade to bring those responsible to justice. Unfortunately, Doran Martell was not at the helm of the Dornish army. Even the Dornish fleet was comprised of cell sails from the Summer Isles and Lys despite what the despicable Dornishmen say about their grand fleet. "Looks like the battle is almost over," Randyll muttered to himself before giving orders for the rest of the men to follow him. Randyll had the men take a tally of the men they lost and treat the wounded in their camp. He also sent emissaries to Lannisport to treat with the Dornish and see whether they were in a position to support their campaign against the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. He also sent forward scouts as quickly as possible to ensure there were no more obstacles on their way to the Rock. Despite moving closer to victory, Randyll wouldn't underestimate the tenacity of Lord Tywin. The Lord of Casterly Rock was not someone to be underestimated. The old lion had been waging war against everyone without a Lannister name from the ripe age of 1 and 10. It took Randyll a few days to resupply the army and ensure the men were ready to march. In between this time, he learned the Dornish army had split in two as a portion of their fleet, and men had sailed to the Iron Islands to support the North's invasion of the Iron Islands. Prince Oberyn hardly divulged any details of what was happening, and Randall didn't care much so long as the Martells fielded their army to support the siege of the rock. He was quite content to leave the Ironborn to their fate in their dreary islands. In fact, he was hoping the Northerners and Dornishmen would wipe out those filthy pirates masquerading as lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Clearly, the way of mercy has not worked well for Balong Greyjoy. Perhaps the Stark boy could teach old Greyjoy a lesson he'll never forget. Randall mused idly. By all accounts, Haryon Stark was doing an excellent job crushing the Ironborn rebellion single-handedly. The tales coming from the city harbor spoke of great battles, wild tales of magic and sound defeat of the Ironborn. Randall cared not for the fanciful stories spread by the small folk and contented himself with the word that the Ironborn were being smacked around by a child of admittedly great skill. When King Robert called for a council to discuss what was to be done with the Westerlands and the Iron Islands, most were in favor of wiping out the Ironborn and taking away land from the rebelling lords of both kingdoms. Randall didn't have a particular opinion on the matter, and therefore, he kept his mouth shut. He cared not one whit what befalls the Ironborn and their islands after the war. He cared if the Dornishmen were making attempts to take a few castles from the Ironborn. Still, strangely, Prince Oberyn and his fellow Dornishmen never uttered any outrageous demands of that sort. He was not the only one surprised by the Dornishmen not demanding any spoils from their expedition into the Iron Islands. It made his hair stand out as he realized that Prince Oberyn had come to some sort of understanding with the Northerners. He made it a point to bring it up with Jonaran when he had the chance to meet the hand of the king. King Robert was largely dismissive of any form of court politics unless it involved a battle. So, what is our next move, Lord Tarly? I think we've dallied enough at Lannisport. It's time we take the fight to the old lion, who is hiding under a rock, said King Robert. The courtiers laughed at the king's jape at the expense of Lord Tywin. Randall merely let out a slight grin as a courtesy to the king's jest. The scouts we had sent returned with good news, Your Grace. Our way ahead is safe. The remainder of the Lannister army has withdrawn, but I believe they will try to defend their position one more time before they fully withdraw into the safety of Casterly Rock. Randall dutifully informed the king and the council. Perhaps we should offer terms to this Lannister army for their surrender. Surely, they know they are facing defeat. Paxter Redwyne suggested. Randall merely eyed the Lord of Arbor silently, knowing Lord Redwyne lost all credibility in his grace's eyes. There'll be no terms offered to those blonde cunts. I want all of their heads on a spike. King Robert thundered, making everyone flinch in the room except the Dornish lords. A sentiment that I share. A good Lannister is a dead Lannister. Prince Oberyn declared, a cruel glint shining in his eyes. Randall exchanged a concerned look with Patrice Oakheart as they both understood Prince Oberyn would only become a burden in the council by goading King Robert to act irrationally. It didn't help that Jonaran was far away, and the king remained in a perpetual state of inebriation. Prince Oberyn had easily won over King Robert's affection by gifting a dozen Dornish red barrels as a gift. Perhaps we could wait for Lord Stark and Lord Arryn to make a final decision regarding the fate of House Lannister. Their voices should also be heard, and it'd be a slight against two of his grace's oldest allies to dismiss their thoughts on a matter like this. Randall said diplomatically. Ah, yes. Ned and Jon should be here by my side. King Robert's words slurred towards the end, but his blue eyes regained some sense of clarity when they turned towards Randall. Where are they, Randall? Why have they not come to my side? Lord Stark and Edmure Tully are marching their armies towards Casterly Rock through the river road. Prince Stannis and the Vale Lords won't be far away, joining them as they traverse the Gold Road. Once we march at the earliest, we'll reach the rock before the others, Your Grace. Then why aren't we marching? Robert asked angrily, looking at no one in particular, but Randall could see Mace Tyrell gulp in fear. Randall had the urge to point out that the Tyrells were dragging their feet in following his commands, but he resisted the temptation. There was no point in antagonizing the Tyrells when there was nothing substantial to be gained. Should you give the orders, the men will begin marching in the morning itself, Your Grace. Randall informed the drunk king. What about the remaining Lannister army? We should make a plan to deal with them. Paxter Redwyne reminded the council. I have a plan. We march in with our combined army and kill every man fighting for the lions. Prince Oberyn declared, grinning from ear to ear. I like that plan. I'll have those blonde cunts crushed with my hammer. King Robert thumped the table, and that was the end of the discussion. Randall could only sigh at the turn of events. He had hoped to carefully broach the subject with King Robert after the man regained a semblance of normalcy, but Lord Redwyne destroyed that possibility. He supposed he'd have to improvise on the field on his personal risk. The last thing he wanted was for something to happen to King Robert on his watch. Already, the king was actively engaged in the war effort against the advice of several maesters. I'll need to have a word with Sir Barristan and Sir Aerys. Very few people know of the nature of the king's injury, and they might succeed in talking some sense into the elder Baratheon. Randall mused. Robert knew he was not supposed to engage in battles until his wound healed, but he cared not one whit about his life. He cared not for the throne or the wars, in all honesty. He had pretty much died so long ago when he lost everything he fought for with Lyanna's death. Only his will to keep the Targaryens out of the Red Keep kept him going all these years. Otherwise, he'd have run off to Essos long ago on a ship and become a mercenary. He was a terrible king, and he knew he was not suited for the throne or even a castle. And now, he knew for certain the family he had was an illusion far greater than he had even imagined. He had known Cersei hated him, and he deserved it as he could never see another woman in the place of Lyanna, no matter their beauty. But the Lannister woman had turned him into the laughingstock of the Seven Kingdoms by passing off her bastards as his children. A better man might have forgiven such an act, but Robert was no better man. He knew that for certain. After all that he had done, he knew he was not welcomed into the hallowed heavens of the gods. If there were any gods, that is. Robert thought with a scoff. If there were gods, as the Septons and the Northerners say, he'd certainly feel more relieved. At least he could take comfort in that he was not the only one doing nothing meaningful with all the power in his hands. Pain flared up from his belly as he adjusted himself on the saddle. It took some effort not to give anything away as he was surrounded by his Kingsguard knights and an assortment of the finest knights from the Reach, the Crownlands, and the Stormlands. He had stopped taking the milk of the poppy after he realized the pain was not going away. He sort of learned to live with the pain, and Robert could feel it was only getting worse as days went by. Lord Tarly had done exemplary work in gathering some of the best warriors and having them flank him the whole time. Robert could not help but chuckle ruefully. The Lord of Hornhill was under the impression all threats to his person could be dealt with by using some of the finest knights of the realm. Unfortunately, the greatest threat to Robert Baratheon comes from Robert Baratheon. Robert thought amusedly, gritting his teeth as another sharp jab of pain flared up from his abdomen. He gripped God's Grief's handle for support, after which the pain became bearable. The hammer's weight in his hand was a comfort because he knew he was holding a weapon fit for the gods in his hands. He had tested the limits of its power in this war. The giant oak doors of Craighall were broken by God's Grief, and no shield or armor had withstood a blow from his hammer in the many battles he had fought in this war. He felt as if he was a god in mortal flesh whenever he wielded the hammer. The weapon was fit for a king, and it was one of the joys he had as a king other than fucking horse bow-legged and whining and dining to his heart's content. Robert heaved God's Grief and placed it against his shoulder while grinning at the battle raging ahead from a safe vantage point. The Dornish spears led by Prince Oberyn had bravely smashed into the Lannister lines, assisted by brave Reachmen. He could see several lion banners disengaged from the fighting and killing happening on the field of battle. That cannot be tolerated. Running away from battle like cowards. Robert thought. To me, men. Let's give the blonde cunts a good thumping they'll never forget. Robert shouted, raising God's Grief above his head. Your Grace, wait. Sir Barristan called after him, but Robert didn't mind the Lord Commander of his Kingsguard. Robert spurred his horse forward with the men of the Stormlands flanking him as he rode straight towards the enemy. Much of what happened afterwards passed in a blur for Robert as he was singularly focused, drowning out the pain he was feeling and skilling as many men from the Lannister army. He swung God's Grief in all directions, expertly smashing in the heads and chests of enemy soldiers and knights that dared to tread closer to his reach. He could feel his heart drumming and nothing else as he killed man after man. Each swing of God's Grief spilt blood, drowning out his own pain in the blood of his enemies. Knights, lords, and spearmen alike fell victim to God's Grief, and in that moment, Robert felt invincible. When the fight finally ended, Robert felt a weight settle on his throat. An excruciating pain developed in his belly, and in the next moment, he coughed out blood. His vision swam as he felt like his head was spinning. Robert! He gasped as he recognized the sound of Lyanna in his ears. Lyanna! Robert muttered, his eyes seeing his long-dead betrothed standing close to his horse. God's Grief slipped from his hand, falling to the ground. He reached out with his free right hand to touch the beautiful face of his betrothed, and in the next moment, he was seeing the sky instead of the sparkling grey eyes of his dead betrothed. Lyanna! Robert gasped as a searing pain lanced through his abdomen before darkness claimed him. Randyll Tarly stared at the prone form of King Robert after the Silent Sisters had cleaned the body with oils and rosewater. The body would be under the care of the maesters while in transit to the Stormlands. The arrangements were made in a hurry after Prince Stannis arrived in haste after ravens were sent to all loyal allies of House Baratheon regarding King Robert's passing. The maesters proclaimed the king dead because of a burst belly, but he was unsure whether that was true. King Robert had been healthy after he rested properly after the siege of Craighall. The injury suffered by the king was treated immediately, and the king had taken sufficient rest. He suspected the maesters fumbled with King Robert's treatment somehow. He had said as much when Prince Stannis inquired. As a result, the Prince of Dragonstone had ordered the imprisonment of all maesters involved in treating King Robert after the siege of Craighall. More could only be known after the maesters from the citadel could properly decipher whether there was any foul play. The use of poison was also not ruled out at this point. However, the most crucial problem lay in the succession as they were in the midst of a war, and King Robert had no direct heirs of his body. The natural succession would see Stannis Baratheon crowned king, but there was palpable tension among the lords as this would be the first time the Baratheon dynasty faced a succession crisis. All eyes were now pointed at Stannis Baratheon to see what he'd decide. My coronation will happen at the Red Keep after I put Tywin Lannister's head on a spike as Robert desired. Stannis Baratheon declared boldly before the assembled lords. My prince, perhaps it'd be wise to have you crowned in Lannisport. The longer you wait, the succession will become perilous. Lord Swan cautioned. I have made my decision. I'll have the pledge of allegiance from the lords of the Stormlands, the Crownlands, the Reach, and the Vale on the morrow. I'll have the fealty sworn from the Northerners and the Riverlands at Casterly Rock. Chapter 90, The Fall of the Rock. Chapter text. Eddard let out a sigh of relief as the towering stone hill upon which Casterly Rock was made came into view. It was a massive hill spanning 2 leagues from east to west with a massive ring fort surrounding its peak along with a wide assortment of walls, watchtowers, and gates, making the seat of House Lannister impenetrable. But he knew the task of taking the rock would be a bloody affair and perhaps even an impossible one. He had seen Casterly Rock from afar in the past, and he knew it was a castle that even Aegon the Conqueror would have struggled to take despite having dragons. He could not see any normal means to take the castle other than by starving the garrison hold inside. And therein lay the problem. He knew a more unnatural means to take the castle, but it required asking for Haryon to use his magic and ships against House Lannister. His second son had already made his mark in the war by breaching the walls of Lannisport and smashing the Iron Fleet. Is that Casterly Rock? Robb breathed out in awe. Eddard smiled at his son's wonder at the behemoth that stood before them. Indeed. That is Casterly Rock, the seat of House Lannister. It's huge, Robb commented, looking at the massive castle with wide eyes. It's indeed. Even the wall pales in comparison to its height. The Lannisters of old dug tunnels inside and built dungeons, grand halls, courtyards, stables, armories and other quarters inside the hill. The only structure that stands outside is the watchtower that stands at its peak. Then where is its entrance, father? Robb asked curiously, holding on to his horse as they trotted towards the seat of House Lannister through the river road at a sedate pace. Its entrance is on the south side where a natural cavern stands some 200 feet high, accessible by a stone staircase. There is another entrance on the west side where galleys can access the cavern so long as the sea gates are open. So, it'll not be easy to breach the castle, Robb said after thinking over the description given by his father. No, it won't be easy. Eddard sighed, looking at the colossal stone hill that functioned as the seat of House Lannister. Eddard would not have contemplated asking for Haryon's aid in a battle in any other situation. But this time, he made an exception. Several factors influenced his decision, and chief among them was the untimely passing of his childhood friend and king. Robert's abrupt passing had shaken him more than he let others see. Robert had been his foster brother. In time, he had considered the elder Baratheon a blood brother. Robert had also seen him that way despite the thaw in their friendship after the rebellion. They had even rekindled their friendship over their shared grief over the loss of Lyanna. Robert had even restored some goodwill among the lords of the north by returning the gift. But all of that was now lost with Robert's untimely demise. The Ravens claimed Robert's death happened because of a burst belly, but he didn't know what to believe as rumors were abundant claiming otherwise. Most rumors blamed a catspaw sent by Tywin Lannister, while others reasoned it was an injury Robert suffered during the siege of Craig Hall. In the end, the how hardly matters. Robert was dead with a weapon in hand on the battlefield. Eddard supposed his friend would have been happy to have died a warrior's death on the battlefield, even though the cause of death remained vague. But the most damaging effect of Robert's death was the increasing disgruntlement among the lords of the north. Even the northern lords who supported him the last time when some pitched in for independence have now switched sides. House Manderley had been one of his strongest supporters in keeping the others in line. But this time, things were a bit different. Eddard was sure ending the war quickly, and marching home was paramount to keeping the peace among the northern lords. This was the 3-year-long war he had led the northerners in the south, and he understood the wariness. Even if he was a Stark, there were limits to what he could demand from his lords. He could not guarantee whether his lords would behave should the war drag on for weeks and months as they starve out the Lannisters. It could end up creating a rift among the many lords of the north, and they could decide to make their grievances known to the rest of Westeros. To forestall this from happening, Eddard saw no solution other than a quick end to the siege of the Rock, enabling him to march the northern army back home before something untoward happened. Stop. We'll set camp here. Eddard said loud enough for his men and the lords of the north to hear. But we are too far away from the castle, my lord, said Lord Medgar Searwyn. All the better, said Eddard, keeping a weary eye on the ring forts and watchtowers adorning the colossal hill. We don't know the range of their siege engines, scorpions, and bows. Until we know for sure, we'll not be taking any needless risk. Shall I send the scouts, Lord Stark? Galbart Glover asked. Eddard nodded at the Lord of Deepwood Motte before turning his sights on the hill. He hoped Tywin Lannister became reasonable and surrendered the Rock without a siege. But Eddard knew it was too much to hope an arrogant man like Lord Tywin would become reasonable overnight after plunging the Seven Kingdoms into a needless war. Lord Glover. Eddard called before Galbart Glover could leave. Yes, my lord. Order the scouts to look out for Prince Stannis' army. They should be nearby. Of course, my lord. But the scouts found no sign of Prince Stannis' army. However, they found a camp of bandits, and Eddard caught them after a brief battle. He later learned the bandits were deserters from the Lannister army. From the bandits, they learned Prince Stannis' army, and the Knights of the Vale moved out of the Gold Road and joined the royal host camped south of Casterly Rock. Once he knew their location, he sent messengers to the prince's camp. The night passed without much happening, but when the daylight came, Eddard was greeted by the messengers he sent holding an invite from Prince Stannis. He's inviting you to his camp. Sir Brynden asked, frowning at the parchment that bears the royal seal. He's inviting House Stark, House Tully and a few chosen lords from the Riverlands and the north. I believe he means to receive oaths of fealty before the siege begins. Said Eddard. Are you going? Sir Brynden asked with a raised eyebrow. Prince Stannis is the rightful heir of Robert. Of course, I'll swear my oath should he demand it. But I can see the hesitation on your face, Lord Stark. Sir Brynden pointed out. I wish the war was over before any oaths were exchanged. I see. Your lords are giving you trouble. Not trouble. Eddard shook his head before sighing. We northerners like to stay away from southern affairs. It has never brought us good fortune in the past. Suddenly, they heard a great commotion outside the tent, making both men curiously stare at the tent's entrance. When they stepped outside to see what was happening, they found a massive ship floating in the sky, casting a giant shadow on their camp. Eddard was never so relieved to see the floating behemoths of his son in the sky than in that moment. Harry had found it odd when he received an urgent communication from Marwyn with a message from his father. The contents of the message further confused him as his father was asking for his aid to breach Casterly Rock. He had been utterly surprised to see his father ask for assistance in a battle and blatantly ask him to use magic. But that surprise was short-lived after Harry interacted with a few lords of the north. Even reading their surface thoughts was enough to let him know the lords of the north were contemplating breaking away from the Iron Throne. Harry was not so surprised by the notion of independence but by the thoughts swirling inside the minds of many lords who thought they could claim independence right now. Harry could only scoff when he saw such idiotic ideas in the minds of his fellow lords. The north was nowhere near ready to claim independence. The north's trade with Essos was minuscule compared to their trade with the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Even now, most trade with Essos was happening using Bravasea ships, as the north lacked ships and connections to the rest of the Essos market. They were only building up merchant relations with the rest of the Essos cities, and a rebellion when their economy was on the precipice of growing would rock the boat too much. A growing economy needed stability more than anything else. That was one of the reasons why he was expanding the North's territory into the Iron Islands. However, that doesn't mean he was not sympathetic to the cause of Northern independence. The North going independent was as inevitable as the rest of the Seven Kingdoms going their own way. Harry was certain the Seven Kingdoms would not hold together for long. He gave it at most a decade before the internal politicking and rivalry tore apart the kingdoms. House Targaryen managed to hold on to the Iron Throne because they kept the other kingdoms in check and allowed limited influence as well as limited self-rule. But that structure was threatened when the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands became the King of Westeros. The ruling house of the Stormlands now holds the title of King of Westeros, and it'd only be a matter of time before the other kingdoms rail against the undue influence of the Stormlanders on the Iron Throne. In Harry's mind, the best time for the North to go independent was when the rest of the Seven Kingdoms were fighting each other, not when most of the kingdoms were supporting a single king. Right now, Stannis Baratheon was the ticket for the North's independence more than Robert Baratheon. All they had to do was wait for the tensions to rise in the south when it became public that Stannis had abandoned the faith of the Seven. It snowballed from that issue into many more. After all, he had seen quite a goldmine of plans brewing inside Prince Oberyn's mind. Plans that Harry saw as an opportunity to unravel the Seven Kingdoms at the seams. If anything, Harry preferred half a decade of peace to build up the North's economy. Even this war had thrown some of his plans to expand the economy of Avalon. Therefore, he was more than happy to end the war and pack up the northern lords before they say or do something that jeopardizes the status quo. After a short discussion with his father and Sir Brynden Tully, they devised a plan that'd deliver the least bloody victory. While Harry could breach the entrance of Casterly Rock, the natural defenses offered by the cavern would rob many soldiers of their lives. He could have escorted the men through the cavern, but his father was adamant not to take him with the army. So, they devised the idea of breaching the rock's defenses from the place the Lannisters least expected. That was how Harry found himself on his airship transporting the Riverlanders and Northerners through the ring forts and watchtowers at the peak of the hill. Under the cover of the night, the guards didn't notice an army slipping past their eyes. Those who noticed anything amiss found themselves silenced with their throats slit or a crossbow bolt through their eyes. Harry didn't get to watch how the rest of the fight went as he was not allowed to march with the army. His father and Sir Brynden led the assault on the rock, supported by their most loyal men. But that didn't mean he was idle. While the army led by his father and mother's uncle fought their way down from the top, Harry spread out more of his mapping snitches to map out Casterly Rock. At first, he had only meant to map out Black Tide and Harlaw, as those islands would be annexed into the overseas territory of the north. But now, Harry was determined to expand the scope of his map to the entire continent of Westeros. Unlike the Marauders map, this map would not be detailed with the names of every person and their location. In Hogwarts, it was possible because the castle was enriched in magic, and the castle had its own wards to tap into. In Westeros, that was not the case. The most magically augmented areas he had found in this world were the Wall, Skane, and Dragonstone. The most he could do right now using the map was for navigation. If he could connect the mapping snitches with other all-seeing tables, he could develop the most sophisticated navigation system this world had ever seen. Potentially, he could keep track of all his ships using the same system. Once he developed a swift communication method, the military powers and logistics of the North would improve drastically. Perhaps there was even a chance that he could end up replicating the attention to detail in the Marauders map on his map in time with more modified charms and wards. The mapping snitches continued to plot the area around Casterly Rock and even the many tunnels inside the giant hill unseen by the fighting men. The docks were some of the first areas to be mapped by the snitches. Once they were finished with Casterly Rock, Harry also meant to release them on Lannisport. While his map didn't provide all the names of individuals in an area, it did plot the natural resources, buildings, ships, and even armies. He wasn't sure whether House Lannister would get to keep the lands and the castle after the war, but if they did, he wanted to keep an eye on their fleets and strength. The map would be an excellent tool in keeping an eye on his new enemies, as he had no doubt made an enemy of House Lannister with his indirect involvement in tearing down Cersei Lannister from her position as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the army camped outside Casterly Rock appear on his map with different banners blinking into existence on the table. He only had to wait a little longer for the Northern and Riverlands army to appear camped near the river road. "It looks like the map is working, my lord," said Anya, looking at the table where the map was being constructed, including all the intricate details of the terrain. "Look. Even the gold veins in the castle are showing up on the map," Kyla said, looking in awe as the map continued to trace intricate details of Casterly Rock. Harry grinned as he watched his mapping snitches work their magic by tracing everything he needed from the rock. "Do you plan to map out Fair Isle as well, my lord?" asked Adela. Harry frowned thoughtfully at the question raised by his Valkyrie guard. It was unlikely that he could annex Fair Isle from the Westerlands. But he could gain it if he used the Imperious Curse on Stannis. The problem was he didn't have the manpower required to properly subjugate the island and turn it into an integral part of the North. He was already going to get his hands full with turning Black Tide and Harlaw into safe havens for his fleet. He had only planned to take Black Tide but ended up overextending his hand by staking his claim on Harlaw as well. Perhaps it'll be wise to revisit the annexation of Fair Isle on the next war. Harry mused. No. We'll leave the island alone for now. While it holds some strategic importance, Fair Isle does not host a fleet that could threaten us in the future, Harry said after thinking it over in his mind. Lord Jorah Mormont escaped Lord Stark's punishment by boarding a ship and escaping justice in the middle of the war. It'd be useful to watch the ships passing through the sea lanes close to the island, Anya suggested. You raise a good point. Do we have enough rune stones? Asked Harry. Not enough to cover the whole island. But we have time to make new ones, said Anya. Harry rubbed his face tiredly, realizing he'd have to power through another sleepless night. Fortunately, he had a remedy to that particular dilemma. Tell the kitchen staff that I require coffee. A lot of coffee, said Harry. A disgruntled huff was let out by Fenris, who emerged from under the table after having a long nap. And Fenris needs chicken. Harry looked in askance at his familiar, whose look somehow mirrored a disappointed face. He'll have fish today, Harry said instead, and he could see the black furry face of his familiar light up. I'm getting better with my warging powers, Harry thought, knowing that he was getting better at reading the emotional state of Fenris because of his warging powers rather than any fancy facial reading skills. Stannis Baratheon didn't know whether to thank Eddard Stark or curse the man for cutting the war short by delivering a disheveled, wounded, but otherwise healthy Tywin Lannister to his tent in chains. It was not just Tywin Lannister, but the entirety of House Lannister was present in his camp, including the garrison and even the household of Casterly Rock. Due to less space, they were held outside his tent under the watch of the sturdy men of the Riverlands and the North. Lord Stark and Sir Brynden did their duty to their king without making any demands. They should be thanked and rewarded for their services, Stannis decided. Your actions have saved the lives of many Lord Stark, Sir Brynden. I thank you both and your men on behalf of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis nodded at both men. Your Grace. Lord Eddard nodded but remained silent otherwise. But Sir Brynden, unlike the Silent Wolf of the North, had some things to say. The credit must go to Harrion. Without the lad's ships, we wouldn't have been able to breach the walls of the rock," said Sir Brynden. "Yes, indeed." Stannis breathed, remembering the massive flying ship he had seen commandeered by the Stark boy when the lad visited Dragonstone. "Is it true that little Haryon burned down the Iron Islands? He was such a sweet lad when the last I saw him. Maybe my daughter left a lasting impression on him to change him so," said Prince Oberyn, laughing boisterously with his Dornish friends partaking heartfully. "I don't know about burning down the Iron Islands, Prince Oberyn. But he brought a squid from the Iron Islands," Sir Brynden said with a rather proud look as some Northmen brought forth a bound Balon Greyjoy into his tent and had the man kneeling next to Tywin Lannister. Stannis supposed there was ample reason for the man to be proud. Haryon Stark was half Tully from his mother's side. The boy had made waves with his craft, his name known in all corners of the known world. And now, the lad had shown his magic was not just a tool for making fancy swords but a weapon of great power. He supposed he ought to reward the Starks for the services rendered. After all, they delivered him too traitorous Lord Paramount to his mercy. The old gods are mighty. I hope they'll bless my line with magic like the Starks. Stannis thought, staring coldly at Tywin Lannister and Balon Greyjoy. The war was finally over. And now, the reign of Stannis Baratheon would begin. Chapter 91, The Golden Throne. Chapter text. Jon Arryn never thought he'd see the day Stannis Baratheon sat on the golden throne of House Lannister in Casterly Rock. The massive lion head on the throne towered over everyone in the hall as it stared down at everyone from some 15 feet. The throne shined an ethereal glow because of all the gold used on the throne. When he had begun his travel from King's Landing, he had hoped to see Robert sitting on the throne of Lannisters as he passed judgment on Tywin and the rest of the Lannisters. Instead, he witnessed Robert Baratheon's younger brother walking down the gilded halls of Lannisters and ascending the golden throne of Casterly Rock. The red and gold banners of House Lannister were noticeably absent from the throne room of the rock. Instead, they were replaced by the royal regalia of House Baratheon. The black and gold banners decorated the ancient throne room of House Lannister, with the crowned golden stag adorning the banners. Perhaps I should commission a portrait of Robert sitting on the throne of House Lannister. It'd be a good tribute to Robert's memory. Jon mused, mourning the untimely passing of his foster son. The lords of Westerlands were present, and he could see some were relieved to see Stannis Baratheon sit on the golden throne of the rock. There were those keeping a guarded expression while others openly glared at the Baratheon prince. Chief among those glaring at Stannis was Lord Daemon Marbrand of Ashmark, kneeling before the throne like the rest of his colleagues. It was quite understandable for Lord Marbrand to hold a grudge against Stannis. After all, Stannis had the man's heir hanged for raiding the Reach. While this act gained an eternal enemy in Lord Daemon, the lords of the Reach were quite impressed with the decisive action taken by Stannis. It also had the added benefit of keeping the Westerland nobility in line, as they knew what would happen if they stepped one toe out of line. "Bring forth the prisoners," Jon ordered once the King's Guard knights settled on all corners close to the throne in a protective barrier. Baratheon men dressed in fine chainmail escorted Tywin Lannister and Balon Greyjoy into the throne room. Despite being cuffed with chains, Tywin Lannister maintained his head high and without a hint of nervousness in his eyes. But Jon saw the man's green eyes being trained on the side where the Northerners stood. He felt the old lion was trying to intimidate young Haryon Stark, and his wife's nephew braved the stare of Lord Lannister with a raised eyebrow. Jon couldn't help but smile at how the young lad handled the situation. Of course, he shouldn't have been surprised. The people were calling the lad the Bane of Crokins. There was even a tale spreading amongst the men that Haryon Stark battled a Krokin while he assaulted the Iron Islands. Jon couldn't help but shake his head at the lengths to which people make up stories. Truth be told, that wouldn't be the strangest thing happening if the rumors were true. After all, he had seen trees coming alive and sucking the lifeblood out of the Septons at Dragonstone with his own eyes. In his mind, nothing could triumph over that incident. He kept his musing aside as Tywin Lannister and Balon Greyjoy were forced to their knees before Stannis Baratheon. "Lord Tywin Lannister, Lord Balon Greyjoy. The Iron Throne finds you guilty of treason. Not only have you rebelled yourself, but you have forced your fellow lords and knights of the Westerlands and the Iron Islands to rebel against the Iron Throne. If you two have anything to say, now will be the time," said Stannis, staring dispassionately at the two bound men on their knees. "This war was not my doing. Your late brother, with the aid of the barbarians of the north, started this war. My daughter and grandchildren were unjustly accused of cuckolding Robert Baratheon and illegitimacy based on the witchcraft of this demon child." Tywin snarled, staring coldly at the Stark family. There was a massive uproar from the northern lords as they called for the head of Tywin Lannister to be taken immediately for the insult. "Your Grace, may I speak?" Haryon Stark's voice cut through all the muttering and demands being made in court by the Northerners to take the head of Tywin Lannister for the insult thrown their way. Jon knew letting the young lad speak would be a bad idea. He could see Tywin's intentions were to goad a reaction out of the Starks to stoke hatred and divisions in court. But before he could warn Stannis, the Prince of Dragonstone gave his leave for young Haryon's voice to be heard in the court. If I'm a demon child as you accuse me, Lord Tywin, I find you to be a man with no sense at all. No man with common sense would insult an all-powerful evil demon to its face. This lack of sense from you is frankly disappointing, just like your performance in this war against the brave men of the Reach, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, Dorne, and the North," said Haryon Stark, and the men in the court roared out their approval. Jon's reservations about Haryon Stark speaking before the court flew away in that instant as he saw the lords of the Seven Kingdoms puffed up in pride after they were reminded of besting the unbeatable Tywin Lannister in the field. So, the lad knows to handle a crowd well. Impressive. Jon noted, feeling quite impressed. He couldn't help but glance at Ned with a touch of pride a father would feel for a son. "You've raised your children well, Ned. Rickard would be proud." Jon thought, remembering his old friend. "You called my people, the people of the North, barbarians. Maybe we are." Haryon started slowly as the court quieted down. "But we Northerners are not barbarous enough to kill babies sleeping soundly in a crib." Haryon Stark's voice thundered across the throne room. "We are not barbarous enough to send men to stab a little defenseless girl to stab 100 times to death. We are not barbarous enough to send men to rape and kill an unarmed woman of noble birth in her husband's home. We are not barbarous enough to invade a nearby kingdom for no reason, burn their fields, hunt the men and children for sport and rape their women. If you want to see a barbarian Lord Tywin, I suggest you look into a mirror. You'll find all the barbarians in the world would pale compared to the face in the mirror." The silence that followed in the wake of the fiery speech made by Haryon Stark was broken by Lord Umber. "And that's the Black Wolf for you, southern cunt." Lord Umber crowed, glowering at Lord Tywin with a raised fist. Following that, the court descended into clamors for Tywin's immediate execution. Jon had to admit that he was probably seeing a rare event in the making. It was perhaps the first time in centuries that most lords of Westeros called for taking the head of one of the lords paramount. Strangely enough, the Dornish lords were behaving with restraint compared to the other kingdoms. Jon couldn't help but wonder why this was so. If anyone should be happy with the court's popular decisions, it should be the Dornish. And yet, Prince Oberyn and his cohorts were restrained in their engagement within the court. "Enough!" Stannis Baratheon thundered, quieting down the court. "The court has heard Lord Tywin Lannister. Now, we'll hear Lord Balon Greyjoy. I make no excuses for what I did. I'm an Ironborn, and we follow the old ways. But I'm not ready to depart this world," meekly bowing my head at the block. "If I'm to die, I'll die with a sword in hand. Therefore, I shall take the black," said Balon Greyjoy. Jon was sure he was not the only one surprised by the declaration by the Lord of Pike. Balon Greyjoy asking to atone his sins by joining the Night's Watch was not something he foresaw. In fact, he was counting on Tywin to go that route and create problems for the North. Instead, the stubborn Lord of Pike asked to become a Black Brother at the Wall. For a moment, Jon looked between Lord Lannister and Lord Greyjoy, finding it weird that both men were behaving so oddly before he chalked it up to the effects of war. "Very well. Since both lords have spoken, the Iron Throne's judgment is clear. Tywin Lannister is hereby sentenced to death by beheading. Balon Greyjoy has voluntarily chosen the Black for his crimes. As such, he'll be escorted to the Wall to take his vows. Both sentences will be carried out on the morrow," Stannis declared. "Take these prisoners away. The Prince of Dragonstone shall judge the rest of the Westermen for their involvement in this failed rebellion." Jon loudly proclaimed before shuffling the parchments in his hand to get the name of the next lord to be judged. "The Iron Throne calls Stafford Lannister." There was a long list of lords and knights who deserved to be punished in the Westerlands. Never mind the many that were bunkering down in the Iron Islands. The Starks only brought Balon Greyjoy to be judged, but Jon was unsure whether leaving the rest without punishment was wise. Not that the punishments Robert enforced on the Ironborn had any effect, as they had ended up rebelling again. Perhaps there was more room for discussion on what was to be done to curb the Iron Fleet from becoming a threat again. "You cannot possibly expect the Iron Throne to hand over 3 islands to the north." Harry stared unbothered at the hand of the king, who looked incredulously at him after he made his demands known. "The Iron Throne doesn't need to hand over anything. I already have Harlaw and Black Tide in my control. I can have Fair Isle captured easily," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. "That's not the point," Jon Arryn said in frustration. "Then what's the point? The Ironborn attack on the North's shores cannot be tolerated. We are building up our fleet, and we can't afford to have another attack on our western shores to distract us. Vows will not bind the Ironborn, and your attempts at intimidating them are laughable. However, they understand the old ways. I'm using their own laws against them. I've won the islands in war, and I'm keeping them," said Harry. "But you're not just asking for Balktide and Harlaw. You're also asking for Fair Isle. Because I have concerns about House Lannister. You've yet to decide their fate, isn't that so? If they were to maintain control over Casterly Rock and Lannisport, they could rebuild their fleet given enough time and pose a threat against the western shores of the north. We need Fair Isle to combat such a hostile move from happening in the near future. Harry explained. The royal fleet will come to your aid should something like that happen, Harrian. Jonaran promised. The royal fleet is moored at Dragonstone. By the time your fleet sails around Dorne, my people would have suffered enough causalities, and I won't stand for it. Harry shook his head. You won't stand for it, you say? Last I checked, Eddard Stark is the Warden of the North. And I'm the Lord of Avalon, the Shield of the Western Seas. I command the North's fleet, and I'll not tolerate a threat to fester on our western shores from the Ironborn or House Lannister. Harry said firmly, even though he was making up the titles as he spoke. Ned, surely you see how unreasonable these demands are. Jonaran pleaded, looking at his foster son imploringly. I understand your concerns, but I've talked with the Lords of the North. Houses Riswell, Dustin, Tallhart, Glover, Mormont and many others are concerned about retaliatory raids on the shores of the North in the future. They have voiced their support for assimilating Blacktide and Harlaw. Fair Isle, on the other hand, can be discussed. Eddard said slowly and carefully. We'll drop our demand for Fair Isle if House Farman agrees to basing rights for the North. Said Harry. Basing rights? I don't understand. Jonaran said confusedly, looking between Eddard and Harry warily. The North seeks to build a port on Fair Isle where we can anchor a portion of our fleet to dissuade the Westermen or the Ironborn from taking any hostile action against the North. Said Harry. This is still not acceptable. You must understand that this has never happened in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Jonaran vehemently refused. Of course, it has happened. Harry rolled his eyes at the apparent sweeping statement made by Jonaran to sweep his demands under the carpet. Take House Baratheon, for example. King Robert reduced the lands held by House Connington for supporting the Targaryens during the rebellion. He did the same to the Derry, Thorne and many other crownland houses that supported the dragons. Even you, Lord Arryn, took land from Lord Grafton for siding with the dragons in the rebellion. House Connington was sworn to House Baratheon. When they broke their oaths, Robert was right to take lands away from them. The same goes for House Grafton. They are sworn to House Arryn. Does the North have such a relationship with Blacktide, Harlaw and Fair Isle? No, the North does not. Harry agreed. But House Baratheon have such a relationship. The Ironborn and Westermen rebelled against House Baratheon. So, the Iron Throne can act. But you prefer not to concede to our demands. I'd prefer not to take such actions against the Ironborn or the Westermen. Then you'll be disappointed to know I won't be ceding an inch of land I took from the Ironborn. You'll also be forcing my hand to invade and occupy Fair Isle if you persist in denying our demands. Harry said firmly, taking to his feet. Do you realize what you're? Yes, I know what I'm doing, Lord Arryn. For 12 years, you have ruled as the hand of the king. During this time, you filled the small council with Southerners, most of them Valaman. Your pirates in the Three Sisters attack our trade ships with impunity, and now you are trying to stop securing the western shores of the North from our enemies. We'll take more than a few islands if you deny us what we ask. You'll have a rebellion in your hands, Lord Arryn. Harry threatened coldly. A northern rebellion for independence. And unlike those who failed, we will succeed. You have till sunrise to issue the orders. Eddard. Do you have nothing to say after hearing all this? Jonaran asked, looking hopefully at his foster son, sporting a defeated look. It's only because of my father that the northern lords have not openly revolted against the Baratheon rule, Harry said coldly. You've thrown the Northmen into 2 wars that had nothing to do with us, and not once you've rewarded us. You fill your small council with Andals and still proclaim you represent the king of the Andals and the First Men. You'll give us equal representation in the small council or accede to our demands. Either way, you have till sunrise, Lord Arryn. After that, we northerners will take matters into our own hands. Harry warned, holding the door open while looking pointedly at his father. I'm sorry, John. Eddard began with a sigh as he stood up from his seat across from his foster father. If we don't do something now to appease the lords of the North, I'll not be able to control them in the near future. I see no other way to put down the festering resentment. With that said, Eddard walked out of the room without turning back. Keep this in mind, Lord Arryn. You have till sunrise to decide. Harry warned before he followed his father out of the room. Once Harry was out of Jonaran's room, he was relieved to have convened a meeting of the Northern Lords with his father present before meeting with Lord Arryn. When he raised the demands of the new land grants, the Northern Lords were enthusiastic about their support. However, Harry felt they just wanted the lands to get something out of the bloody war they fought. Most of them were not even thinking of the long-term benefits of spreading out a sizable fleet along the Sunset Sea and the obvious trade benefits that'd follow once the Ironborn were destroyed for good. Or maybe they were aware of the military implications of capturing these islands and using them to spread out the northern fleet across the vast expanse of the Sunset Sea. Either way, the Lords of the North were eager to expand the North's holdings, which was why Eddard Stark had no reason to hold firm before Jonaran. That and Harry shamelessly used the imperious curse on his father to make everything go smoothly. Now, the ball was in Jonaran's court. Whether the hand of the king would call his bluff or accede to his demands could be known tomorrow. For now, he accompanied his father and conveyed to the northern lords about their conversation with Jonaran. When the morning came, it was with another meeting with the hand of the king. They remained firm on their demands, and Jonaran had no other option but to take the North's demands seriously enough. Together, they met with Stannis Baratheon to finalize the deal. While the Prince of Dragonstone was reluctant to hand over the islands for perpetuity, they were convincing enough for the need to keep the Ironborn and Lannisters in check in the Sunset Sea. Here, Harry shamelessly used Prince Stannis' dislike for the Red Wine Fleet and the Reach, in general, to establish they were not dependable to keep the peace in the Sunset Sea. He successfully argued that an expanded northern fleet could keep the Ironborn and the Westermen from rebelling against the Iron Throne and force the Ironborn to change their reaving ways. After much debate, the North was given leave to assimilate Balktide and Harlaw into the mainland. In return, Harry had to drop the demand for Fair Isle, but he managed to negotiate basing rights on Fair Isle and Lannisport for 50 years. Confining the basing rights to 5 decades was Prince Stannis' suggestion, and Harry managed to sneak in a concession by extending the basing rights to Lannisport. However, an unforeseen consequence of this was Prince Stannis also became intrigued by the idea of using basing rights for a certain amount of time as a threat to contain any future expansion of the Lannister fleet. As a result, when Prince Stannis held the court that morning, not only did he declare the lands gained by the North, but Stannis also made it clear that the North and Iron Throne would have the right to anchor their fleets in Lannisport for the next 50 years. That morning was also witness to the execution of Tywin Lannister. Stannis, however, developed a diplomatic bone overnight as he gave the honor of taking the head of Tywin Lannister to Prince Oberyn. Or there was some kind of agreement between the Iron Throne and House Martell that I was unaware of. Harry mused. A deal might have been made because Harry hadn't dug deeper into Prince Oberyn's mind the last time they met. Either way, it was a wasted effort from House Baratheon. The Martells were not going to stop with the blood of Tywin. They would come for the Iron Throne to stake the claim of Aegon Targaryen on that monstrous throne. He could clearly see the bloodbath that'd be unleashed in the next few years as lords high and low would take sides for another war over the Iron Throne. Harry theorized there'd be a long series of recurring wars over the Iron Throne so long as the Targaryens could never reclaim their dragons. For a moment, Harry entertained the idea of propping up Jon as the King of the Seven Kingdoms. It was doable if Jon could bond with Cuddles at some point. But he abandoned the thought just as it came. While there were certain advantages in having Jon as the King of the Seven Kingdoms, it involved pulling the North into a needless war. It also opened up a lot of unasked questions about Lyanna's relationship with Rhaegar. Even now, Rhaegar Targaryen was seen in a better light than Robert Baratheon in the south despite the Silver Prince becoming the catalyst to the rebellion. He was sure the Andals would find some way to pin all the blame on his late aunt, and that was not something he thought House Stark wanted. He supposed he wanted some dignity to remain for the dead aunt he never met. I'll let Jon decide. Harry decided. When the time is right, he'll know the truth, and he can decide what he should do. In the meantime, there was the wedding of his uncle Edmure to look forward to before he travelled back home. On that merry thought, Harry watched Prince Oberyn unsheath the sword and savoured the moment as he placed its sharp edge against Tywin Lannister's neck. The old Lion of the Rock did not look like an all-powerful Lord Paramount as the man was bent over with his head resting on a piece of wooden block. For Elia Martell, Rhaenys, and Aegon. Prince Oberyn shouted before swinging the sword. The blonde head of Tywin Lannister, the Lord Paramount of the Westerlands, rolled on the ground, separated from the rest of his body. Before the assembled crowd, Prince Oberyn picked up the severed head of Tywin Lannister by the hair and showed it off to everyone like a trophy. Even though Prince Oberyn was the owner of a fractious personality, Harry had to admit the man had style and guts. Therefore, he had no qualms about what he would do to turn the plan the Martells were cooking up on its head. Chapter 92, The Princess of Dorne P1. Chapter Text. Westerosi weddings were far more eventful than wizarding weddings. Harry found that out in the most painful way. His legs were sore from all the dancing he had to endure as part of the wedding of his uncle Edmure. He chanced to look at the fight that was developing inside a hall of Golden Tooth, where a few Freys and Maulisters were engaged in a scuffle of sorts. The Vansess and Pipers were also butting in, and soon it snowballed into a full-born fight. Again. Oh, look. That guy got punched in his nose. Robb said giddily. When Harry looked at the guy Robb was pointing to, he had to hold back his laughter at seeing the odd angle at which the guy's nose was in. That seems to be an improvement more than anything else on that face. Garland commented with a snort. Harry had to agree with that assessment. The entirety of House Frey was a bunch of assholes, and they looked like they had a genetic disease running through their whole family. The more Freys he encountered at the wedding, the more he was sure they were suffering from a magical curse or something. Even the Targaryens who wedded brother to sister were said to be hauntingly beautiful, and they were the most inbred family in the history of Westeros. So, to see House Frey suffering from what he first assumed was the after-effects of inbreeding, he could only think of a magical curse gripping the entire family. Whatever it was, it must have been done by a powerful sorcerer or magical creature. Bloodline curses were no easy feat for a magical being to bind into a bloodline. He'd know, as he was intimately familiar with the blood curse in his late wife's family that claimed Daphne's and Astoria's life despite their young age. So, what will you do now that you've been knighted? Harry asked, looking at the second son of Mace Tyrell. Frankly, I don't know. I never expected to be knighted so early, said Garland, looking thoughtful for a moment. There'll be a tourney at King's Landing after the crowning of Prince Stannis. Maybe you should enlist. Robb suggested. Hey. Maybe I will. But I need a squire if I'm to participate in a tourney. Are either of you interested? Garland asked hopefully. A squire? Robb asked with a frown. Harry exchanged a look with Robb. While they considered Garland a good friend, they knew his loyalties were to Highgarden. Taking a Stark as squire by Garland for a tourney in King's Landing would send a political message. With Stannis Baratheon as king, any friend of House Tyrell would find themselves in disfavor in the court. At least, that was the fear, as everyone in Westeros knew of the bad blood between Stannis and Mace Tyrell. There were even rumors that Stannis might give the wardenship of the South to House Florent. Thankfully, Robb understood the meaning of his look without uttering a single word out loud. I don't think I'd be pursuing knighthood. Robb said. The same. Harry followed shortly, weighing in on Robb's side. But why? Garland asked confusedly. Well, our father is not one, and he is a renowned warrior with great skill with his sword. So, it's not as if I've to become a knight to become a good warrior. Robb rightly pointed out. And I mislike the oaths sworn by the knights and the anointing ceremony. They have too much connection to the faith of the Seven, said Harry. You should ask Theon. The tourney might be a good distraction for him. You're right. Theon might benefit from shifting his attention from what's happening to Lord Baelon. Garland nodded thoughtfully. Harry was relieved to see Robb escape the situation without committing to Garland. The last thing he wanted was for them to rock the boat too much by consorting themselves with the Tyrells in the capital. After all, they had just received the islands of Black Tide and Harlaw as well as the basing rights for Fair Isle. There were other issues Harry had in mind that needed the aid of Stannis Baratheon. Therefore, they could not afford to get alienated from the royal court. Lord Harryan. Harry had to forcibly keep down the urge to twitch his eyebrows in annoyance as he looked at the shy, blushed face of Barbara Bracken. May I have this dance? She asked shyly, her onyx eyes looking at him like a doe. In the background, he could hear the Song of Bear and the Maiden Fair flaring up on the strings of the bards. He could see Lord Jonas Bracken eyeing them out of the corner of his eyes. Harry was tempted to blow off the girl, but he could see Barbara Bracken was scared out of her mind and was merely following her father's orders to the letter. You may, Barbara. Harry nodded, taking her hand and leading her to the dance floor. As the dance progressed, Harry noticed his uncle Edmure was happily dancing with his newly wedded wife. He could even see his mother having a quiet conversation with his grandfather. He had to admit he had a lot of misconceptions about Hoster Tully, mostly from how his mother always kept him and his siblings far away from Riverrun. But he was pleasantly surprised to learn his grandfather was rather chill in the mind but refused to show that side in the open. The Lord of Riverrun might have been rather strict and overtly focused on politics to the point where the man was selling out his daughters to secure the safety of the Riverlands. But he could see why the man was so hyper-focused on doing everything possible to alienate his immediate family. The political situation after Aerys Targaryen's escape from Duskendale had deteriorated the situation in the Riverlands. The factionalism within the royal court had, in turn, forged factions amongst the river lords. The firm hand of the Targaryens and their support for House Tully was the only thing keeping the peace in the Riverlands. Without that firm hand of support, Lord Hoster was faced with the difficult task of threats and spiraling internal squabbles among the river lords. With the royal court divided between Tywin Lannister, Aerys Targaryen, and Rhaegar Targaryen, the only possible play in Hoster Tully's book was to amass support from his neighboring kingdoms, which he later did at the expense of his daughters. The Lord of Riverrun had tried to tie himself to Tywin Lannister, but Aerys had blown up that plan by naming Jaime Lannister into the King's Guard. War was all but a reality for Hoster Tully, and Harry could see the genuine surprise of his grandfather when the war turned out to be between the Targaryens and Baratheons instead of a civil war between Aerys and Rhaegar. Harry was quite interested to learn that Rhaegar Targaryen and Aerys Targaryen were amassing support from the lords of Westeros in the shadows to fight against each other. He could only glean so much from his grandfather's mind before he was stolen away from his side by his mother. There was also the curious bit of information about his Aunt Lisa, who was now the Lady of the Eyrie. The scandal that some nobody from the fingers of the Vale got his aunt pregnant was undoubtedly an important piece of information. Especially considering that man was now the master of coin in the small council, working closely with Jonaran. Blackmail material against any potential foes was always welcome in his book. Perhaps Jonaran was aware. Harry thought. While a man like Jonaran was not infallible, the Lord of the Eyrie was a shrewd politician. Or perhaps the Master of Whispers might have notified Lord Arryn of the past between his wife and Peter Baelish. Either way, it was a scandal that he gleaned from his grandfather's mind. He did not find it particularly useful, but he now knew the early abortion his aunt went through might have been why she had not carried out successful pregnancies. Similarly, a goldmine of information on scandals and betrayals was hidden inside his grandfather's mind, that made Harry decide to hang around the Lord of Riverrun. Unfortunately, his grandfather was engaged in a long conversation with his mother and Sir Brynden Tully. While keeping his eyes on his grandfather over Barbara Bracken's shoulder, he caught the eye of Prince Oberyn. His former teacher was standing alone near a secluded corner without a beautiful woman by his side. From that alone, Harry knew the Dornish prince was present for the wedding for some other purpose. Thankfully, the song came to an end, and Harry courteously led Barbara to her father's side before he sought out Oberyn Martell. "Prince Oberyn. I thought you'd have left for Sunspear with your souvenir," said Harry, standing across from the Red Viper. "Oh, this." Oberyn fished out a human skull out of nowhere. "I was in a festive mood after exacting my vengeance, so I thought a little celebration was in order. And what better place than the wedding that has the chance to spell the doom for House Lannister?" Harry snorted. "Exactly." Oberyn beamed. "If the gods were kind, the Lions would find themselves with a worthy contender in Lord Leo Lefford. It has not been decided whether the paramountcy would be transferred to House Lefford," Harry said airily. "Some things need not be said aloud, Harryan. A man like Stannis Baratheon won't go easy on the Lions like his brother did with the Ironborn," Oberyn said confidently. "So, you'll be at the capital to ensure your opinions on the matter are heard by His Grace?" Harry commented, grinning at the Dornish prince. "Of course. I'll be partaking in the tourney and having a say in court. Dorne's voice will be heard in the Red Keep," Oberyn said firmly before an easygoing smile bloomed on his face. "Besides, a delegation from Sunspear will be arriving at King's Landing. I hope Nymeria will be present in this delegation?" Harry asked. "Of course, Nymeria will be present at the capital. She'll be accompanying my niece, Arianne," said Oberyn. "I see." Harry muttered. He did see more than what the Red Viper intended. The mind of Oberyn Martell was like an open book to Harry, thanks to his skill in the mind arts. Therefore, all the plans being spun by the Vipers of Dorne and the Varys lay bare before his mind. Nymeria often said that Arianne was the bolder but shorter version of herself. "I suppose it'll be fun to meet more of your family," Prince Oberyn said. Harry. "Indeed. My niece has been most eager to meet you as well," said Oberyn, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. "I bet." Harry thought amusedly. "Betting. It's time for the betting ceremony." There was a clamor in the Hall of Golden Tooth as men and women rushed towards the groom and bride. "Come now, student of mine. This'll be your first chance to remove clothes from a woman's body," said Oberyn. "I'm not much of a proponent of tradition that strips women off their clothes by strange men on their wedding night." Harry deadpanned. "Your loss." Oberyn shrugged before rushing into the clamor to strip Alysanne Lefford bare. While the lords and knights heartily stripped the new Lady of Riverrun, the ladies of the realm were doing something similar to Edmure Tully. Unlike Lady Alysanne, the heir of Riverrun was enjoying the ladies' attention as they stripped him out of his clothes. The bride and groom were led into their marriage bed, and that was the last Harry saw of his uncle and newly wedded aunt. He had the chance to meet them at a private dinner at Riverrun hosted by his grandfather. It had the added benefit of a familial ambience for handing over a gift he was preparing for his uncle. The dinner was more for the sake of his grandfather, who was quite taken by Sansa, Arya, and Bran. He had to suppress his laughter when Bran nearly bit off Lord Hoster's finger instead of the steak his grandfather was trying to feed Bran. While his mother and siblings, except Robb and himself, were supposed to travel back to Winterfell after the wedding, Lord Hoster convinced them to stay at Riverrun till the coronation of Stannis. All the major lords of Westeros were to be present at the Red Keep to give their oaths of fealty to the new king, and House Stark was no exemption. They were supposed to leave for King's Landing soon while the Northern Army marched back to their homeland. "Before we leave for the capital, I meant to give you this, Uncle," said Harry, drawing a Valyrian steel dagger fastened on his belt. The gleam of wonder in his uncle's eyes was a joy to watch. Harry almost wished he had forged a sword as a gift, but he had vowed never to forge a sword outside business deals after he struck a deal with the Iron Bank. "This is a magnificent gift, nephew," Edmure said with genuine appreciation. "That's not all. I have one more gift." Harry took a small box from his pocket and held it out for Lady Alysanne. "I took it from the treasury of Balon Greyjoy. There was not much, but this one caught my eye," Harry explained. When Lady Alysanne opened the box, she gasped in surprise, seeing a necklace of white pearls inside. "This a beautiful gift." "Thank you, Lord Harryan." Lady Alysanne beamed at him. Of course, his gifts to the bride and groom raised protests from Arya and Sansa. As Sansa put it, she deserved the shiniest pearls in the world as a gift. This led Harry to give a horn made of whalebone to Robb, a bow made of ironwood to Lord Hoster, a shiny ruby-studded gold ring to Sansa, a silver bracelet to Arya and a sapphire-studded silver necklace to his mother as gifts. He enjoyed the climbing eyebrows of the Tullus as he pulled more and more stuff out of his pocket that should have been physically impossible. At last, he turned his eyes to Bran, who was looking at him with large puppy eyes. There was nothing in his expanded pouch hidden inside his pocket that could possibly interest Bran. But he didn't need to dip his hand into his pocket in search of a gift for Bran. Summoning the Elder Wand into his hand, Harry tapped on an extra spoon, sitting conspicuously close to Bran on the table. The spoon turned into a fluffy wolf toy, making Bran let out a whoop of joy before promptly hugging the toy to his heart. The silence that permeated the dining chamber was deafening in the wake of his open display of magic. "Oh, come on. I can make flying ships, and you're surprised I can make a small toy using magic." A few days later, Harry and Rob were on their journey to King's Landing with a guard detail provided by their grandfather. As Riverrun disappeared behind Harry, he was reminded of the last-minute advice from his grandfather. The heir to Blacktide is a hostage in Old Town. Baelor Blacktide converted to the faith of the Seven. It's possible the faith in House Hightower would push for Baelor to retake his seat. Make sure you don't get talked into a corner. Engage firmly with Lord Arryn and never concede an inch from your demands. It was a brilliant piece of advice from the man who secured the east and north flanks of the Riverlands. But Harry was never going to concede on any demands from Old Town anyway. Arianne was a confused woman these days, all thanks to her father. She had just celebrated her 9 and 10 names day last month, which meant most women in Westeros at her age were already married and nursing babies on their breasts. However, the foremost reason for her confusion was the change in behavior of her father, Doran Martell. The ruling prince of Dorne had stopped hiding his head in the sands of Dorne and struck a mighty blow at their blood enemies. Of course, it was her uncle Oberyn who struck the blow, taking the head of Tywin Lannister. But still, her father had amassed a fleet out of nowhere to attack the Lannisters, most of them being Summer Island Sellsails and pirates from the Stepstones. Her father also had the courage to send over half of their army to attack the Westerlands. To confuse her further, her father had called her into his solar after word of Tywin Lannister's execution reached Sunspear and gave her a strange order. "You will be traveling to King's Landing to attend Stannis Baratheon's coronation. You will be escorted by my trusted guards and Nymeria. Once in the city, Oberyn and Nymeria will introduce you to Harrien Stark. What am I supposed to do? Bed him?" Arianne asked spitefully. "You are to charm him, daughter. Strike a friendship with him and get familiar with his family so that when I meet House Stark with a betrothal offer, they'll agree without a second thought." Doran said calmly. "You want me to marry?" Arianne asked incredulously. "Why would I keep you from marrying with a powerful lord who'd bring more prestige, power and influence to Sunspear and Dorne?" Doran asked with a perplexed look. And that was the end of the conversation that left her flummoxed. Ever since that conversation, she had been in deep thought about what her father was doing. She was inclined to believe her father was trying to marry her off into the cold north, but why Harrien Stark? As her father had said, the second son of Eddard Stark was a powerful lord with great feats to his name. At the ripe age of 2 and 10, Harrien Stark had waged a successful naval war against the Ironborn and won several islands to his name. She could think of a long list of reasons why Harrien Stark as her husband would increase her chances of claiming Sunspear over her brother Quentyn. She had known her father had intended to replace her as the heiress with her younger brother early on. She had rightly assumed this was the reason her father always rejected betrothal proposals that came her way from within and outside Dorne. But now, she didn't know what to think. According to some rumors, Harrien Stark was rich, powerful, a dangerous foe with his unique magic and, most importantly, the owner of a sky fleet that puts the dragons of House Targaryen to shame. There was also the fact that her uncle spoke highly of Harrien Stark, and the Stark boy was her uncle's student. While she misliked her father's decisions, she trusted her uncle never to lead her astray. Therefore, a question remained burning in her mind. If her father meant to replace her with Quentyn, why was he ensuring more power to her side by offering her hand in marriage to one of the most powerful lords of the Seven Kingdoms? Did her father finally come to his senses and abandon his plan to let Quentyn inherit Sunspear? Or was this some sort of ploy to steal her rightful inheritance? Arianne admitted she was out of depth in seeing through her father's plan. "I assume you've been told what is expected of me with Harrien Stark," Arianne said, tightening the cloth protecting her mouth, ears and eyes from the desert winds. "Yes, princess." Nymeria nodded briskly. "You've known him far longer, cousin. Tell me everything you know of Harrien Stark," said Arianne, setting her eyes on Nymeria, who was riding a horse like her, as they neared the marches. Arianne listened closely, hanging on to every word of her cousin Nymeria. Of course, she would not take everything said by her cousin as the ultimate truth. "No. I'll make the judgment when I meet Harrien Stark. If he can deliver Dorne, that should make him a valuable suitor to my hand in marriage." Arianne thought. Chapter 93, The Princess of Dorne P2. Chapter text. Harry had to admit the capital city had seen better days. Once touted as the most populous city in Westeros, most of its streets and houses were left vacant after the earthquake and tsunami that struck the city. With the 7 kingdoms plunged into a disastrous war soon afterwards, the city's recovery was further affected. It explained why most of the buildings and streets close to the shore were left in disrepair despite nearly 2 years had passed after the disastrous incident. Harry supposed the tourney and Stannis' coronation should lighten the city's mood, and people would start resetting the city's ghost towns and streets. He felt a tad guilty for what befell the city's people. The natural disasters unleashed by the old gods turned their livelihoods and lives upside down. He was not even sure why the old gods attacked the city in the first place. While King's Landing was the capital and home to the Great September of Baelor, everyone knew the true center of power of the faith was in Old Town. The High Septon of the Great September of Baelor was merely a figurehead the Starry September pretended to exist. If the old gods really wanted to attack the faith at its core, they should have attacked the Starry September in Old Town. Or maybe they saw some advantage in striking at King's Landing. He was no expert in divine matters or interested in divine problems unless it affected him. The only reason he interfered with the drowned god was because it was to his advantage to eliminate a hostile god that could later prove to be a hindrance in assimilating the Iron Islands. The 7, on the other hand, had so far treated him with complete silence from their hand. Harry approved of that attitude. However, how long the silence would last has to be seen. Harry thought, eyeing the giant weirwood trees that had cropped up all over the city. Very subtle. Harry muttered. He got the distinct impression that the number of weirwood trees increased more than the last time he paid a visit to the city to facilitate the escape of the alchemists. It seemed the old gods were busy spreading their roots into the southern part of the continent at an aggressive pace. That must have also been a contributing factor in the migration of people out of King's Landing. Well, that should change now. With the coronation and the tourney, more people should feel comfortable to return. Harry mused. My lord. Riders approaching. Harry's musings were interrupted while he was studying one of the weirwood trees that had cropped up near one of the abandoned streets of King's Landing. The men guarding him were on full alert with their hands on weapons. While they were supposed to be safe inside the city walls, the lack of city watch and the general unpredictability of their current situation was not lost on Harry. Therefore, Harry thought it was better to be seated on his horse while facing the riders, whether they be friends or foes. As the riders came closer, Harry relaxed slightly, seeing the Dornish riding party. He was not surprised to see Nymeria Sand and another Dornish woman, whom he assumed was her cousin, being escorted by a light escort managed to track him down. After all, he was not exactly subtle when leaving for this part of the city. It has been a while, Nymeria. Harry greeted the girl once she pulled her horse to a stop nearby with a teasing smirk on his face. And I must say, you have grown rather tall. You meant to say beautiful, said Nymeria. Did I? Harry struck a thinking pose. I don't seem to recall thinking such a thing. Of course you did. Why else would your eyes sparkle when you look at me? Nymeria asked. Maybe they sparkle for your beautiful companion who dresses in fine silk instead of boiled leather and riding breeches, unlike some. Harry jested, trotting his horse forward until he was facing the Princess of Dorne. He had to admit Arianne Martell was indeed a beautiful woman. Flowing black hair that looked like it was weaved out of a night sky, long eyelashes, large dark eyes, olive skin, full lips that held a playful smile, curvy hips, a voluptuous body, and she knew how to dress to best emphasize the curviness of her body. Not to mention, that woman's breasts were perfectly round, which stood out to Harry's eyes. For a moment, Harry almost suspected Princess Arianne was a Vila with how he was reacting. He promptly dismissed that notion as he understood he was only naturally attracted to the fairer sex, and Arianne was the peak of female beauty in his eyes. Princess Arianne. Harry nodded respectfully at the heiress of Sun's pair. For once, the rumors were true. Your beauty was not exaggerated. Lord Harrion. The rumors about you were sadly wrong. Most rumors in Dorne spoke of the second son of Lord Eddard having green skin and horns. And a tail. Nymeria reminded her cousin. A tail, yes. Do you have one of those hidden on your back? Arianne asked, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I'm afraid not, Princess. If I had one, it'd be on full display. Harry replied. A few minutes later, Harry walked with Nymeria and Arianne along the beaches of King's Landing. They had walked the length of the beach while their escorts were kept at a distance. The tides crashed down into the shore noisily, spraying them with salty, scented water. The gales of wind also did interesting things to the two women walking by his side. The winds flattened their clothes against the delicate contours of their bodies, which kept distracting Harry throughout their walk. Hey! I'm really under the grip of puberty, aren't I? Harry thought with some amusement as his mind overtly focused on the way Nymeria and Arianne dressed. Is it true that you can build castles out of nothing with just a thought? Arianne asked eagerly. That'd be an exaggeration of my powers. The more complex the magic, the more time it takes me to perform them. So, I take it you can't build me a flying ship right now. Arianne pouted. I'm afraid not, Princess. It'll take me months to build a new airship, and sadly, all airships are assisting in transporting our men from the Westerlands. This is so unfair. I was hoping to fly among the clouds like the Targaryens of old. Arianne sighed disappointedly. There's an easy solution to your dilemma, cousin. All you need to do is to invite Harrion to Sun's pair. He could come on his airship and whisk you away into the sky. Nymeria pitched in quickly. Subtle. Harry thought amusedly at her antics. He was almost getting the feeling that Nymeria was purposefully acting obtuse and plainly evident about what was happening. Perhaps she didn't enjoy being the instrument of Doran Martell in his plan to let Arianne woo him to their side. Can you do that, Harrion? You should visit Dorne. You'll love the water gardens, said Arianne, taking his hand into her own and pressing herself against him. Well, I did promise Oberyn and Nymeria that I'd visit their home one day. I suppose I could expedite my visit to Sun's pair. Oh, that's wonderful. Arianne almost purred happily at getting her way. Harry merely smiled at the rather plain attempts from Arianne Martell to try and seduce him. But he caught on to the fact that Nymeria was not wholly into the plan. He had the suspicion early on when they started conversing, but now, he could read her like an open book. The way her eyebrows were pulled together and her repeated gestures with her left hand, whenever Arianne behaved too friendly with him, caught his eye. But Harry didn't act like he noticed any of that. He continued to act enamored with Arianne. In fact, he doubled down on his acting skills and acted like Nymeria didn't even exist, which made the sand snake far madder. It was then Harry confirmed that Nymeria considered him a good friend enough to feel guilty about helping her uncle manipulate him or. Harry eyed the bastard daughter of the Red Viper out of the corner of his eyes. He didn't dismiss the possibility that Nymeria could be fancying him on some level. After all, he was not the only one under the grip of hormones. This could be fun. Harry mused, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. The bells tolled in the city after the crowning of Stannis Baratheon, the first of his name. The bells heralded the reign of a new king with a new heir. With Stannis Baratheon ascending the Iron Throne, his one-year-old son was now the heir to the Iron Throne. Therefore, the celebrations that followed the crowning also involved the ascension of young Steffon Baratheon as the Prince of Dragonstone. The heir of the Iron Throne was officially showcased before the entire realm, even though the child could barely make a few gurgling sounds in return after being named the Prince of Dragonstone. While the Red Keep and most parts of King's Landing were reveling in celebrations, this was not the state for the entirety of the city. For many, the tragedy that befell their loved ones in the city was far too fresh to celebrate. There were also the losses suffered because of the war to consider. This was why Jon Arryn had fought Stannis tooth and nail for the High Septon to officiate the crowning ceremony. In the absence of the congregation of Septons sworn to the Great September of Baelor, the Starry September had chosen to name a new High Septon. Jon knew it was Oldtown's way of quickly asserting themselves as the center of the faith of the Seven. But he could hardly contest such a play at power from Oldtown because the crown was not financially sound enough to rebuild a Grand September in the capital on short notice. Nor did he think he could convince Stannis to do such a thing. The effort he expended on convincing Stannis to hold the crowning ceremony using the High Septon itself was enormous. He managed to do so only because he could persuade Stannis to pick and choose his fights. Turning the faith against the Iron Throne on the first day was not exactly good governance. Besides, there were ample problems to deal with other than the faith. Chief among them was the succession of Casterly Rock, the paramountcy of the Westerlands, the rewards for the loyal lords, and many other lesser unaddressed issues remained at large. His eyes inadvertently fell on the delegation from Oldtown while the lords across the realm presented the newly crowned king with gifts. "Have you heard any whispers from the High Towers?" Jon whispered to the Master of Whispers. "They've been in talks with Lord Florent seeking support for Baelor Blacktide's claim on the island. They've amassed support from the Starry September. It seems Baelor Blacktide has taken the Seven, and it has been Oldtown's greatest ambition to see the Iron Islands converted to the faith." Very whispered back. "They are confident to support Baelor Blacktide? It'll not be the first time Oldtown attempted to subvert the Ironborn culture," said Jon. "I do not know, Lord Hand. Now that His Grace has shown himself open to splitting off some islands from the Ironborn to the north, they might be sensing an opportunity," Varys said with a thoughtful frown. "This won't sit well with the Northerners," Jon muttered. "Perhaps Lord Stark won't protest much, seeing as Baelor Blacktide was a hostage in Oldtown ever since the last rebellion and had nothing to do with the recent Ironborn raid on the north," said Varys. "It's not Eddard I'm worried about," Jon muttered, but he shook his head when Varys looked at him in askance. "Have you heard of any discontent from the Northerners?" "There is always discontent in the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Arryn. The North is no exception. Their complaint is that they tire of wars in the South, a relatable sentiment everyone shares," said Varys, waving his hand dismissively. Jon was placated somewhat upon hearing Varys' words. The Master of Whispers had been his sole ally in the small council during the trying times of the last few years. Therefore, Varys' words brought some much-needed comfort to his mind. "Why the sudden concern about our northern friends, Lord Hand? I've always thought the Northmen were the easiest to rule for a king sitting on the Iron Throne. Historically, they've been the least troublesome lot for the Targaryen reign until Aerys Targaryen burned a Stark alive." "You are right, of course. It seems Harry Stark knows the right words to say to get what he wants. Jon muttered. I wouldn't be so sure, my lord. Hey? What did you mean? Jon raised a questioning eyebrow at Varys. From what my little bird says, the young Stark is quite smitten by the Dornish princess. They've been joined at the hip since they were properly introduced. It seems young Harry Stark, despite his colorful personality and achievements, is just a boy, said Varys. The Dornish. Of course, I had forgotten all about them in the haste of the coronation. Jon thought. Adopting a stern visage, Jon fully looked at the Master of Whispers. Tell me everything that Prince Oberyn has been up to in the city. I see my niece has more than captured your interest, Harry said Oberyn, his dark eyes glittering playfully. Harry eyed Arianne Martell, sitting a step below him on the stands with Nymeria as the tourney progressed. A knight of House Florent was trying his best to unseat a knight of House Brune. The knights had already taken 3 passes against each other, and no clear victor could still be seen. The crowd was enthused to see the 2 knights battling it out in the joust. Princess Arianne is charming and beautiful. Harry replied, and judging by the laughter coming from Oberyn, it was the right thing to say. Arianne tells me she extended you an invitation to Sun's Pair. Oh, yes. She invited me to visit the water gardens as well, said Harry. Have you accepted? Oberyn asked curiously. I'll have to consult with my father for the specifics. Otherwise, yes. I'd love to visit Sun's Pair in the water gardens. Harry answered, grinning at the Red Viper. Harry was quite amused to see how easy it was to manipulate the Martells. Prince Oberyn was a strong warrior he respected, but he supposed political intrigue was not the Red Viper's forte. Doran Martell must be the brains, and Oberyn the brawn. Harry thought. The stands erupted in cheers as the Florent knight managed to unseat the Brune on the 5th pass. Did you know the Hightowers have brought Baelor Blacktide along with them? I've been told the Hightowers had a long meeting with Lord Arryn last night. Harry grunted but didn't look bothered by the information Oberyn so graciously shared. Do you not understand what this means? The Hightowers are throwing their support behind Baelor Blacktide so that he can reclaim the island of Blacktide from you. I was approached by Lord Arryn with the matter of Baelor Blacktide. Lord Arryn was convinced Lord Baelor Blacktide would be a good lord to keep the peace on the island and swear oaths to Avalon and Winterfell, said Harry. You realize this is a trap, right? The Faith has been trying their best to convert the Iron Islands into the Faith, and I know they've failed innumerable times. Harry finished for Oberyn. I know enough, Prince Oberyn. So, what did you say? Oberyn asked curiously. Nothing except that I'll think about it. And? Oberyn looked curiously at him, but the crier chose that moment to announce the next knights to partake in the joust. From the Stormlands, Sir Patrick Swan. From the Iron Islands, Sir Baelor Blacktide, the crier announced loud and clear. The crowd erupted in cheers as the 2 knights emerged on their horses, armed to the teeth. The knights waved their hands to the crowd as they took position against each other in the tourney ground. The knights charged with their lances at the ready when the horn was blown. On the first pass, both knights broke their lances but managed to stay on their horses. The people cheered as both knights took up new lances and rode against each other. Magic flared up in Harry's hand, and he cast the Confuse charm on the Stormlander knight without anyone noticing. At the last minute, Sir Patrick Swan raised the tip of his lance so that its tip punched straight into the neck of Sir Baelor Blacktide. The last Blacktide was blown off his feet and smashed into the ground on his back. The stands let out a collective gasp at what happened as men rushed to aid the downed knight. It was later announced that Sir Baelor Blacktide succumbed to his wound and died with a splintered piece of wood lodged in his throat. The young knight had bled out, with maesters unable to stop blood flow. Well, that neatly ties up the question of Blacktide, doesn't it? Harry said with a grin. His hands were clean as far as the public was concerned, and Old Town lost their first pawn in the game. He was not amused by their little play to try and get at the Iron Islands at his expense. It was almost enough to revisit his current agreements with the Reach for the fleet they were building for him. In the end, Harry decided to cut down on the numbers instead, as he could now outsource that work to Harlaw and Blacktide. All he had to do was provide them with timber and gold. With most of his work finished in the capital, Harry was ready to leave the city and never return. The sentencing of Jaime Lannister and Joffrey Waters was an event in which he was the least bothered. The outcome of that trial was not in any way interesting to his plans. Therefore, Harry departed early from King's Landing, leaving the Dornish to try their little plots on his father instead. He had an interesting companion accompanying him to the Riverlands. Harry had the distinct pleasure of getting acquainted with the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish. It was the same man his grandfather expelled from Riverrun for fornicating with his Aunt Lisa. Harry hadn't initially thought much of the man on their journey, but he had the distinct displeasure of peeking inside the man's mind. After getting disturbing information from Baelish's mind, Harry was faced with killing a hostile snake or allowing it to flourish in the south. In the end, he chose to go ahead with the latter option. Despite Peter Baelish's obvious animosity for his family, the man remains a useful troublemaker. Harry was confident with snakes like Baelish hanging around the royal court, it was only a matter of time before the Iron Throne would find itself in trouble. Chaos is a ladder. Chapter 94, Fishing at the Neck. Chapter text. Harry was quite disappointed to see the restoration works on Moat Cailin had lagged so much that the workers only managed to restore 2 of the 20 towers in 2 years. It was to be expected, with the war in the Westerlands taking up most able-bodied men from across the north. The same had happened in Avalon with his planned port expansion. The lack of workers had pushed his plans back a year, and it got further pushed back when he went to war against the Iron Islands. The lack of men directly affected the work as well as the availability of materials and transportation of goods. The only saving grace was that the roads in the north were restored to pristine condition before war broke out in the southern kingdoms. "It's a shame we allowed Moat Cailin to go to ruin like this," Harry complained, staring at the shoddy state of the massive structure. The Starks of old must be rolling in their graves at this travesty. The walls were non-existent as they had fallen due to disrepair and centuries of neglect after the Targaryen conquest. Only 3 towers remained standing, and all 3 were covered in green moss until the workers restored 2 last year. The Children's Tower and the Gatehouse Tower were restored, as were their walls. However, the Drunkard's Tower remained in disrepair with little to no crenellations remaining on its crown and retained the lean it was famous for. "Your ancestors can't be blamed for abandoning the moat. The North had never seen war on its soil after the conquest. 3 centuries of peace can dull the defences of a castle." Howland Reed said noncommittally. "Peace is the time to prepare for war," said Harry. "I see. What about war?" Lord Reed asked, keeping a close eye on Harry. Harry eyed the Lord of Greywater Watch closely out of the corner of his eyes. Howland Reed was the sole survivor other than his father after they confronted Aerys Targaryen's Kingsguard at the Tower of Joy. The man was short and thin like most crannogmen of the Neck, which was a good trait to have for an inhabitant of the Neck. Lord Reed was also a close confidant and friend of his father. Considering the man had a hand in keeping Jon's secret, it was not surprising. Growing up in Winterfell, Harry had heard many tales from his father about the war and Howland Reed was always spoken of fondly in those tales. However, Harry thought it was impractical for the Lord of Greywater Watch to carry around a trident as his primary weapon. Impractical but cool. Harry amended his opinion when Lord Reed shifted the trident to his left hand. The bronze weapon gleamed in the sunlight, making it look like it was made of gold. For a moment, he wondered why Lord Reed carried around a trident made of bronze in an area filled with swamps. "War is the time to kill enemies and establish peace," said Harry. "Is that why you are adamant about restoring Moat Cailin?" Lord Reed asked curiously. "Enemies to the south, enemies to the north, enemies to the east and enemies to the west. It's because we were ruled by those who were blind to the south and refused to see strength in themselves, this has happened." Harry nodded at the ruins of the once grand fort that guarded the north against multiple invasions from the Andals. "It's not a good way to live seeing enemies in 4 directions," Lord Reed commented. "It'll be a short and insignificant life if one pretends there are no enemies," Harry countered. "That's true." Lord Reed nodded thoughtfully. "Is that why you are securing the Gift and the Neck with new castles and ancient strongholds restored at a fast pace? What foe are you preparing for, Lord Harryan? To the south lies all the wars that are yet to be fought over the Iron Throne. They'll wage war after war for the possession of the throne, and the North will one day wake up and realize there are no dragons to threaten us. When that day comes, the flames of independence will be lit in the minds of every Northman from the Neck to the Wall," said Harry. Pointing north, Harry stared at Lord Reed. "I hope I don't need to tell you what lies beyond the Wall. In time, our ancient enemy shall rise, and the dead with it to assault the Wall. To the east and west, the North's natural expansion in maritime trade would ensure conflict with the Three Sisters and the Iron Islands. Now, do you see the enemies I see, Lord Reed? Even if all that I said is discarded, you're at least aware that the secret you have so carefully guarded all these years out of your friendship with my aunt and father is enough cause for a war with the Iron Throne. You know." Lord Reed breathed, staring at Harry with surprise. "Of course. I had my doubts, and when I confronted my father with my suspicions, he told me the truth." "I see." There was a moment of silence between them that stretched enough to become awkward. "Tell me, Lord Reed. What is your opinion on a canal connecting Saltspear and the Bight?" Harry suddenly asked, which surprised Howland Reed. "A canal connecting Saltspear and the Bight?" Howland asked in shock. "Yes. There'll come a time in the near future when the North's shipping might get threatened in the Sunset Sea. It'll be advantageous if our western fleet gets access to the Bight and the Narrow Sea. It'll undoubtedly bolster our trade with the free cities of Essos," said Harry. "Where exactly do you plan on building this canal?" Lord Reed asked, keeping his opinions about the idea hidden behind an emotionless mask. "I was hoping to cut a channel through the Fever River, passing by Moat Cailin into the Bight. It'll be the easiest route to cut a canal through the Neck." "That'd kill the Neck," said Lord Reed with horror. "What did you mean?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. The Fever River is the lifeblood of the neck. If you cut a canal through it, it'll kill the river and the entire swamp south of the moat. I hadn't considered that. Harry muttered thoughtfully. Do you think you can take me through the Fever River? I'd like to see the river and its branches. Fortunately for Harry, Lord Reed happily took him on a rowboat across the Fever River. It took them a few days to travel the entire length of the river across its many branches spread out along the breadth of the neck. Though he lost a couple of days tracing out the intricate channels of the river, Harry was glad he spent the time to know the river. Not only did he get a better idea of how the swamp worked, but he also had the opportunity to understand better the Crannogman living in the neck. He also got the opportunity to hunt and camp with Lord Reed and his children, Hojan and Mira Reed. However, their journey came to an end, and they returned to Moat Cailin. Inside the ruins of the castle, they set up camp for the night. Harry joined Lord Reed in cooking the sea trout skewered on a stick in the fire the Lord of Greywater Watch made. For the entirety of the trip, Harry had chosen to go muggle, in parts to get a glimpse into the everyday life of the Crannogman. The canal would either drain the swamp or flood the neck. It also could flood the interior of the neck with seawater. Harry admitted. Building the canal through the Fever River would be a disaster. I'm heartened that you see the danger a canal would bring. Never mind, it'd take decades to build such a massive canal spanning more than 100 leagues and the costs such a construction would bear. Lord Reed said with a relieved sigh. You misunderstand me, Lord Reed. Harry said, keeping his eyes firmly on the fire preparing his dinner. I'm not abandoning the merit of building a canal connecting Saltspear and the Bight. I'm merely abandoning the idea of building it through the Fever River. What do you mean? Lord Reed looked at him warily. I plan to build the canal around the Fever River and Moat Cailin without ever touching even an ounce of fresh water of the neck. This way, the neck can maintain its swamp without flooding and prevent salination from threatening its ecosystem. Said Harry, turning the trout so that its other side could get fried adequately by the fire. Wouldn't that be lengthy? Oh, yes. Instead of a straight canal, I'm thinking of carving out a canal in a wide arc around the moat and the Fever River. It'll directly connect Saltspear to the Bight. Harry thought aloud while Howland Reed stared at him with his mouth agape. Of course, this means I'll have to get permission from Lady Dustin to complete the canal. Here, have a look. Harry picked the map he had rolled up in his pocket and offered it to Lord Reed. Harry enjoyed the way Lord Reed's thin eyebrows climbed all the way to his hairline after taking one look at the map. This is, certainly ambitious. Howland Reed said with some restraint after seeing the map with his own eyes. How do you plan to build it? Where will you find the workers to build something like this? Did Brandon the Builder build the wall using manual labor, Lord Reed? Harry asked amusedly. No. I won't be building the canal using men. I'll have it built using magic as soon as White Harbor and Avalon fields the fleets capable of guarding our western and eastern shores. I see. Lord Reed muttered after an extended period of thoughtful silence. You don't have to worry, Lord Reed. Harry clapped the man on his shoulder. It'll take time to prepare the magic necessary to carve out the canal. As you said, it's more than 100 leagues long channel and act as a second line of defense against any invading army from the south. Has Lord Stark approved of this canal? Lord Reed asked curiously. Not yet. I have mentioned it in passing, but I had not considered the canal seriously until now. I'm curious though. How will you carve out a canal longer than the wall at the neck? Lord Reed asked curiously, taking a bite of the fried trout in his hand. The same way I built Avalon. Using runes. Harry shrugged, taking the trout out of the fire after seeing it was properly cooked. After allowing it to cool for a minute, Harry took a heart bite out of the fish. The delicate spices of Dorne exploded in his mouth, adding some flavor to the sweet taste of the sea trout. He savored the fish in his mouth and took another bite, feeling his appetite grow. You know, you remind me of someone. Lord Reed said, looking a tad sad. Who? Harry asked, savoring the taste and smell of the fish. Your aunt, Lina. She also had the same look when she tasted the sea trout of the neck for the first time. Lord Reed said with an amused look. I suppose it runs in the family. Harry grinned. Tell you what. I'll pay you a hefty sum of gold if you can provide Avalon with a steady supply of fish from the neck. You could start several fish farms to breed them aplenty. Fish farms. Lord Reed muttered thoughtfully. Harry was only too happy to explain the concept to the Lord of Greywater Watch. He could have captured a couple of sea trout from the river and farmed them in Avalon. But he felt like the Crannogman of the neck needed the silver more than he did. Besides, it was unhealthy to hoard all the good things in the world in one place. Or maybe he was being nice to the people of the neck. They're short and silent folk, aren't they? I like them. Harry thought. Lord Reed. What's your opinion on having Hojan foster at Avalon? Stannis Baratheon walked the Trader's Walk, leading to a squat, half-round tower. This particular tower, like almost most places in the Red Keep, was built by Magur Targaryen to house prisoners. The topmost levels of the tower were reserved for prisoners of higher standing. After all, ransoming knights and lordlings have been part of war since ancient times. Stannis also saw no need to break the tradition, as he also had several high-ranking prisoners imprisoned in the upper levels of the tower for ransom. Most of them were Lannisters and their loyalists. House Lannister was required to cough up their weights in gold to have them released. Of course, that might be a little difficult for the Lions of the West, seeing as he had looted their treasury. However, he was confident House Lannister could find the gold in time once they mine more of their precious gold. Or maybe they could borrow from the Iron Bank if they lacked the gold. At least the war also helped wipe out the Iron Throne's debt to House Lannister. As part of the punishment for rebelling, he had declared all outstanding debts owed to House Lannister by the Lords of Westeros as null and void. It was one of his most popular royal decrees he issued at the suggestion of Lord Baelish. The Master of Coin not only secured the Iron Throne's finances but also helped him earn goodwill from many lords and knights across the Seven Kingdoms. It was one of the reasons why he was keeping Peter Baelish as the Master of Coin. Stannis stopped as he reached the ground floor, and the guards unlocked the doors to the dungeon. The iron doors were dragged open, letting Stannis descend a flight of stairs into a dimly lit corridor. There were 4 levels to the dungeons built by Magur the Cruel. The first level was used to imprison common criminals from the small folk. The second level had personal cells without windows for holding highborns. The third level was reserved for the worst enemies of the crown, and it was called the Black Cells because the entire level was submerged in darkness. The fourth and the last level holds the torture chambers. The third and fourth levels had remained unused since Robert's reign began, but Stannis broke that tradition by chucking Jaime Lannister and Joffrey Waters into the Black Cells. The guards accompanying him lead the way with oil lamps in their hands to ward off the darkness of the Black Cells. Your Grace. The guards stopped before a cell. Open the cell, he ordered. The guards unlocked the wooden cell and pushed the door open. Were my orders followed to the letter? Stannis asked coldly to the guard holding the door open for him. Yes, Your Grace. We have fed Sir Jaime but deprived the bastard of water and bread. The guard immediately replied. Good. Wait outside. Stannis ordered before taking one of the oil lamps and entering the cell without an escort. He didn't need an escort because both prisoners were chained to the wall. I hope I'm not intruding on your sleep, Kingslayer, said Stannis, poking the former King's Guard knight with his foot. Stannis stared dispassionately as Jaime Lannister groaned and tried to shield his eyes from the light of the oil lamp in his hand. He could hear quiet sobbing coming from a dark corner of the cell. But Stannis refused to take his eyes away from the Kingslayer, who eventually adjusted to the light of the lamp in the dark cell. Stop this, I beg of you. Joffrey is just a child. Jaime whispered hoarsely. You hold the power to alleviate the boy's suffering, Kingslayer. Admit you're the boy's father before the court. Confess to the crimes of your sister to the realm, and I'll have the boy's thirst quenched. If I do that, you'll kill us both. I remember you gloating over my Uncle Kevin's beheading. Jaime muttered. Wrong. Stannis snapped. You committed the crime, Kingslayer. I have enough honor to see no fault in your children for your crimes. Unlike Kevin Lannister, who followed your father's command to burn the Reach, your children were not at fault for your incestuous relationship with your sister. Stannis looked searchingly at Jaime Lannister's face and only found defeat and helplessness on the once arrogant knight's face. A year of captivity in Storm's End and watching his son starve to death would break even the proudest of lions. Stannis mused. Then let me give you this assurance, Kingslayer. If you confess to your crimes and that of your sister, I vow to let your son live. He can be inducted into the Faith or the Citadel. The boy can live an anonymous life, away from the eyes of the realm. Stannis had no intention of honoring such a promise. He had already decided to let the boy Joffrey spend the rest of his miserable life at the Wall. He was confident the wildlings or the frigid air of the north would do him the service of taking the boy's life. Seeing the hesitant look on the Kingslayer's face, Stannis knew the Lannister knight was nearly caving in. If I capture Cersei, I vow she'll be sent to the Silent Sisters, as will Myrcella. You have dishonored your family and the King's Guard, Kingslayer. Confess and save the lives of your son, daughter, and sister. Your silence has already claimed the lives of your father, uncles, friends, and many others. Speak the truth and end this bloodshed. Stannis said, and that was the final push needed for Jaime Lannister to break. The very next day, Stannis held the court and allowed Jaime Lannister to confess his crimes before all the major lords of Westeros. When the Kingslayer finished confessing to his crimes of incest, cuckolding his king and usurping House Baratheon, Stannis felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulder. With Jaime Lannister confessing his incestuous relationship with Cersei and claiming Joffrey and Myrcella as a product of that illicit affair, Stannis felt more secure on the Iron Throne. But he was wise enough to know he had only defeated the foes in House Lannister. If he could not prove himself capable of ruling the Seven Kingdoms, more enemies would crop up to test the weaknesses of the Iron Throne's hold on Westeros. There was work to be done to restore King's Landing, and then he had to reinsure the loyalties of the Stormlords and his closest allies. There were many enemies to be wary of, which only accelerated the execution of Jaime Lannister and the consequent sentencing of Joffrey Waters to the Night's Watch. He gave the task of escorting Joffrey Waters to the Wall to the Northerners. At the same time, he offered the post of Master of Ships to Lord Ridwine on Jon Arryn's advice. He had a feeling Lord Ridwine was surprised by the offer as his dislike of Reachman was well known. The Dornish were further appeased by giving them Amory Lorch, and the loot they took from the city of Lannisport remained uncontested by the Iron Throne. The Northerners were happy with their 2 new islands in the Sunset Sea. The Stormlords were rewarded for their loyalty by admitting them to most of the open positions in the Red Keep and the City Watch. There was a strong push from almost all corners of Westeros to have Casterly Rock attained from House Lannister. However, he resisted such pressures, heeding the counsel of Lord Jon Arryn. Instead, he attained Lannisport from the Lannisters and sought to appoint a proper house to rule the city instead of House Lannister. For now, a small contingent of the royal fleet under the command of Sir Davos was keeping the city together. The succession of Casterly Rock naturally reverted to Tyrion Lannister as the sole living son of Tywin Lannister. The dwarf was an easy choice to make, as Stannis hoped the internal strife of House Lannister would keep them busy rather than plot revenge against House Baratheon. But first, he needed to find the blasted dwarf and Jaerion Lannister. Chapter 95, Training Programs. Chapter Text. The sea breeze of Sea Dragon Point was quite comforting for Harry after months of his departure from the north. While he liked Winterfell, Avalon had become his home in his mind. The comfort and safety he felt in Avalon was something he missed for nearly a year, and he was enjoying his return. The war in the south had forced him to depart for Winterfell and made him spend all the time there as the Stark of Winterfell. After that, the Ironborn attack took him out of the north, further estranging him from Avalon. But now, he was back. He especially loved the walk among the pine and apple trees of Avalon. The peace with the steady thrum of magic in the castle was something he missed in his time away. The people were also happy to see his return. After all, his return meant the war was officially over, and their loved ones were on their way. Not all of them will be back, Harry thought. While the campaign in the Westerlands and the Iron Islands ended in victory for the North, that victory came at a cost in blood. War always brought death to both sides, and the North was not exempted from this cosmic law. At least, the men he lost in the Iron Islands were very few, and that was the only relief he could give to the people of Avalon. On the other hand, the men mustered by his father suffered greater attrition in the Westerlands. Then, some died due to sickness or suffered permanent fatal injuries. The ugly reality of war was that the suffering continued even after the suspension of all hostilities. Peace is an illusion, or, more accurately, fleeting. Harry mused. Therefore, he knew to enjoy the little things in life to keep himself from tipping over to the side of madness like he did in the past. My lord. Harry found Maester Marwyn walking towards him with his shiny staff in hand, accompanied by the twins Josera and Elsera. He was thankful Maester Marwyn had taken the twins under his wing and started training them to take up some of his duties. As it turned out, Elsera's magical power was phenomenal. When Harry discovered she had one of the most potent magically powerful blood, he immediately understood her to be a special case. She had a unique condition and connection with magic that turned her blood into a sponge for chaotic magic. In the wizarding world, such wizards and witches were called blood mages, and their powers over enchantment and curse-breaking were phenomenal. Knowing this, Harry had charted a special course for Elsera that focused on charms, transfiguration, battle magic, potions and alchemy. Maester Marwyn was also teaching her the art of healing, which only complemented her magical studies. Josera Snow, on the other hand, was a gifted warg but without the same potential as his twin sister. Therefore, Harry only focused on developing the skill of warging and runes for Josera with some training with melee weapons in the yard. Maester Marwyn took one look at Josera's warging prowess and took the boy as an apprentice, teaching him Ravenry. Harry was quite happy to see the twins were progressing along nicely. They had at first been disgruntled to be left in Avalon by their father. They had some abandonment issues, but Harry kept them entertained and engaged by opening the wondrous doors to magic and the infinite possibilities that it offered. Perhaps it's time that I take a more hands-on approach in teaching them magic, Harry mused. Maester Marwyn, Josera and Elsera. What's the matter? Harry asked once they came close. A raven came from the capital. Jaime Lannister confessed to his crimes before the court and admitted to the charge of adultery and incest. The false knights have claimed Joffrey and Myrcella as his children before the court. King Stannis writes the Lannister knight was stripped of his white cloak and was executed for his crimes. I see. Harry muttered disinterestedly. Bending down, he picked up a shiny seashell he took fancy from the sand. I'm making a seashell necklace for Sansa. Her name's day is approaching. Harry explained to the twins. Was there anything else? He asked when the trio remained standing. King Stannis has also issued a bounty of 50,000 dragons for Cersei Lannister, alive or dead. Maester Marwyn tentatively said, making Harry scoff. If Robert Baratheon was not able to get 2 orphaned children killed for more than a decade, I doubt his brother will do any better with a grown woman, said Harry, shaking his head at the decision to openly proclaim the intent to murder a woman in a martial society like Westeros. He had hoped Stannis Baratheon was far smarter than this. The newly crowned king just showed the whole of Westeros how petty and easily riled he could become. The man could have sent assassins discreetly to off the former queen if he desperately wanted her dead that much. There is one other thing, my lord. Marwyn spoke before nodding at Elsera. The young blood mage stepped forward and offered him a rock. I was visited by a child of the forest and was given this, my lord. She asked me to deliver this to you. She said you'd know to read her intent from the rock, said Elsera, offering the rock with a curious look on her face. You've tried deciphering the magic surrounding the rock, right? Harry asked amusedly. I did, my lord. I apologize. Elsera looked down guiltily. Never apologize for using your magic, said Harry. Instead of trying to force the magic to reveal what's on that rock, why don't you try to warm the rock with your magic? His suggestion earned him an intrigued look from Elsera. Warm the rock with my magic? Yes. Imagine that you are heating the rock with fire. Now, keep that thought in your mind and urge the magic in your hand to do the same to the rock. Harry directed the girl and helped her to do the task. Just as he promised, the rock glowed with painted runes on its surface, making Elsera gasp in surprise. How? How did you know, my lord? Elsera asked, her inquisitive coal eyes trained on him with wonder he had often seen in many young wizards and witches in the past. Sensing magic is a skill that'll develop in time. You just have to learn to listen to the tunes of magic. Harry explained. His attention went back to the message written in runes. Most curious. Harry muttered. We also received a missive from the Iron Bank while you were away, my lord. An auction was concluded a few weeks back, said Maester Marwyn. Why didn't you lead with that? Harry asked, rolling his eyes at the old Maester. The old Maester always had the priorities backwards. After all, who cared a shit about what happened to some prissy Lannister in the south? Geryon envied the lives of magisters in the free cities. The political system within most free cities was such that wealth translated to political power. While the SSC made their fortunes using slave labor and the slave trade, he could not find much difference compared to the relationship between Westerosi lords and the small folk. Of course, there were regions in Westeros that treated the small folk better and not as cattle. But that was the same case for the free cities. The Bravasi treated their less fortunate citizens better than most, and there were magisters in other free cities who treated their slaves and gave them better living conditions than the small folk of Westeros. But the lack of constant wars attracted Geryon the most to Essos. Of course, wars were waged between the free cities, but they were sparingly waged and mostly fought between sellsword companies. There was no bloodletting the likes of which Westeros saw every 2 decades. In the Summer Islands, the people had it much better with their ritualistic war. All major disputes in the Summer Isles were settled by warriors fighting in place of giant armies. Not only did the ritualistic fights avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but they also provided a nice bit of entertainment and revenue for the princes and the people. He had been one of the fortunate men from Westeros to have the chance to witness a ritualistic battle between 2 warriors over a land dispute between 2 princes of the Summer Isles. The same dispute could have burned a few villages in Westeros. He supposed it was one of the reasons why he was always traveling instead of pursuing any of the duties Tywin had assigned to him in the Westerlands. And right now, he had even more reason never to set foot on Westeros after the recent war. However, he was not the only one affected by the happening in Westeros. Ever since word reached them about the defeat of House Lannister and the fall of the Rock, Geryon and Tyrion were bracing themselves for the inevitable news about Jaime to come any day. So, when word reached them about Jaime's execution at the hands of Stannis Baratheon, it came as no surprise. But what surprised them was the rumors of Jaime confessing to his crimes and claiming Joffrey and Myrcella as his children. Geryon desperately wanted to believe the rumors were untrue and merely the product of Stannis Baratheon's propaganda to malign the Lannister name. But once he ascertained the validity of the information, he was puzzled on what to do next. Geryon was not at all comfortable with the position he was dealt with by the insistence of his late older brother. In the absence of Tywin and Jaime, the seat of Casterly Rock was now Tyrion's by all the laws of gods and men. However, he'd have to travel to King's Landing and prostrate before the Iron Throne to ensure Tyrion inherited the rock. Even then, he was not sure whether Stannis Baratheon would be amenable to grant the castle to Tyrion. He didn't know what was going through Tyrion's mind. Ever since word reached them about Jaime's execution, Tyrion had fallen silent. Geryon suspected the helplessness of the situation must haunt Tyrion more than anyone else. They had tried to cajole the Golden Company to take up the contract for House Lannister in their fight against the Iron Throne. Unfortunately, the sellswords were disinterested in signing a contract. Their reasons were sound, and Geryon could hardly refute them when they pointed out they lacked a fleet to cross the narrow sea. Besides, they were already too late in contacting the Golden Company. Even if Geryon had somehow hired enough sell sails to the cause, there was no guarantee that the royal fleet wouldn't engage them in transit. The captains of the Golden Company had also pointed out that it'd be futile to expect their movements to remain unseen from the Dornish. According to the captains of all the major sellsword companies, sailing a fleet through the Stepstones and landing the troops in the Stormlands was an impossible task without ensuring Dornish neutrality. Have you decided on what you are to do, nephew? Jerian asked as they lounged on a cushion in Magister V. Grey Mansion. I must return to Westeros, said Tyrion. You realize what that entails. The Iron Throne could have our heads despite our lack of participation in the war. If I don't return now, I stand to lose Casterly Rock. Forgive me for saying this, uncle. My head is less valuable to me than the rock, said Tyrion. If you don't have your head, you won't be having the rock. Jerian pointed out. If I don't have the rock, there won't be much use for my head. Tyrion replied. That's where you are wrong, nephew. Have you thought of leaving Westeros and starting a new life elsewhere? Jerian inquired. Once, when I was much younger. I thought of running away to a far-off land unreachable from the hawkish eyes of my father. But I later realized it was a stupid dream. Seeking a home elsewhere is not stupid, Tyrion. Look at me, uncle. Do you think a disfigured dwarf like me will get it any better elsewhere? Tyrion asked with a raised eyebrow. At least in Westeros, I have the Lannister name. To his shame, Jerian could not argue against his nephew on that point. As a well-traveled man, he knew Tyrion was right. But Westeros had never been this dangerous for his nephew. It was not just Stannis Baratheon they had to worry about. With House Lannister as weakened as it was, all their enemies would be surrounding their house like vultures and feast on their family's carcass. There was also the internal strife waiting to happen if Tyrion was to pursue his claim on the rock. After all, Tywin had no shortage of enemies inside House Lannister, and they'd be out in numbers to keep the rock out of Tyrion's hands. Did you wonder why we never heard any mention of Kevin? Jerian suddenly asked. What do you mean, uncle? Tyrion asked. Kevin was captured by Stannis Baratheon in the Reach. Why do you think he was not sentenced to death or even sent to the wall till now? Jerian posed the question to his nephew, whose face fell into a thoughtful frown. You think Stannis wants Uncle Kevin to inherit the rock? Tyrion asked. Jerian knew his nephew was trying to hide his emotions, but he could read the boy easily. He knew a profoundly ambitious and cunning face was hiding deep inside Tyrion. Now more than ever, he understood Tyrion would not let Casterly Rock slip from his grasp. Jerian couldn't help but shake his head as the realization came to him. Why are you smiling, uncle? Tyrion asked with a frown. I was merely amused by the fact that of all the children of Tywin, you resembled him the most. It's quite ironic, isn't it, Lord Lannister? Jerian grinned at his nephew, who looked surprised by his observation. I'm not like my father. Tyrion vehemently denied, shaking his head. On that, we can agree, IMP. Jerian suppressed a groan when Cersei walked in on that moment with a swagger. Knees. Jerian nodded curtly at the woman who single-handedly destroyed House Lannister and everything Tywin built. Uncle. I assume you're here to do something about those who wronged our house, said Cersei, sliding onto a couch across from them gracefully. We are looking at the one who wronged our house. Tyrion said coldly, glaring at Cersei with an intensity that made Jerian blink in surprise. I was not talking to you, IMP. Cersei bit out. Cersei. Jerian said firmly, attracting his niece's attention. Jaime is dead. What? Cersei's face lost all color. Jaime was executed by Stannis Baratheon for cuckolding the king. Before he died, he confessed his crimes and claimed Joffrey and Myrcella as his children. Jerian said quietly. No. This is wrong. You're lying. Cersei shouted, jumping to her feet and turning her blazing eyes on Tyrion. You. This is your work, demon. Sit the fuck down. Tyrion snarled. You'll not blame me for your mistakes anymore. Because of you, Jaime lost his life, and only the gods know what happened to Joffrey or anyone else with the Lannister name. Joffrey. What happened to my son? Cersei fell to her knees with tears freely rolling down her cheeks. Uncle, please tell me. What happened to my son? I do not know, niece. You'll have to prepare your mind for the worst. Jerian said truthfully. No. No. Cersei screamed. It took them some effort to force Cersei to take the dream wine. She was inconsolable, and Jerian had the feeling she'd be challenging to handle in the coming days. Despite Cersei's wrongdoings, Jerian could only see her as the bright child she once was. Once Cersei fell asleep muttering all the time about Joffrey, Jerian stepped out of her room while servants nursed her. If you return, you might be forced to do unspeakable things, Tyrion. Stannis Baratheon won't stop hunting for Cersei and Myrcella. Do you think you can maintain a level head and endure for the sake of the rest of the family? You might be forced to watch your sister and niece suffer like Elia Martell and her children. The silence that he received from Tyrion made him understand that his nephew was thinking deeply about the matter. Now you realize what is at stake, nephew. It's not that you have to harm hundreds and thousands for every scrap of power as Lord of the Rock. The challenge would be to live with your decisions, knowing that you have betrayed friends and family to get what you want. Harry was reading the reports about the glass-making units functioning within Avalon. The war had not put a dent in the output or earnings from selling glass. The revenue had only increased as more and more SSC markets opened for Avalonian glass. Since glass from Avalon was now generating a brand value of its own due to his reputation and the quality of designs, Harry was planning to edge a marker on the glass itself instead of the crates. He wouldn't put it past the Myrish to exploit his reputation and sell off their wares poised as Avalonian glass. They might even sell faulty, low-quality glass masqueraded as Avalonian glass to harm his reputation. I'll need to make some modifications in the glass work, Harry decided, nodding to himself. He wrote down a quick reminder in his diary. After that, he went to the backlog reports meticulously filed by Maester Marwyn. The records were about reports from White Harbor about his suggestion to send selected sailors to train with the Manderley fleet. The plan was to get some sailors from Avalon to get some real-life experience in naval battles. The pirates and the Three Sisters had graciously offered themselves as training dummies by their continued aggression on merchant ships coming in and out of White Harbor. Despite repeated warnings given to the Vale and the Lords of the Three Sisters, they had refused to act against the pirates based out of the islands. Therefore, they had come to a decision to use the situation to their advantage. While the Bight and the Narrow Sea don't have the same seafaring conditions as the Sunset Sea, Harry was sure the battle experience would come in handy someday. Besides, he was discreetly warned by his budding spy network he had the Warlocks create that there were plans by his rivals in Mir to hire pirates to target ships from the north. It would not work so long as the Bravasi fleet sailed the Narrow Sea, but it was better to be prepared. A knock on the door made Harry look up from the parchments lying about on his desk. Come in. The door opened, and Harry saw John step into his chamber. The airship has returned from Black Tide, said John. Good. Let's see whether the Valkyrie brought me a nice present from those pirates, Harry said with a grin. If all went according to plan, he just got some experienced sailors from Black Tide, and they needed some personality adjustments. While he was excited to get the sailors he needed, he was not looking forward to the migraine with all the mind arts he was about to employ. Chapter 96, A Funeral. Chapter Text. So, this Magister Viagon Niharis is bankrolling the cell sales and pirates in the Three Sisters? Harry asked, an angry frown on his face as he read the list of mercenary companies that were showing their presence in the Narrow Sea. Aye, my lord. Gold and silver have been pouring into the Three Sisters for hosting the Myrish cell sales that Harry's Manderley ships, said Kreia. Harry grunted. Is there anything else from Darrow? Only that the Magisters of Mir are seeking help from the sorcerers as far as the Shadowlands to kill you, my lord. Harry looked up from the parchment he was reading to stare at the olive-skinned sorcerer he had taken into his service. While Darrow Ahadras was away gathering intel about his enemies in Mir, Kreia was handling Harry's budding spy network from the north. Perhaps it's time that we strike back at Mir, my lord. Anya said eagerly, fiery like the element of fire she wields. While attacking these SSC slavers halfway around the world is a difficult task, I must agree with my sister's suggestion. If these Magisters are determined to harm Lord Harrion's interests despite the show of power in the Westerlands, I believe drastic actions must be taken, said Kyla. Harry turned his attention to the last of the Valkyrie sisters for her opinion. I concur. But instead of attacking these Magisters with brute force, why don't we attack them at their most precious source of power, said Adela, pausing for dramatic effect. We can steal their wealth, their artisans, and their slaves. That's impossible, said Anya, shaking her head. It'll be difficult, yes. But Adela's suggestion is not without its merit, said Harry, frowning thoughtfully. It is said there are 3 slaves for every free man in most free cities of Essos. How are we going to steal their slaves? And even if we did, where would we take them? The North would never accept foreigners in large numbers, said Anya. You're right, of course. Which is why we'll be doing the more efficient retribution. Harry mused aloud before turning his sights on Kreia. Tell me, Kreia. Do you think you can procure me more information about the Myrish banks? Harry inquired. It can be done, my lord. Kreia hesitantly said. What sort of information do you require? I want to know who are their major investors. I want their names, and I want a list of all properties they own in the city. I also want any information you can find about their bank's strong rooms. Strong rooms, my lord? Kreia asked confusedly. I want to know where they store their gold and silver. I want to know everything worth knowing about their banks. It'll be done, my lord. Kreia bowed. Dismissed. Harry said, watching the warlock walk out of his throne room with nary a whisper. Once the doors of the throne room closed shut behind the warlock, Harry stared at the ceiling thoughtfully. His spy network was not as deeply entrenched as he liked, but it was coming along nicely. Darrow had started recruiting spies in the free cities ever since the former warlock of the House of Undying was rehabilitated. While funding the spy network was not a problem, the real impediment came in the form of recruitment, communication, and transportation. The free cities were too far away, so travel time was an issue which wholly depended on the climate in the narrow sea. Due to such long distances, large communication gaps were also to be expected. Both of those factors also hampered recruitment, at least for a short time. Over time, Harry was confident he could increase the number of spies in his employ. But Harry knew transportation and communication were vital to augmenting a spy network. This led him to the thought of accelerating his plans for setting up part3 networks across both continents. What is the status of the rune snitches? Harry asked. We have not completed the project, my lord. We'll need more time for the carving to finish. How long? Harry stared at Adela, who flushed under his scrutiny. 3 weeks. Adela said hesitantly. Harry wanted to ask them to speed up the process, but he held that back. He knew the difficulties faced by his rune carvers. He wanted the map tracking done near the Bight to give an edge to the Manderley fleet. But he supposed he ought to wait for 3 weeks and take his time to perfect the map. It was imperative to get a close eye on the sea lanes close to White Harbour and the Three Sisters. Maester Marwyn. Has there been any word from the Bravacy? Harry inquired, looking at the old maester. I'm afraid not, my lord. Harry was expecting that. While the Bravacy fleet could deter pirates and sell sails in the narrow sea, they could not enter the waters surrounding the Three Sisters willy-nilly. It'd bring them in direct conflict with the Vale and the Iron Throne. The best thing that he could do right now was to plant the wards and charms encompassing the Bight to grace out the map. That way, they could track the pirate ships and destroy them all where they anchor. That was the least costly solution. Right now, escorts were provided by the Manderley fleet to merchant ships coming in and out of White Harbour. Perhaps you could ask Lord Stark to petition the Iron Throne to interfere with the Sistermen. The harvest feast is in 2 weeks, and all the lords of the north will be assembled in Winterfell. A strongly worded request ought to bring the small council to act when the taxes are counted in the capital. Maester Marwyn suggested. Harry couldn't help but snort in derision at Maester Marwyn's advice. You think Jon Arryn hasn't tried? Harry asked with a chuckle. Lord Arryn is many things, but he is not one to turn a blind eye. He tried his best to rein in the idiots at the Three Sisters in his capacity as the Warden of the East. Unfortunately for him and us, the Sistermen have always been rebellious. You think the Sistermen are rebelling against the authority of Lord Jon Arryn? Maester Marwyn asked with wide eyes. They're ignoring his direct orders, aren't they? Those idiots are blinded by greed and the promise of easy wealth. They provide sanctuary to Myrish sell sails and pirates while earning a portion of the bounty without committing much. Harry said, his face darkening as he narrowed his eyes at the painted floor. He stood up from his throne and stood over the painted map of Westeros, looking at the 3 islands that were giving ships from the North Sole port city grief in the seas. Send a raven to the arbor. Impress upon them the need to deliver the ships as fast as possible. I believe the Sistermen are at a place where words are wind. They'll only understand blood and death. Harry muttered. Harryan. You asked for me. Harry looked up from his work of craving runes into a small stone to see Jon standing near the door of his office. Take a seat, Jon. Harry said. As Jon dropped into a chair across from his table, Harry finished carving the runes and gave a last inspection of his work. Finding no fault, he placed the runestone inside a metal ball and dumped it into a safe where all the finished snitches were stored safely. Once the numbers were satisfactory, Harry was supposed to deploy them on the Bight without anyone's knowledge. Maester Marwyn tells me that you've been diligent in your studies and training. I have. I mastered the spells that you wanted me to learn, and I've been training hard in the yard. Jon said immediately. I know. Maester Marwyn said that you were now capable of creating magical shields. Is that true? Harry asked. Yes. I can use the Protego charm. Jon said happily. That was not a charm I told you to learn, Harry said blandly, bringing a pause to Jon's joy. Yes, but, Jon spluttered, searching for words. You took the initiative and searched for more spells from the books in the library. You found magic more interesting instead of solely focusing on swordplay. Harry commented, raising a curious eyebrow when Jon didn't respond. Well, yes. You were away for too long, and I didn't have a good training partner other than Josera. Jon muttered. Good. I was starting to think you were turning into another Rob who put too much emphasis on swordplay. Harry said, climbing to his feet with a faint smile. Come. Let me see how much you've improved with magic. Harry led Jon into a hall that was warded from top to bottom and closed the door behind him with a flick of his wrist. Defend yourself, Harry said before a tongue of flame shot out of the palm of his hand. The power ring on Jon's hand pulsed with power. A blue shield materialized around him in an instant, capable of withstanding the flames Harry produced. Harry raised an eyebrow, seeing the dense magical power that he could feel emanating from the power ring. His growth is impressive. Harry mused. Harry followed the fire spell with a couple of stunners, and John managed to maintain the integrity of the shield spell until it broke off against the fifth stunner. Impressive. You've developed far beyond my imagination in a short time, said Harry, acknowledging John's effort and skill in display. Harry was not even saying that to make John feel better. John was only 12 years old, and already, he was capable of producing a robust magical shield. Considering the fact that all the wands he had made to date had refused to bond with John, it was a pleasant surprise to see his brother was performing well. Maybe I did something wrong with the wands. Unicorn hair might not be the best core for John. Harry thought. It was not like he had any other option for a core material. The red crowns he found in skein refused to part with their feathers, and Harry wasn't going to take it from them forcibly. The unicorns, bless their soul, were happy to part with some hairs from their tails. It was the only reason he managed to make some wands. But a fat lot of good that did to him. He was left with a bunch of useless sticks because none of his wands made an impression on John and Rob. He held out hope that the wands would react to his sisters when they turned 11. Otherwise, he'd have to find other prospective welders like Elsa or Snow, who had more of a reaction to the wand he offered. Even none of his Valkyrie showed any affinity to the wands he created. I've worked diligently on learning spells as you asked, said John. Harry hummed. I've never missed my lessons with Maester Marwyn, and I've been training in the yard every day. Maester Marwyn told me. He was all praises for you. Harry said, already knowing where John was leading him. Can you tell me more about my mother now? I promise I won't tell anyone else if that's what you are worried about. Harry took one look at the pleading eyes of his brother, who was actually his cousin, and caved almost immediately. John reminded him of his younger self, and he'd be a hypocrite to hold back such a piece of information from John for so long. All right. I'll tell you after the harvest feast. I'll have to inform our father that I'm telling you the truth. Perhaps it'll be better to know your mother's identity in Winterfell. Uncle Benyon will also be there. They know more about your mother than anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms, said Harry. The excitement of John upon hearing Harry's promise to reveal his mother's name was quite palpable. Harry even felt a touch sorry for John, who'd most likely be crushed upon hearing the circumstances behind his birth. But he supposed it was inevitable for John to learn about his mother and father at some point. Truth had a habit of emerging despite the many attempts to lock it away. Before we go to Winterfell, there is a funeral that we need to attend, said Harry. A funeral? Did someone die? John asked confusedly. You'll see. Harry muttered. That's a huge cliff, said John, pointing a finger at the admittedly huge cliff that they were supposed to traverse. Don't be so melodramatic. The rest of us have eyes, brother. Harry patted him on the shoulder, starting the steep climb that was hampered by slippery boulders. That's not what I meant. Who's having a funeral on a cliff? John muttered, his teeth chattering as the frigid air from the sunset sea blew into the land, carrying the salty scent of the sea. You'll see. Harry said enigmatically while continuing the trek without a pause. After several minutes of hiking, they arrived at the top of the cliff. Harry heard the distinct gasp from John as well as his Valkyrie guards when they saw 5 children of the forest waiting for them under the shade of a giant heart tree. The tree was pearl white like the heart tree in Winterfell's God's Wood, with a face carved on its bark. Its leaves were vibrant and shined blood red under the sunlight. Spring. Harry nodded at the sole familiar face among the local druids. Stark? Spring nodded. Shall we begin? Begin what? John whispered. Harry was a bit amused by the impatience shown by his brother as it was masking the fear he was feeling. While John had grown out of his fear of ghosts, the children brought some of that repressed fear to the forefront. After all, he had filled the head of his brother with all sorts of fake stories about the children and how they were the ones to create ghosts that roamed Winterfell. Harry fished out a small box from his pocket. Opening it, he summoned the contents of the box hidden inside the box. He could hear his companions gasp as a huge skeleton was dragged out of the small wooden box and allowed to float in the air above their heads. The huge rib cage consisting of 44 long white rib bones created long shadows on the cliff as it towered over the highest branches of the heart tree. Is that the bones of a dragon? John whispered in awe. Close. It's the remains of an ancient sea dragon. I liberated it from the Nagas Hill in Old Wick. The Ironborn used to conduct their king's moot on the hill inside that rib cage, said Harry, moving the skeleton over the edge of the cliff. Now, they'll never hold a king's moot because they'll never have an Ironborn king. The children whispered something into their fists before they let the weirwood leaves in their palms fly over the cliff. Seeing Spring nod in his direction, Harry cancelled the levitation spell and allowed the skeleton to fall into the sea. For a moment, nothing happened before dark clouds gathered in the sky. The winds gained strength and howled in their ears while Harry felt a tremendous gathering of magical power in the land. When he looked over the cliff, he saw the sea had turned bright green. A slight pressure built up against his mind, alerting Harry of an intrusion into his mind. He allowed the foreign energy to enter his mind, and he was shown an image of a giant sea dragon with green scales and broad wings that stretched out forever. Golden horns adorned its head, and gold were the claws. Its eyes were also bright gold. Unlike other dragons, this one had the body of a snake from its chest down. Harry felt the world around him shift on a dime, and in the next moment, he found himself standing on a rocky hill surrounded by green hills and a giant green sea dragon. "You have my gratitude, wizard. You'll find that the seas will bend to your will," said the dragon before a green energy flared up around Harry briefly before dying down. Harry blinked, and everything around him returned to normal. The giant green hills and the sea dragon were nowhere to be seen. A green aura was surrounding Harry, but it flickered out just as the green sheen in the sea below the cliff dissipated. "You planned to have a school for magic for the young ones, didn't you, Harry and Stark? There'll be no place that'll be better than this cliff. Build your school here, and the spirit of the sea dragon will guard this place till the end of time," said Spring. Tyrion stared at the parchment that was in his hands. His eyes went through the words once again to make sure he had read everything right. His hands were shaking, and it had nothing to do with the cold. His hands were shaking from the realization that he had to sign the document that'd see House Lannister into puppets worth nothing to House Baratheon in perpetuity. It'd be the most humiliating agreement ever signed by a Lannister. He was sure many generations of Lannisters would curse his name, call him all sorts of names and blame him for everything that went wrong somehow. But Tyrion had no choice but to sign the agreement if he was to take up the mantle of Lord Lannister and rule Casterly Rock. He'd be Lord Lannister in name only, and he'd have limited control over the castle due to the many commitments he'd be bound to oblige after he signed the document. Lannisport was now lost to House Lannister. All the revenue and lands around Lannisport were now in the Crown's possession to be handed over to anyone they liked. As if that was not enough, he was obliged to pay the Iron Throne 10 million gold dragons over a period of 20 years. All the debts the Iron Throne had with House Lannister were also wiped away. The Iron Throne also took House Lannister's treasury as reimbursement for all the Lords of the Reach who suffered under the attack of the Lannister armies. Even their recently acquired Valyrian steel sword was lost to them. Tyrion gritted his teeth, knowing that he'd be the laughingstock of the Westerlands and the Seven Kingdoms once he signed the agreement. The only thing he and his uncle had managed to negotiate in their favor was the clause about capturing Cersei and Myrcella. They had to plead and grovel at the feet of Stannis Baratheon and Jon Arryn to avoid such a commitment. Jon Arryn had promised the restrictions imposed on House Lannister could be lifted when the Iron Throne was confident of their loyalty. It's a roundabout way of saying no in a polite way. Tyrion thought. The only tangible way he could see in restoring House Lannister's power was through war. But not one they were capable of waging anytime soon. It'd have to be started by someone else, and then Tyrion could join if fortunes aligned and bring Stannis Baratheon low. Tyrion let out a sigh as he looked at his uncle, who nodded grimly. "These terms are acceptable to us, Your Grace," Tyrion softly said. "Good. The copies of the agreement will be made, and we'll have it signed on the morrow," said Jon Arryn. "You made the right decision, Lord Lannister. May I ask what is to become of my uncle, Kevin Lannister?" Tyrion asked. "His Grace has decided to hold his execution on the morrow for his part in invading the Reach and burning countless villages and taking the lives of many innocent people," Jon Arryn said with an emotionless face. "Kevin was merely following orders. Isn't it enough to take Tywin's head?" Jerion asked, a pleading look coming over his face. "I implore you to show mercy, Lord Arryn. Hasn't enough blood been spilt already? I had advised His Grace to sentence Sir Kevin to the wall. Unfortunately, His Grace is adamant in his decree. It doesn't help we'll be looking at one of the worst winters because your armies burned the ripe fields of the Reach and forced a costly war on the Seven Kingdoms. There is nothing that I can do to change His Grace's mind." Tyrion's and Jerion's faces fell at Lord Arryn's reply. They remained silent as Lord Arryn left them alone in the chamber. "A Lannister always pays his debts. We'll have our day, uncle. I promise you that," Tyrion said firmly, glaring at the seat where Lord Arryn sat. Chapter 97, Plotting Treason. Chapter text. "You should not have promised such a thing to Jon," Eddard said with suppressed anger at the actions of his second son. "Why not? Jon is old enough to handle the truth," Harry argued. "No, he is not. You are not old enough to decide what is good and bad for Jon. He is my blood," Eddard thundered. "And Jon is my brother. He has lived to this day fearing his mother abandoned him, or you forcefully took him from his mother," Harry retorted. "He deserves to get closure. Let him know the truth so that he could learn how much his mother loved him. You think the truth won't be any less painful? Now, he has a family. He thinks I'm his father. When the truth is revealed, he'll have no one." Eddard shouted before forcefully calming himself by taking a deep breath as he leaned against the heart tree in the God's Wood. "You're wrong, father. You underestimate Jon. He deserves to know the truth about his mother. It's too dangerous." Eddard shook his head after a moment of silence. "There are many enemies out there that'd come after Jon if word of his parentage reached their ears. The North has the strength to withstand any attack from any of those enemies," said Harry. "At what cost?" Eddard asked, narrowing his eyes at Harry. We have enough blood to spare, father. Besides, do you think the Northerners would sit idly by as some prissy Southern lords turn hostile against House Stark? The House of Dragons are no longer in power, and the South is not strong enough to fight against the Winter Kings," said Harry. "There are no Winter Kings left in the North," Eddard said heatedly. "Of course, there is. I'm conversing with one," said Harry, nodding at his father for emphasis. "I'm no Winter King," Eddard scoffed. "Oh, but you are to the Northerners. Do you think the Northerners think of Stannis Baratheon as their king?" Harry smirked, seeing his father going silent. "You already know the answer, father. The lords of the North have already made their opinions clear, have they not? It doesn't matter. I've sworn an oath of allegiance to Robert and now Stannis," Eddard said firmly. "Our family had sworn oaths to Targaryen kings, yet you fought against them and helped Robert Baratheon usurp their crown," Harry pointed out. "Aerys brought that upon his head as did Rhaegar with their actions." Eddard defended himself. "Still, you could have declared for Aegon VI and installed yourselves as his regents. Instead, you and your friend walked over the corpses of Rhaegar's children to seize the Iron Throne," Harry accused, making his father shoot a glare at him. "That was not our doing. Tywin Lannister butchered those children. And yet, your side benefited from it and rewarded Lord Tywin for his loyalty," Harry gleefully pointed out, which made his father go silent. "Tell you what, father. If Aegon VI was alive, would you fight for him or Stannis?" Harry asked. "Which oath will you honor? The oath Torrhen Stark swore to Aegon or the one you swore to Robert Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon?" "It does not matter. Rhaegar's children are dead," Eddard said with a sigh. "What if I were to tell you that Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, actually lives?" Harry asked quietly, staring coolly at the wide eyes of his father. "What? What did you say?" Eddard asked with wide eyes. "Yes, father. Aegon, the sixth of his name, is not dead. Tywin Lannister never got his hands on Aegon that day. He was spirited away from the capital by Targaryen loyalists. And now, he has returned to Westeros to reclaim what he thinks is rightfully his." "No." Eddard whispered in horror. "Yes. War is coming for Stannis Baratheon. The southern kingdoms will be buried under rivers of blood as they fight war after war over that infernal throne. Do you think the lords of the north would fight for Stannis when Aegon comes for his throne?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. As loyal as his father was to the Baratheons, Harry knew his father could also see the truth of the situation. In truth, the North was suffering from the absence of House Targaryen and their degradation as an old ally. The last Dragonlords were feared and respected in the North not merely because they were riders of dragons but also because they gave the North nearly 3 centuries of peace. Despite all the hiccups the Targaryens faced in their reign, Aegon's one promise stood firm throughout their reign. The North never faced an Andal invasion after Aegon was crowned king. Even when Baelor the Blessed reigned, the North remained the heart of First Men culture because the small council kept the fanatics at bay. Without the Targaryens at the helm, the Northerners were not keen to follow an offshoot family born from the last daughter of the Storm Kings. If the Targaryens were respected, the Baratheons were merely tolerated in the chaos of the rebellion. But all the goodwill House Targaryen earned after the dance ended when Aerys Targaryen killed Rickard and Brandon Stark while the Mad King's son kidnapped Lyanna Stark. Even after all these years, the exact reasons for Rhaegar's actions were sketchy at best. Bloodraven had told him about the Song of Ice and Fire, but that whole story sounded like a load of crap to his ears. If Rhaegar had been set on taking a wife from the Starks, he could have done that by not marrying Elia Martell and approaching Rickard Stark with a marriage proposal down the line. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. By Bloodraven's own admission, the Silver Prince never looked north until he chanced upon Lyanna Stark at Harrenhal. He had asked for more information, but Bloodraven was tight-lipped. Unfortunately, Harry could not discern whether his aunt went willingly or was spirited away by Prince Rhaegar. He was not mad enough to dip in the ocean of knowledge contained within the nodes of the weirwood trees. Those sacred trees were the abode of the old gods. Their power and knowledge was ancient and vast. As powerful as he was, Harry was not idiotic enough to mess with the abode of gods. They were the most powerful in their realm, as the Valyrians found out painfully. If anyone needs to see the power of the old gods, one only needs to look at the doom of Valyria. "How do you know this, Harryan?" Eddard asked after a long moment of silence. "I know many things, father. Trust me when I say that Aegon is already in Westeros, and he is gathering an army to his side in the shadows. The southern kingdoms will take sides, and war will be waged between friends and family alike," said Harry. "Is that why you scheme with Lord Manderley? Are you preparing for war?" Eddard asked. "No, father. I'm preparing for independence. The North's independence," said Harry. They stared into each other's eyes. Grey met grey, and neither budged. "We'll be alone and without allies once the southern kingdoms gather under one king," Eddard said with a sigh. You have me, the Northmen and Moat Cailin. We'll turn the neck into the graveyard of the Andals. I'm sure their ancestors will like the company," said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. "Aren't you forgetting about our enemies to the north?" "How could I forget?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Trust me. I have a plan. You are playing with the lives of thousands, Harrion. I mislike the place we find ourselves in." Eddard grumbled. "Even if we can take advantage of the strife in the south to declare independence, the north will bleed in the future after our time." "You're right, of course. There is no guarantee that we can maintain our current strength in the future. But I believe the Southerners would think twice to wage war against the North in the future when we can field dragons against our foes," said Harry. "What did you say?" Eddard asked with wide eyes. "I think it's better to show you." Harry smirked, taking a shrunken wooden box from his pocket. A few minutes later, Harry was afraid his father was about to suffer a heart attack. It was the first time his father came across an ice dragon. Winter had also grown as large as a horse, so it became even more intimidating for the Lord of Winterfell to accept the fact that an ice dragon was now standing inside the Godswood of Winterfell. How is this possible? Where did you find this creature?" Eddard trailed off, staring at the icy blue dragon now quietly munching on the leaves from the heart tree. "Her name is Winter, and she's an ice dragon. I found her egg in Skane and hatched her after I built Avalon," Harry explained. But, ice dragons are a myth," Eddard stuttered, staring incredulously at the dragon as it stopped munching on the red leaves of the tree and instead started shaving off small pieces of wood from the tree and began drinking the green paste that rolled down. "As you well know, father, many myths have a grain of truth to them," said Harry, staring pointedly at his father. "Is it dangerous?" Eddard asked hesitantly. "Do you want to touch her? She's very friendly, and she does not eat meat. You needn't fear her," said Harry, leading a reluctant Eddard towards Winter. The ice dragon had stopped drinking the sap of the heart tree when Harry brought his father close to it. "Winter. This is my father, Eddard Stark." Harry introduced his father to the ice dragon. The corners of his mouth turned up when Winter placed her full weight on her hind legs and outstretched a clawed hand to his father as if to shake his hand. The incredulous look on his father's face was a sight to behold. "Ice dragons are fiercely intelligent," Harry explained. "My lord, what you're suggesting is ambitious and dangerous," Wyman Manderley said with a troubled look on his portly face as he stared at the map neatly laid out on the table. "Also expensive and impossible." Barbary Dustin snarked, a disinterested look on her face while looking at the map with folded hands under her chin. "It's not impossible, and any expenses incurred will be covered by myself," said Harry. "Except for the lands we stand to lose to build your impossible canal," Lady Barbary said, shooting Harry a frosty look. "On the contrary, I'd see you get duly compensated. I can buy the land from you at a reasonable price, of course." "Buy my land? I don't think I agreed to anything, Lord Stark," Lady Barbary said snottily. "And I don't recall asking for your permission, my lady. I was stating what's going to happen," Harry said firmly, pinning down the haughty woman with his stare alone. Lady Barbary shook herself out of the stupor and glared at Harry. "You are overreaching yourself, Harrion Stark. I'm the lady of. You are the widow of the late Lord Dustin. You remain the Lady of Barrowton by my father's grace. Your title can be easily undone by the stroke of a quill. Keep that in mind, Lady Dustin," Harry warned the haughty woman who thought herself to be some sort of grand player in the local politics of the North. The North was a highly martial place that had no place for women who could not contribute to the defense of its people. The Mormont women were capable of ruling their island because they were warriors. For centuries, Mormont women had fought side by side with their kinsmen in defending the island. For this reason, a Mormont woman ruling Bear Island was not contested by anyone in the North. That was not the case for Lady Dustin. Harry doubted the woman had ever so much as used a kitchen knife in her life. She was a haughty, arrogant woman with a genuine grievance with his father, but that doesn't mean he'd allow the snobbish idiot to walk all over him. "I know when I'm not needed," Lady Dustin said coldly before standing up from her seat with a glare. "I will not be talked like. Pettiness does not suit you, my lady. You may have genuine grievances with my family, but when it comes to the prosperity and security of the North, I expect you to put that aside and behave in a manner that befits your station. Otherwise, you'll find me less forgiving than my father," Harry said coldly. "Now sit down or welcome my enmity by holding on to your pettiness." There was a long moment of silence where Harry glared at Lady Dustin until the woman slowly sat down on her seat. "Good. Now that we've dispensed with this childishness, we can discuss important matters. The proposed canal passes through the neck, cutting through the lands belonging to House Dustin, House Stark, and House Manderley north of Moat Cailin. House Manderley has a fleet to guard the mouth of the canal in the east, and therefore, I see no reason to purchase the land belonging to your family, Lord Wyman," said Harry, nodding at the Lord of the White Harbour before setting his sights on Lady Dustin. The Dustin lands, on the other hand, is another issue. You lack a fleet to guard the mouth of the canal in the west. Either Lord Manderley's fleet or mine own must guard the western mouth of the canal to deter the Ironborn from capturing the canal. If you were to sell the land the proposed canal passes through, it'd enable us to build fortifications in a small port to anchor our ships. Why did you even invite me if you wanted to make all the decisions? Does my opinion have no meaning here? Lady Barbary asked, staring at Harry and Lord Manderley. If your opinion is not to build the canal, then it's stupid and rejected categorically. Harry deadpanned. Very well. Do as you please, boy. But keep in mind that I have allies, and I'll see what Lord Stark has to say about all this. Lady Barbary said frostily before taking her leave from their meeting room. She does not understand the value of what you are suggesting, Lord Harryan. With this canal, we'll control one of the most lucrative trade routes in the known world. Lord Wyman said, his eyes feasting on the line drawn representing the canal on the map. On the contrary, she knows the importance of the canal. She just doesn't care, as her sole focus is to obstruct anything we do because of her grudge. Harry muttered. That is dangerous, Lord Harryan. While Lady Dustin is a harmless mule, her family is not. Lord Ryswell is a foe that we can ill afford, and Lord Bolton is a queer fellow. Strange rumors come out of Dreadfort of dark deeds. The Leech Lord is family to Lady Dustin, for she has a nephew in the Bolton heir. Harry broke out in laughter upon hearing Lord Wyman call Barbary Dustin a harmless mule. When his laughter subsided, Harry took the warning from Lord Manderley seriously. Making enemies of 3 major regional powers was not wise, so he came up with a quick solution on the spot. A simmering hatred for House Stark was buried inside Barbary Dustin's mind, not without cause. But stupid people with power and blind hatred were not a good combination. Such a threat cannot be tolerated to exist. Harry mused. I'll have a word with Lord Ryswell about this matter. He is a reasonable man, said Harry for the benefit of Lord Manderley. That's good, Lord Harryan. The North needs to be united when the time comes, said Lord Wyman. I concur. Did you put some thought into my other proposal, Lord Manderley? Harry asked, leaning forward in interest to hear what the Lord of White Harbour had to say. Minting new coins is dangerous, my lord. If the Iron Throne gets wind of our activities, we'll be declared traitors, and war will come to our shores before we are ready. Lord Wyman cautioned. And that's why they'll never know. I'm proposing we start a bank and mint new coins every year in preparation for the day we declare independence from the Iron Throne. A bank, you say? Lord Manderley sat up in interest. I take it you are interested, Lord Wyman. Harry smiled knowingly at the portly Lord of White Harbour. Very interested. Very interested indeed. Lord Wyman whispered. Eddard was relieved and a pinch happy that John had taken the truth with grace. He had expected John to become so angry and sad, but the boy had proven himself to be a good lad by taking in the truth patiently. Still, he was not sure whether telling the truth was the right thing to do. Even though Robert was dead and House Lannister was a shadow of its former self, he rightly feared for Joe's safety. Promise me, Ned. Promise me. He could still hear the sound of his sister in his ears as clear as day despite the passing of a decade. If he closed his eyes, he could even see the bloodied form of his sister. I hope I've not made a mistake today, Eddard thought, eyeing John, sitting together with Benyon and Harryan while the hall was brimming with a festive air. There were enough reasons for the Lords of the North to be merry. The harvest was bountiful this year despite too many men having gone off to fight a war in the Westerlands. The yield was more in volume than last year, leaving many lords with the difficult task of storing the grain. He had even heard Lord Manderley complaining that there was too much grain to be shipped off, making it a hassle as White Harbour was struggling to sell the excess grain off. The devastation wrought upon the fields of the Reach had almost caused a massive famine in the south. But the harvests from the Riverlands and the north kept the south fed in these disconcerting times. Most lords of the north were now happy with their coffers full of gold and silver. The small folk were richer and healthier, and the old men of the north no longer had to sacrifice themselves for their families in winter. In fact, winter itself was now a bygone threat in the north. The snows hardly tell on most farmlands. When they did so sparingly. There was warmth everywhere, and that kept the small folk happy. All these miracles were attributed to his second son, and the goodwill that came with it was attributed to House Stark. If the Northerners respected the Starks in the past, they worshipped his family now. Those who had a lesser opinion about his wife on account of being a foreigner had shut up. Some had even gone as far as to say his wife brought great fortune to the North. If Eddard had to take a guess, there was not a time in the North when the people both feared and respected House Stark this much. The element of fear was also a reality Eddard acknowledged. It was no secret Harryan brought down Lannisport and Casterly Rock. His son had also conquered 2 islands of the Iron Islands and smashed the Iron Fleet. Those accomplishments were enough to make people fear and respect Harryan's power. It was one of the reasons why the Lords of the North consistently pursued a betrothal. Manderley, Karstark, Riswell and many other houses had approached him, offering their daughters for Harrion and Rob. Right now, he was holding another one of those betrothal offers. This time, it was from Dorne. Eddard had never bothered with informing his sons about the innumerable betrothal offers he received across the 7 kingdoms. But this one was different. Prince Doran Martell was offering the hand of his daughter Princess Arianne in marriage for Harrion. It was the first time a princess of Dorne's hand was offered in marriage to a Stark in the North's history. Since Arianne Martell was the heiress of House Martell, Prince Doran was essentially offering them Dorne. If Harrion were to marry Princess Arianne, their children would rule Dorne. He wanted the best for his children, and he could only think of a royal match as a better offer than the current one. On the other hand, Eddard was not blind to the danger of such a match. If his son spoke true, then Aegon Targaryen was gathering an army to reclaim the Iron Throne. While Harrion never divulged anything else, he could guess where Aegon Targaryen was safely plotting against House Baratheon. Undoubtedly, it was from Dorne with the support of the prince's uncles. If that was the case, he could see why Prince Doran was offering his daughter in marriage to House Stark. Prince Doran wants to court my son's growing power for Aegon's cause. Eddard mused grimly. However, Eddard could also see other benefits of such a match. Should Princess Arianne wed Harrion, the North could comfortably sit out any conflict. Perhaps the dreams of independence from the Iron Throne, which many of his lords dream, would also become simpler if Harrion were to marry the Dornish princess. By some twisted fate, if Aegon Targaryen regained the Iron Throne, having his cousin married to Harrion might avoid war. There were many possibilities that Eddard could see, but he preferred for Harrion to marry someone from the North. He had thought of Alys Karstark as a possible match for Harrion. Lord Rickard Karstark was a loyal lord and family in all but name. Having House Karstark tied closely to his family was only a boon for stability in the North. Ned. What are you doing here all by yourself? Catelyn asked. Eddard was brought out of his musings by his lady wife. This arrived today, said Eddard before giving the parchment to his wife. He watched as his wife ran her eyes over the contents of the parchment. This is unexpected but not surprising, Catelyn slowly said. Oh. Eddard raised an eyebrow curiously. Prince Oberyn must have had a reason for staying with Harrion for as long as he did. This is that reason, said Catelyn, placing the parchment in Eddard's hand. You might be right. What do you think? Eddard asked. Despite the prospect of our grandchildren becoming the princes of Dorne, I have my reservations. Dornish women tend to be promiscuous, and Harrion's thoughts must also be considered. It's not like we lack other options in the North or the Southern Kingdoms. You're right, of course. Eddard nodded thoughtfully. My heart tells me Harrion is better off with a northern woman, as does Robb. The Manderley girls are polite and comely. They'll be good wives for the twins, said Catelyn, nodding at the hall where Eddard noticed Robb dancing with one of the Manderley girls. Eddard merely nodded and fell silent. He supposed he had to talk to the boys about their marriage as they were edging close to their namesday. Chapter 98, Hammerfall. Chapter text. This is the proposed canal, and these are the 3 new roads I'm proposing. Harry pointed at the brown lines drawn on the map of the North while showcasing the proposal to his father, Lord Riswell, and Lord Manderley. These are extensive road lanes you are proposing, Lord Harrion. I also couldn't help but note the canal cuts through the King's Road. Lord Riswell made his observations known after a minute of quiet contemplation. The roads are for faster troop movements in case of an attack on either mouth of the canal. We'll also have to build a bridge to connect the King's Road across the Sunset Canal. Harry hastily added, pressing his finger at the spot on the map where the canal cut through the King's Road. That's going to be difficult, is it not? Lord Wyman asked, rubbing the beard on his face with a frown. I suspect it won't be as difficult as raising a full-fledged castle. Lord Riswell mused aloud, staring pointedly at Harry. No, it's not. Harry agreed. Privately, he thought it would be a long, winding process. Mostly because he'd need the workforce to complete the roads adjoining the bridge and those connecting the mouths of the canal with the King's Road. There were also the ports he was hoping to build to deter enemy ships and pirates from transiting the channel. But he didn't say it aloud. Besides, it'd be a wasted opportunity for the North to disregard its labor. Constructing the roads to the 2 months of the canal would provide work for the small folk, and it also gave him a convenient opportunity to turn the lands between these roads and Moat Cailin into ripe farmlands. He hoped that one day, Jon would take the lordship of Moat Cailin. With the rich farmlands under the moat's control, it could sustain itself in the future. It was a way of financially stabilizing the castle so it'd never again fall into disrepair. How long would the construction take? Eddard asked. As soon as the land survey is completed, I can deploy the runestones to sculpt the channel. I believe it'd take a year at most before all works are completed, including the roads, said Harry. I suppose that leaves us with the survey of the land and the finer details, said Lord Manderley. What followed was the most challenging set of negotiations. Lord Riswell spoke on behalf of Lady Dustin, wringing any concessions he could try to wriggle out of them. But Harry was not willing to concede to anything he was not already willing to give. Instead of buying the land from House Dustin, how about leasing the land in exchange for a share of the tolls imposed on the ships in transit? Lord Rooswell suggested. Harry didn't wait a moment to shout down that idea on the spot before anyone else could pitch in. That would be impossible. The canal is built by myself, and the labor that goes into it is paid out of my pocket and Lord Manderley, with our fleets guarding the canal in perpetuity. What does House Dustin contribute to this venture besides land? Just as Lord Rooswell opened his mouth to comment, Harry immediately intervened. Besides, House Dustin ended with Lord William's untimely demise in Dorne. While Lady Dustin is his widow, she's not his heir. She's a temporary custodian of those lands until my father settles the succession of the Barrow lands. Harry reminded the old Lord of the Rills. We have Dustin blood in our veins, Lord Harrion. Lord Rooswell said in a quick rebuttal. As does other dozen Northmen. Their claims are just as valid and will be considered before settling the succession of House Dustin. Harry retorted calmly. That was when something Harry didn't foresee happened. He could see he walked right into a trap by the look on Lord Rooswell's face. The moment the brown eyes of Lord Rooswell connected with Harry, he read the surface thoughts of Roderick Rooswell, which forced him to act. He acted quickly by placing the Confundus charm on Lord Rooswell to force the man to shut up. Otherwise, Lord Rooswell would have demanded baronets be confirmed to Lady Barbary in return for the land adjustments Harry proposed for the canal and the roads. Due to his timely action, the plan of Roderick Rooswell never panned out. Instead, it was decided to absorb the land for the canal into the land holdings of Moat Cailin. Harry was even happy to pay a reasonable price in gold agreed upon by the Lord of Winterfell and Lady Dustin after proper surveys were conducted for the canal and the road. House Manderley agreed to construct the road connecting the east mouth of the channel with the King's Road, making it less of a financial burden on House Stark. There was also the ambitious but entirely necessary road project that directly connects Winterfell with White Harbour under consideration. The usual route of taking the King's Road to move goods to White Harbour was fast becoming an issue because of the delays. While the King's Road was patched up a few years back after King Robert's visit, the demand for Avalonian glass was such that it was becoming increasingly difficult to have the glass transported to White Harbour in time. He had thought of using his airships to hasten the process, but he thought better of it after thinking about the loss of jobs and revenue the small folk and other merchants would suffer. The convoys from Avalon would stop at many inns along the road, which kept the small folk and the merchants in business. Therefore, the solution that didn't rob the small folk of their meager earnings was to build a new road. It also helped that a new direct road connecting Winterfell and White Harbour would also ensure the seamless movement of troops. Faster troop movements would be a boon when the time came to subdue the Three Sisters. Purging the pirates from the islands and turning them into a shield for the north would ensure their capability to repel other Westerosi fleets from attempting an invasion. The islands would also serve as a good trading hub and stopgap to reach the free city of Bravos and other eastern ports of the southern kingdoms. But first, Harry needed the waters around White Harbour and the Three Sisters under observation. For that to happen, the map had to come alive. It's time. Harry thought. The last days of the harvest feast were filled with dances and songs to entertain even the hardest men. All kinds of delicacies were on the table, with the finest wines in the Seven Kingdoms to fill their bellies for the whole night. What's with that long look? Harry asked, joining John on the balcony, staring at the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. John merely spared him a glance before resuming his moody state. You know what? I think I know the place that you should visit tonight, said Harry, taking John's hand. It's definitely not here. Harry started dragging John away from the balcony towards the place he thought John should visit tonight. What are you doing? Let me stew in peace. John muttered. I'm taking you to a better place to stew in peace. Trust me, said Harry. A short walk later, Harry and John stood before the stone sculpture of Lyanna Stark. Together, they lit a few candles before her tomb, lighting up the dark corners of the crypt. What do you think happened? John suddenly asked, making Harry stare curiously at his cousin. Her. John nodded at the statue of Lyanna Stark. What do you think happened? Did she go willingly with Prince Rhaegar? Harry used the Muffliato spell to muzzle their conversation from any surprise visitors in the crypts. What did Uncle Benyon say? Harry asked, eyeing John out of the corner of his eyes. He knew Aunt Lyanna better than most. He said she was fierce, skilled than most in the tilts and half a horse. Other than that, I now know more childhood stories of her, but that doesn't really answer any of my questions now, does it? John muttered darkly. Does it matter whether she went willingly with Rhaegar? Harry asked after a moment of silence. Of course, it matters, said John. Does it, though? Rhaegar kept her a prisoner in Dorne, surrounded by the finest knights in the realm in a bloody desert, while the Mad King murdered her father and brother. Do you think a man who loves a woman would allow such depravities to go unanswered against her family? No. John whispered. Knowing all that you know about Lyanna Stark, Do you think she was a woman who'd run off with a married man she met at a stupid tourney? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. No, said John, shaking his head. I don't think so either, said Harry, clapping John on his shoulder. Your mother battled a fever and whatnot to deliver you safely into the world while those supposed honorable knights were keeping her prisoner on the orders of Rhaegar in a tower in the middle of the desert. If she went willingly with Rhaegar Targaryen, it was only because of fear, not out of love. I don't know what is worse, to be an unwanted son forced on her by Rhaegar or a son born out of an unlikely love that drowned the 7 kingdoms in blood. John whispered. Your mother's last wish was for you to grow up in Winterfell. You were her last thoughts, John. No matter the circumstances of your birth, she loved you more than anything else in the world. Tears rolled down John's cheeks, making Harry give his cousin a one-armed hug. Lady Lyanna gave her life so that you could live freely. It'd be a disservice to cry in her presence, said Harry. John wiped his eyes clean and slowly regained his composure. You're right, said John, wiping away the tears. The blood of the dragon might run in your veins, but the wolf blood in you is stronger. After all, you don't look like a prissy silver-haired idiot and instead look like a proper Stark like the rest of us, said Harry, making John chuckle. Thank you, John whispered. For what? Harry asked. For giving me the Stark name. For all this, said John before hugging Harry tightly. That's what brothers do. They look after each other, said Harry, patting John on his back. Tell you what. How about we go on a trip to Essos? A trip to Essos? John asked with a frown. Yes. We can visit some of the free cities and even see the ruins of Valeria, Harry said excitedly. The ruins of Valeria. John gasped, pulling away from the hug to stare at Harry with wide eyes. Are you mad? Don't tell me you're not curious to see what's left out there, said Harry with a knowing look. Of course, I'm curious. But no one has ever returned alive from Valeria. You know the stories better than most, Harry. I know the stories said by those not blessed with magic. Nothing is going to happen. After all, you have me. Harry grinned. It was not exactly an easy task to convince the Lord and Lady of Winterfell to give their permission for what was likely a long trip in Essos. But with magic, anything was possible, and he never hesitated in getting his way using the mind arts. It was fast becoming second nature to him relying on the mind arts to get around an inconvenient situation involving other people. In this case, a healthy dose of compulsion charms and memory alteration were necessary, considering the necessity of the SSC trip. Unlike what he implied to John, the trip was not for sightseeing. There was another agenda in his journey to Essos, one connected to the Sunset Canal. It was imperative to have an understanding between the North and the free cities like Bravos and Pentos before opening the canal for their merchant ships. Their commercial interests had to be aligned with the strategic maritime safety of the North. There were also some agreements to be struck with Bravos and Pentos before their ships were allowed transit through the canal. By using the Sunset Canal, Bravos and Pentos could end up neatly shaving off nearly a month of sea travel and accessing the ports of the western shores of the Reach, North, Riverlands and Westerlands. But most importantly, Harry wanted to strike an ice trade agreement with the free cities. He had allowed such talks to lapse so far because he was giving the cities enough time to show that his hold on the Iron Islands was rock solid. Not only did he demonstrate his capability of holding the newly conquered territory, but he was also showing them he was quickly building a fleet to exert total dominance over the Ironborn and possibly the Sunset Sea. If he could dominate the Sunset Sea with his fleet, he could attract merchants from Lorith, Ibn and, if lucky, as far from the Jade Sea. The lands west of Westeros were nearly all explored, and the next frontier lay in the Sunset Sea. Unfortunately, the Ironborn hindered exploration and trade relations with new civilizations across the Sunset Sea. With the opening of the canal and the complete subduing of the Ironborn, Harry was offering them access to new markets for their wares, and they would know at the moment some sensible people put 2 and 2 together. Harry counted on the Sea Lord's court to recognize the canal's value. Once they did that, Harry was sure the massive fleet of Bravos would strategically align with the interests of the North once House Targaryen launched their doomed war to reclaim that useless piece of metal they charmingly call the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne. Harry scoffed, looking at the position of the crownlands on the map sprawled out on the table. Harry placed a carved wooden red dragon coin on the crownlands adjacent to the crowned stag figurine. He put another red coin inside the borders of the Stormlands. He was certain Aegon Targaryen, supported by Dorne, would wage a war on the Stormlands that'd spill into the crownlands. If Viserys Targaryen also amassed enough support from Essos to help his nephew, then all the better. But they desperately needed an alliance with the Reach if they wanted to make rapid gains against House Baratheon. The River Lords could reinforce the Baratheon troops fast enough. Maester Marwyn suggested, placing the trout inside the borders of the crownlands. Lord Hoster is a cautious man. I feel he won't move to reinforce the capital without support from the Vale Knights or the North. If I were him, I'd be wary of taking my eyes from the River Road, said Harry, tapping the long road that connected the Riverlands to the interior of the Westerlands. The Westerlands is a spent force, said Maester Marwyn. Since when has common sense prevailed amongst the lords of Westeros? Harry asked with a scoff. A bloodletting of this scale is too much of a temptation for even the least bloodthirsty of lords and knights. There is glory to be had on the battlefield, and I suspect many idiots would jump at the chance to reap some to their name. The Vale would take time to muster their army if the Targaryen forces catch the Baratheons in a surprise attack. It might become an even fight if the Reach supports the Targaryens. Maester Marwyn said, rubbing his beard thoughtfully while staring at the map. But Harry looked expectantly at the old Maester. There was a reason why he was having this conversation with Maester Marwyn. As a Reachman, Marwyn knew more about the internal politics of the Reach than anyone else. He needed to consider all possible scenarios that could play out in future wars if he navigated an optimal path that'd benefit the North's cause. But the Reach will never unify under House Tyrell. House Florent is now in a better position, said Maester Marwyn. Harry nodded at the point raised by Maester Marwyn. The Florents now had the upper hand as one of their own was now the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I believe House Tyrell is about to face a decline as House Florent gains more power in the Reach. The High Towers have kin on both sides, and therefore I believe Old Town might sit out any potential conflicts. I suspect the Reach might end up fracturing. Harry hummed thoughtfully. It was a reasonable assumption to make, as the Reach had always remained disunited after the fall of House Gardner. Even during the Targaryen Civil War, the Blacks had more support in the Reach, which was thought to be the Green's stronghold. Winterfell received a betrothal offer from House Martell. Prince Doran is offering his daughter's hand in marriage to me. What do you make of that, Maester? Harry asked while he began placing wolf figurines on the islands of the Sunset Sea, capturing the interest of Marwyn. I think Prince Doran understands his nephew's chances to overthrow Stannis Baratheon are slim, and he wants to ensure the North's alliance or, at the very least, our neutrality. He'll be most happy if he could push it and make the Riverlands neutral. Marwyn said after giving some thought on the matter. I concur. Harry said, placing wolf figurines on Fair Isle, Green Shield, South Shield, and the Arbor. My lord. Are you? Maester Marwyn trailed off, seeing the spread of Stark positions capturing the Sunset Sea. Yes. It's the first time since the arrival of the Andals on this continent the North is expanding its territory. It's now the time for the first men to reclaim the lands that were lost in the invasion, said Harry, placing the last of his pieces near Sunspear on the map of Westeros. Send a raven to Prince Doran. I'll visit Sunspear at his earliest convenience to discuss some important matters, Harry ordered. But what about your visit to Braavos? Maester Marwyn asked. Did you forget that I possess the fastest ships in the world, Maester? Harry asked with a chuckle. Standing up from his seat, Harry moved towards the window to gaze at the bustling harbour of Avalon. He could count almost 30 ships in the harbour. A few had sailed towards Bear Island for training exercises, including landing on beachheads and weathering storms. The ships also had to be tested to see whether they met their standards, as they had only arrived from the Arbor's construction yards. More ships were slated to arrive by the end of the next month, and more were under construction in Avalon and Harlaw. The Ironborn were good shipbuilders, and their workforce was speeding up the construction work. Harry was sure his fleet would reach parity with the Redwyne fleet in numbers within 2 years. The island hopping he was planning when the North declared independence would require nothing less than a highly skilled naval force under his direct command. Fortunately, the men under his command were edging the knowledge and experience gap with the aid of his Ironborn subjects and sailors from White Harbor. It would be some eventful years ahead, especially the trip he was planning into Essos. The only thing left was to select the companions he would take on his trip to Essos. Stannis Baratheon carefully sat on the Iron Throne in full regalia as he faced the court. The jagged edges of the Iron Throne were a hassle to navigate while sitting on the Iron Throne, but he had never felt so powerful or content. Despite the demanding nature of his kingship, Stannis liked the fact that he was the most powerful man in Westeros. After capturing the treasury of Casterly Rock, his coffers were now overflowing with gold. Having control of Lannisport also added to his revenue, as he had been using his tax collectors extensively in extracting all that was useful from the city's populace. He was supposed to give the city to a trusted house, but he had so far refused to do so on the advice of Peter Baelish. While he disliked the Master of Coin, the man was shrewd when it came to expanding the crown's finances. That was the only reason the Valaman retained his post in the small council. Today, the court was not gathered for any petitions or resolution of any disputes. Instead, the court was gathered inside the throne room to witness the return of God's grief. The large oak door of the throne room swung open, and Stannis could see Renly leading Edric Storm into the throne room with God's grief slung on the boy's shoulder. He watched the distinct curiosity with which the court stared at his elder brother's bastard son and the hammer in the boy's hands. Stannis had tried to avoid this from happening. He had requested Harry and Stark to somehow lift the magic on the hammers so that the weapon could be used by him and, in time, his heirs. But the answer he received from Harrion Stark was unsatisfactory. According to the Stark boy, the magic on the hammer could not be lifted for some reason. This left the hammer entirely useless, and he was forced to leave the hammer in the same place his brother fell. According to Varys, a village had sprung up around the land where Robert's hammer fell. The villagers had even started calling the place Hammerfall. The village had sprung up in the aftermath of the war, attracting people from all over Westeros to see the fallen but unmovable weapon of his late brother. But now, the hammer of his brother was no longer in Hammerfall. Your Grace. Both Renly and Edric Storm bowed before the foot of the Iron Throne. Renly was dressed in bright blue, yellow and red colors that waged a few tongues in the court. Brother. Nephew. Stannis acknowledged the duo with a nod. He expertly hid a grimace at seeing the flamboyant colors on his younger brother's clothes. Go, nephew. Renly cajoled Edric forward. Stannis watched neutrally as his nephew climbed the steps towards the throne. Reaching the last step near the foot of the throne, Edric Storm placed God's grief on the floor. The warhammer remained pristine, with shiny ripples adorning its surface. Thank you, nephew. Stannis nodded at the boy. While he couldn't use the hammer, Stannis was adamant not to leave his brother's hammer in the Westerlands. Even if the future kings from his bloodline could not lift the hammer, he desired to have the weapon close to the Iron Throne. After all, his brother had spent a fortune on the hammer, and he was not above using the hammer in a similar fashion the Targaryens used the dragon skulls. You'll serve as a squire for Sir Barristan from now on. In time, you might earn knighthood if you are diligent enough," said Stannis. He noticed the eerie silence of the court. While his nephew was a bastard, he wanted the boy to have a life of his own under his watch. Serving under Sir Barristan as a squire ensured the boy's presence in the Red Keep. If I'm lucky, the boy would end up in the King's Guard. Stannis mused. Chapter 99, Inheritance of Krakens. Chapter text. How could you let this happen, uncle? You bartered away my inheritance in my absence. Roderick Harlaw sighed, hearing his niece rant and rave about the current situation at Pike. He had dreaded this conversation ever since he stood back and allowed Victarion Greyjoy to take over Pike in the absence of Theon or Asha. There was nothing I could do, Asha. For the sake of peace in the islands, I had to leave your uncle's ascension uncontested, said Roderick, which only further enraged his niece. I'll not have your peace, uncle. The sea stone chair is mine. Asha screamed. Then you are offended at the wrong person. Your uncle does not hold the sea stone chair. It is now in the possession of the Lord of Avalon. Roderick said calmly. The frustrated scream that tore through his niece's throat was entirely predictable. Roderick was aware his niece had spent the better part of her formative years trying desperately to please and emulate Balon Greyjoy, a man he cursed almost every night for the ill fate he brought upon his daughter and their family. Ever since Theon was taken hostage after the first failed rebellion, Asha had tried her best to claim the position of heir of Pike. It was a futile attempt, and he had said so to his niece many times, but the girl was stubborn as a mule like her father. What would you have me do, Asha? Do you want civil war to break out amongst our people while our enemies are decimating us? Roderick asked with a shake of his head. But look around you, child. Roderick snapped, losing his patience. Harlaw is now sworn to Avalon. Black Tide is now ruled by a northerner and filled with northern ships and Northmen. This is not the time for your pettiness. And whose fault is that? While I was earning the iron price raiding the shores of the Summer Islands, you were busy losing to a wolf pup. Asha shouted. Your father's fault. He thought he could poke the wolf and not get bitten. Roderick retorted with a scowl. He was wrong. And now, we're all suffering for it. I don't see you suffering, uncle. I see you remain cozy in your precious library with your precious books. Asha snapped back, her dark eyes glaring balefully at him. Roderick let out a snort and shook his head in disappointment. Like your father, you are blind to the shifting world around you, girl. Roderick said harshly before dragging his niece out of his library despite her vocal protests. He was an old man way past his prime, but he had enough strength in his limbs to make sure his unruly niece followed him. The furious pace took him outside the walls of his ancestral home within a short time, and he pushed his niece towards the west side of the wall. You think me a coward, niece? You think I'm wasting away among my books while I should be giving orders to my captains to sail my ships to defend your rights and secure the Iron Islands from the Starks? Roderick bellowed furiously. Look at the wall and see the price of defiance. Pikes lined the walls with many heads, crowning the tips. Some bodies were hung from the crenellations on ropes with their necks snapped. The Black Wolf is no mere pup. Your father underestimated the Starks twice and is now freezing his balls at the wall. That is the fate of all those captains who defied the edicts of the Lord of Avalon. Roderick nodded at the dead men lining his walls. If you persist in acting foolishly, your mother might one day wake up in the morning and find your head decorating this wall, and it'll break her heart. That is a sight I'd like not to see in my old age. How did they? Asha asked wide-eyed, recognizing some of the captains from her time sailing the seas. The Northerners have spies amongst our men. Some of our best sailors and captains have been shifting loyalties to Harry and Stark after each passing day. Our builders are leaving our shores for Avalon, attracted by the promise of gold and a life of affluence. Black Tide is turning into a northern stronghold under Leopold Tallheart. It won't be long before the Northerners start taking over the rest of the home islands. So tell me, Asha. Do you think my time is better spent on preserving what we have or throwing it all away by fighting on your behalf against Victarion Greyjoy? Roderick asked, leaving his niece stumped. Roderick forcibly calmed himself, seeing Asha falling silent. While Victarion commands Pike, he's doing a poor job so far. He has been unable to build back even a quarter of our strength in the sea. Why? What's stopping him from rebuilding the Iron Fleet? Asha asked, folding her hands under her breasts with a dissatisfied look. The Stark Fleet, niece. I don't know how, but whenever an Ironborn longship leaves our ports for reaving, they never come back. Said Roderick. How is that possible? Does the Starks have that many ships watching over our ports? Asha asked with trepidation. Roderick saw her eyes going to her own ship, Black Wind. Your ship is safe, Asha. Only those ships that go for reaving are attacked. Most of our ships that go for trade are not attacked by the Stark fleet. Roderick said, patting Asha's shoulder to put her at ease. But how? We have many ports like Lordsport scattered across the islands. I refuse to believe Starks are keeping watch over all of our ports and know which ships to attack. Asha asked. I don't know how, and I don't frankly care at this point. Harrion Stark is a cold, ruthless fellow like the northern winter. There are rumors spreading the islands that he killed the drowned god. Asha scoffed upon hearing that. I didn't take you for a godly man, uncle. Said Asha. I'm not, but unfortunately, the rest of our people are. Even your uncle swore he saw the Stark boy pull the drowned god from the ocean's depths and kill it. It's a rumor that most of our people are believing in. Asha, the fear that pervades Ironborn's mind, is not easily scrubbed away. And now, they're seeing our best reavers dying like flies. That fear only grows several folds. Then what do you suggest that I do? Do you want me to give up my claim on Pike and cower in fear of a wolf's shadow for the rest of my life? Asha asked in frustration. No, girl. I want you to be smart. You have a brother in Winterfell. Seek him out and enlist his help to befriend the Black Wolf. Use their strength to your advantage if you want to thrive in these islands. Roderick suggested. Befriend the Stark who humiliated my father? Are you mad? Asha asked incredulously. It is not madness to befriend those who are stronger than us, Asha. Not every issue can be solved by the force of arms and ships. If you hope to lead the Ironborn, you must use your mind and outthink your opponents. Because no self-respecting Ironborn lordling would allow you to ascend over their heads without a fight. Said Roderick. What makes you think my brother has any sort of influence with the Starks? Asha asked after a moment of quietly thinking over everything that was said so far. Roderick could only shake his head. Think, girl. Why did Lord Stark spare young Theon when Balon launched an attack on the north? He could see Asha stop a moment and give his question some serious thought. Now, you see. Seek out your brother and enlist his aid. Together, you two might stand a chance to wrestle the control of Pike from Victarion. Alone, you stand no chance. Roderick said, squeezing his niece's shoulder. He had no hope that Asha or Theon could convince Harrion Stark to help them gain control over Pike. But he hoped that Asha would regain her sibling and abandon her mad ambitions of ruling the Iron Islands in the image of her father. The legacy of Balon Greyjoy should end with him. Roderick thought. I still don't understand how a mirror can help us keep in touch with home while we are in a faraway land. Rob commented, inspecting the giant mirror inside Harry's cabin. Like this, said Harry, tapping the mirror's surface with his power ring. Avalon. Maester Marwyn. The mirror flickered before the reflection on the mirror changed to show Maester Marwyn reading a large tome on his desk. My lord. Marwyn looked up from his tome to stare at the mirror in confusion. Think nothing of it, Maester. I was just showing Rob how the mirror functions. Said Harry with a dismissive wave. Oh. With another tap of his ring, the mirror went back to showing the reflection. That's incredible. Ravens could become useless if these mirrors are used in every castle. Rob said excitedly. Don't get your hopes up, brother. I don't think sharing these mirrors with other houses is a good idea. Empowering them to transmit all kinds of messages at the speed of light is not exactly a sound move from a future Lord of Winterfell. Harry deadpanned. Forget I said anything. Said Rob after a moment of thought. I'll try, but I make no promises. Harry teased before going back to reading the book in his hand with his feet on the table. You know, I didn't thank you for convincing Father to let me go on this trip with you. I was desperately hoping to stay away from Winterfell. Said Rob. Harry looked up from the book on Bravacy culture he had borrowed from Maester Lewin to stare curiously at Rob. Now, what would make you think that? Harry asked. Winterfell was getting overcrowded with all the lords and their daughters. I suppose you don't feel it, but the expectations of me are so high, and I don't think I can ever live up to them. Of course, don't think I'm blaming you, brother. It's just frustrating at times, said Rob. Harry stared at his downtrodden twin with a critical eye. Rob, do you remember the tale of Torrhen Stark? Harry suddenly asked. The king who knelt? Rob asked with a frown. The very same. Of course. Torrhen Stark was the last king of Winter. He knelt before Aegon and surrendered his crown without a fight. He was the only king to do so in the Seven Kingdoms, said Rob. Yes, he didn't fight Aegon and his sister wives. He only marched down the neck and knelt at the trident after Aegon and his sisters arrived atop their dragons. The people still deride him for surrendering without a fight. But I see him as one of the best among the Winter Kings. Do you know why? Rob remained silent, but he was listening keenly. I like him because, despite the overwhelming favor for war among his lords, he boldly decided to do nothing and merely bend his knee. He saved thousands of lives on that day with that single act. He preserved the North and Stark rule over the North for generations to come. He was willing to take in all the blame for the benefit of his people and descendants. Being a leader is a thankless job. No matter what decision you take, someone will be offended somewhere. A good leader listens to all the opinions presented to him but, ultimately, listens to his own heart. Similarly, you don't have to do anything that others say or do something that others expect of you. When the time comes, you'll rule Winterfell and the North. Just listen to your heart and rule as Torrhen Stark did. Rob laughed. It's not as easy as you say, brother. Of course not. That's why you have me, Jon and the rest of our family. No one said you've got to rule alone, said Harry. Besides, this trip should boost your negotiating skills with foreign rulers. Fenris chose that moment to make himself known by letting out a low growl from where the dire wolf was resting. See. Even Fenris agrees, said Harry. When the blue ocean disappeared from beneath the airship and the land appeared, the ship's captain alerted the entire ship, which happened to be Anya. Harry had initially hoped to bring Silos Pool with them as the airship captain on their trip, but the situation in the Iron Islands demanded the man's presence in Avalon. After all, Silos Pool oversaw the response team that acted out missions for the fleet in tracking and destroying Ironborn ships sailing the Sunset Sea, intent on raiding the shores of West Eros. The plan was to strangulate the Ironborn and diminish their naval battle capability in the next 3 decades. Of course, he had ordered to spare the trade ships setting sail from all the major ports of the Iron Islands. While he considered the Ironborn his enemy and their culture an anathema, he was not cruel enough to let them starve on their miserable islands. Of course, some trigger-happy officers in his fleet occasionally sank any Ironborn ships they could find. He had those sent to the Bear Islands to oversee the transport of ice to the southern kingdoms. Transporting and unloading ice in the southern ports were some of the most tedious jobs for such trigger-happy idiots who refused to follow standard orders during peacetime. But Harry also recognized the value of enthusiastic soldiers. That was why he refused to send the few sailors charged with the crime of attacking trade ships of the Ironborn into guard duty in trade vessels of Avalon. My lord. We've reached Black Tide, said Anya as Harry walked into the ship's command bridge. Take us down, Captain, said Harry. The airship sailed smoothly in the sky and slowly started descending as it neared the castle adjoining the port that hosted a portion of his fleet. The ships anchored at the port flew the Wolf banner, and so far, they had done an excellent job cleaning out the reavers and pirates. The slave trade supported by the Ironborn had come to a screeching halt as he had used the Marauders map to its full effect. Rob and I will only take a moment. You can stay put in the ship, said Harry, looking at Jon, Elsera, Josera, and Hojan. Once their ship landed, Harry and Rob disembarked with 2 armed guards flanking them. The port and the castle came alive as people surrounded the airship. The guards of House Tallheart kept the crowd under control while Lord Leopold welcomed them into his partially built home. The original castle of House Blacktide was destroyed during the war, and the current one was being built around an old fort that had gone into disrepair. Harry's eyes found Lord Leopold's family accompanying the man. By appointing Leopold Tallheart as the Lord of Blacktide, he had earned the goodwill of House Tallheart and Hornwood, as the man's wife was a Hornwood. It also helped that Lord Leopold was an agreeable person who had happily accepted the deal of a 50-year lease of the ports on the island in return for a reduced tax levy. The island's economy depended entirely on the shipping traffic that came into the ports from Avalon. The glass trade had been booming since the Ironborn lost their fleet, allowing Harry to move his ships into the ports along the Sunset Sea. The ice trade boomed once he started having the ships deliver ice as far as Dorne. Ice was a luxury the Desert Kingdom could not live without, as found by the increasing demand for ice from the north. The tricky part of the ice trade was preserving the solid structure for use. Harry went with the simple method of selling charmed boxes to preserve the temperature inside, which maintained the structural integrity of ice for an indefinite period. Lord Harrion, Lord Rob. Welcome to Black Tide. My family and I heartily welcome you. Lord Leopold bowed respectfully, as did his family, before offering them guest rights. Thank you, my lord, said Rob. A few minutes later, Harry and Rob were seated in a tower with Leopold Tallheart. Harry didn't waste any time and explained in detail the plan to cut a canal across the neck and how it increased the shipping traffic once the free cities started sending their trade vessels. Black Tide was one of the best stopgap ports in the Sunset Sea while sailing towards the southern shores of West Eros. So, another port has to be built on the island. Lord Leopold said, looking thoughtfully at the map of the island. Yes. We think it'd be better to build another harbour exclusively for merchant vessels, said Rob. It'd lessen the burden on the current port and have it repurposed for our fleet. Yes, that's possible. Lord Leopold nodded tentatively. But I'll need more workers and more gold. I'll inform Sir Silos Pool of our agreement. Sir Silos will arrange everything you need, said Harry. Then I'll ensure the work is finished speedily. Lord Leopold vowed. Good. Now, on to other matters. Has there been any issues from Harlaw? Harry asked. Not recently. However, our spies have informed me about the arrival of Asha Greyjoy. She and her fellow reavers are currently staying put at Harlaw. Asha Greyjoy? Theon's sister? Rob asked curiously. Yes, brother. Lord Harlaw told me she was away from the Iron Islands during the war. It's a tradition among the Ironborn to prove their mettle in the sea by reaving distant shores to earn their iron price. She must have been proving herself capable of command by raiding ships near the Stepstones. Harry explained. Balon Greyjoy allowed his daughter to command his ships. Rob asked with surprise. Rumor was that Balon wanted to replace Theon as his heir. The Lord Reaper of Pike had the girl trained with his finest captains. Leopold said. Are they planning on contesting Victarion Greyjoy's rule? Harry asked curiously. I don't know, my lord. Lord Leopold shrugged. The lords of the Iron Islands have not gathered at Harlaw. If Asha Greyjoy intends to stake her claim on Pike, she'll need the support of other Ironborn captains and lords. That's disappointing. A civil war between these pirates would have been of immense benefit to us, Harry said, earning a look of shock from Rob. I suspect you won't be disappointed, my lord. If we've learned of Asha Greyjoy's arrival at Harlaw, it stands to reason Victarion has also learned the same, said Lord Leopold. Harry nodded while frowning thoughtfully. He had left the issue of Pike vague while withdrawing his fleet from the Iron Islands to facilitate infighting among the Ironborn. He worried that the Iron Throne would step in, but the small council had turned a blind eye to the Ironborn. He hoped they maintained the disinterest for some more time. Maybe they're also waiting to see whether the Greyjoys force a civil war on the Ironborn. The royal fleet is not far away to take action, Harry mused. I'll inform Sir Silos to keep the fleet on high alert. If Victarion makes a move, the fleet will be prepared to have the conflict confined to the islands and far away from our shipping lanes. Chapter 100, A Song of Fire. Chapter text. Clouds flew past Harry as the airship sailed through the sky at a moderate speed. He stayed near the ship's railing, enjoying the wind rushing past his face. The rushing wind reminded him of the times he'd often use his firebolt in his home world. His attempts to create a broom had been only partially successful. The broom he had made suffered from maneuverability in transit, which forced him to reduce its maximum speed for safety purposes. A broom without speed was like a bird without wings. The entire purpose of the broom became inconsequential without the element of speed in the equation. Despite his relative success with the flying carpet, a fast broom appeared to be way out of his league for the time being. It seemed he was not as good as a professional charms master, but he had not given up hope. He was still working on creating the charms that'd work seamlessly with the rest of the spells on the broom. The salty scent in the air was something Harry liked to enjoy as it reminded him of the white sandy beaches of Avalon. They had left the mainland of the north behind and were fast approaching the Three Sisters. He had only been away from Avalon for a week and was already feeling nostalgic. Harry found John join him at the aft of the ship. Harry acknowledged his brother with a nod. Did you enjoy sailing the ship? Harry asked once he saw John relax while staring at the ocean below. Anya is a tough teacher, John said diplomatically. Sailing the airship, it's not as exciting as you thought, right? Harry asked with a chuckle. It's not, but Rob seems to enjoy it. Good for him. I was hoping he might because I was planning to gift him an airship as a birthday gift. Really? Oh yes. It'd be remiss if the future Lord of Winterfell does not have the means of reaching the sky when his bannermen have it, said Harry. Bannermen? John looked confused. Of course. I'm talking about myself and you, said Harry. I don't have the ability to touch the sky, John said, shaking his head. That can change if you are ready to embrace the inheritance of both sides of your parents. What do you mean? John asked cautiously while Harry grinned at him. Didn't you find it strange that only you could wield magic like I could among the Starks? Once you found out about your true heritage, didn't you think even for a moment maybe that's why I can use magic like Harrion? Anya can use magic like you, and she is not even a Stark, much less one with Targaryen blood. John pointed out. Good. Harry suddenly smiled. Blood has nothing to do with magical ability. To be blessed with magic is fortuitous. Magic does not see a distinction between a king, a lord, a knight, or a peasant. However, the dragon lords of Valyria were cunning enough to ensure the dragons of their homeland were bound to their bloodline. They made certain changes in their blood so that their descendants were predisposed to bond with dragons. This is why only certain bloodlines could bind a dragon as their familiar and become dragon riders. I don't understand. What has dragons got to do with everything? Harry cut in smoothly. Come with me, John. Harry led a confused but intrigued John into a different chamber inside the airship, where he kept two large trunks. He opened the lid of the red trunk and stepped halfway into the expanded space before looking at John. Come in. I have a surprise for you, said Harry. Though amazed out of his mind, John followed Harry into the expanded space of the trunk. What is this? John asked. Harry shot his brother an endearing smile. You could say it's destiny or fate, but let's just say it's your birthright, said Harry, leading John further into the spatial dimension inside the trunk. The sparingly lit stairway gave away as they suddenly stepped onto a lush green hill where they were greeted by herds of sheep, pigs, cows, and buffalo grazing without a care in the world. Bright blue sky could be seen as far as their eyes could see, with a glowing globe of light floating in the sky in the likeness of the sun. Wow! How is this possible? John looked around in awe. With magic, anything is possible, said Harry with a playful gleam in his eyes. I don't know how often I've said that, but it never gets old. But, there is an entire world packed inside a trunk. How? How is that possible? John looked around with wide eyes as he struggled to comprehend the enormity of what he was seeing. Space expansion charms and weather controlling charms. You'll learn that if you show more promise in your magical studies. You mean I can also create something like this? John asked incredulously. In time, yes. From the beginning, I told you that magic is more versatile and powerful than sword waving. Harry said with a chuckle, seeing the gobsmacked face John was sporting. Harry took out the flying carpet from his pocket and enlarged it before letting it hover a few feet from the ground. Climb aboard, John. Our destination is beyond that hill, Harry said, nodding at the hill ahead. Harry watched John tentatively step onto the carpet. He waited until John was comfortably seated on the carpet before placing his right palm on it and urging it to fly. Whoa! John let out a shout before laughing his heart out as the air rushed past them. Harry pushed the carpet to fly at maximum speed, and they speared through the sky in a jiffy, with clouds rushing past them. This is so much better than the airship or a horse, John shouted with glee. Harry could only chuckle as his brother hollered like a Dothraki rider as they zoomed past several flocks of sparrows and ravens. John's shouting scared them away, and for a moment, Harry thought it was something in common between John and Snuggles. All right. We are nearly there, Harry shouted over the whistling air for John to hear. They passed by the huge hill that he later pointed out to John. On the other side of the hill was a large valley filled with rocks, pine trees, and a small lake. Wow! That's so beautiful, John said in awe as the carpet dived towards the valley. They skimmed just above the rocky terrain and the lake as they flew towards the line of pine trees on the shores near the lake. John reached out with his hand, letting it glide over the water's surface. From here on out, be on your guard. You remember the shield charm, don't you? What? What's out there? John asked, a little bit afraid. Harry was tempted to tease John a little by making up a ghost story, but he fought down that urge. You'll soon find out. Just be on your guard. Harry patted John's shoulder as he lowered the carpet near the line of pine trees. Once they had their feet on the ground, Harry shrunk the flying carpet and stuffed it into his pocket. Let's walk, said Harry, leading John into the woods. Harry remained alert while scanning his surroundings with his magic. Unlike Winter, Snuggles was a fierce predator that took great pleasure in hunting. The dragon loved to hide among woods and hunt its prey or snatch sheep and cows by diving quickly from the sky. It loved terrorizing every creature inhabiting the dimension but was also intelligent enough to know that killing for sport would dry up its food source. Snuggles learned that lesson the hard way when it tried to burn and kill everything that moved in the dimension. Harry had to bind the dragon inside the pine forest under heavy wards, isolating the dragon inside a geofence. Ever since that incident, Snuggles had been cautious in hunting inside the dimension and cautious in its interaction with Harry. Whenever Harry approached the fire dragon, it had always been cautious but also looked for a weakness to exploit. Somewhere along the way, Snuggles had started to consider him an enemy. That was why Harry remained alert inside the woods. The dragon was temperamental and so unlike Winter. Perhaps I should have taken a more hands-on approach in the dragon's formative years, Harry thought. But then again, he never planned to bond with the fire dragon. He had always planned to have the dragon either bond with John or grow up independently without any familiar bonds forming with anyone. He had done the same with Winter, and that had worked fabulously. Winter was friendly towards him, but at the same time, the she-dragon was never familiar like Fenris. Winter was more like a friend than anything else. She did things her way, and Harry had always respected her freedom. Not that she had ever done anything that jeopardized her freedom all these years. Harry and John finally arrived at a clearing where half-burnt skeletons and bones were lying around like a graveyard from a horror story. The ground was littered with ashes, and the burnt smell pervaded their noses. He scanned the huge pine tree beneath which Snuggles slept but found no traces of the fire dragon. Harry! What is all this? What could do this? John asked nervously, keeping his power ring ready while his eyes darted around, looking for a threat. You can stop playing this game. Come out! Harry shouted, feeling a sliver of raw magic from the fire dragon. Despite the dragon's strenuous efforts, it could never conceal its magic from his senses. He admitted dragons had superior eyesight and smell, but his ability to perceive magic was far greater than its ability to observe and hear from afar. The leaves to his left moved, and from among the high branches of the pine trees emerged the fire dragon he had teasingly named Snuggles. It was a harmless name born out of the dragon's penchant for snuggling up to anything immovable while sleeping. Even to this day, the dragon slept soundly by snuggling close to the lone pine tree at the center of the clearing. The golden scales of the dragon gleamed brightly. Its eyes were blood red, which made it look more of a terrifying creature than beautiful, as its gleaming body would suggest. The fire dragon was one of its kind with its golden scales. Only one Targaryen dragon was said to have gold scales, Sunfire, the dragon of Aegon II. It was a fierce dragon that killed more than its fair share of dragons and men. Like Sunfire, Snuggles was also a fierce dragon primed for battle. All its mannerisms suggested this, which was why Harry hoped the dragon would bond with John. He had kept the dragon free of any bonds till now, but its fierce mannerisms pointed to a wild dragon, which was disastrous. The ritual that resurrected the fire dragon had granted it some of the better qualities of the ice dragon race. The ability to speak was one such quality Snuggles earned from the ritual, and Harry rightly feared the dragon also inherited longevity. He hoped increased interaction or bonding with John would settle the dragon's more dangerous tendencies. Is that? John gasped. Yes. That's a dragon. How did you? I came by a dragon egg at Skane. Later, I hatched it, but that dragon won't bond with anyone without Valyrian blood. There is a small chance that you could bond with it. Harryan. I don't think I should try this. John muttered with clenched teeth. Do not think of the blood of Valyria as a curse. Your mother's blood long ago won over the fire in your blood. After all, you don't look like a silver-haired idiot. You are a proper Northman. Now, go out there and tame the dragon. It's your birthright. With that pep talk delivered, Harry stood back and let John do the rest. Harry observed the dragon from afar. It was larger than Winter and almost twice the size of a horse. The aggressive soul and blood magic the Valyrians had crafted into the Valyrian dragons had left them predisposed to grow aggressively large in a magic-rich environment. In his studies of the Targaryen dragons, he had noticed that the accounts of the dragons that grew up in King's Landing were noticeably weaker than their counterparts in Dragonstone. Even their flames had grown weaker once dragons started growing away from Dragonstone. His research into the Targaryen bloodline had also revealed some crucial knowledge. The Valyrians were immensely competent in blood magic and had formed a new race of nearly perfect human breeds of men and women with their Dragonlord families. By means that were frankly horrible, the Valyrians had perfected and cultivated certain traits within their bloodline using dragon blood. It was the work of the finest combination of alchemy and blood magic he had ever seen. Therefore, Harry was also confident in John's chances to bond with Snuggles. Harry winced and held himself from acting against the dragon when it snarled at John as he made his way towards the dragon. He could see the dragon eye him and then John with an intensity behind its eyes. Harry could see that it was working things out to some extent. To John's credit, he was taking things seriously with a small protective layer of magic enveloping his left arm. Harry could feel the small stream of magic. The power ring on John's hand was flooding like a cocoon, enveloping John like a shield. Harry moved his eyes towards the dragon as John once again moved towards the dragon. The dragon reared its head and spat out a globe of gold flame at John. Fortunately, John batted away the flame with his magic. Harry could see the surprise on Snuggles' face as it realized John was not a hapless stranger but one that wielded magic. The dragon looked at Harry once again, realizing that Harry was not a lone magic user capable of withstanding its flames. All right now. Smell the blood, Snuggles. Smell the dragon blood. Harry muttered to himself as John made several bold steps towards the dragon. The dragon swayed its head slowly as it watched John's movements carefully. Now, Harry could see the dragon was sniffing out John and sensing the faint call of the Dragonlord blood in John's veins. Diminished though it might be, John had dragon blood running through his veins. The call of that blood to a dragon was not something it could easily ignore. To Harry's immense satisfaction, John reached out and touched Snuggles on its neck. A wide smile stretched on his face as the dragon slowly started to get more comfortable around John. Well, well, well. It looks like my plan worked seamlessly. Harry muttered with some satisfaction. It was a start, and Harry hoped John could train better during this trip. This trip was not merely for the sake of business and adventure. The next few months were a crucial part of training for Rob and John. After all, the political game of Westeros was merely a means to an end. The real struggle was always with the enemy that was beyond the wall. It's all done, my lord. They are ready to be deployed, said Anya. Harry nodded as he walked among the snitches his Valkyrie had painstakingly created with several months of labor. The runic inscriptions for tracing out the map of the waters surrounding the Three Sisters were a challenging task. But he and his Valkyrie had done the same for the Iron Islands, therefore, he didn't expect anything to go awry at this juncture. That's a lot of metal balls. Rob breathed, staring at the gleaming bronze surface of the snitches lying on the ship's hull. So, these metal balls have runestones inside them? John asked. Yes. Harry nodded. What exactly does they do? Rob asked curiously, poking one snitch with the index finger and jumping back when the snitch swatted his finger away with its wings. They'll flood the place with their detection magic and show us the real-life map of the area. In this case, we'll know ship movements surrounding the Three Sisters on the all-seeing table. Harry explained while a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, watching Rob get rebuffed by the snitches while trying to pick one of them up. So, we can see the movements of pirate ships, said John thoughtfully. Yes. We can keep watch over the islands for any naval movements. Once we have the contact mirrors installed on all northern ships, we can warn our ships to steer clear of pirates. Until then, the Manderleys can send escort ships to fight off the pirate ships harrying their merchant ships, said Harry. That's impressive. How does that work exactly? Rob asked, and he elaborated further when Harry raised an eyebrow curiously. I mean, even if we can see the position of a pirate ship on the map, it doesn't necessarily mean an escort ship might know the location. All captains know the safe lanes they use on the sea. They usually use star positions at night, and almost all Manderley ships carry a compass. The captains of the scout ships can sail after the merchant ship using their expertise in the sea. But wouldn't it be better if this map is made available for the scout ships? Rob asked curiously. That gave Harry pause as he had never thought of doing something like that. It was primarily because of paranoia because some captains tend to turn to piracy or are somehow involved with pirates. After all, not everyone was incorruptible. However, Harry also saw the merit in Rob's idea. He could think of an elite task force specifically created to tackle piracy in the seas within the fleet. Something like that could be useful. Perhaps these ships could be a different class of ships. That way, I wouldn't have to connect all ships to the map's grid. Maybe even a separate rank of officers could be created. Harry mused. That's actually a splendid idea. Maybe we could try this out at Avalon, and if successful, we can request the Manderleys to adopt the same. Harry suggested, making Rob happy. So, how are these snitches planted? Do you just throw them into the sea? Asked John. Harry shook his head before applying the voice magnifying charm on his throat. All snitches, deploy. A low buzzing sound emanated from the snitches before it became a loud buzzing as all the snitches rose in the air, beating their tiny wings. The panels on the airship's hull folded back, allowing the snitches to escape like a swarm. Once outside the airship, the snitches flew away in different directions. The bottom panels sealed themselves shut, and Harry led his brothers to the chamber where one of the all-seeing tables was kept. Harry pressed his power ring against the table's surface, and the table lit up with a map of everything between Sea Dragon Point and the Iron Islands. The map showed different colored dots moving slowly in the sunset sea. Wow! Rob breathed, seeing the intricate details of the map. Once the snitches settle in, they'll trace out the area and all the activities involved in the region, said Harry. Just as Harry finished saying that, a new map started to form on the table, making John and Rob gasp. Once we're finished here, we'll have the map connected to the all-seeing table in Avalon. After that, we leave for Bravus. Chapter 101, The Titan. Chapter text. John took a deep breath as he stared at the massive structure of the Titan of Bravus. The enormous structure of a warrior made of granite and bronze gleamed as the first rays of dawn shined in it. He supposed he was among the luckiest few fortunate to see the Titan up close and on level with its head, thanks to the airship. He supposed some of his Targaryen ancestors might have seen the same thing he saw on their dragons when they visited the free city of Bravus. John took a few steps back, startled when a roar came from the mouth of the Titan. What the? John spluttered. That's the roar of the Titan. Whenever a ship approaches the statue, it roars to warn the arsenal. Harry explained. How's that possible? Is the statue alive? John asked incredulously. Of course not. It's most likely a combination of several horns operated by men in a cleverly designed chamber that amplifies sound. After all, the Bravasi are not solely famed for their shipbuilding capabilities, said Harry. So, there is no magic involved? John asked, a pinch disappointed. Not that I know of. Maybe there is some magic involved, Harry said thoughtfully before a gleam entered his eyes that made John uneasy. Tell you what. Let's find that out tonight. It'll be an adventure like never before, Harry suggested. Is that wise? I mean, wouldn't the Bravasi be cross with us if we violate their treasured possessions? John asked hesitantly, but he also liked the idea of investigating the Titan. John didn't know why, but he was getting a strange feeling from the Titan. It felt like something familiar was gnawing at the edges of his mind, but for the life of him, he could not discern what it was. They'll be cross with us if they find us. What they don't know won't hurt them. Besides, there is something interesting in the Titan's roar. I'm sure you've also felt it. John nodded slowly while eyeing his brother out of the corner of his eyes. He got the feeling Harry suspected something, but gleaning anything from Harry was as difficult as earning the trust of a dragon. Yes, but I don't know what it is, John muttered, frowning intently at the Titan's mouth. Well, that makes the two of us, brother. Harry patted John's shoulder. I've been thinking of telling the truth to Rob, John suddenly said as the airship started to lower itself as they approached the Titan. It's not time. Harry shook his head. But, John started. You'll have to wait, John. Trust me, Harry said firmly, staring ahead. Our priority must be to keep your heritage a secret from everyone. The less number of people who know this secret, the better. But Rob is my brother. I trust him, John argued. Good. Then make sure you tell the truth after Theon Greyjoy leaves Winterfell. Theon. John blinked in surprise. What do you? Rob has many good qualities. But one bad habit he picked from our father is that he is blind to the shortcomings of his friends, said Harry. John cut himself off when he found Rob coming towards them to join them on the ship's bow. So, what's the plan? Are we supposed to fly in like this in broad daylight? Rob asked. That's exactly the plan. The whole point of going into Bravus on the airship was to show them we rule the skies, said Harry, making John frown. Aren't the Bravasi our allies? John asked, confused. Allies? Harry raised an eyebrow. Have we ever signed an alliance agreement with Bravus, to your knowledge? But, we trade with Bravus. John's forehead creased. We also trade with Pentos, Mir, Tyrosh, Lys, Volantis, and anyone willing to trade with us on the other side of the narrow sea. That doesn't make them our allies, Rob pointed out. Exactly. Harry beamed. Bravus is a valued trade partner. We have no military alliance with the Sea Lord, and that places them squarely with the rest of the free cities. The only difference is that our volume of trade with Bravus exceeds compared to any other polity on the other side of the narrow sea. But we hope to make them an ally, right? Rob asked. In time, yes. For now, we only need trade agreements from them. Our focus should be on that alone, said Harry. John wanted to remind Harry how contradictory that was. Only a moment ago, his brother suggested they sneak into the Titan to see what was making that roar. It was not exactly the work of a trade delegation. But he had enough grace not to point that out to his brother. Well, at least we know for sure Arya would be disappointed to learn the Titan does not come to life to smash the enemies of Bravus and eat highborn ladies. John said amusedly, making his brother laugh. Old Nan have such wild imaginations, said Rob, smiling fondly at the memory of old Nan telling them fantastical tales about the Titan. All right. Enough dallying. We have people to meet and deals to be made. Harry clapped his hands and led them back to their rooms to get ready. They were quick to make themselves presentable as the airship lowered from the clouds. They all saw the famed arsenal of Bravus after they bypassed the towering visage of the Titan. The fortified shipyard of Bravus was famed for building one ship every day. It was a fanciful claim to make, but John saw the hundreds of galleys anchored at the infamous shipyard at the entrance of Bravus Lagoon and changed his mind. Look at those battlements on the top of that rock. No fleet could bypass them. Rob pointed a finger at the arsenal. Sure enough, John found several huge siege engines, Scorpions, and Spitfires atop the knob of rock overlooking the arsenal. The hundreds of galleys moored at the shipyard sported the banners of Bravus fluttering in the wind. Look at those galleys. It's no wonder no other fleet could defeat them, Rob said, looking at the rows upon rows of galleys anchored at the shipyard. Alan Velaryon defeated them at the stepstones, John absently said, making Rob look at him in surprise. Is that true? Rob asked, turning his sights on Harryan. It must be true. I'll trust John's expertise on the subject of battles of the past, Harry said amusedly. They fell silent and enjoyed the view of the city of Bravus sprawled out in all its splendor across a chain of islands. Unlike other sail ships, the airship was not supposed to be anchored in a harbor. Instead, arrangements were made ahead of their arrival in Bravus, and John was only learning about them now from Harryan. Looking down from the ship, he could see some of those arrangements. A large circle was painted on the ground of a huge mansion where the airship was supposed to land. Under Lady Anya's captaincy, the airship lowered steadily towards the painted circle. He also noticed the people gathered nearby under the shade of the mansion, waiting for their arrival. The Manderley colors were easily spotted among the company of men and women waiting on the ground. I had sent the Manderleys ahead of our arrival to Bravus to arrange our lodgings near the Purple Harbor. It'll only take a few minutes of walk to reach the Sea Lord's palace, where the negotiations will be held. Harry explained. John bleakly noticed there was not a single tree inside the city sprawled out over the many islands. It was as if the Bravasi had leveled their islands with bricks and turned all their trees into ships. However, he did spot some greenery among the huge mansions he could see from the airship, but they were a rarity in the city. His attention was diverted back to what was happening on the bow of the airship as the household guards of House Stark arranged themselves neatly dressed in fine armor and armed with the finest swords and spears. Sir Hallis Mullen led the guards in the absence of Sir Jory and Sir Roderick. A slight tremor passed through the airship as it touched down on the ground but otherwise remained stable as always. The side panel on the starboard side of the airship folded inwards, and a long wooden pathway formed outwards until it touched the ground. John quickly joined Harry's and Rob's side, with guards led by Sir Holland flanking them from all sides. Together, they disembarked the ship, and John took notice of Whaley and Wendell Manderley among the delegation receiving them on the ground. A thin, short man with slicked black hair dressed in a fine red silk doublet and black breeches stepped forward with a smile. Lord Harry, Lord Rob. My name is Titus Ethrion. On behalf of the Iron Bank, let me say it is an honor to welcome you into our city. The honor is ours, said Rob with a slight nod. We've only heard of Bravu's beauty and the famed Titan in tales and the pages of books in the library. We're heartened to see your city's beauty exceeds the words of the maesters of the citadel. Harry greeted back with a smile. John was thankful he was left alone to his own devices while a swarm of courtiers of the Sea Lord and several other representatives of the Iron Bank swept away Harry and Rob. Instead of participating in any of the talks, he went straight to his room. Along the way, he found Lady Anya engaged in an expressive conversation with Elsira Snow near the controlling bridge of the airship. I suppose Rob is not the only one learning to fly the airship. John mused. He didn't dally around to see what they were talking about, and instead, he went straight to his room. Along the way, he passed by the household guards of House Stark of Winterfell and Avalon alike. At one point, he had hoped to be one of these men or even just a brother of the Night's Watch, serving side by side with his uncle Benyon Stark. But that was no longer possible because his ambitions had changed. His options were not so small or reduced, all thanks to Harryan. It all started with the Stark name. He desperately yearned for it, and Harryan delivered it to him on a dime without John ever asking for it. But now, he knew he was not a bastard of Ned Stark. He was the bastard son of Rhaegar Targaryen. He was a dragon seed of the Targaryen dynasty, which his uncle had righteously overthrown for the crimes committed against his grandfather, uncle, and mother. But the story of House Targaryen should not end with Aerys and Rhaegar. Harry helped him see beyond his hatred for the duo and what the Targaryens and even the Valyrians represented. While John saw the violence, greed for power, and endless expansionist wars, Harryan taught him to see their magic and how that empowered them. According to Harryan, the Valyrians failed to utilize the magic and use it to empower the people of Essos. They refused to share their magic with the rest of the world and jealously held on to its might to empower themselves. John understood what his brother was saying. He realized the failing of Valyria was in using their magic to subjugate the rest of the world and its people instead of freeing them. Harryan had used his magic to conquer 2 islands of the Iron Islands. Once he did that, he gave them the benefits of trade and abolished the old ways of the Ironborn. All across the north, Harryan spread his magic and gave their people wealth and comfort. He gave them the opportunity to rebuild themselves, and John realized that was the true power of magic freedom. He knew his brother alone could not spread the benefits of magic everywhere. But if John could help more substantially, the work could spread far and wide. Even the threat posed by the White Walkers could be averted with more magic on their side. With this noble goal in mind, John embraced the other half of the blood running in his body. He was determined to bring about great change in not just the north but the whole north using the dragon blood and the blood of the first men. But first, he needed to learn to bond better with his dragon and study more about magic from his brother. Closing the door behind him, John went straight towards a familiar-looking trunk in his room. Opening the lid, he stepped in, and with the aid of the flying carpet, he found Snuggles. He waved at the dragon, but the dragon just ignored him, making John sigh. John had his work cut out for him with a rebellious dragon in hand, which he was supposed to tame before returning home. Are you sure this is the right place for this kind of discussion? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, it is. Do you see anyone eavesdropping on our conversation, Lord Harryan? Titus Ethrion said happily. Harry looked around at the vacant bridge with carved faces staring at him from all corners. They sat on a bench on the bridge overlooking the ships moored at the Purple Harbor. The bridge had a huge span and was made of stone and wood. From the highest point on the bridge, Harry could almost see all of the city. I suppose they aptly named the Bridge of Eyes. Harry thought, feeling a touch uncomfortable, feeling all the eyes of the carved faces on him. It was like the feeling he got from the Godswood of Winterfell sense the magical power. Now, tell me more about this canal you're proposing, said Titus. House Stark has decided to carve out a canal connecting the Bight with Salt Spear at Neck. We'll do it in a way that it does not touch the Fever River, said Harry before taking a map from his pocket and letting it sprawl out on the bench. That's an ambitious venture, Titus muttered, schooling his face so as not to show any emotions. I suppose you are here to ask for our aid or a loan from the Iron Bank. No. I'm here to negotiate a trade deal to set tariffs for Braavie ships that'd cross the canal in the future. You seem awfully certain you'd build the canal. How long is this canal? Less than 80 leagues long. How long would such a venture take to complete in Westeros? It'll only take at most a month. A month? Titus asked incredulously. I know it sounds fanciful. But I'm not talking about carving out a long canal using laborers. That'd take years to finish the canal. Then what are you talking about? Titus asked with a frown. I can carve out the canal using magic. All expenses for the canal will be borne by myself. But before I build the canal, we need to come to an understanding. Harry watched as the Iron Bank representative went into a contemplative silence. Only the sound let out by seagulls patrolling the skies could be heard, as well as the steady lull of the sea. You're confident you can build this canal within a month? Titus asked, breaking his silence. I'll be gone on a trip across Essos. Once my journey is completed, I'll return to the north, and the work on the canal will be completed within a month. If this canal is completed, Braavie ships will gain access to the western ports of Westeros. Titus slowly said, never taking his eyes off the map. More than that. It'll ensure the expansion of our glass trade as well as the ice trade. Braavie ships can access Avalon directly, and we can also do the same, said Harry. You'll need an audience with the Sea Lord and his advisors. Titus said. I've already requested an audience. That won't be necessary. Will you be comfortable meeting with the Sea Lord on the morrow? Of course. Good. I'll arrange the meeting. Eddard rubbed his eyes to alleviate the sleep that was consuming him and tried to make sense of the numbers on his desk. The taxes collected from Sea Dragon Point were well above some of the wealthiest regions in the north combined, like Barrowden, White Harbor and the Rills. But it was not just Sea Dragon Point. All regions in the north had been generating more taxes than usual. His son's lands just happened to be the most productive, and it was shown by the people migrating to the previously uninhabited area for better job opportunities. Farming and hunting were still the most popular jobs of the small folk. But Avalon had been offering people other avenues with glassmaking, shipbuilding and now the ice trade. If Maester Luwin was correct, Bear Island was fast becoming wealthy because of the ice trade. The forest ice eater from the lakes of Mormont lands was most sought after in the south. They even called it the Bear Ice. House Mormont had not only settled all their debts brought upon by Yoram Mormont, but they had also made a killing in the ice trade that left them with a reasonable sum of gold and silver going by the taxes the Mormonts had sent him. If only Ser Jorah had been patient, he could have had it all. Eddard thought with some disappointment. While he hated the former Lord of Mormont Keep for engaging in slavery, he acknowledged that the man was a good warrior. The ill repute the man's actions brought upon House Mormont would not be wiped away anytime soon. However, what kept him at night was not just the increased tax collected from the north. Maester Luwin had delivered a raven from Jonaran. Thankfully, his foster father had only good news to share. Lady Lisa Oren had delivered a healthy boy, and they had named him Robert Oren in honor of his late friend and brother in all but blood. The contents of the parchment should not have made him stay the night, but it was writing the response that he found difficult. Writing a congratulatory note was not a difficult task, but Eddard was also considering whether it was a good idea to inform Jon about the plans for building the canal. Usually, the Iron Throne had no authority in any construction that happened inside respective kingdoms, but it was a courtesy to inform the king about it. The canal was something that'd change the current shipping lanes of Westeros. Changing the geography of the north and the Westerosi continent was something he ought to inform the throne. At the same time, he knew a canal in the north that gave Essos merchants access to the Sunset Sea would upset many in the south. That was why he had held off on informing the small council about the plans for the canal. Someone could act on the information and possibly disrupt Harrion's negotiations with the Braavie. But it had been over a week since Harrion, Robb, and Jon departed for Braavos. He hoped his sons had enough time to gain the audience of the Sea Lord and discuss the matter of the canal. Dipping his quill in the ink, Eddard began scribbling down a message on a fresh parchment. The very next day, a raven flew from Winterfell carrying his best wishes for Jonaran and a message for the small council about their plans for carving out the Sunset Canal. Of course, Eddard was purposefully vague about the whole matter and merely mentioned he had sent out surveyors to map out the best possible site for the canal at the neck. He left out his son's involvement as well as the magic that will be involved in the canal's construction. Considering the small council's disposition to the faith of the Seven, it was better to be as vague as possible. Chapter 102, The Free City of Bravus P1. Chapter text. You must be joking for sure. Pakester Redwine said with a snort. Peter wholeheartedly agreed with the feelings expressed by the master of ships. He hated the man with a passion for being a meticulous administrator, making it difficult for him to smuggle certain goods in or out of the city. But that doesn't mean he had to disagree with everything the man said. I'm afraid I'm not as adept at making jokes as you think I am, Lord Redwine. Jonaran said, looking composed while staring at each face in the small council to show that he was serious. But, this is preposterous. To cut a long canal along the neck connecting the narrow sea with the Sunset Sea is simply, Grand Maester Gorman said while shaking his head. It's impossible. As impossible as making ships that fly in castles from mud on a single night. Varys asked blandly. Baelish looked thoughtful at the question and realized the Master of Whispers was right. He admonished himself for his severe lack of judgment by ignoring the magical prowess of Cat's son. In his defense, it was difficult to keep track of the Stark boy's magical accomplishments and keep them in mind in meetings like these. He was only familiar with playing the game against regular players on an even field, not against a sorcerer of unimaginable powers. This left him wholly blindsided whenever the Stark boy was involved. Peter struggled to think of an appropriate response to the news Jonaran had shared with the small council. A canal cut straight through the neck built by the Starks was one of the worst news he had heard in the last decade. If it becomes a reality, he could see the entire shipping from Bravus, Pentos, and maybe even Myr diverted to the canal. Not only would this enrich the north, but it also give them control over the flow of trade into Old Town, Lannisport, and the Arbor. There were also other locations along the western coasts that he excluded, especially in the Riverlands and the north. By controlling the canal, the north would control all trade between the Narrow Sea and the Sunset Sea. The political power amassed from such control would make the Starks far more powerful than they already were. On the other hand, Peter was not so blinded by his dislike of House Stark that he ignored the obvious advantages of having a canal so close to his lands in the Fingers. While his land holdings were not particularly substantial or resource-rich, he could think of a few ways to enrich his lands from the benefit of shifting trade with the advent of a canal. He could build a port and have it serve as a supply station for ships from the southern free cities of Essos. But this also meant all his efforts to help the Myrish pirates settle in the Three Sisters were wasted and detrimental to his renewed interest in the region. On one hand, he didn't want the north to gain more power, on the other, he was attracted by the lucrative opportunity to develop his lands. With his connections among the merchants in Westeros and abroad, it'd be. No. The north should not be allowed to have the canal. They're already far too powerful. Peter thought grimly. I cannot get distracted by the possibility of making more gold. Does Lord Stark say how long it'll take them to build this canal? Peter asked curiously. No, he does not. Jonaran shook his head. A canal in the north should allow ships from Bravus and Pentos access to the Sunset Sea circumventing the Stepstones. The pirates would be out of their business if such a canal comes into existence, said Lord Redwine. The pirates might extend their reach northward, coming into direct conflict with the royal fleet if ships avoid the Stepstones. Patrice Oakhart said, the newly sworn master of laws. Is that possible? Stannis suddenly asked, looking at Lord Redwine. One other thing Peter was worried about was King Stannis. Unlike King Robert, Stannis Baratheon never missed a single small council meeting. The man was an able king and held court at least 2 days a week. A competent king on the Iron Throne was making his life very difficult in King's Landing, and a Stark boy with magical powers was making his revenge farther and farther away. An immense helpless feeling swelled up inside him, threatening to pull him into despair. It could be possible. Pirates are not exactly smart folk. They'll look to loot ships one way or the other, said Lord Pakester. Then we'll have to prepare for such an eventuality. We don't know when Lord Stark plans the construction. But we must be prepared for all eventualities, said Stannis. Your Grace. Have you perhaps given a thought about the necessity of this canal? Peter slyly asked before anyone else could say anything. What do you mean, Lord Baelish? Stannis asked, frowning at the Master of Coin. We have no pressing problems that require a canal to be built across the neck. Also, shouldn't your Grace have a say in this grand construction? Peter asked. If the lords of Westeros think they should start asking permission for anything they build on their lands using their gold and silver, then my office will be filled with such requests. So long as the Starks are building their canal in their lands and there are no complaints from other lords whose lands this canal passes, I see no reason for my involvement. They are free to do whatever they want with their lands so long as they're not breaking any laws, said Stannis, after which he stared at the new Master of Laws. To my knowledge, there are no laws that'd prohibit Lord Stark from building something in his lands, said Patrice Oakhart. Lord Stark also informed us all beforehand courteously through Lord Arryn. Varys quipped, eyeing Peter with a sly smile. We should be focusing our efforts on how this canal would impact our trade and perhaps how that'll be received in Dorne, said Jonaran. Also, we need to contact Lord Eddard and ensure our enemies or pirates cannot access the canal. To Peter's frustration, once again, his subtle attempts to stonewall House Stark lay in tatters. Instead, he'd have to hope that some hapless, no good rivals of House Stark in Essos would do something. It was for the umpteenth time he was questioning the supposed prowess of assassins in Essos. So far, the SSC rivals of Harry and Stark have stopped sending assassins, or they've stopped wasting their silver and resigned themselves to the existence of their rival. He could see no other reason why the wealthy SSC magisters were failing to have the troublesome Stark boy killed. Incompetent fools. Peter thought with a scowl. Nonetheless, he decided to have the news of the canal's construction leaked to the enemies of House Stark. If someone got lucky and managed to hinder the canal somehow, then he'd count that as a win. It was a fool's hope, but he had nothing else in the arsenal to hurt the Starks. Peter had to accept the grim reality that his foes in the north were far too powerful and untouchable by normal means. If only I had a mountain of gold, I could have enlisted the services of a faceless man. John could only stare in awe at the snowy hill upon which the ice dragon was lounging candidly. To think he thought he had seen all the wonders of magic that had to offer from his brother. Once again, the world magic kept surprising him at every turn. The dragon had beautiful blue scales resembling finely cut crystals while gleaming like an ethereal giant blue gemstone. When Harry described the dragon, he was not mincing words. This has to be the most beautiful creature in the world. John thought, mesmerized by the dragon. She does not like to eat meat. She prefers leaves, especially from weirwood trees. And she can't breathe fire, but she breathes ice that can kill any living creature in the blink of an eye like dragonfire. Harry explained. She only eats leaves. John asked to make sure his ears had not betrayed him. Yes. She does not eat meat. Harrian answered. John could only feel more wonder and give up trying to understand the ways of magic. Have you managed to bond with her? John asked curiously. Dragons are not pets, John. I thought you'd have realized that by now after spending time with Snuggles. I understand that, but still, John looked expectantly at Harry. I've not flown on Winter, and no, there is no bond between us, said Harry. That's a shame. I think Sundancer can understand some of my wishes if I express them with more emotion. I don't know why you changed the name of the dragon. Snuggles was a perfect name for it. Harry argued. Are you kidding? John asked incredulously. He hated that name with a passion. Whenever I used that name, he spat fire at my face. You should have seen when he was young. He was such a cute dragon, and I gave him the cutest name possible. Harry said with a pained look. John shook his head, he could never have imagined Sundancer as cute. He was a fierce dragon who loved fighting, hunting, and killing. There was simply nothing else Sundancer found interesting. He had seen Sundancer watch an antelope bleed to death with rapt attention before consuming it whole. He wondered whether other Targaryen dragons of the past exhibited such strange character traits. We should leave. Even though Winter is not hostile to our presence, I get the feeling we stepped in during her nap time, said Harry. Once they stepped out of the trunk, John found a chair and sat down. What did the Sea Lord say? John asked. Nothing much. Rob informed the Sea Lord about the canal and our intentions to form a trade pact with Bravus. The Sea Lord asked for a few days to discuss the matter with his advisors. Will they agree? John asked with a frown. Not without knowing whether they can secure lower port duties and tolls from us. They'll also need to know whether we have a tight leash over the Ironborn. What about the Sistermen? John asked. What about them? Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought the Sea Lord would be more concerned with the pirates working from the Three Sisters. John said confusedly. That's because Bravus has been fighting pirates for centuries, but they've never fought the Ironborn. A wise general will be more concerned with the foe they don't know than the one they know, said Harry. John supposed the Bravasi would learn everything they needed about the Ironborn once the canal opened. Or maybe the Northern Fleet could wreak havoc on the Ironborn ships. Who knows what the future holds, John thought. Let's go get some sleep. Tomorrow, we have many places to visit in the city, said Harry. The following day, John walked with Harrian, Rob, Elsera, Josera, and Anya towards the harbour under an armed escort. All three of them carried daggers on their person in case of an emergency. Not that he ever thought there would be any situation that'd call for the use of their weapons when they had Harry with them. Besides, the entire idea was Sir Hallis Mullins. John looked back at the mansion's gates, where people from all walks of life came to see the flying ships. Because of the swarm of people covering the mansion's walls, they had to take a secret tunnel to walk outside the boundaries without notice. People from across the city's many islands were pouring into the island to see the ship. Some came hoping to see a dragon because some people were under the impression there was a northern dragon in the city. At the same time, some others hoped to see whether the flying ship had wings. There were even some who came to see the Sorcerer of the North. Now, that was an interesting name the Bravasi had for his brother. John supposed they only knew about Harry's magic and not the others with similar powers in Avalon. Maybe even more terrifying powers. John thought, staring at the back of Elsera's head. Out of all of Harry's students, Elsira Snow's powers were the most terrifying. She could create anything out of her own blood. Under Harry's tutelage, that power had only increased several folds, allowing her to make magical constructs without the aid of her blood. She could also use spells like Harry while her brother was a powerful warg. He had not heard much about House Forrester from old Nan. But he supposed they must have had ancestors with powerful magic like House Stark. While the North remembers was a popular saying back home, John thought they had forgotten quite a lot. If not for his brother, the North would have never rediscovered the wonders of magic. And perhaps, there was still a lot to find not just in the North but across the world. They passed by some remote parts of the harbor where barges of firewood were being rowed in by people. Men and women hung around the edges of the canal with fishing poles in their hands. Snake boats passed through thin channels carrying flowers and other merchants' wares. There was a hint of a fog hanging here and there in the city. There was a rosy tint of a smell hung loosely in the air that John found pleasant. He flinched, however, when the Titan roared. The sound was faint, but he heard it nonetheless. When he looked around, he saw that the people of the city were hardly bothered by the roar of the Titan. The Bravasi guides they had led them towards a couple of snake boats in the harbor. John looked uneasily at Rob, who was afraid to get into the boat. But they had no choice but to follow through as their insistence on visiting the Titan got them here. I like these boats. Maybe we should build a few of these and have a boat race in the White Knife every year. Harrion said with a smile. John held on to Rob for dear life as their boat wobbled dangerously whenever anyone moved so much as an inch. I hope he is joking. Rob muttered. Knowing Harry, I'm afraid he might be entirely serious. John muttered back. These snake boats are sleek and fast. Perfect for races. Having men compete in snake boat races might also deliver some competent oarsmen in the fleet. Harry thought aloud. Told you. John mouthed to Rob. The Titan of Bravus was not just a stone sculpture that shouted out the architectural ingenuity of Bravasi sculptors and stonemasons. It also acted as a lighthouse and fortress. Some of its chambers were open to the wealthy for parties and other recreational activities. John had no idea how much silver Harry had to spend for the entrance, but he assumed it was quite a sum. Their boats reached the island where one of the massive legs of the Titan was fixed on a mountain of black granite. Soldiers lined the steep ridges of the island, keeping their diligent watch over the waters surrounding the island. Soldier pines lined most parts of the island in dull green reminiscent of those in the north with their broad leaves in russet and gold, signs of the advent of autumn. John was expecting a long flight of stairs to the top of the statue, but he was surprised to find a gilded cage of bronze worked by a winch at the foot of the Titan to take them above. He kept an ear out for the Bravasi guides as they explained the history of the Titan. He knew some of the stories thanks to old Nan. The Titan first roared during the uncloaking of Bravus. Since then, a 10-day festival of masks and revelry has been held in the city to celebrate the uncloaking. At midnight on the 10th day, the Titan would roar, and the citizens were required to remove their masks to signify the uncloaking of the secret city. The guides continued to regale them with the tale of how the escaped slaves of Valeria commandeered ships from their masters and built a city far away from the sites of the Dragonlords. He suspected it was an attempt to take their minds off the fact that they were not hundreds of feet above the island. Gales of wind swept by as the bronze cage climbed all the way to the waistline of the colossal statue. Suddenly, the cage stopped moving, coming to a stop above the waist of the statue. The cage suddenly started to move towards the statue, employing several pulleys. A door suddenly opened on the statue right as the cage neared the statue's bronze midsection. Please follow us. The guide stepped off the cage into the door after opening the gates. John was mystified once he stepped into the interior of the statue. There was an expansive chamber inside the statue with a gleaming white marble floor and several gigantic stone pillars. There was so much to see inside the many halls and chambers. They were filled with murals, stone sculptures, carcasses and tusks of Norvosi elephants and many other great works. There was an entire chamber dedicated to peacocks from the summer islands. Those majestic creatures would dance when there was rainfall, which was one of the major attractions, according to the guides. The roar of the Titan came out of nowhere, making John flinch. This time, he felt a tangible sense of magical energy touching his senses. Unlike last time, he could feel his senses expand and his blood calling out to the source of the sound. I felt it as well. Elsira whispered from beside John. What do you think it is? John asked after overcoming his surprise over the fact that Elsira was speaking to him. I don't know. There are tales about a horn of winter used by Jormungand, a king beyond the wall, and woke the giants from their slumber. You think the Titan hosts the horn of winter? John asked incredulously. Of course not. But it must be something similar. Elsira said. John nodded thoughtfully, seeing the merit in her argument. I suppose it'll become clear tonight. John thought. He eyed Harrion, who nodded at him, confirming their private trip to the head of the Titan would go ahead as planned. Chapter 103, The Free City of Bravus P2. Chapter text. The Song of Steel filled Harry's ears as he came across the famed moon pool. The moon pool housed not one but many fountains in the area. He supposed these fountains were necessary because this was the usual spot where the Bravasi came to practice their water dance. Men and women who could afford teachers in the personalized style of swordplay practiced diligently from early morning. There is a certain elegance to it, Harry observed, watching the Bravasi perform their martial art in public. Their movement was fast and fluid. The water dancing style depended on constant movement and less on strength, unlike the standard Westerosi style of swordplay. Is it true the Bravasi learned the water dancing from the Roiner? Rob asked. It could be true. The water dance must have been based on an earlier Roiner style of swordplay, Harry said with a shrug. Sansa and Arya would love this place, Jon muttered. Indeed. Let's not rush to tell them. Otherwise, they'll run away from Winterfell and become Bravasi, said Harry with a snicker. After a couple of laughs at the expense of their sisters, they observed the water dancers at their best for an hour before they moved to another site. The next attraction they found was the Canal of Heroes. It was the largest canal in Braavos, located close to the Chequy port. There were many bridges built across the canal filled with sculptures of fish, crabs, squids, eels, and seahorses. There was even a bridge dedicated to the Sea Lords of the past. Seeing that particular bridge gave Harry the idea of installing a similar bridge across the Sunset Canal connecting the neck with the rest of the north. The bridge could be lined with the sculptures of the Winter Kings and former Lords of Winterfell. The sculptures in the crypts could function as a basis for the new statues to be installed on the bridge. An idea also came to him about adding several fountains and gardens by the sidewalk on the bridge that could attract tourists. Perhaps even some closed-off areas from the open air could host murals depicting the history of the North. The more he thought about it, the more Harry found appeal in the idea. Those statues and art could also be convenient camouflage to install stone golems and hide runes that could defend and protect the bridge from hostile powers. I'll have to rethink the plan of creating a bland bridge solely for transportation across the canal, Harry mused. Harry was confident he could even out up summons at the bridge if he could expand the current scope of the structure he had in mind. Of course, a structure that functions as not just a road but also a museum and art gallery might make it more complex and drag the construction far longer than he envisioned. Not to mention the cost involved. But that was a small price to pay because the returns he stood to gain far outstripped any initial investment. For centuries, the King's Road that connected the neck to the rest of the north was the lifeblood of all traders in the north and the Riverlands. There was bound to be a disturbance in that trade traffic once the north developed a dedicated merchant fleet, but land trade would not stop altogether. It'd be far cheaper for traders from the Vale and the Riverlands to trade their wares in the north through land routes. Besides, the chief attraction of the Sunset Canal would be for SSC merchant ships seeking to avoid the stepstones. After spending some quality time on the many bridges near the canal, they went straight for the Temple of Moonsingers. The Moonsingers were the priestesses of nomadic raiders who lived east of the Bone Mountains. Their religion came to Braavos when the rebel slaves took Valyrian ships to escape their captors. Supposedly, the priestesses of the tribes divined the safe location for the slaves to land, which later became Braavos. The Moonsingers worshipped the moon goddess named Thea. According to their tour guides, their temple was the largest and most beautiful in Braavos. The temple was built using white marble with a dome made entirely of glass, depicting the moon's different phases. They were also fortunate to attend a sermon session conducted by the priestesses. Instead of long and tedious philosophical talks, the sermons of Moonsingers were conducted by singing songs praising their goddess. Harry found some of the songs he heard pleasing. The language of the Yagos Enhai sounded very similar to ancient Sanskrit but with a flair for romanticist phonetics and melodic notes in expressing certain emotions. It almost felt like Harry was listening to a fusion of French and Sanskrit influences in the language of the Yagos Enhai tribe. He found the whole religion and the Moonsingers interesting because he felt a benevolent vibe from the temple. Ever since he killed the drowned god and amassed its power in Godkiller, Harry had been learning to feel the gods active in the world. He could get a general feeling of their intent and energy whenever he was close to their places of worship. The gods of Westeros were cold and callous in their attention given to the mortal plane save for a few, like the drowned god. So, coming across a spirit entity whose aura radiated benevolence and acceptance was a first. Harry was so impressed he asked for the core religious texts of Yagos Enhai from the Moonsingers, which they were happy to oblige. That particular decision was also influenced by the realization that a key holder of the Iron Bank was a priestess in the room in his routine surface scan. There were so many places to visit in Braavos, but they returned to the manor by noon and rested till evening. The rest of their visits to the other temples in the Isle of the Gods were rescheduled for another day as they were invited to the Sea Lord's palace. It seems the Sea Lord is now prepared to talk with us about the canal, said Rob after the messenger from the Sea Lord's palace left their manor. What do you think will he ask for? Favorable tariffs for Braavasi ships and security from the Ironborn raids, of course. But he'll also be aware of my plans for a northern bank. The Iron Bank will sound its concerns to us through the Sea Lord, said Harry. Concerns? Rob asked with a frown. They don't want any competition in Essos. Are we planning on competing? Rob asked. Of course not. The bank has not even started yet. It'll take decades for the bank to build a reputation to extend credits to foreigners. Our bank will be solely for northerners. So, like the Hightower Bank then? Yes. Like the Hightower Bank but far more expanded. Harry nodded. The Hightower Bank only functioned in Old Town, and it was more or less holding all the loans given out by House Hightower inside Old Town. The bank Harry envisioned for the North differed in its function and scope. Ideally, he wanted the bank to function like the Iron Bank, but he was realistic in his approach and realized that was not possible anytime soon. Therefore, he hoped the bank could be used to slowly expand from Winterfell and Avalon into other parts of the North to empower small businesses in the villages. But that also came with several challenges. He needed dedicated staff for the bank to function. The lack of basic education among the North's nobility and small folk was a serious hurdle. All the more reason to start a school and recruit scholars for the school. Harry thought. Harry, Robb, and Sir Wayley Manderley sat across from the Sea Lord and his advisors. The Iron Bank also had several representatives, including Titus Ethrion. Any agreements we make today are not final and will be subject to further negotiations. Is that acceptable to you, Heir Stark? Farrago Antarian said. Harry observed the Sea Lord of Bravos. The man was bald, and the little hair he had left was pure white. The Sea Lord did not look well. The man suffered from a fever, or the Sea Lord suffered his age. Of course, honored Sea Lord. Lord Eddard Stark is the Warden of the North. Only Lord Stark can finalize the agreement from our side. Sir Wayley said. We are here solely to discuss terms of the agreement and to study any concerns raised by Bravos. Harry further added. Good. Then let's proceed. They haggled for the toll to traverse the canal for the next half an hour. It was agreed upon that tolls would be collected using silver for the ease of currency exchange, as SSE polities commonly use silver rather than gold. The Sea Lord proposed to use Lysany silver as the standard, but Harry wanted silver moons of West Eros or Pentoshi silver. That particular issue was left to be discussed later. Harry also asked for 180 silver moons or its equivalent in Pentoshi silver as the transit fee, including access to ports on either side of the canal for a day. If the ships dallied longer in the ports, they'd have to pay extra port duties. But Harry and Robb made it clear that the 180 silver moon fee was an offer they'd accept if paid in Volantine silver as well. After all, the silver from Volantis was much better quality than Lys, even if Volantine honors are smaller in size. The Bravasi understood they'd have to pay a higher toll if they insisted on Lysany silver. Harry suspected the Iron Bank had somehow gotten hold of the Lysany market if they insisted on Lysany silver instead of Pentoshi silver or Westerosi silver moons or stags. The only Westerosi coin the Free Cities traded in was the gold dragon. Most SSE merchants avoided the silver coins of West Eros in favor of SSE silver in trade across the narrow sea. This was a troubling prospect for the North till now, as their traders hardly had anything to sell in the Free Cities, which left them fully short of SSE silver. This forced them to pay in gold for all spices from Essos, which had severe ramifications for the North's economy. But that was no longer the case as the glass trade brought some much-needed Pentoshi silver and Volantine honors into the North. Having more Pentoshi silver would only enhance the spice trade, especially with the canal in place. Harry was hoping to ink some deals with Pentoshi magisters for northern merchants to buy their spices in bulk so that they could sell them in the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Iron Islands and the Reach. The next order of business was the Ironborn, and Harry thought that was a more contentious issue than the tariffs. 180 silver moons were nothing compared to the risks taken by merchant ships to avoid the pirates of the Stepstones. Even with the arsenal, Bravos was hardly insulated from the troubles faced in the Stepstones. Most of their ships had to pay the heftier price for their cargo and life to sail safely from the Stepstones. After all, Bravos could not project their naval strength onto the Stepstones without eliciting a similar response from Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, Volantis, and the Iron Throne. Those concerns were also applicable in the case of the Iron Islands. In our eyes, we see no difference between the Ironborn and the pirates of the Stepstones. How can we be sure the Ironborn won't prey on our ships as we exit the canal into the Sunset Sea? The Sea Lord asked. The islands of Blacktide and Harlaw are now part of the North. House Tallheart now rules the island of Blacktide, and Harlaw is under my supervision. Nothing moves in those two islands without my knowledge. The Iron Fleet has been reduced to a couple of small fishing boats and will remain that way. My ships are spread out in this area, and we can guarantee that our ships will protect all ships transiting the canal. If that is not enough, there is another option. Harry fished out a leaf of parchment and offered it to the Sea Lord. He waited for the Sea Lord and his advisors to read the contract drawn up. That is a contract we hope to offer for any ship that transits the Sunset Canal. It's a guarantee to reimburse the ship and its contents if the ship is lost to an Ironborn raid so long as the ship is insured and its contents are known to us beforehand. Robb explained. Harry shared a look with Robb. This was their plan to rope in some investments from Essos into their bank. Robb initially brought up the idea when he suggested offering a paid escort to SSE ships. While Harry shot down that idea, Rob's suggestion made him think about insurance companies for the Muggles. This is an intriguing proposal, the Sea Lord said after conversing with his advisors. We'll need more details about how you value the ship and other details. That can be easily arranged, said Rob, nodding at the Sea Lord. But we're still concerned about the Ironborn. Westeros is not politically stable all the time. We've seen the Iron Throne shift its priorities and allies in the past. Even though King Stannis has worked tirelessly to cull the threat of the Ironborn, it might not persist. If a direct order comes from the Iron Throne to hand over the islands to the Ironborn, wouldn't you be forced to do so? House Baratheon is not House Targaryen, and there are no dragons to force the North to cede our lands at the whims of the Crown. My fleet is more than enough to protect our interests in the region. Harry stared firmly into the judging eyes of the Sea Lord and his advisors. How many ships do you have in your fleet, Lord Stark? Farrago asked. I have 38 war galleys, excluding my airships and merchant galleys. Within the year, that number will cross 50. Once the canal opens, I was hoping to buy more war galleys from Bravos and Pentos, said Harry with a shrug of his shoulders. But he knew his interest in buying ships from Bravos would sway the Sea Lord and his advisors. Ships were expensive, and Bravos had more than a lot of ships than they'd need. This had left their shipyards in a bind with only repair works in the last few decades. There had been no major conflicts for the arsenal to engage in SSE waters save for the occasional pirate in the sea. Therefore, Harry knew the Bravasi would jump at the chance of reviving their sleeping shipyards. The increased chatter among the Sea Lord's advisors was a prelude to that. Harry maintained a poker face, as did the aging Sea Lord. But they both knew the negotiations had entered a far more relevant phase. Tell me something, Lord Stark, Heir Stark? What'll happen if the Ironborn rebels again, but the Iron Throne does not want to involve its fleet in the conflict? Farrago asked, steepling his fingers. House Stark will annex the entirety of the Iron Islands and destroy the Ironborn culture for good with extreme force. Harry answered promptly. Is this the position of Lord Eddard Stark? The Sea Lord asked skeptically. Theon Greyjoy is a ward of House Stark. It's our hope that, in time, the Iron Island would have a new beginning with Theon as Lord of Pike. If that's not possible, winter will come for the Ironborn. Harry said without missing a beat. I see. Farrago went into a thoughtful silence for a moment. In that case, we have much to discuss, Lord Stark, Heir Stark. The negotiations went late into the night as they hatched out some more details before coming up with several major points they agreed on. Now, all that remained was the wording of the overall text of the deal before being sent for review to Winterfell. The upper levels of the Titan were crawling with soldiers of Bravos. But Harry and Jon quickly walked through the different levels uncontested under the Disillusion charm and Notice Me Not charm. There was a lift operating inside the Titan that allowed the soldiers to transport their provisions from different levels. But they didn't use the lift and instead chose to trek the structure using the stairs. They saw every nook and cranny of the Titan until they finally reached their destination. The head of the Titan was supposedly 400 feet above sea level. The outer shell was made entirely from bronze, while the inside was layered with granite and wood. The floor was layered with painted ironwood, while huge glass panes were kept at the eye holes of the head. Harry found it interesting to note that the glasses were arranged to focus light outwards. There were also huge mirror panes near the eye holes. The huge fires that burned inside the head provided the guiding light for ships to sail around the lagoon safely to the city's harbors. He supposed the lights could also be used to find enemy ships in the dark and even guide them to crash into the lagoons if they so wished. It didn't take them long to find the chamber where the Titan's roar came from. It is a horn, after all. Jon whispered in awe when his eyes fell on it. His imagination had been running wild ever since speculation began about how the Titan made the sound. Harry had jokingly told him that the sound must be created by the haunted souls of the enemies of Bravos. He knew that wasn't true, but that didn't stop him from having nightmares about ghosts living in the Titan's head. Not an ordinary one either. Look at these glyphs. Harry pointed at the nearly faded runes carved on the horn. Another interesting thing Jon noticed was that the horn was gigantic and pitch black in color. Also, most of the horn was encased in bronze, making it hard to discern the material used to build the horn. Jon cautiously reached out and touched the surface of the horn that was not encased in bronze. It was rough but also hard and cool. Dragon bone. The horn is made of dragon bone, said Harry, surprising Jon. Where would the Bravasi get dragon bone? Jon asked confusedly. The Valyrians must have made the horn before the Doom. The Bravasi might have come to possess it when they escaped with Valyrian ships from the Freehold. The horn might have been a family heirloom of a Dragonlord of Valyria, said Harry, with a gleam in his eyes. Jon looked at the horn with renewed interest. His eyes traced the delicate contours of the black bone of the dragon until he saw the gleam in Harry's eyes. We are not stealing the horn, right? Jon asked for clarification. Oh, of course not. It'd be a dishonorable thing to do. Harry immediately said, but Jon saw his brother staring longingly at the horn. Come on. We should go, said Jon, pulling Harry away from the horn. No, wait. I'll just need to copy down the glyphs. It'll be good to have them cross-referenced later to understand what they mean, said Harry, breaking away from John's hold. John could only shake his head. I suppose it's better than outright stealing the horn. The next day, the airship took to the sky after finalizing the text of the final document with the Sea Lord. Their destination was Andalos, and, from there, Pentos. Omake. John, why is the Titan silent? Rob, maybe the men are sleeping on the job. John and Rob look suspiciously at Harry, who raises his hands in surrender. Harry, I had nothing to do with it. Elsera, hey, look what I found in our ship. It's a cool-looking horn. John and Rob stared intently at Harry again, who shrugged his shoulders with a guilty look. Harry, it's stolen property of the Valyrians. I promised to return it to its true owner. Rob deadpanned, the Valyrians are dead. Harry smiled brightly. Harry, yay. I can keep it then. Chapter 104, In a Lawless Land. Chapter text. Harry kept a keen eye as he slowly moved the Valyrian steel knife along the hard edges of the dragon bone in his hand. He had cut out several pieces of dragon bone from the remains he found in Skane. He had planned to make some dragon bone bows out of the bones in his possession, but that plan had been put on the back burner for years. It was mostly because he had been distracted with the affairs of Avalon and other issues in the north. Even now, he couldn't see much use in making a dragon bone bow. But he wanted to test whether dragon bone would function as a better magical foci. It was a last-ditch effort to see whether he could create a wand fit for John or Elsera. Even with a Valyrian steel knife, it was pretty difficult to file away the unneeded portion of the bone. The dark material was filled with iron, making it as strong as steel yet lighter and more flexible. However, it wasn't easy to make anything using dragon bone. It was a hard, unyielding material to work with. Even with Valyrian steel, the dragon bone part sitting in the palm of his hand gave Harry a lot of trouble. Maybe I should invite a master craftsman skilled and experienced in working with dragon bone to Avalon. Harry mused. He continued to grind the dragon bone piece for a few more minutes until he was finally satisfied with its current dimensions. The dragon bone piece was now as long as his little finger with half an inch in thickness. Harry took out his supply box, where he kept all the specimens he collected for making wands. He found the wood section all clearly marked for easy access. His eyes ran over maple, pine, weirwood, oak, elm, and many others until finally his eyes struck on yew. Yew wand with dragon bone core. Harry muttered to himself as he frowned in thought. He picked the wood from his supply box and held the core close to the wood. Harry prodded the wood and the bone fragment with his magic to see whether he could feel any resonance. There was a faint pulse of energy coming from the two objects, but he couldn't discern what it meant. He was no skilled wand maker and mostly went at this with trial and error. Still, he made a quick note in his diary about the pulse of magic he felt. He hoped future wand crafters might find his notes helpful to develop the craft. He chose yew for this particular wand because Elsera's power also had a strange congruity with the properties of yew. Yew wood generally bonded with wizards influenced deeply by the powers of life and death. It also had the ability to streamline the chaotic and powerful magic of wizards. In his observation, Elsera's magical abilities of manipulating her blood were fascinating. It was also something he never encountered. He had read of blood mages, but they were fanciful accounts based on rumors and wild imaginations. There were no first-hand accounts about such wizards or witches. But Harry trifled with small-scale blood magics to some extent. But he was never born with a proclivity to such magics. Elsera was not like him in that aspect, and Harry knew this in his bones. She was born a blood mage, so she had the innate power to manipulate her blood to do her bidding. He hoped the yew wood would accept the bone of a willful dragon that fought till the end to protect its offspring. It's a shame I can't get my hands on dragon heartstrings. That'd have been the ideal core for this wand. Harry mused. He suspended the dragon bone fragment with his magic and dipped it in the green-colored potion he had made using the sap from the heart tree of Avalon. The dragon bone surrounded by the green paste was carefully placed inside the incision he made on the yew wood. Harry sealed the wood close and carefully placed it on a stone tablet. Placing his hand on the stone tablet, he flared his magical power, and the runes carved on its surface flared to life. The runic script on the stone tablet began to appear on the wand's outer periphery in miniature script. Rune transference. My greatest discovery. Harry thought with some pride. It was a new method of enchantment that he developed recently. It was an unintentional discovery, as he intended to create a template for creating a spell forge that could automatically transmute regular steel into Valyrian steel. While he failed in that aspect, he developed rune transference. With this new method, he could instantly transfer a runic script into an object, thus avoiding manual carving. Right now, the wand was enforced with the aspects of character, power, and spirit. By enforcing these aspects into the new wands, he hoped the wands would gain better communication channels with a wizard's magic. It should theoretically help with the bonding process. What's that funny light? John asked as he emerged from the trunk. Harry looked up from his work to see only his brother's head could be seen from the enhanced space inside the trunk. "Fed Snuggles, did you?" Harry asked with an annoyed look for interrupting the moment. "Stop calling him that. His name is Sundancer," said John, climbing out of the trunk. "Sundancer? What a silly name," Harry said with a snort. "Oh, and Snuggles is such a terrifying name. I could feel the awe and majesty of a dragon with that name," John mocked. "Don't you have something better to do other than annoying me? Or do you prefer your hair color to become orange for the rest of the journey?" Harry threatened. "What's that you're doing?" John asked with a sigh, changing the subject. "Coward. It's so easy to threaten him by threatening to blemish his curly hair," Harry thought amusedly. "I'm making a wand." "Oh. Let me try then." John reached out with his right arm, but Harry swatted it away. "This one is for Elsera. Weren't you that one who said the wand chooses the wizard?" John asked with a raised eyebrow. "Fine," Harry huffed. "Give it a try." John picked up the wand and gave it a swish. He was blown off his feet the moment he finished the motion with the wand and smacked his head first against the wooden wall of the room. Harry roared with laughter, seeing his brother on the floor moaning in pain. "Perfect. This will do," Harry said, picking the wand from the floor while chuckling at his brother's plight. A few minutes later, Elsera sat before Harry while John was nursing a small bump on the back of his head. "The last wand I had crafted for you was responsive. But I believe this one would find better synergy with your magical power," Harry said happily as he looked between Elsera and the U-wand. "Give it a try." "Go on." Harry nodded giddily, looking eagerly at the witch. Elsera shot a worried look at John, who was holding a cube of ice against the side of his head. "Don't mind him." Harry patted her shoulder in encouragement. "Now, give it a wave." Elsera looked reluctant, but she squared her shoulders and took the wand into her hand. Sparks of colorful lights showered from the wand's tip while a gentle whirlpool of wind formed around Elsera. The effect died down after a moment, and Harry jumped on his feet, clapping in celebration. "Congratulations, Elsera! This wand has chosen you as its mistress." "Wow!" Elsera breathed out in excitement. 12 inches long, made of yew and dragon bone as its core. With this wand as your companion, you'll find that no spell would elude you and your raw magic bending easily to your will," Harry explained. "Do you think I can make a castle like you did?" Elsera asked with a strange gleam in her green eyes. "Maybe you should focus on charms and transfiguration for now," Harry said with a chuckle, seeing her enthusiasm. Harry found that the airship had come to a halt in the sky. He noticed that when he looked out of the window and found the same hill he had seen later. "Hey, John. I think the ship stopped," Harry said as he looked through the glass window. "Maybe we reached the Velvet Hills," said John. "This soon? We were only over the Bravasi coastlands half an hour ago." Harry disagreed. Bravus occupied the western parts of Andalos after they won the area from Pentos. The western coastal area of Andalos was flatlands that gave Andals access to the narrow sea. It was the place where Theon Stark destroyed the last remnants of the Andal invasion forces. It was said the western coastlands of Andalos were filled with skulls of men, women, and children and their burning villages after Theon Stark retaliated against Andal invaders. But most of those lands were now under the control of Bravus, adopting much of Bravasi culture. The old Andal culture now only existed on the Velvet Hills near the Roine River. It was his hope that was the case because, according to Maester Lewin, most of Andal culture in the region had eroded. The political instability brought forth by the rapid migration of Andals, consecutive wars between free cities, and regular raids by Dothraki hordes had reduced the region to rubble. Andalos was now filled with scattered villages, nomads, and slavers. Still, Harry wanted to visit the place for its historical significance. But he also had an ulterior motive. He wanted to check whether Andalos held any significance to the Seven. The old gods had the weirwood trees as their abode in the mortal realm. Similarly, Harry wanted to know whether the Seven had left something tying them to the mortal plane. He hadn't found anything matching a divine aura in the September of White Harbor. The fact that the Seven had so far not retaliated against the followers of the old gods for the destruction of the Great September of Baelor was quite curious. Therefore, Harry suspected Seps were not tethering the Seven to the mortal plane. At least, not all the Seps. He had never visited the starry September to test the theory. When Harry finally got curious enough about their abrupt halt, he got up from his workstation and opened the door. But a guard was standing outside, about to knock on the door. "My lord. The captain is asking for you." "What happened?" Harry asked curiously. "There has been a situation, my lord. It's better if you see it." "What's going on?" John asked. "Let's find out." When Harry arrived at the command bridge with John in tow, they found Anya, Rob, and Alan poring over a map. "What seems to be the problem? Why have we stopped?" Harry asked. "We're lost," Harrian said. Rob. "Lost? How can we be lost?" We followed the marked villages on this map to chart our course. But we've encountered several villages not marked on the map in the last hour. Anya reported. Either the map is wrong, or we made a mistake. Rob added. Harry looked at the map they had taken from Bravus. A chain of villages marked on the map traced their path towards the Velvet Hills, which also put them on a straight line to Goyandrohi. Where are we right now on the map? Harry asked, looking at Anya. We're not sure, my lord. Anya looked at him apologetically. Take a guess. How far off are we from our set course? Harry asked. We counted 13 villages on the map along the way. After that, we've deviated from the path. So I can only position our ship on the 13th village. I can't say whether the ship went off course to the south or east. Harry shook his head at the useless answer before looking at the map. Have you made a chart for these settlements you encountered? Yes, my lord. Anya immediately placed another map where she placed markers for the course she traced when she realized the ship had gone off course. Take the ship back to the last settlement. We'll ask for directions. Harry ordered. The villagers might get spooked by our arrival, my lord. They might not be as well informed as the rest of the free cities of Essos about the airship. Anya cautioned. Then we'll remain inconspicuous. The ship can stay hidden, and we'll pose as travelers. It took them a few minutes to find the last settlement. But posing as travelers was relatively easy, thanks to the prevalence of the common tongue. Harry chose to stay in the airship while Rob and John engaged the people in the village. While his brothers were securing the information they needed to continue their journey, Harry was looking at the maps sprawled over the table. His initial plan had been to first go to Pentos and then follow the Valyrian road east straight to Goyandrohi. The Lost Roiner city was a ruin, but there were small scattered settlements. Most importantly, Goyandrohi was on the banks of a tributary of the Roine River. He had planned to travel downstream of the river to arrive at the Velvet Hills and look for any signs of the Seven and their tether to the mortal plane. Perhaps I should work on including a map of Essos into the airship for future reference. Harry mused. My lord. My lord. A guard barged into the bridge with a panicked look. What? Harry looked up from the maps. Our lookouts sported an army coming for the village from the east, the guard reported in a rush. Harry immediately stepped outside the command bridge, and the guard led him straight to the spotter on the ship's port side. There, my lord. The spotter pointed in a direction, and Harry followed the line of sight with his own telescope. Sure enough, he could see a large group of armed men riding horses coming their way. It's not an army. It's a Dothraki Kalasar. Harry muttered. To arms, all of you. And man the ballistas. Archers in position. While the men aboard the ship rushed to take up their posts, Harry sent Anya into the village to retrieve his brothers as fast as possible. Harry remained vigilant on the ship, observing the movement of the Kalasar. However, his hope of avoiding a direct conflict with the Dothraki became slim when Anya didn't return with his brothers from the village. Lord Harrion. They're drawing closer. Josera warned, holding a crossbow close to his body. My lord, there is movement in the village. Lord Rob and John are standing guard at the village entrance with the men while the women and children run westward. A lookout posted on observing the village reported. Those fucking idiots. They want to play knight and defend the village from the Dothraki. Harry muttered furiously. All right men, listen to me. We'll spare not one Dothraki rider. I'll position the ship over the village's entrance. If you see the Kalasar trying to go around our ship, you use the fire ballista to turn them into ash. Am I clear? Yes, my lord. A chorus of agreement came from the men aboard the ship. Harry maneuvered the ship close to the village at a suitable height and waited patiently for the Dothraki Kalasar to step inside the range of their bows and siege weapons. He let the invisibility spell and raised a protective shield over the airship. Attack! The twang of bowstrings collectively releasing reached Harry's ears. He watched the arrows sail through the air and rained down death on the charging Dothraki warriors. Archers, knock! Loose! Another batch of arrows sailed into the battlefield, claiming the lives of screaming Dothraki warriors. Good thing they're not wearing any armor. Harry thought, watching the Dothraki warriors falling dead in droves under the assault of his archers. The fire-enchanted bolts were released from the ballistas. Several explosions of fire shook the battlefield, consuming the enemy horses and huge pockets of their army. Crossbow bolts were also reaping lives as the crossbowmen pelted the Dothraki from the port side. The few strays that managed to escape the range of archers on the port side of his ship fell prey to the crossbowmen stationed at the starboard side. The lucky few who managed to escape fell to the sword of the defenders of the village. The screams of Dothraki men filled the air as their dead mounted on the battlefield. Despite the culling the Dothraki were facing and their inability to hurt the ship, they charged head-on to their deaths. They're killing themselves without any care. Josera said with a wince. Harry was about to jump in and use his magic, but a dark aura suddenly encompassed the battlefield. A coppery tint of blood lingered in the air before long shadows consumed the blood-soaked ground. The horses of the Dothraki warriors stopped charging into the battle and began to shake away their riders violently. "Don't stop releasing your arrows," Harry ordered when his men stopped their attack to stare at the strange events unfolding on the battlefield. "Is that?" Josera stuttered with wide eyes. "Yes. That's your sister's magic," Harry said, watching the events unfolding below with excitement. The shadows bubbled forth, and several figures emerged made in blood-red and coal-black garb out of the shadows. These strange figures picked the fallen weapons of the Dothraki warriors and began killing the unhorsed warriors without a second thought. Harry stared at the dispassionate killing unfolding on the battlefield without a shred of regret or concern. As far as he was concerned, a dead Dothraki was a boon for this world. "Kill them all. Show no mercy," Harry ordered to his men despite many of the Dothraki warriors now trying to flee the field in terror of the magic unleashed by Elsera. It took them a while, but the screams and wails of the Dothraki Colasser fell silent. However, the smell of blood and death hung heavily over the village. Harry had lowered the airship once the enemy had been thoroughly destroyed. Only a few injured survivors were left among the broken Dothraki Colasser. "No survivors. Kill every last one of them," Harry ordered the men. "No. Stop. That's not how we should wage war," Rob objected. "War? Is it the principle of war to attack a defenseless village, rape the women, take the children as slaves and leave the men dead for the crows?" Harry asked harshly without minding words while glaring at his twin. "No," Rob murmured. "Then we'll not treat these barbarians worthy of such honor. They deserve nothing but the cold embrace of death. Our father taught us justice and vengeance are different things. We can take them as prisoners and let them serve at the wall," Rob suggested. "But Rob, we're not in the Seven Kingdoms. Our laws can't judge these men, nor have they broken any laws as I doubt there is any law here," John trailed off with an uneasy shrug of his shoulders. "In a society where there are no laws to enforce justice, vengeance becomes justice," said Harry with an air of finality before turning to the men. "Kill them all. Spare none. Have their supplies and any surviving horses delivered to the villagers." The men nodded and went to work while Harry faced the grateful, fearful and odd looks from the villagers. Chapter 105, Power and Freedom. Chapter text. Harry had managed to stay ahead in many wars simply because of his intuition. But that intuition could also become a cause of discomfort down the line. This was one of such days where his intuition was correct, but he disliked his intuition had been right. "Defodio," Harry muttered almost lazily. The gouging spell struck true as it punched a hole through the screaming Dothraki warrior charging at him with a raised arak in hand. The young warrior fell dead with a hole where his lungs were supposed to be. But that young Dothraki warrior was not the only one left guarding the war camp of the Colasser they killed off outside the village. More were taking up their weapons as the Dothraki defended their camp from falling into Harry's control. "This is your opportunity. Kill these barbarians and capture the camp," Harry said to Rob, who looked reluctant. But his brother didn't have much of an opportunity for second thought as more Dothraki warriors came at them with their arak held him. "Harryan!" Rob called aloud as a warning. Harry didn't lift a finger this time to put down the hollering barbarians. He allowed them to reach closer, which forced Rob to act. His twin had his sword out and started defending himself, battling a Dothraki warrior. Harry kept a close eye on the battle unfolding but didn't interfere. "A little help here," Rob shouted as he dodged and danced around the bulky Dothraki warrior. "Today is our name's day. You should be happy I'm letting you enjoy a good fight," Harry said with a chuckle, watching his twin dance around with a sword in hand. "Letting me? I'm the older twin," Rob shouted as he deflected a strike. "Then it must be your lucky day to defend your loving younger brother from harm's way," Harry drawled. "I'm not so sure about the loving part," Rob shot back, making Harry shake his head. Taking careful aim with his wand, Harry applied the body bind charm on the opponent facing his twin. When the charm took effect, the Dothraki warrior lost his footing, and his hold on the arak slipped. The Dothraki warrior found his limbs locked in place in an instant. That was all Rob needed to stab his sword through his opponent's stomach. "See," Harry made a sweeping gesture. "I'm a loving brother." The shield around him fluttered to life as an arrow bounced off against the protective barrier protecting Harry. When he turned his eyes to the source, he found a horse-mounted archer riding towards him with another arrow on his bow. Tarrant Legra. The dancing jinx impacted the horse, forcing it to dance on its four legs, which threw the Dothraki archer forward. Harry unsheathed his sword and slashed straight through the unprotected neck of the archer within the blink of an eye. The blood that splattered on his body made Harry turn up his nose. "This is why I dislike using swords. This is no civilized way of killing your enemies," Harry muttered reproachfully as he vanished the blood stains on his body and his blue doublet. Another Dothraki warrior charged at him with two araks in hand while screaming the Dothraki war cry. It sounded like a horse was dying, and Harry got so annoyed. With a flick of his wand, a long red line cut through the neck of his opponent. This time, the shower of blood didn't hit him as he watched the man fall to his knees, losing blood from the wound. And the man stopped screaming, which was good in his book. But screaming barbarians were not a rare breed where he was right now, and Harry could see more than a handful still standing after the attack on the camp. Let's speed it up, Rob. We've got our names day to celebrate and some places to visit. Harry shouted at his twin, who was engaged in a bout with another Dothraki warrior. It's not as easy as you make it sound, brother. Rob shouted back as he ducked under a wild swing of his opponent and cut a line straight through the enemy's belly. Harry winced as he saw the contents of the Dothraki warrior's stomach spill onto the ground. Don't look back. Harry warned before Rob could turn around. It's not a sight you'd want on your mind while fighting a dangerous enemy. The fighting lasted for a few more minutes until all the Dothraki guards guarding their camp lay dead on the ground. What are we going to do with these women and children? Rob asked, out of breath as he rested on the ground while cleaning all the blood off his sword. They'll have to be taken in by the village. If these people somehow make it back to other Dothraki colassars roaming the plains of Essos, they'll end up in chains and the other Dothraki forces to attack the village in revenge for what happened here, said Harry. We could take them with us to the north. Rob suggested. Do you think our people will tolerate them? Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow. No, Rob reluctantly answered. They'll be in a land with different weather conditions and no knowledge of our language or customs. They'll be excluded from society and struggle for generations to get accepted among our people. So, what you're saying is we should leave them here. Now we are getting somewhere. House Stark is responsible for the well-being of the North and its people. We are not the battered shelter of the world. Rob took a deep breath before nodding in agreement. I think I understand what you're saying. But Harry was not willing to let Rob off the hook. Even though his twin had killed the enemy, the unnecessary compassion for enemies troubled him. He blamed the idiotic stories of Aemon the Dragon Knight, Sir Riam Redwine and Sir Arthur Dane for influencing his brother. Jon was comparatively less influenced by the fake construct of chivalry because of his influence. Harry was also aware that the arrival of Garland Tyrell further influenced Rob. The idiotic notions of knightly honor mostly seen in the tourney grounds of the Reach were clouding Garland, which was transferred to Rob. He had hoped the experiences of the war in the Westerlands would have removed such notions from Rob. But clearly, he was mistaken. Good. Now, there are a couple of prisoners we've captured that deserve a block and a sword to their necks. Are you up for it? Harry asked, looking expectantly at his twin. That's, Rob trailed off with an uncomfortable look. Our ancestors did not rule from Winterfell with hopes and dreams that everyone around us engages with good intentions. They showed no mercy to their enemies with one hand while with the other gave rewards to the loyal ones, said Harry, leading Rob towards the prisoners they captured after raiding the Dothraki war camp. Our people dream of freedom from the Iron Throne, and only House Stark can deliver that freedom. But freedom emerges only as a consequence of power, knowledge, wealth, and resolve. You are the heir to Winterfell, and one day, you'd be crowned king in the north. But you must show resolve to look after the interests of the people of the north. Rob looked hesitantly at the foreign people before him. They were strangers in a strange land of even stranger customs. But Rob could not forget the lessons of honor and the importance of laws his father instilled in him. If we're not holding our own laws to be sacred enough to judge these people, what is the point of freedom? If we're not holding ourselves to a higher standard, what gives us the right to govern the north? Rob asked. Because freedom does not mean obedience to the laws of nature or the laws created by men. The trees never disobey a law. I never saw a mule steal. A wolf never lied to man about its nature. Yet, none of these creatures are greater than man. So, why do you assume men of honor and chivalry are greater compared to the rest? Are you saying laws that govern us are to be discarded completely? Rob asked with an incredulous look. No, Rob. But there are times and places one must abandon laws and codes of honor. Then tell me. When does one abandon law and honor, brother? Harry felt like this was a turning moment. Or maybe Rob was merely trying to slice into his convictions to see whether they could be reasonable. He didn't know what was going through Rob's mind, and that was the way he liked to keep it. Unlike everyone else, he had never used his skill in the mind arts against Rob. It was a line he drew because Rob was his twin. It was a line he hoped never to cross. So, Harry gathered his thoughts before he answered. We'll be traveling to Volantis on our journey. You know this, yes. Yes. Rob nodded slowly. When you're in Volantis, you're lawfully allowed to own a slave. Will you buy one? What? How could you ask me that? Rob exploded with fury in his eyes. Just be calm and answer my question, Harry said patiently. No, I won't buy a slave. Rob answered with a frown. Good. In the north, slavery is punishable by death. So, will you kill the slavers of Volantis while we are in the city? No, Rob answered. But that doesn't mean I support slavery. Of course not. But where is your honor, chivalry, and laws? Why are they not guiding you to act? Why did they become powerless in Volantis but have power in the north? Because. I'll tell you why. Somewhere deep in your mind, you realize laws and codes of honor have boundaries. The laws of the Seven Kingdoms are bound within the boundaries of Westeros. I guess so. Robb said reluctantly. Then you understand the very nature of laws is to bind society. It is a shackle upon which people are bound. When Jaehaerys Targaryen ordered the new gift to be transferred to the Night's Watch, the North had to obey because House Targaryen made the laws, and we were forced to obey regardless of what our people thought on the matter. What does that tell you? Robb shook his head and looked lost. Power, Robb. Those with power decide the meaning of words and what sort of words are to be put on laws. Those laws become shackles, and those shackles become the boundaries that distinguish kingdoms and empires. Those in power decide to derive morals from these laws and choose to apply them whenever it is convenient for them. Harry placed his hands on his twin's shoulders. Don't you see? The kings of Winter have played this same game in the past. We drew a border and made a kingdom for the first men while the Andals were butchering their way through the south. At that time, a knight's chivalry was measured by the number of skulls of the first men and the children of the forest they took. The chivalry and honor in the north were found in killing those who invaded our homes and killed our brethren. Our ancestors were strong enough to reject the fate that befell the south. The people of the north came together and crowned the wolves of Winterfell as their kings and fought against the Andals to protect our way of life. It has been nearly 3 centuries since we traded that freedom of the first men before the dragons. But dragons no longer rule us, said Robb softly. No, they do not. But their laws still bind us, their oaths bind us, and the very concept of the Seven Kingdoms bind us. Harry nodded with a grin, leading Robb towards the bound prisoners. Harry could see Jon and the others were also there, and they were eyeing them with concern. But he paid them no heed. Now, if the North is to be free, what should we do? Harry asked, staring into Robb's blue eyes. The laws and oaths of the Seven Kingdoms must be discarded. Robb answered. Yes. Honor will be found in protecting the life and wealth of a Northerner. Your duty will be found in serving the needs of your fellow Northmen. Chivalry will be found among your fellow Northmen alone. This is how kingdoms are formed. And when this kingdom expands beyond the designated borders, an empire is born. I think I understand. Robb said after a moment of self-reflection. Good. Now judge them, Harry nodded at the prisoners. But judge them as a Stark, not as a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Goyandrohi was a wasteland in all but name. The ancient city of the Rhoynar people lay in ruins despite centuries having passed since the Valyrians destroyed the once thriving city. Harry didn't know why the people in these lands didn't try their hands at reviving the city. Despite the destruction meted out by the Valyrian dragons on the city, the foundation was still there. There were grand canals, ponds, and aqueducts in the city, as did the base of the city. All anyone had to do was pull down the rotting structures and burnt stones of the buildings and fountains across the street and rebuild them anew. Years of neglect had polluted the water with mud and reeds, but it wouldn't be an impossible job to dredge the streams. The waters of Little Rhoyne remained crystal clear like rainwater, and Harry was sure a new settlement could emerge at the river banks. Unfortunately, the people in these lands feared the city was cursed. That superstition facilitated attracting all the wrong sort into the city, like sellswords, brigands, petty thieves, and slavers. The stolen wares of the travelers taking the Valyrian roads nearby were sold here. The free cities most likely knew what happened, but they were happy to look the other way because of their disputes. Harry got the distinct feeling that the ruling class of the free cities were happy to keep vast tracts of land in utter chaos. Any sort of order outside their walls would deplete their hold on the populace they rule. The walls surrounding their city were not just to keep enemies out but to keep their people in perpetual bondage. The city is in a sorry state. I don't know why I expected more. Robb muttered as they walked on the streets where bandits sold their stolen loot to merchants as far as Norvos, Qohor, and Volantis. Harry was happy to see Robb acting normal after what happened. He knew it was cruel to force Robb into a situation where he had to choose to execute the Dothraki prisoners. But it was too good an opportunity to pass up in Harry's eyes to teach the cost of power and the weight of responsibility that comes with it. He had no illusions about what lay ahead in the future. There were wars to come, and he'd rest easy if Robb and Jon were prepared to do whatever was necessary to win. Fickle things like the concept of honor and chivalry were good things during times of peace. But Harry only saw war in the days ahead. It's a shame what happened to the Rhoynar. It'd have been a sight to see the famed water mages at the height of their civilization. Jon commented. Harry grunted but otherwise remained silent as he shoved the thoughts in his kind away and studied the layout of the ruins of the ancient city. They were disguised as travelers while the airship was cloaked under the invisibility spell. He sent out a pulse of magic, taking the feel of the place, and he was surprised to see the area was nearly devoid of any magical energy. What's wrong? Jon asked, noticing a change in Harry's expression. There is no magic here. I had never encountered a place without magic before. It's almost as if the land had been drained of the last embers of magical energy, said Harry. Maybe it's because the river is only a tributary of the Rhoyne. Robb said with a shrug. Harry doubted that. A complete absence of magic in the land would not happen without external factors. The fact that he was not picking up any divine energy in the area was another indicator that the local gods had abandoned the people in the region. He had found the Velvet Hills in the same state. There were some scattered septs high in the hills, but they were devoid of any divine power or magical energy. It was as if the seven enjoyed their exclusivity from the mortal realm. Either the seven and Mother Royan took matters into their own hands and cut their losses, or the Valyrians were messing with powers they shouldn't have. Harry mused. Considering the usual playbook of the gods and the Valyrians who aspired to be gods, he suspected the truth lay somewhere in between. Either way, Andalos and the old Royner cities were a dead end. We should leave. There is nothing of worth here. Harry finally said. Are you sure? Rob asked. We could look for the remains of other cities near the Royne. No. We're wasting our time here. This land is a wasteland, said Harry before turning away from the riverside. Wasteland. John exchanged a bewildered look with Rob. Come. We should continue our journey. We'll follow the Valyrian road to Pentos, said Harry. Despite Harry's wish, they didn't immediately depart Goyandrohi. They spent some time in the bleak city at John's insistence. Most of their time was spent buying trinkets that took their fancy. Elephant tusks were the most valuable commodity in the place except for some stolen jewelry and high-quality Myrish carpets. Strangely enough, there were also some dragon bones available in the market. The merchants claimed the bones came from Norvos, but Harry doubted it. It was not as if Norvos was swimming in dragon skeletons. Did you find what you were looking for, my lord? Anya asked once he returned to the airship. I found answers but none that I liked. Harry said with a sigh. That's unfortunate. But you can take comfort in knowing Elsera's wand is functioning properly. Her blood magic has become far more powerful with the new wand. Yes. This has not been a complete waste of time, said Harry with a thoughtful frown. I suppose this is a good namesday gift as ever. Now, onwards to Pentos. We'll have a proper celebration of my 14th namesday in Pentos. Chapter 106, The Free City of Pentos. Chapter Text. The city of Pentos was one of the most prominent trade partners of the north after Bravus. Northern ships usually depended on Pentos for spices, scented oils, dyes and other fancy items that could only be afforded by the nobles. It was also one of the friendliest free cities in Essos as far as the north was concerned. The trade between the north and Pentos rapidly expanded as the north grew more affluent. According to some of the reports his father received, Harry knew the spices brought into the north had exceeded almost triple than the previous year. Harry also knew most of Avalonian glass was sold in Pentos after Bravus. Harry attributed that to the high density of the population in Bravus and the number of affluent people. Being a free society, Bravus enjoyed a significantly higher percentage of the populace with affluence. Pentos was not lagging that far behind. On paper, Pentos had also stopped practicing slavery, but they still engaged in the slave trade. At least, that was the rumors implied. The strenuous relations between Pentos and Mir had worked fantastically in his favor. Avalonian glass found a massive market in Pentos overnight once the merchants started to expand out of the Bravasi market. Thanks to the cheap labor in the north and readily available essential elements for glass making, Harry had been making a killing by flooding Essos with his cheap glass. It was one of the reasons why the Myrish magisters were cross with him. In their desperation, they had even sent a couple of assassins, which Harry was all too thankful to welcome into his service. Harry firmly believed in the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Going by the welcome he received in Pentos upon arrival, he was sure the Pentoshi also felt the same. That's a lot of people. Rob whispered, looking down from the walls of their mansion. Harry couldn't agree more. The streets outside their manse were lined with a huge crowd, all eager to get a glimpse of the airship. Their arrival had started a sort of rave in the city. He supposed having a giant floating ship ought to be the most exciting thing that happened to attract the collective attention of the Pentoshi people after they hosted Viagar and Caraxes. They won't break into the manse, right? John asked worriedly. We assure you, my lords. No one shall enter the manse without your permission. Magister Matador has seen to your privacy and safety by posting some of the best unsullied guards all over the manse. You'll have nothing to worry about. Captain Bimar said with a deferential bow. Of course. Magister Matador has our thanks, Captain. I shall convey your thanks to the good Magister. Have a pleasant evening, my lords. The captain nodded before taking his leave. Interesting fella, isn't he? Harry said, eyeing the captain as he disappeared into the stairs. He's a sellsword, isn't he? Elsera asked. You've got keen eyes. Harry said. How did you? Rob started. The way he carried himself and Maester Lewin told me the free cities don't use their native population in their armies. They buy their guards and armies. Elsera answered. Exactly. So, keep your wits around these foreign men. Their loyalty is not to the magisters of Pentos but to the silver they earn. Harry cautioned. Harry stopped talking, however, when a gaggle of servants came into their manse escorted by 3 unsullied guards. The curious thing, however, was that these servants were all women dressed boldly for Westerosi sensibilities. Most of them even looked comely enough. "What is this?" Robb asked with a look of confusion. "Compliments from the good magisters of Pentos, my lords." The Unsullied bowed and left. "Compliments?" Robb looked at the woman with utter bewilderment before turning to Harry. "Do you understand what's going on?" "My lords. How may we serve?" The women bowed at the waist. Harry quickly scanned the minds of the women who were conveniently giving them a peek down their neckline with that over-enthusiastic bow. Once he determined they were women of pleasure houses with no specific ill intention towards his family, Harry let his vigilance drop a little bit. "Harry? Are you going to say anything?" Jon asked in a whisper. "You are the elder. I leave this most important matter to your discretion," Harry said with a straight face to Robb, who only looked more lost than he already was. Harry left Robb and Jon a stuttering mess before the women as he retired to his room. He had better things to do than hold their hands through every little incident. Besides, some things were better learned through experience. Once Harry was in his room, he immediately went to work carving new runestones for a wide area scanner. If he wanted a navigational map to be ready, he supposed he ought to finish the work before they journey into Valyria. He was planning a return journey that'd touch up on all the major settlements of Essos on their return journey. He immersed himself in the work as time flew by. Perhaps nearly half an hour later, a knock on the door made him look up from his work. With a simple flex of his magic, the door swung open. It was none other than Anya at his door. "Come in. Are the runestones for the new map?" Anya asked once her eyes fell on the runestones on the floor. "Yes, they are. I'm hoping to finish it before we enter the Valyrian Peninsula." "Would you be in need of assistance, my lord?" Anya asked. "It's better to have more skilled hands," Harry said, eyeing his first student in this world. Anya closed the door behind her and joined him on the floor. "Here is the script." Harry gave one of the pieces of parchment to Anya. "You'll be carving the portion for storing the images captured as an impulse in the nodes beneath the runestone. I've already inserted the node metal at the base. Aren't you the least bit bothered about those promiscuous women spending time with your brothers, my lord?" Anya suddenly asked. Harry stared at her for a long moment, making Anya sweat a little. "I apologize, my lord. I was out of line." Anya kept her eyes on the floor. Harry sighed before turning back to focus on his work. "I sensed no hostility in those women. If I send them away from my misplaced morality, they'll probably displease their employers, which would be unfortunate in their line of work," Harry explained. "Are you saying the women would be punished if they don't share a bed with our men?" Anya asked incredulously. "Maybe. These women were bought to Pentos from the pleasure houses of Lys, going by their silver hair. If we say we had a good time, it must be enough to allow them to return safely," Harry said with a shrug. He saw the hesitant look on Anya's face out of the corner of his eyes. "There are thousands and hundreds of thousands of women voluntarily and forcefully serving in the pleasure houses of Essos and Westeros. Do you plan on helping all of them, Anya?" Harry asked without looking up from the work he was doing. "No, my lord." "Good. Then might I suggest you focus on the work instead of wasting your time thinking about impossible and irrelevant tasks?" Harry nodded, looking at the runestone in Anya's hands for emphasis. "Yes, my lord." They continued the work long into the night. The next day, when Harry woke up, he was almost tempted to lie in bed and spend the rest of the day being idle. But he knew he had to be on his feet and meet with the magisters to discuss the canal and have some serious trade talks. Pentos was one of the free cities that he desperately wanted on his side when the North inevitably declared independence from the Iron Throne. Once the Iron Throne's authority was dissolved, the threat of losing all trade with the southern kingdoms would loom over their heads. When that happens, there'd be a shock that'd pass through the North's economy. Harry needed Bravos and Pentos in his corner to offset any short-term adverse effects. But Pentos was the most important free city as it was the gateway to other eastern markets of Myr, Tyrosh, Lys, and Volantis. He had to align Pentos' interests with his own to let them ignore any overtures from the Iron Throne in the future. He hoped the Iron Throne would dissolve as infighting would dismantle the southern kingdoms, but it was better to be prepared just in case. However, when he left his room after freshening up, he saw a brown-haired woman leaving Robb's chamber. Her state of undress was apparent as she was desperately trying to hold her dress together when he found her. But Harry remained silent and allowed the woman to walk past him as he remained inconspicuous to her senses. "I might have underestimated Robb," Harry mused. Then, the doors to Jon's room swung open, and a silver-haired woman walked out of the room, followed by Jon. He blinked in surprise when he saw the goofy look on Jon's face, and the woman pressed a kiss to his lips. Well. It looks like my brothers were having the time of their life while I was spending it carving rocks," Harry mused with a sigh. When Harry checked in on Jon and Robb, he found both were back to sleep. He also found lots of wine by their bedside. Considering their inebriated state, Harry had Anya stay back with them in the mansion. At the same time, he took Elsera and Josera along with an armed escort to meet the Prince of Pentos and other magisters. Lord Harion. Welcome, welcome to Pentos. Magister Matador Tentaler greeted warmly with a broad smile that stretched across his face. Harry smiled at the well-off magister. With just one look at the portly man, he knew the man was wealthy. The magister had a lot of gold ornaments on his person with different gemstones that looked rare and costly. Even the braids on the magister's head were decorated with gold ornaments. He supposed controlling most of the spice trade to the north would make anyone rich in these times. The rival glass trade in Avalon had made a petty enemy in Mir. This forced his merchants to stay clear of Myrish ports or seas beyond Pentos. Right now, the only safe supply port for northern ships this far east was in Pentos. This also had a marked effect on their trade volume. Magister Matador. You have a wonderful home, and your city is magnificent. You are very blessed. Oh, thank you, my lord. My people tell me even the Dragonlords of Valeria would be envious of Avalon. Magister Matador said with a chuckle. I hope your travel was not too uncomfortable. Ah, the travel was fine. The skies offer a peaceful medium for my ship to sail, unlike the turbulent seas. Harry said with a smile. Of course. It must be a privilege to travel so close to the heavens. I hope the gifts I sent to the mansion for earthly pleasures were similarly exquisite. Indeed, Magister. Your gift was well thought out and pleasurable. Harry said with a nod. Now, please, be seated. Magister Matador invited them in and offered them seats before sitting on a chair himself. Harry nodded and sat on a couch across from the Magister while Elsera and Josera took seats nearby. These are my friends Elsera and Josera. They help me manage some of the day-to-day affairs of Avalon. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Magister Matador nodded before clapping his hands and calling for refreshments. While the servants started bringing different pitchers of wine and fruits, Harry started to get at the matter at hand. Our travel route goes through all the free cities of Essos on the west side of the Rhône. However, I have not merely visited your home for the sole pleasure of enjoying the sights of this great city. I've come to speak of trade. Then, Lord Harion, you came to the right place. Pentos was built on trade. Trade is the lifeblood of our city, and it'll be for generations to come. Here in Pentos, blood matters so little. It is the coin that matters the most. I suspect that's an alien concept to the Westerosi. Blood and name have a pivotal role in Westeros. But coin is as equally important. A name and the right blood cannot provide sustenance, but coin can. Well said, my lord. Well said. Magister Matador clapped jovially. As a man of trade, I know how valuable one's time can be. So, I won't take more of your time and present what I came here for. He said before taking the map scroll of the neck with the marking for the Sunset Canal. Ah, yes. The rumored canal in the north. I thought it was just talk among the sailors. Magister Matador. Harry was a bit surprised rumors were circulating Essos, but he didn't show it on his face. Rumors, you say? I assume it's from King's Landing. It was a shot in the dark, but Harry was confident King's Landing was the origin. When the Magister confirmed his suspicion, Harry knew his father had most likely informed the small council of their plans. He got the urge to facepalm, but he also understood someone in the small council likely leaked the information for nefarious purposes. I think my visit to the free cities of Essos became a little more dangerous. Harry thought. Harry concentrated on the present, keeping such thoughts in the back of his mind. For once, the rumors were not wrong, Magister Matador. It's my hope the canal will be completed before the year ends, and when that happens, Avalon could directly trade with Pentos. You think this canal is feasible and can be completed within a year? Magister Matador asked curiously. Yes. I have the means to accelerate the work to complete the canal. Once it is completed, I hope to enhance our spice trade. Hopefully, Essos would be much receptive to the ice trade we hope to establish. Ice trade? Magister Matador asked in interest. Oh, yes. Our people in the north have found ways to preserve the ice, so we've started selling ice to the rest of the 7 kingdoms. We hope that Essos will also be receptive to the ice trade. Here, have a look. Harry nodded at Josera. Josera placed the ice box on a table and opened it, attracting Magister Matador's interest. Inside the box was ice and 2 small bottles of Arbor Gold packed in a golden-colored glass. It was Harry's idea to buy casks of Arbor Gold and Dornish Red from southern merchants and have them repacked in finely decorated glass to be resold at a higher price. He suspected the red wines and the Dornish were unaware of his sleight of hand. Not that it affected him in any way. There were no laws that prohibited him from what he was doing. He had bought the casks of Dornish Red and Arbor Gold fair and square. What he did with the wine he purchased was entirely within his control. Josera picked the bottle and poured a glass full of the finest wine from the reach. Please try it. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Harry said. The way the Magister's eyes widened when he drank the cool wine was all Harry needed to see he had the man hooked. The ice will remain inside the box for a few days at most until it turns into water. It's my distinct pleasure to gift this to you. Harry said as Josera offered the box to the Magister, who took it happily. This gift is marvelous, Lord Harrion. Magister Matador said as he relished the last drops of cool wine that remained in his glass. Once we can supply more ice and ice boxes, your people will get some reprieve from the Eastern Sunday. I see a great fortune in this ice trade, Lord Harrion. Indeed, and it's something we can benefit from in the future. We'll be needing Pentashi merchants to transport our ice further inland in distant markets where our ships cannot reach, said Harry. I could not agree more. May gold and silver flood our coffers. Harry smiled and reciprocated the toast. May gold and silver flood our coffers. The meeting with the Prince of Pentos was extremely fruitful as far as Harry was concerned. They had a concise discussion on the proposed tolls and port duties to be enforced once the canal was opened for shipping. Harry had promised to waive a considerable portion of port duties for Pentashi ships in return for lowering the price of some selected spices. There was also an agreement between several Pentashi guilds to facilitate the transport of glass into Lys, Tyrosh, and Volantis itself. Depending solely on Bravasi, shipping was not a good idea in Harry's mind. While the Manderleys preferred to trade with the Bravasi, Harry had to look after Avalon's interests. Diversifying their shipping to spread Avalonian glass, ice, fur, ale, and other products from the north was vital to controlling pricing. With Bravasi and Pentashi ships vying for the North's wares, it'd bring down shipping costs, which would also help sell the products at an affordable price. He also had to keep in mind to keep his Pentashi and Bravasi clients happy. Their support would be invaluable once the North declared independence and transitioned into a kingdom. While he had ensured his people would never starve because of the high-yield farms, the situation was not simple. He had to factor in the population increase now that the North was less affected by winter because of the climate-altering charms he had implemented. The future also had to be kept in mind. A large-scale war would divert people from the farmlands to battlefronts. In such scenarios, having some solid ties with the free cities of Essos would be a boon. Therefore, Harry was quite pleased when he returned to the manse. However, he found a completely different scenario when he entered the manse. The manse was in utter chaos, with corpses of unsullied soldiers littering the ground and blood covering the floor. Harry rushed into the compound, wand in hand, followed by Elsera and Josera. To his relief, he found John and Rob safe with Anya in a hall while some burnt bodies lay on the floor. Anya had her fire bow in hand when he saw them and nearly used her bow on them when Harry made his sudden entrance. What happened here? We were attacked by assassins, Rob said, looking chalk white. Harry frowned upon hearing that. We captured a prisoner, said John, pointing to a man bound in drapes, but the man was also bleeding out from his missing right arm. I had to cut off his arm. He was using some form of water magic to counter Anya's arrows, John explained sheepishly. Harry stared coldly at the assassin. Who are you? Who sent you here? Harry asked, glaring into the onyx eyes of the assassin, who defiantly stared back at him. Brave of you not to speak and out your employer, but your efforts are wasted, Dermes, Harry said, making the assassin widen his eyes. Harry slowly unsheathed Godkiller from its scabbard. The sword lit with golden runes as an oppressive aura bared down on everyone. I'll be visiting Mir to have a heart-to-heart chat with Magister Elix Aureler. But you don't need to worry about any of that, Dermes. I grant you the sweet freedom of death for daring to raise your hand against a Stark, Harry said calmly. With a swift swing of his sword, Dermes' head was lopped off. Silence prevailed in the hall for a moment until Harry chose to break it. This is the third time Mir has sent assassins. I think it's time the free city of Mir needs to understand the cost of harming a Stark. Chapter 107, The Burning of Mir P1. Chapter text. Ariane watched her cousin strike fast and true against her opponent in the training yard. In her eyes, Obara was one of the most fearsome warriors among the sand snakes. She was quick on her feet, decisive and used any means necessary to secure her victory. If the warrior had teats and a cunt, the sculptors could use Obara for the statue. Ariane thought amusedly. Yet, her cousin's opponent in the training yard was no slouch either. They've been going at it for nearly half an hour, Tane commented. I can see why your father took him as an apprentice, Ariane said, frowning at young Griff expertly evading Obara's spear with some fast and fancy footwork. She noted the strange Tyroshi boy was copying her uncle with a flair for dramatics in his footwork. Prince Oberyn was an accomplished warrior, but he was also a master when it came to showmanship. Her uncle had the uncanny ability to dance around his opponent and whittle away their confidence. That was the same acting the young Griff was using against Obara. No doubt, her cousin knew what the foreign boy was doing, but Obara could not pull off a victory over the boy. Despite his flamboyant outlook with blue hair and the tendency of the Tyroshi boy to sneak in High Valyrian mid-sentence. She liked his free spirit, and he was easy on the eyes. If she hadn't already been spoken for, she'd have tried to bed the boy and make him a man. Her father was adamant about having her married off to Harrion Stark. Prince Oberyn also spoke highly of the second son of Lord Eddard Stark. Her own interactions with the infamous Black Wolf left a good impression on her. He had single-handedly brought Casterly Rock to heel. Since the Age of Heroes, Casterly Rock had never fallen to an outsider until Haryon Stark breached the impenetrable castle using his flying ship. While many saw the defeat of House Lannister as House Baratheon asserting its dominance in the Seven Kingdoms, she knew better. House Stark now wielded more power than the Iron Throne. If they so wished, the wolves could dominate the rest of the Seven Kingdoms and wrest control of the Iron Throne from the stags. The fact that they don't make a play for the throne makes Arianne attracted to the prospect of taking Haryon Stark as her husband. The current political dispensation in the Seven Kingdoms suited her interests just fine. With Stannis Baratheon on the Iron Throne, she could hopefully get enough support for her claim to son's pair over her brother. However, she was unsure whether her father intended to continue with his stupid plan of making Quentyn his heir. If she could marry someone as strong as the Lord of Avalon, her claim would only get more support from the Dornish lords and ladies. They wouldn't easily allow her father to throw away thousands of years of Dornish traditions and succession laws. But like everything else in her life, marrying Haryon Stark was not as easy as Arianne hoped. As far as she knew, Lord Eddard had yet to give her father an answer despite her father making the offer. Lord Arryn had spoken favorably of the match in the hopes of tying Dorne close to the Seven Kingdoms and the natural allies of House Baratheon. But having the blessings of Lord Arryn and Lord Eddard was not the only thing she needed. Lord Eddard had left the decision in the hands of his son, which was unheard of in Westeros. But seeing as the Lord of Winterfell had allowed his son to rule the vast, rich lands of Sea Dragon Point from such a young age, no one should have been that surprised. But the challenges didn't stop there. She had tried to woo Haryon at the capital. Despite his affectionate ways, she knew her attempts at seduction hardly moved him. She had thought she could wrap the Black Wolf on her pinky finger, but he proved to be a tough one. He was as courteous and indulging as a Stark could possibly be, but she knew her cousin had more chances with him than she did. Arianne didn't fail to see all the glances he sneakily shot at Nymeria while she was hanging in his arms. It also didn't escape her notice that Nymeria tends to have a love-hate relationship with Lord Haryon. One moment, her cousin was like a blushing maid, and in the next, she was an angry viper spitting venom. Frankly, it left Arianne in an awkward position. If it had been Tane, she could have easily made some adjustments. Tane was her close friend and trusted companion. They could have easily shared Haryon Stark without any issues. But Nymeria was another creature altogether. Arianne knew Nymeria was the deadliest of the sand snakes. Her cousin had a vengeful streak that even made Obara pale in comparison. Even though Nymeria had the stigma of bastardy, she had high status in Volantis. After all, Nymeria comes from the old blood of Volantis. If her cousin so wished, she could take the name of her mother's family and live a life of Volantine noble inside the black wall of Volantis. The wind that had so far caressed her lustrous body suddenly shifted. Arianne immediately knew someone was standing behind her. "Haven't they finished it yet?" Nymeria asked, annoyance palpable in her words. "He has gotten better with his footwork. Obara's usual tricks are not having the intended effect on the young Griff," said Tane, wincing slightly at a particularly hard swat Obara had to endure from the flat side of her opponent's sword. "Do you know why Oberyn is obsessed with this one?" Arianne asked, eyeing Nym expectantly. "Obsessed?" Nymeria raised an eyebrow. "I don't think so. Arianne speaks true. Oberyn has taken a personal interest in training the young Griff. The last time he did it was for Haryon," Nymeria said softly before Tane. "Yes." Tane nodded at her sister. "So the question is, why is he so important?" "I've heard the boy's father used to be a captain among the ranks of the Golden Company," Arianne commented. "The Griff in the Golden Company," Nymeria said with a snort. Arianne could only shrug her shoulders as she understood what her cousin was thinking. The Griff was not exactly what someone would call an accomplished warrior. The man was old and as thin as a woman. It was as if the man had lived under a rock all these years and tried his best to starve to death. Nonetheless, Oberyn vouched for Gryff and his blue-haired son. That was all her father needed to host the sellsword and the young Griff and Sons pair. Sometimes, she envied the bond between her father and her uncle. She dearly wished something of that sort could be possible between herself and Quentyn. But her younger brother was away at Yornwood, and they hardly spoke to each other. It also didn't help she was afraid her brother would usurp her position as heir to Sons pair. "I don't want that kind of relationship with Nymeria," Arianne thought with a frown. She suddenly stood up, startling Tane and Nymeria. "Nym, please walk with me," Arianne said. Tane glanced at her with concern, but Arianne just smiled at her closest friend. Arianne walked ahead while her petite cousin followed her a step behind. They walked through the narrow corridors of Sons pair in silence. She led them straight to the sandship, the ancient keep of House Martell, before Nymeria's arrival. Unlike the Tower of Sun, the sandship was less crowded. "We're sisters, you and I. I've treated all the sand snakes as such, have I not?" Ariane asked once she and Nym were safely inside her quarters without any eavesdropping ears. You have Ariane. Nymeria said softly. Then I wish for no strife between us. There is no strife between us, cousin. Nymeria immediately said. There is. Ever since you heard about my father's plans to betroth me to Harrion Stark, you've been in strife with me. But, Nymeria started. Perhaps your resentment was involuntary. But there was resentment all the same. I have felt it. Ariane swiftly spoke, cutting off Nymeria before she could lie to herself. Then I apologize, princess. Nymeria bowed her head. Ariane frowned at her cousin. She felt like another wall was being built between them. So, she surged forward and hugged Nymeria. What is mine can be yours. We've learned to share everything from an early age. So, why stop now, Nym? You'd share your prospective husband? Nymeria asked with shock. Ariane didn't know why her cousin was so surprised. She supposed it'd be unorthodox for a princess of Dorne to allow such dalliances, but since when had traditions ever stopped her hand? My interest in Harrion Stark only extends to what he brings to my side if we marry. She didn't add the implicit for now for her cousin's sake. His power and wealth will undoubtedly be a boon for my chances to secure my position as the ruling princess of Dorne. Ariane pulled back from the hug and stared at her cousin. But you love him. Love? I don't know. Nymeria let out a frustrated growl before she fell into the bed nearby. Harrion is interesting. So far, he is the only boy who has managed to match me evenly on the field and in wit. Surely you jest, Nym. Ariane, too, joined her cousin in bed. You don't understand. He does not fight to show off like the rest of the idiots. He makes a move in a fight only when he needs to, and his mind is as sharp as Valyrian steel. And, of course, there is his magic. Nymeria let out a breathy sigh. It's as if he was born to wage war and dominate. Ariane stared at the ceiling with a contemplative look as she heard her cousin's range of obsession with the Black Wolf. You know he might not agree to the offer. No Stark has ever married a Dornish woman in the past. Ariane said eventually. That's true. Harrion is unpredictable. It's very difficult to divine his thoughts, which makes him a dangerous foe. Nymeria mused aloud. But we might stand a chance to make the wolf fall for us if we work together. Ariane and Nymeria exchanged a grin while in bed. An understanding emerged between them as they discussed what should be done to prepare for Harrion's visit. The walls of Myr were high, but they were not as high or thick enough to defend against Harry's magic. Sneaking inside the city was so easy that he didn't even bother with a disguise. Not that Harry had any impression that he was recognizable in Myr. Even though most of the people in Myr sported olive skin, a possible ancestry from the Rhoynar, there were also people with Endel and Valyrian ancestry inside the city. In the melting pot of cultures that was the Free Cities, only one thing could distinguish the people, the accent. The Myrish people used a bastardized version of Valyrian and heavily accented common tongue as their common language. Therefore, the accents could determine a man's nationality easily. At least, people could understand whether a person was born and brought up in Myr using the accent. But even with the accent, Harry and his brothers were relatively undisturbed in the city. So long as they had silver, they could access any part of the city, gaining access to many strategic locations. When silver was not enough, a well-placed Confundu's charm and Imperious curse were enough to open doors for them. This is one of the largest glass-making streets of Myr. Darrow explained as Harry walked with his chief spy along the busy street. He could see many colorful glass panes and even small glass sculptures lining the streets. The most favorite items among the potential customers on the street were the miniature glass figurines of gods. There was the fiery Arhilla in the form of a red warrior surrounded by red and yellow color glass in a fiery design. Likewise, the miniature figurines of the Seven and even the Valyrian gods were available on the street. That is where the glass blowing takes place. The production floor covers nearly an acre. Some of the best glass makers work there. Darrow said, pointing at a substantial fused stone complex with distinct Valyrian architecture and several chimneys churning smoke into the air. Slave labor? Harry asked, somewhat taken back by the Valyrian structures that were common in the city. He doubted even Dragonstone hosted this many Valyrian structures. Even some of the manses he had seen were built by the Valyrians. He supposed they were most likely old dwellings of the dragon riders of Valyria. Myr, Tyrosh and Lys had turned on their Valyrian overlord and their dragons after the news of doom filtered in. Most workers are slaves in Myr. There are 3 slaves for every freeborn. Of course, some glassmakers are favored by the magisters and enjoy certain privileges, patronage, and protection. Harry grunted noncommittally. Most workers live close to a community south of this street. Guarded community? Harry asked with a frown. Unsullied guards patrol the streets to keep the peace. But there are also sellswords stationed at certain communities that the magisters want to watch closely. I see. Harry looked around at the street one last time before going straight for a storehouse close to the glass-making factory. Conf undo. The guards standing guard at the warehouse ignored them, and Harry had free rein inside the storeroom. He levitated several caches of wildfire and placed them safely into a corner. After applying a Notice Me Not ward on the volatile substance, Harry left the storeroom in search of another spot on the street. After a few more runs, placing several caches of wildfire in a circle around the whole street, he met up with John and Rob, escorted by his other spies, Kreia and Brox. Ever since the registers of Mir sent assassins, he had been planting spies in the city for something like this. He knew from experience that people who enjoyed tyrannical power seldom allowed a threat to that power base to thrive for long. The history of the free cities of Essos also suggested that they never tolerated a rival power if they could help it. He didn't see why that shouldn't extend to the north now that they were encroaching on Mir's most lucrative glass-making business. "Have you identified the other places?" Harry asked as they left the street behind. "We have," Rob said with a troubled look. John and Rob looked far gloomier than usual. Harry already knew his brothers had reservations about what he had planned for the city. They had no qualms about killing the Magisters, but they had some sympathy for the slaves toiling inside the city. At the same time, they also knew Mir could not go unpunished after the latest assassination attempt. "Good. Let's go." Daenerys busied herself with embroidery, trying to sew a small red dragon into the cloak for her brother. Unlike what she feared, Magister Elix never kicked them out of his manse despite Viserys being a bad guest. Her brother had always been a lousy guest with many of their hosts across the many free cities. Usually, her brother's uncouth behavior would get them thrown out of many wealthy nobles' homes. But for some reason, Magister Elix had graciously hosted them in his manse despite her brother occasionally acting out. At first, she had mistaken the Magister's tolerance of her brother's vices as a product of loyalty to her family. But she knew better now. She had been observing everyone and everything in the manse. The servants had loose tongues when they thought no one was watching. That's how she learned of the many plots the wealthy Magisters of Mir planned concerning herself and her brother. There was hardly anything nefarious, but there were talks of marriage and buying sell swords to raise her brother's claim on the Iron Throne. But these talks remained just that, talks. Nothing ever came off it. At least, she never saw any tangible change. But she heard hushed talks about a failed assassination of Haryon Stark. For some reason, the Magisters of Mir were terrified and envious of Haryon Stark. Daenerys could understand their envy because she was also envious of the Black Wolf. She had heard the second son of Eddard Stark found the secrets of Valyrian steel and glass making. The latter didn't bother her, but Valyrian steel was one of the greatest feats of magic and metalwork that belonged to her people. It should have been her family that discovered the secrets of Valyrian steel. But Daenerys knew wishes don't come true despite how much she dearly wished otherwise. After all, her greatest wish was not Valyrian steel, glass, or magic. It was to have a family and live happily. Daenerys took a deep breath and shook her head. Suddenly, her ears picked up a rushed movement outside her room. Curious at the sound of footsteps outside her chamber, she opened the door and found servants running along the passage with fear and panic on their faces. "What has happened?" Daenerys asked. "It's the city, princess," one of the servants told her, out of breath. "The city?" Daenerys blinked in surprise. "Yes, princess. The city is on fire," the servant said, and immediately after that, a large tremor went through the palace and made her stumble. She started hearing screams from the city as she ran along the narrow passage as fast as her legs could carry. Only when she neared a window did she see the full scope of what was happening outside. Bright flashes of fire appeared all over the city, illuminating the night sky in an eerie red and green glow. "No," Dany whispered under her breath, horrified at what she was seeing. She immediately ran towards her brother's room but didn't find him there. Her panic only rose as more tremors shook the palace, and the glow outside became brighter. She didn't know what else to do. The servants fled the palace despite the unsullied guards' best efforts. "Where is my brother? Where is Magister Elix?" she asked repeatedly, but no one answered. Daenerys feared going outside the palace when an uncontrollable fire consumed the city, but she also didn't feel like cowering in a corner. "I need to see what's happening in the entire city," Daenerys thought. She started climbing the stairs of the main keep of the palace, where there was an open balcony that could watch over the city. As she climbed higher, she saw guards lying on the floor, unmoving. At first, she thought they were killed, but on closer inspection, she realized they were all sleeping. With trepidation in her heart, she carefully climbed the stairs until she reached the balcony. When she sneakily looked through the open door, she saw Magister Elix and her brother sitting stiffly on a couch. "Brother!" Dany cried as she ran to his side. However, she noted that her brother didn't react and sat stiffly on the couch, unmoving with his eyes open. "Viserys, what has happened?" But Viserys remained stiff as a stone. "Why are you silent? Say something." Daenerys shook her brother's shoulder, but he remained silent and unresponsive. "Magister Elix! Please say something. What is happening?" she screamed hysterically. "I'll tell you what is happening, princess." An unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke up, making Daenerys freeze. She slowly turned around, and only then did she see a figure standing close to the ridge of the balcony, watching the fires spreading in the city. As the unfamiliar figure turned to face her, she saw the steel greaves on his arms and the shoulder plates gleaming under the light of the fire, indicating armor. Daenerys saw a black-haired boy closer in height to her brother standing across from her. When a strong wind rushed into the balcony, the black cloak on his shoulders fluttered, and that's when she saw the sigil of a black wolf on a gold field. Stark? Daenerys breathed in fear. Yes. It's time for us to have a chat, don't you think? The wicked grin on her enemy's face stopped her heart. It felt like there was a lump in her throat, and she had forgotten how to breathe. Chapter 108, The Burning of Mir P2. Chapter text. The night sky was no longer dark as silhouettes of many buildings fell on different parts of the city as it burned. The screams of men and women chased away the silence in the city. As seconds ticked by, the intensity of screams only started to increase in the city of Mir. If the intensity of screams increased, so did the intensity of flames that were devouring flesh, stone, and mortar. I'm usually a merciful person, Magister Elix. That's why I never retaliated against your first few assassination attempts. Harry said noncommittally while looking out into the burning city, sitting on his conjured chair. But this latest attempt, that was in poor taste. Your assassins managed to kill a few of my servants. Harry said with a sigh. They were honest people. Hardworking and loyal. I know some of their children. And now, when I return home, I'll have to see those children despair for the loss of their parents. Harry twirled the Elder Wand between his fingers as he directed his gaze back at the man who sent the assassins. Nothing to say. Harry raised his eyebrow while staring at the Magister. Harry frowned when the man just stared at him stiffly. He eyed Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Viserys was also sitting stiffly on a chair while Daenerys Targaryen was looking at everyone with palpable fear in her eyes. That was when Harry realized he had yet to lift the spell on Magister Elix and Viserys. Oh, where are my manners? I completely forgot that you are under a body-bind spell. Harry said with an awkward smile. He lifted the spell on the Magister and Viserys Targaryen with a wave of his wand. How dare you assault me? Do you know who I am? I am, Viserys screeched. Harry put the idiot Targaryen princeling in exile under the body-bind curse once again. Charming fellow, isn't he? As deranged and idiotic as his forefathers. Harry said with an amused snort before his eyes shifted to the Magister, who was now sitting on the edge of his seat. He could see the realization dawn on the man's face. I seek forgiveness, my lord. I plead for mercy. Magister Elix fell on his knees and bowed his head low. It's a little late for that. I take attacks on my people seriously. In my eyes, a Northman's life is worth 100 freemen of Mir. My lord. Please, I beg of you, the Magister stuttered. Harry raised his hand to stop, and immediately, the man fell silent. There was a rush of footsteps that were getting closer, and sure enough, when Harry looked to the balcony entrance, his brothers came in. He was not surprised to see their swords drenched in blood. Jon even had his new wand out in his left hand. He hoped Jon earned some battle experience with the wand. After all, waving around a sword was not much of an important skill when magic could be weaponized to decimate entire armies. The present situation was the best example of how much of a terrifying weapon magic could become when used properly. Mir was by no means a defenseless city. It had high walls and enough wealth to contend against the other free cities of Essos for dominion over the disputed lands. It had also been a principal belligerent polity that brought about the end of House Targaryen's influence and dragons during the Targaryen Civil War. The city had even emerged as a victor during the Century of Blood. But now, Mir was burning for the first time in its recorded history. All because the city had no defense against Harry's magic. What dragons and massive armies couldn't do, Harry did in the span of a week. He all but defeated Mir and brought them to heel. Or at least, he would in the following week. We seem to have some guests. I believe introductions are in order. The red-haired one is my older brother Robb, and the other is my younger brother Jon. Harry introduced his siblings to the Targaryen children and the kneeling Magister. Harry conjured 2 chairs from thin air and welcomed them to take their seats. Other men also started to fill in on the balcony. The manse is secured. All the unsullied guards are dead. The rest ran away into the streets once the slaughter began, said Jon, wiping the blood off his sword on a piece of cloth. So much killing. Harry shook his head sadly. I beg for your mercy, my lords. We were wrong. I was taken hostage by emotions and poisonous words of my fellow Magisters. The man was good with words and acting. I'll give him that. Harry thought with amusement, watching the Magister mustering up a face of deep disappointment and sadness. The Magister even mustered a stray tear to roll down his left cheek, for Merlin's sake. We wolves are a peaceful lot. We hardly care about anything else that happens outside the borders of the north. But we do not have it in ourselves to forgive those who harm our pack. Robb growled, glaring down at the Magister. My brother speaks true. You should have known better, Magister Elix. After all, your guests would have reminded you of what happens to those who harm the wolves of the north. Harry said, nodding at the Targaryen children. Or you could cast your eyes further north from your city to the desolate lands of the Andals. There, you'd have found the old enemies of House Stark living in a broken land as slaves in all but name. Jon said firmly. Harry was slightly surprised that his brothers were getting in sync with his outlook. Perhaps the attack in Pentos was a blessing in disguise. They seem enthusiastic to make an example of the merman. Harry mused while observing his brothers. I could be useful, my lords. I have wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Magister Elix offered, his desperation evident in his hopeful gaze. We have all the wealth we need in the north. Robb said, looking down at the Magister with disgust. I can offer you, women. The most beautiful women in the world could be yours, my lords. The Magister offered. Harry nearly broke into fits of laughter at the Magister's presumption that he could buy his safety by offering women. You dare try to bribe us with your slaves? Jon snarled. If it weren't for Robb, Jon would have cut off the man's head in one fell swoop. I think you've severely underestimated us, Magister. Harry said rather blandly. I beg for your mercy. Elix floundered, looking at each of them in panic. I can be your messenger. I can spread the word of your demands to the rest of the Magisters of Myr. They'll know the danger of turning hostile towards House Stark. Robb scoffed upon hearing the offer. Enough with this nonsense. I'm taking his head. Robb said, climbing to his feet with a sword in hand. No, please. I can be useful, Elix pleaded as Jon pushed the man towards the block of wood Harry conjured for the occasion. Please don't worry, Magister Elix. You'll be our messenger to Myr and all our enemies, said Harry as some of the men forced the Magister's head on the block. Robb took the man's head with a single swing of his sword. When the head of the Magister fell from his shoulders, Daenerys Targaryen screamed and scooted back in fear. Viserys remained seated on his seat without a muscle out of place thanks to the bodybind spell. Harry lifted the spell on the Targaryen prince in exile. This time, the princeling kept his mouth shut while staring at them in horror. What should we do with them? Jon asked, staring at the children of the Mad King with a frown. Robb looked at Harry for his opinion, but he just shrugged his shoulders in disinterest. Leave them be. They're of no threat to us. Robb said after a brief moment of consideration. The airship suddenly came out of the invisibility spell and lowered itself closer to the balcony before rolling out a flight of stairs. If I were you, I'd stay in the manse until the fire dies down in the city. Harry gave a small piece of advice to the Targaryens. We are dragons. Dragons needn't fear fire. Viserys said rather pompously after regaining some semblance of courage. I see no dragons. Harry made a show of looking around. Do you see any dragons, Jon? No, brother. There are no dragons here. Jon said with a chuckle. In the background, their men were stepping into the airship one by one. We're the blood of the dragon. Sooner or later, we'll reclaim the Iron Throne, and all traitors will have their heads on spikes at the Red Keep. Viserys threatened while Daenerys tried to make her brother shut up. You seem to have more sense than your brother. Staying with this idiot guarantees your death or worse. We can give you a safe place in the north to live if you want. Harry offered, looking expectantly at Daenerys Targaryen. Thank you, my lord. But I'd like to stay with my brother. Daenerys said demurely. That's unfortunate. Harry thought. He could sense an unusual magical energy from the Targaryen princess. He suspected Daenerys had some potential for magic within her. Perhaps it was her extended stay in Essos that developed her latent magical powers. Either way, that was going to do nothing good for her. Having the potential for magic was useless when no training was available to nurture that power. That's a shame. Your brother looks more and more like the second coming of the Mad King. Harry said, eyeing the Targaryen princess. Lies. My father was a great king betrayed by the usurper and his dogs. Viserys screamed. Harry snorted but otherwise didn't entertain the foolish princeling. He could understand why the Martells abandoned their little plan to marry Arianne to Viserys. I give you the best of luck with this mad fool. You'll need it if you're staying with your brother, said Harry while staring into the lilac eyes of Daenerys. Last chance. Harry pointed to the entrance of the airship, but the Targaryen princess didn't budge. Harry shrugged his shoulders and wrote off the girl as a lost cause. Once he climbed onto the deck of his airship, he powered a runestone and let it drop into the city as the airship climbed high to be among the clouds. Now the world will know the consequence of earning my enmity. Pockets of wildfire ignited all around the vast and beautiful city of Myr. But unlike the green fire produced by the alchemists, this one was a tad different. Bright white fire lit the city in an ethereal light. The white flames never left anything it touched to remain in a solid form. There won't be even ash as residue. It was one of the tweaks Harry managed to introduce into the substance. From the sky, Harry could see the enormous rings of fire forming within the city's walls. It was not a good sight to watch, and it reminded him of the Mughal armies using carpet bombings in a circle to destroy a city. He took a page from his old enemy's handbook and used the same trick on Mir. While his wildfire didn't have the explosive power of 1,000 incendiary bombs, it made do with the most dangerous flame, and the lack of any firefighters in Mir also helped. Harry wondered whether his actions in Mir would become a catalyst for change in the city. He had targeted the affluent portions of the city. No doubt, his attack would cripple the wealthy magisters of Mir who survived the fire. The weakening of the magisters offered the slaves who outnumbered the freeborn a rare opportunity to take their destiny into their own hands. I suppose that depends entirely on the people below. Harry thought as his ship cleared the city and moved further south towards their next destination, Tyrosh. Harry smiled when the mirror before him flickered to life, projecting the image of Maester Marwyn. My lord. Maester. Harry nodded in greeting. I hope everything in Avalon is running smoothly. Of course. On that note, there is some good news, my lord. We finally managed to track the slavers and pirates that preyed on our shores. Captains Black Chuck and Simeon destroyed the pirate ships and captured their lair. Harry was suitably impressed by the news. They had been trying to pinpoint the exact location of the Tyroshi and Lysani pirates operating near the northwestern shores after Yoram Mormont's dealings with them came to light. Where were the pirates based in the Iron Islands? Harry asked curiously. They were not based in the Iron Islands as we suspected, my lord. Harry blinked back in surprise when he heard that. They were not. Harry asked incredulously. As difficult as it is to believe, they were based on the 3 unnamed islands close to Blazewater Bay. Now, Harry openly gaped at the claim put forth by Maester Marwyn. That's, our fleet searched those islands for pirates. Well, our ships didn't do a good enough job the first time around, said Maester Marwyn. Harry could only sigh at all the wasted hours of searching for the pirates in the Iron Islands. The invasive methods he had been using to stifle the ports of the Iron Islands in the hopes of squeezing the pirates out of their lair. At one point, he even suspected the Lonely Light to be the pirates' base despite the island being the farthest known settlement in the Sunset Sea from mainland West Eros. What did our men find, and what happened to the pirates? Harry asked. These pirates had a neat settlement going in one of those islands. It was revealed from questioning the inhabitants that they had been living on those islands for centuries. Do you believe their claim? It's possible they're speaking the truth. Maester Marwyn said with a thoughtful look. The western shores have been subjected to iron-born raids from the time of Winter Kings. These people may be the descendants of escaped thralls. Harry frowned in consideration as there was no easy way to confirm the story of these people without paying a visit to the island. What does House Fisher and Riswell have to say about this? After all, they are closer to these islands. We haven't informed them yet. But I suspect they have no idea what goes on these islands. They've never attempted to settle people on these islands, and they've never made any claims on them either. So, Maester Marwyn trailed off and looked pointedly at him. Place a few ships on those islands and place my banner on them. From now on, Avalon guards and commands these islands until my father says otherwise. As you wish. Marwyn nodded. Now, what about the pirates? Harry asked. We've taken some prisoners. Some were killed in the fighting. We've captured 2 intact galleys and 4 damaged galleys. 3 pirate ships were destroyed in battle and sank to the bottom of the sea. Captain Simeon also found a small reef where the pirates kept their loot. I see. Harry nodded. Have you informed Winterfell? I have sent the Raven to Lord Stark. Undoubtedly, he'll be thrilled to learn the pirates and slavers were apprehended. I doubt he'll be satisfied until Yoram Mormont's head is on a spike. Harry said with a sigh. Send these pirates to Winterfell and double the pay of the captains and give them half the share of any loot they recovered as promised. Is that wise? Perhaps, it'll be better. Maester Marwyn. Harry said firmly. Yes, my lord. The old maester sat up straight upon hearing his authoritative tone. I promised the reward. Split the loot evenly between Captains Black Chuck and Simeon and double their usual pay. As you wish, my lord. Good. How goes the work at the neck? Slowly, I'm afraid. Maester Marwyn said with a sigh. Constructing roads in the area is very difficult. The ground is not hard enough, and periodic rains have only damaged and hindered the work there. That's unfortunate. Harry muttered. He was not that surprised to hear work was lagging behind. He knew from experience how difficult the neck could be. He had spent more than a week with Lord Reed at the neck and seen how difficult it was to restore Moat Cailin. Even after 3 years, the restoration of most towers of the old stronghold remained unfinished because of the unpredictable weather and the difficulty of transporting building materials into the area. There is one other thing, my lord. Maester Marwyn said tentatively. What? Lord Eddard has ordered that you immediately return to the north. He has heard rumors about a foiled assassination attempt on your person. Tell father that I'm all right, as is Rob and John. Also, tell him that the men responsible were dealt with, and they'll never dare to send an assassin again against a Stark, at least for a century. Oh. Marwyn looked intrigued. If I may ask, my lord. What did you do? I burnt Mir to the ground but left their dockyards intact so the other free cities won't be that much aggrieved. But please inform Winterfell about what happened, and if any idiots from Essos try anything in my father's court, inform me. The last thing Harry saw before he cut the connection to the two-way mirror in the captain's cabin was the stupefied face of Marwyn. He didn't think Marwyn's conversation with the Lord of Winterfell would be pleasant. But that was Marwyn's problem. Now, Harry pushed such silly matters aside and looked at the map of the north. His eyes fell on the 3 unnamed islands near Blazewater Bay, wondering whether there were other abandoned islands in the western seas, undiscovered all this time. He wouldn't put it past his countrymen to forget all about such small islands when their domain was so vast compared to the southern kingdoms. Either way, he knew interesting times lay ahead. Daenerys followed her brother quietly through the blackened streets of Myr. She was sad to see the lively streets become vacant and left with nothing but burnt-out husks. Her favorite street with the fountain of seashells was no longer in existence. It was decimated like all the beautiful places in the city. The brightly painted buildings were now blackened, with their roofs caved in. It was a sorry sight that greeted her eyes as she exited from Myr with her brother. Even the grand building made of Valyrian architecture of fused stone was not spared from the attack of the demon wolf. She now understood why some people used that moniker to address Harry Stark. Once again, she was forced out of a place she'd not hesitate to call home. Magister Elix's manse was not her birthplace, nor was it built by her ancestors. But it was a place that offered her and her brother safety from those who'd do them harm. Even if they were leaving, there was some relief in her mind. Unlike other times, they were not leaving the city empty-handed. Her brother had taken command of all the wealth in the vaults of the Magister's manse and used a portion of it to buy slaves and unsullied guards. The rest of the wealth was being carried inside her carriage. Their destination was Pentos, and she hoped she'd never meet Harry Stark again. Sliding the curtain away from her carriage window, she shot one last look at the manse. The banners of House Stark could be seen as clear as day, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind who was responsible for the city's burning. Daenerys fleetingly wondered whether the people of the Royne and the Gisker felt the same empty feeling after the Dragon Lords of Valyria burned down their cities. It was a queer thing to compare a Stark to the Dragon Lords of her ancestral city, but at the moment, she couldn't help but compare. Chapter 109, Tyroshi Friends. Chapter text. Varys sat with dipped head at the small council table as he pondered the situation at hand. The last week had been hectic when he received word about the assassination attempt on Harry Stark. The Stark boy's death would have changed little in the grand scheme of things. However, he disliked the time and energy he expended on the Stark boy to go to waste. If a marriage alliance between House Stark and Martell could happen, then the chances of Aegon claiming the throne would increase twofold. For this reason alone, Harry Stark was a valuable piece on the board in his eyes. The bond between a teacher and student was something special. That bond was why he was almost certain Harry Stark would accept Princess Arianne as his betrothed. But the news of the assassination attempt the Black Wolf suffered in Pentos had frightened him. It was only when his good friend Illyrio brought word that the Starks had left the city intact that he breathed a sigh of relief. He had immediately tried to unravel the benefactor of the mysterious assassins, but it was nigh impossible to find any information. All the assassins were dead, and the mess that was Pentos in the wake of the assassination had let the trail go cold. But he now knew who was responsible. It was not his little birds that found the enemy in the shadows. It seemed the Black Wolf was adept at finding the knives hidden in the shadows and tracking them down. But simply a retaliatory action against the one who sent the assassins wouldn't have made Varys request an immediate small council meeting. While he was expecting the Starks to strike at their enemy, he didn't anticipate the intensity of that retaliation. The council chamber doors swung open as the rest of the council members poured into the chamber. The first to arrive was the king himself. Compared to Robert Baratheon's apathy, Stannis was punctual and interested in small council meetings. There was a marked difference in the running of the Seven Kingdoms and King's Landing with Stannis on the Iron Throne. Of course, it was too little too late in Varys' opinion. As of now, it was the Lannister gold that was keeping the Iron Throne afloat. He had no hope that the loose coalition of lords that supported House Baratheon would keep supporting them indefinitely. The linchpin was Lord Arryn, who kept the different factions content for the time being. Without the Lord of the Eyrie to hold the various factions together, everything would unravel at the seams, which was Aegon's opportunity. Lord Varys. You were the one to request an urgent meeting of the small council. Please proceed. Lord Arryn said cordially. Yes, please explain why we were summoned so urgently. Lord Baelish leaned forward in his seat with a displeased frown. His Grace and I had planned to discuss some of the finer aspects of the treasury today, and we had promised to meet with the Artisans Guild. We also lack the Master of Laws and the Master of Ships. Lord Oakhart has unfortunately left for Old Oak, and Lord Redwyne has sailed for Dragonstone. Grand Maester Gorman reminded them gently. Varys doubted Lord Oakhart would return. The man was not fit for the royal court, and to his credit, the Lord of Old Oak realized this fact. The position was given to the Reach Lord as a reward for the man's bravery in the field in holding the Lannister armies back and protecting the ocean road. He was a little surprised Stannis allowed the man into the small council despite his infamous grudge against all Reachmen. The small council has become smaller. Lord Baelish quipped with an amused tilt to his face. It'll get smaller if you persist in dragging this meeting with your incessant and useless comments. King Stannis growled, shooting a displeased look at the Master of Coin. Varys watched with amusement as Lord Baelish fell silent, looking properly chastised. The Vale Lord had been hard-pressed to thrive under King Stannis' kingship. His little birds brought him whispers the man was bleeding coin because King Stannis was forcibly shutting down brothels from the city's major streets. Lord Varys. What do you have for us? Lord Arryn asked, avoiding the banter altogether. Your Grace, I can now confirm all 3 Stark brothers have survived the assassination attempt. Now that got the attention of the council. They were spotted. Lord Arryn asked. Yes, Lord Arryn. My little birds bring word from Myr. Myr. Didn't you say the glassmakers of Myr hold a grudge against Lord Haryon? King Stannis asked with a frown. Yes, I did, Your Grace. It seems Lord Haryon and his brothers also think Myrish magisters hired the assassin. They retaliated against the city. What did they do? Lord Arryn asked with some trepidation. They burned the city to the ground, Lord Arryn. What? Lord Arryn stared at him with wide eyes. Varys expected the look of utter disbelief from the council members. Even he was struggling to reconcile with the fact that the free city of Myr was now a burned-out husk. Myr was one of the wealthiest free cities in Essos, with a history dating back to the Valyrian freehold. So, to claim that one of the free cities just got burned by a young boy was simply ludicrous. Even the dragon lords of Valyria had to wage bloody wars to burn an enemy city with substantial loss of dragons and men despite what the propaganda used to say. Therefore, Varys was reluctant to trust the whispers his little birds brought forth from across the narrow sea. However, after careful consideration, he was reluctant to trust the information because he had heard similar claims from the Iron Islands. During the Second Ironborn Rebellion, there were ludicrous claims that the Black Wolf burned Black Tide to the ground and turned the sands of the island into glass. He had dismissed such rumors as exaggerated talk, but perhaps he should have heeded the rumors and investigated the matter more closely. In his defense, he was focused on Lord Tywin and foiling the Old Lion's plans rather than worrying about what was happening in the Iron Islands. Are you certain, Lord Varys? Sir Barristan asked. Varys gazed at the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard with a keen look. I'm afraid my little birds are speaking the truth, Sir. Stark banners adorn the manse of Magister Elix Areeler of Myr, along with his head on a spike. His manse was left untouched by the flames that wreaked havoc in the city, said Varys. Clearly, the Stark brothers wanted others to know who is responsible. Lord Baelish said with a troubled look. Varys could see the Master of Coin was shaken by Myr's fate. Despite what the little Vale Lord thought, he was not as masterful of his emotions. Varys could read the man effortlessly. He knew of Baelish's little game of poking and prodding at House Stark in his bumbling way. Sooner or later, the Vale Lord would cross a line, and Varys would have the distinct pleasure of seeing the man's head on a spike. Considering what happened in Myr, he felt that day was not too far. Your Grace, we should consider the possibility that Myr would blame the Iron Throne for the actions of House Stark. If we do not act expediently, we might find ourselves in war with Myr or even a coalition of free cities. Grand Maester Gorman advised. That's a valid concern. Lord Arryn muttered with a troubled look. Varys also thought so. But he suspected Myr was in no shape to wage a war against Westeros. At least not without powerful allies. Their entire city was burned to the ground. Even as we speak, the mermen are counting their dead and praying to all the gods they know for survival. I think they'll be worrying more about local rivals, warlords, smugglers, slavers, pirates and Dothraki raids rather than wage war against an entire continent on the other side of the narrow sea, said Varys. That may be so, Lord Varys. But Myr may turn hostile against us in the future once they recover unless we punish the culprit responsible. Lord Baelish said with a sense of rising confidence. Varys saw a flash of slyness enter the man's eyes, but it disappeared just as quickly as it came. Still, the man was woefully incompetent to shield his emotions whenever the Starks were involved. It sort of made his work easy to rile up the Vale Lordling. However, he had to agree with Baelish on one thing. When Myr recovers, it might turn its considerable powers to make a nuisance to the Seven Kingdoms. Punishing the culprit? There are no laws broken as far as I'm aware. Varys was a little surprised to see the Grand Maester come in defense of Haryon Stark. But the man also brought up an interesting point. I concur with the Grand Maester's wisdom. This unfortunate event happened in Essos. I don't believe the Iron Throne should involve itself in events that happened beyond our borders, as it set a dangerous precedent. Varys made his opinion clear. I also agree. If we act against the Starks in this issue, we'll be held liable for everything our people do beyond the borders of the Seven Kingdoms. The implications of such a perception would harm the Iron Throne. Lord Arryn said. But, Surely your grace. You also see the necessity of controlling this menace. If the Stark boy can do as he pleases, we'll be left to pick up the pieces of his misadventures. The disruptions in trade alone will affect us adversely. Lord Baelish beseeched. Surely you jest, Lord Baelish. You can't expect the crown to intervene in a lord's freedom. We'll have a rebellion in our hands. Lord Arryn looked at his fellow Valaman, aghast at the suggestion. It'll be like asking a lord or a knight not to use their sword or dagger. Varys helpfully provided. I'm not suggesting anything of the like, your grace. Baelish was quick to backtrack. I'm merely worried that the trade will suffer in the narrow sea with Myr devastated. From an outsider's perspective, it might look like the crown approves of what befell Myr, which could be dangerous. There is some sense to Lord Baelish's opinion. We could send emissaries to other free cities to convey that we had no involvement. Or perhaps we could send some token aid to Myr. Grand Maester Gorman suggested. The Faith. We could send the Silent Sisters and Septons to help its people recover. Grand Maester Gorman suddenly spoke with an excited gleam in his eyes. That's, of course, assuming the rest of the free cities would even allow us to help Myr. Varys quickly said that before such a ridiculous idea could take root in the minds of the council members. The last thing he wanted was for religion to get involved in this matter. It was already delicate enough, and the chances of a religious war breaking out would be the worst scenario that could happen out of this incident. What do you mean, Lord Varys? King Stannis asked with a frown. While Lord Baelish's assumption that there'll be trade disruptions, I think we might be ignoring the rivalry between the free cities, said Varys. Go on. King Stannis now looked intrigued. Myr has enemies in Tyrosh and Volantis. They've been in a three-way silent war over the disputed lands. With Myr getting burned, they're most likely unable to project strength into the disputed lands. Tyrosh and Volantis might be celebrating as of this moment for the weakening of their rival. Varys explained. But Tyrosh and Volantis are not the only free cities. There are Pentos, Lys, and Bravus to consider. They all engage in trade with us. What will we say to them for the disruption in trade? Baelish challenged. Why would we have to say anything? The crown had no part in these unfortunate events. The Grand Maester said firmly. On and on the arguments went, and Varys realized no matter the size of the small council, there was no lack of bickering and politics. The Game of Thrones never ceases. Varys mused amusedly. Tyrosh remained a mercantile city since its founding by the Valyrian freehold. Traders were revered in the city and considered the lifeblood that floated their society. Its unique geographical position, granting it access to the narrow sea and the summer sea, along with the abundant natural resources near the city, made Tyrosh one of the wealthiest free cities. Therefore, Harry planned only to stay in the city for a few days and leave early once the city learned what happened in Myr. He feared the current state of Myr would make certain elements within the city angry at the loss of trade. After all, the Myr was the closest settlement to Tyrosh, which incidentally made them a favored trade partner in some sense. So, Harry and his brothers ran around the city in a rush to see all that they could see. The main attractions were the blue waters of the Tyroshi beaches and the white pearl necklaces sold by the merchants. The city's sunny disposition allowed them to enjoy their time at the beach, where they stayed for the remainder of the days. Harry was reminded of the sunny beaches of France and Spain in Tyrosh. But their visit was not solely confined to leisure strolls on the shores of Tyrosh and buying up all the loud conches from the markets. There was a business aspect to their visit. Mostly, they met with the dye merchants and those few glass merchants who bought Avalonian glass from them. However, when word eventually reached Tyrosh of what happened to Myr, the mood in the city was one of celebration. Harry had underestimated the rivalry between Myr and Tyrosh. The merchants and magisters he was in contact with suddenly reached out to him with an invitation from none other than the Archon of Tyrosh. That's how Harry found himself in a conversation with Mimic Celier in the Mans of the Archon. I've known Magister Ilix of Myr. I'm not surprised he sent assassins after you, Lord Stark. The man was not sophisticated enough to deal with trade disputes. He was an unthinking brute, the blue-haired Archon said with a derisive snort. You knew him well then, Archon Minix. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Oh, yes. He was one of the stubborn ones in the Myrish Senate pushing for war and spending too much coin on sell swords for our disputes in the disputed lands. His fate fills me with joy. You have my thanks, Lord Stark. You might have unintentionally saved us from a bloody conflict, said the Archon while enjoying baked honey fingers in between with a relaxed posture. Harry had to admit the local delicacy of Tyrosh was fast becoming his favorite, and the brandy, of course. He made a mental note to order a large batch of brandy from the city. There were several flavors to choose from, and Harry thought he'd be doing a lot of testing to pick his favorite. May I say that your city is beautiful, filled with colors and sweet delicacies. Fortune seems to be shining upon you, and may it never halt. May it never halt indeed. Archon Minix grinned, raising his glass of brandy for a toast. The rest of the evening passed by with a sense of revelry and celebration in the palace of the Archon. Almost all important guests were invited to the party the Archon had thrown in his honor, and Harry took advantage of it in the Tyroji way by talking trade. In the span of an hour, Harry had negotiated deals worth millions of Tyroji silver. Most of it was Avalonian glass and ice. The Tyroji were intrigued by his offer of ice to supplement their phenomenal skill in quality liquor making. He also made a mental note to invite some of the liquor merchants to his manse and treat them to some cold ale and wine. Maybe he could even serve some cold Tyroji brandy to showcase the potential of the ice trade. But the most crucial discussion that night was Tyrosha's interest in the Sunset Canal when he broached the subject with some magisters and archonmanics. The interest of the Tyroji on the canal stumped Harry as the city was so far away from the canal. Besides, they also had easier access to the Sunset Sea by sailing around Dorne. So, Harry sifted through several minds until he found out why the Tyroji were interested in his canal. They were having some difficulty with Lys as tensions were brewing because of their constant bickering over the disputed lands and even the stepstones. With Myr in tatters, the chances of Lys getting emboldened to make a renewed push on the disputed lands were high. This state of affairs made a canal in the north and direct trade with Avalon far more attractive, and his promise of opening the canal within a month put a smile on many merchants' faces. Still, the Tyroji economy was intertwined with trade through the summer sea. They'd have to sail the long route to the Reach and the Westerlands should hostilities break out with Lys. So, they were quite interested in diversifying their trade with the north. Harry was also interested in fanning the new opportunities that presented themselves with Myr becoming a non-factor. He no longer had to fear the shipping lanes becoming hostile for northern merchants. He had already learned tidbits of plans from the Archon's mind about capturing Myr's fleet and port in their weakened moment. With Myr currently too weak, he deduced Tyrosh would soon dominate the region, provided Lys was a little late to act. By the time the celebrations and the party concluded, Harry was ready to get a good night's sleep with a sense of achievement in friendly relations with the Tyroshi. After all, it was not every day that he could call the Tyroshi Archon a friend. But when he reached his chambers graciously provided by the Archon, he was greeted by the sight of one young woman standing outside the doors of his chamber. She had long, luscious silver hair and lilac eyes. It was not rare to see those with Valyrian blood in Tyrosh, but it was rare to see a beautiful one standing outside his door. Her shoulders were bare, and the rest of her body was poorly hidden by a thin, pinkish silk dress. "My lord. My name is Ayla Ainra. I'm tasked by Archonmanix to serve you tonight," the young woman said demurely, with her cheeks flushing red. Harry was about to dismiss her when he caught her eyes and slipped into her mind. Once he sifted through her latest memories, he knew he could not deny her and send her away. The last thing he wanted was for the young woman before him to get sold to some degenerate walrus as a sex slave because her master thought she underperformed before his guest. So, instead, he chose to act in a manner that'd benefit the young woman. "Come in." Harry opened the door and welcomed her into his room. Usually, he wouldn't have cared about what happened to some strange girl in a strange land. "I suppose I'm feeling rather generous tonight," Harry mused, assessing his own actions. With a shake of his head, he followed Ayla Ainra into his chambers while sparing a thought to his brothers, who were probably met with the same treatment from the Archon. Knowing them, they probably jumped into bed without a shred of hesitation. Harry mused with a shake of his head. Chapter 110, A Volantine Tryst. Chapter text. The Westerosi are a queer folk. Ayla Ainra thought as she lounged on the bed while staring into the flickering lamp on the desk. When she was summoned by her mistress and asked to serve a guest of the Archon, she was worried. She had never laid with a man in her life, and although she was adequately trained by her mistress, she knew her first time would be difficult. What she didn't expect was for the Archon's guest to be younger than her. He was a strange Westerosi who talked her ear out instead of betting her. His name was the first thing he gave away freely, and then he offered her freedom. She had internally scoffed at the offer and saw it as a cruel joke. She had often heard tales from her mistress and lady companions about the queer ways the men sought their services. Sometimes, men liked to play valiant knights and pretend to come to their rescue before using them in bed. The stories varied from valiant knight, scorned lover, a denied banker, a grieved merchant, petulant king, and many more. There was no end to men's twisted fantasies and cruelty. After all, she had seen how low men could fall with her own eyes. Her father had sold her to one of the pillow houses when she was 9 years of age. But Harrion Stark was something else entirely. She had been ready even if it was her first time sharing a bed with someone. She had been prepared for that eventuality for the last 3 years. But she didn't expect to spend the night alone in bed while her client sat on a plush chair and exposed her deepest secrets one after the other. No matter what she did, she could not entice Harrion Stark into sharing her bed that night. So, when the sun rose the next day, she expected her client to report her failure to the Archon. She was absolutely certain there was some hidden politics behind all of this. She suspected the Westerosi Lord wanted to extract some sort of concession from the Archon for disappointing him or insulting him by sending a useless girl like her to his chambers. What she didn't expect was to gain freedom from the pillow house of Tyrosh and gain a spot in the flying ship of Harrion Stark. At first, she thought it was a cruel joke being played on her and the play would soon reveal itself, but it didn't happen. When the morning came, she was led outside Harrion Stark's chamber to the massive flying ship with her honor intact. As she climbed aboard the ship, she counted every step she made, and still, nothing happened. She watched with disbelief as the ship climbed to the heavens as if gently carried away in the Red God's hands. She had seen the massive flying ship arrive from the window of her room in the pillow house. It was a piece of wonder, and she had thought then what it'd be like to see the world from the sky. She had wondered then whether it'd look beautiful from such heights because it was filthy when she looked from the ground. Now, she knew what the world looked like in daylight. The sight of the pillow house becoming a small dot and even Tyrosh becoming as small as a one-story house was something she'd never forget. It showed her just how insignificant Tyrosh was when all she had known till then was within the walls of Tyrosh. But there was one thing that haunted her even now. Why? Why was she granted a spot on the flying ship? Try as she might, Ayla Ainra couldn't understand why the Westerosi bought her freedom and allowed her on the ship. At first, she thought the Westerosi lord was buying her as a pleasure slave. But neither Harrion Stark nor his men aboard the ship took advantage of her. If anything, they were always respectful of her, as if she was worth something. Ayla Ainra couldn't understand why this was happening. Getting restless in bed, she kicked the sheets away and silently walked out of her cabin. She was careful not to make any sound and tiptoed over the wooden floor towards the chamber of Harrion Stark. She looked to either side of the narrow corridor before she knocked on the door. The wooden door swung open on its own, making Ayla Ainra stare unblinkingly at the open door. Come in. Ayla Ainra carefully stepped into the room. She saw Harrion Stark standing by a glass window. The moonlight bathed the room with its silver glow when she stepped inside. The door behind her swung shut on its own, making her startled. What brings you here at this late hour? Harrion asked with his eyes firmly trained on the scenery outside. I couldn't sleep. Ayla Ainra said tentatively, but her flimsy excuse didn't move her owner. The silence made her uncomfortable. She didn't know whether Lord Harrion was annoyed with her. If he was, then she knew her chances of survival were slim. She had heard Westerosi followed brutish ways and was hesitant to find out whether the rumors were true. What am I to you, Master Harrion? Why free me? Ayla Ainra asked hesitantly. And you wanted to know this tonight? Ayla Ainra blushed, realizing how incredibly rude and dangerous her actions were. If it were any masters of Tyrosh, she'd be appropriately disciplined for daring to question them in such a manner. The man standing before her was the one who burned Mir to the ground. Somewhere along the way, she forgot that piece of information from her mind. I apologize, my lord. I overstepped. I shall disturb you no longer. Ayla Ainra slowly backtracked with her head bowed. Stop. She froze and looked up at her master in fear. You can relax, Ayla Ainra. You'll not be harmed for speaking your mind, said the master. And you can stop thinking I'm your master. In the north, our nobles are called lords. My lord. Ayla Ainra bowed. That's enough bowing for one night. You may sit, said Lord Harrion, his grey eyes gleaming under the full moon's silver light. Ayla Ainra sat on the bedside reluctantly. You want to know why I set you free from that pillow house? If it is not much of a bother for you, my lord. Ayla Ainra said softly, keeping her eyes on the floor in a respectful manner. Touch this. Suddenly, there was a bronze cylinder floating before her face. Touch it. Ayla Ainra stared at the bronze object, easily defying all the natural laws. She belatedly realized she was in the presence of a renowned sorcerer who'd put even the Red Priests to shame. The priests of the Red Temple had power over fire and even prophecy. But their power paled in comparison before her lord, who could make ships fly. She eyed the bronze cylinder warily for a moment before she touched the bronze cylinder. The moment her fingers grazed the surface of the metal, fine, squiggly lines lit up with a golden hue. Startled, she pulled back her fingers. Only someone with magical power could activate the cylinder. I have magic. Ayla Ainra gasped, looking at her lord in surprise. Indeed. There is a spark of magical power within you. The moment I met you, I knew magic was sleeping within your soul. Those blessed by magic should not be chained to those of lesser constitution. Ayla Ainra could only stare into her hands in denial. How can I have magic? I'm no one. Ayla Ainra said. No, Ayla Ainra. You were chosen to host a sliver of the world's magic. You are worthy, and under my tutelage, you will become far more. Ayla Ainra was overwhelmed by emotions that bubbled within her mind. It was the first time she felt any kind of self-worth. Before she knew what she was doing, she pounced on her lord, threw her slender arms around his neck and kissed him full on the lips. Lemon scene. Ayla Ainra didn't know why she started kissing her lord. Maybe the training she received from the pillow house prodded her to do so. It took her a moment to realize that she shouldn't have done what she did. After all, the last time she tried to seduce Lord Harrion, he had politely declined her advances and made it clear he had no intention of betting her. Coming to her senses that she might have overstepped, her lord suddenly started kissing back. The intensity of the kiss took her by surprise as her lips were now dancing against her lord's. Soon, his hands were wandering all over her body. The flimsy sleepwear on her body didn't stand much of a chance for long. She could hear the cotton top tear away from her shoulders, encouraging her to do the same to her lord. Her hands wandered over her lord's body, pushing away his shirt down his shoulders. Ayla Ainra gasped when her back hit the bed and her lord's lips on her neck. She had had training from her matron in the pillow house, but nothing could prepare her for the sensation she was feeling right now. It felt like her skin was set ablaze, but instead of fire, it was pleasure invading her body. She could only moan and mewl as her lord left a trail of kisses down her neck and into the valley of her breasts. Somehow, her entire dress vanished, and she laid bare before her lord in all her naked glory. She only came to know of her state of dress or lack thereof when she felt a hand squeeze her right breast while a pair of lips pressed against the other. Try as she might, Ayla Ainra couldn't contain the noises that came from her mouth. She absently noted she never made such noises while trained by her matron. She had imitated the sounds after listening to the other whores in the pillow house, but she never felt any pleasure or interest while she was being trained. But this was not the case in her lord's bed. She was on her back, moaning for all to hear as her lord cupped and squeezed her breasts. Slowly, his lips sank lower and left hot kisses on her navel and belly button that set her skin aflame. She lost herself in pleasure, and somehow, she found herself with her legs spread and her lord ready to claim her. She found her eyes locked in with the glowing grey eyes of her lord. It looked like he was waiting for her permission, and she realized she had a choice. Closing her eyes for a moment, she felt the weight of freedom settle on her shoulders, and when she opened her eyes, she only had light shining in them. A jerk of her head was the consent she gave, and that was all her lord needed to claim her. There was pain, but then there was pleasure as well because her lord was kissing her. She had never been kissed like that in her life. There was genuine emotion behind their coupling, and Ayla Ainra found the lack of pressure to set a performance made it all the more enjoyable. Ayla Ainra started smiling and kissing her lord's neck as he gently made love to her. She could feel that he was holding back as he slowly stirred her insides. She also liked it that way as she got to wrap her arms around her lord's back and enjoy his warmth. She nuzzled into his neck and had her legs wrapped around his back as she squealed and moaned, showing off the ecstasy she was in. Her eyes trailed to the moon through the window. It was beautiful, just like the moment that came just about as she screamed her lord's name with her fingers threading through his soft black hair. She let out a shuddering breath as she wreathed in bliss of sweet release. But she was neither tired nor ready to end things here. So, she rolled them around until Ayla Ainra was on top. She could see that her lord was surprised, which made her grin heartily. She took him inside her again and bounced once, making him ground. "Make love to me, my lord," she whispered sensually, guiding his palms to her breasts as she began riding him in earnest for the rest of the night. Lemon scene ends. Harry never planned on betting the girl he rescued from Tyrosh. The magic coursing through her body was the only reason he bought her freedom from the pillow house. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered and considered her another unfortunate soul among the hundreds of thousands of slaves in the city. But when he sensed magic in her, he couldn't leave her to a lesser fate. There were so few of them with the gift of magic in the world. So, in his eyes, every soul gifted with magic was a rare and precious life. Just having a girl with the potential for magic hand-delivered was not something he was willing to waste. So, he arranged to buy her freedom and take the girl with him on his journey to Volantis. What he didn't expect was to get into bed with said girl for that one night and then all the following nights as well. Even when they reached Volantis, Ayla Ainra continued to share his bed, and he didn't dissuade her. He found it difficult to say no whenever she came to his chamber uninvited in the flimsiest silk dresses she could find. She came under the guise of learning magic, and he'd help her with the art. But then, they'd be in bed before they knew what was happening, tearing away at each other's clothes. If Harry wasn't absolutely certain, Ayla Ainra had no prior experience with magic, he'd have suspected a love potion or some Vila magic. It came to a point where his brothers started teasing him about his penchant for spending too much time in his chambers in Volantis. In his defense, there was nothing serious to be done in Volantis. Since their journey ahead led to Valeria, they had decided beforehand to visit Volantis discreetly. As such, they posed as merchants from West Eros while visiting the city. The airship remained invisible, far away from the city, while they spent some time seeing much of the city. There were no trade interests for the north this far east. Even Tyrosh was a stretch. Most northerners had never seen Volantis in their lifetime. Maybe their wares would come into Volantis markets but only through indirect means. No northern ship would venture this far into the east for trade. Volantis had nothing to offer that the northern ships would come this far. Even with Mir burnt to the ground, he doubted any northern ship would sail this far into the east. It'd be far easier and safer to have the other free cities send any goods to Volantis through the Valyrian roads. So, treating Volantis as a stopgap to their journey towards Valeria was a sound decision. Harry also wished to maintain their visit to Valeria in the dark from the rest of the world for the time being. He didn't know what to expect from the place, and if the word were to spread of their exploits in the place, the reputation might be less than ideal. What are you thinking? A husky voice whispered against his ear, making Harry shiver. Bloody hormones. Harry thought. He found half-lidded lilac eyes trained on him from his bedside. I'm thinking about the journey ahead. Harry said, finding it difficult to take his eyes off his lover. The Lord of Avalon journeying bravely into the abode of the demons of Valeria. No doubt, songs will be written about your deeds. Ayla Ainra teased while her hands wandered along his chest. Perhaps it's better for no songs. After all, we're flying into the doom. Is that why you've been receptive to my advances all these days? Ayla Ainra asked with a smirk. Afraid you'll die without the warmth of a woman. I accept you into my bed because you are interesting and an insatiable minx. Harry whispered back while Ayla Ainra hid her grinning visage in the crook of his neck while nipping playfully at his skin. They stayed like that in bed, just enjoying each other's warmth. Harry was rubbing circles on her bare back when a knock on the door garnered his attention. Who is it? It's Anya, my lord. I would not disturb you, but Maester Marwyn wished to speak with you through the two-way mirror. I'll be right about. Harry shouted as he carefully slipped out from underneath Ayla Ainra and began getting dressed. This Maester Marwyn holds such sway over you that you'd leave a beautiful woman in your bed unattended? Ayla Ainra asked suavely, purposefully throwing away the sheet and exposing her nubile body to Harry's eyes. Harry was tempted to return to bed, but he knew Marwyn would only ask for him if his attention was required. Marwyn is the Maester of Avalon. Your studies in the arcane arts will be taken up by him when we reach Avalon. You won't be teaching me magic anymore? Ayla Ainra asked with a pout. I don't think I've been doing much of any teaching. Harry muttered. He said a swift goodbye before exiting his chamber. He made himself presentable with some simple charms before entering the mirror room. Harry pressed his ring against the mirror and called for Avalon. A few seconds later, Maester Marwyn's face appeared on the mirror. Maester Marwyn. What seems to be the problem? There are a couple of issues, my lord. But I'll lead with one good news. The survey at the neck has finished. The men have reported back, and they've successfully placed all pegs along the boundaries. Good. They've used stone pegs, I hope. Yes, my lord. The constant rain and water logging at the neck makes wooden pegs impractical, said Marwyn. Good. So what next? Asha Greyjoy arrived at Winterfell and met with her brother. That Ira-born daughter of Balon raiding in the Stepstones? How did that happen? Harry asked incredulously. He distinctly remembered asking his captains to turn away Ironborn ships to their islands or turn them to ash if they refused to take a hint. She came under the White Banner, my lord. She landed her ship at Torrens Square. As you know, much of Saltspear and Blazewater Bay is under House Ryswell's possession. Our ships have limits to intervene there, and our fleet is currently focused on fortifying the 3 former pirate islands as per your orders. Marwyn reminded him, making Harry scowl. I want to meet the captains of our fleet the moment I return to Avalon. I specifically ordered them to spare no Ironborn ships. Their code of honor can be used elsewhere, not in my fleet. Harry thundered. I'll make the arrangements swiftly, my lord. What has that bitch swindled out of my father? I hope it is not Theon's release or the blockades lifting. Harry said in annoyance. Neither, my lord. Lady Greyjoy was simply unlucky and failed to secure an audience with Lord Stark. Really? Harry perked up at that. Yes, my lord. Lord Stark had rode out from Winterfell the night before she arrived at the castle. That's good. That's very good. Harry muttered, looking thoughtful. He could have the pirate girl discreetly killed off. Even if he was this far, he still had some assets in Avalon and Winterfell that could see to his will. He gave it some consideration to have Balon's pirate daughter quietly dealt with. He may have shown some consideration to Theon, but that doesn't mean he would tolerate the survival of the Ironborn. A hard-headed idiot like Victarion Greyjoy ruling from Pike was something Harry preferred, as it made wiping out the Ironborn far simpler. An old warhawk like Victarion was predictable and could be easily countered. The man would undoubtedly look for a military solution or corner Victarion into making such a desperate play. That'd spell doom for the rest of the islands. But someone like Asha Greyjoy, who had connections to the mainland through Theon, was a dangerous foe. She might even be swayed by Lord Harlaw's advice. He suspected seeking Theon at Winterfell was Lord Harlaw's idea. To what end, Harry didn't know. He had spared Balon on account of being Theon's father. Otherwise, he'd have taken the man's head instead of forcing the former Lord of Pike to join the Night's Watch. Should he give the same consideration to Theon's sister? That was a question that bothered Harry. There is one other thing, my lord. Harry shoved his thoughts to the back of his mind and raised a brow curiously at what else Marwyn had to say. Lord Stark has arrived at Avalon and asked for your audience. Shall I inform him? Marwyn asked. If he is available, please inform him. I'll wait, said Harry. Harry knew why his father had rushed from Winterfell to Avalon. No doubt what happened in Myr must have jolted the sensibilities of the Lord of Winterfell. He always considered his father to be someone so disenchanted with the true history and policies of House Stark. His father was the unfortunate victim of the undue influence of Southern chivalry and other silly knightly traditions. The romanticization of knights and their vows was used to keep large swathes of landed knights weak so that they would remain knights and never rise to challenge the domain of their lords. He saw some advantages in chivalry and honor, but it only worked if everyone followed the same playbook. But like everything in the world, nothing remained absolute, even the silly notions of what constitutes an ideal knight. He supposed Lord Arryn and King Stannis might have also reached out to Winterfell from King's Landing. Their concerns were understandable, but understanding was insufficient to keep Harry from neutralizing his enemies. He had learned that lesson the hard way, and it was a lesson he'd never forget. Harry readied himself, knowing all this and expecting stiff resistance and admonishment for his actions. While Ned Stark might be his father in this life, the man didn't own him, nor was he required to follow in the man's footsteps. Chapter 111, Valyrian Freehold P1. Chapter text. Harry couldn't help but smile as Aelinara laughed happily when light shone out of the wand's tip in her hand. It was quite a surprise for Harry to find that one of the wands he created using unicorn hair bonded with Aelinara. But after watching her work the wand for days, he came to the conclusion that she was a perfect fit for the wand. Watching different colorful sparks of light branching out of the tip of her wand, he was all but certain that her bubbly personality made the wand bond. Even though Aelinara's life was ripe with tragedy from the very beginning, somewhere deep in the recess of her mind, there was a yearning for a dignified life. Her mother had been a seamstress for a wealthy Tyrogi family, but a sickness robbed the woman of her life. This left Aelinara in the care of her father, who became a drunkard and was deep in debt. The man had sold her to a pillow house to square his debts. Since then, Aelinara had grown up in the pillow house as a serving girl. Her experiences there had obviously jaded her as she witnessed men's depravity from a front row seat. However, she must have held on to a spark of hope in escaping the hand that fate dealt her in life because the unicorn core responded to her magic. The wand had even cajoled the untrained sleeping magic within her to awaken and pull it to the forefront. The magic was singing in the air, and Harry was becoming sensitive to the subtle emotions and auras of magical objects. He supposed this was how Garrick Ollivander felt when he sold his wands in Diagon Alley. Despite how proud he was of his creation, he had no interest in seeing it tested against the dangers that lay ahead. "You must not step out of this room without my leave," said Harry, bringing the joyful atmosphere within the room to a halt. "What? Why?" Aelinara asked, looking at him in betrayal and anger. "A little speck of power, and you think yourself the mistress of magic," Harry said amusedly as his hand glided through her smooth silver hair. "The danger that awaits us is far beyond your capabilities. To your misfortune, you have the blood of the Freehold in your veins. The doom that broke Valyria would not spare a survivor, as evidenced by all the failed expeditions of Valyria's daughters to reclaim the land. But you taught me magic, you taught me to face my fears," Aelinara protested. Harry liked her attitude. She was brave and paid proper respect to the power within her. But she was incredibly ignorant of the powers that be that thrived in the shadows of the world. Also, she was becoming extremely arrogant because of her magic. He supposed he was to blame for that. "I also taught you not to be stupid. Valyria is no place for a novice in magic," Harry said firmly. "But you said the ship will be safe from the monsters," Aelinara argued. "The ship is well protected, but your mind is not. If you cast your eyes upon the ruins of the city, you'll stir things from sleep and gain their attention." A playful look suddenly gained on Aelinara's face. "Am I stirring things that are sleeping within you, my lord?" Aelinara asked coyly. "You will if you talk like that," Harry warned, making her let out a tinkling laugh. Aelinara climbed into his lap and pressed a chaste kiss on his right cheek. Harry, in turn, wrapped his hands around her body and hugged her close to his chest. The tip of her wand sparked more bright colors, mimicking the emotions of the woman in his arms. He felt a strange sense of serenity at the moment. Was it because he was about to step into one of the most dangerous places in the world? He didn't know. The threat of death or even far worse awaited him in Valyria. Harry knew that quite well, but he needed to scour the remains of the infamous city. The old gods were tight-lipped about Valyria when he asked, and YGG told him to ignore the East, a policy the island god follows to this day. "You plan to take the ship into the heart of Valyria and visit the doomed city yourself. Won't you be in danger?" she asked in concern. "Of course, there is danger. But I'm prepared to face it and keep anything harmful at bay. You, on the other hand, will be vulnerable," said Harry. Aelinara shot him a pout at being constrained to her current room for the rest of the journey. "We're not yet at Valyria, are we?" she suddenly asked. "No. We're not." "Good. I want to see everything below before I'm a prisoner in my room," Aelinara said, jumping to her feet and dragging Harry out of bed as well. A few minutes later, Aelinara made excitable gestures as flocks of birds and landmarks passed by from the bow of the airship. Harry watched the excitable Tyrogi girl from afar even though she was in the company of Elsara Snow. I don't think Lord Stark will be happy if you bring her to Avalon, Jon said as he stood beside Harry, watching Aenra. Lady Catelyn will definitely be cross with you. Harry let out a noncommittal grunt before walking towards the command bridge. Are we close to Mantares? Harry asked, not really caring what anyone thought of his life choices, at least for now. Besides, it was not as if anyone could do anything with what he did with Aenra, save the girl herself. We should be. Are we planning on staying there? It's said to be a cursed place, and the people there were cursed by the doom, said Jon. Aren't you interested in seeing whether the rumors hold any truth? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I suppose. Jon said uneasily, listen, brother, do we really need to visit Valyria? Harry paused in his step and stared at Jon with surprise. You were most excited to visit Valyria and explore the ruins when I proposed the idea. What changed? Harry asked curiously. Jon looked embarrassed. Lord Stark ordered us to return speedily. Do you want to antagonize him more after Myr? Let me give you some advice, Jon. Harry said in a conspiratory voice with a playful grin, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. What do you mean? We are at the precipice of history. Nobody has visited Valyria after the doom and survived to tell the tale. Harry took hold of Jon's shoulder and looked closely into his eyes. We have a flying ship and the most powerful magics to ward against anything dangerous in the ruins. There is no better time than this to explore Valyria. I know. But you saw how mad Father was when he last spoke. He won't be pleased, not one bit. Jon said morosely. This place is not just a remnant of an old civilization. It holds secrets to what went wrong to the greatest empire the world has seen, and learning the mistakes of the past is far more important than the pressures of the present. Somehow, I don't think Lord Stark will understand or approve. Jon muttered tersely. What he doesn't know won't harm him. Harry patted Jon's back. Now, let's go and see to the preparations for the expedition. We have quite some work cut out for us in our journey ahead. Harry needn't have spent much time in Mantares to see there was something deeply wrong with the city. He had hoped the dark rumors about this city were only rumors. But spending a few minutes within the city already revealed the insidious nature of the old settlement. For this reason, Harry ordered all the crew not to buy anything from the city, especially food and water. They prowled the length of the small city under the garb of Pentoshi merchants. The one good thing about Mantares was that it sat at a crossroads into the Far East cities that followed old Giscari civilization. Though Mantares was never of a stature similar to that of the other free cities of Essos, it controlled the Dragon Road that stretched into the Far East cities. This allowed silk from the Far East to travel down the Dragon Road. The silk industry in the Far East was abundant and of high quality. Spice was also a major commodity passing through the city along with slaves. Harry had seen caravans carrying unsullied soldiers and other slave children. The call for war in the disputed lands was gaining traction, with Myr suddenly left weakened, so the slave trade was now fast and active. They didn't dally longer once Harry saw the deformities the people of Mantares suffered. Some of the people had 2 heads on their shoulders, 3 hands, and many such deformities. He didn't bother to find the source of these deformities and cajoled the group to resume their journey. The doom of Valyria was the obvious cause of these deformities among the citizens of Mantares. According to all available sources, the city was a vibrant trade hub during the height of the Valyrian Empire. The physical deformities he saw in Mantares confirmed one thing. There was definitely dark and twisted magic involved in the doom. The consecutive explosion of the 14 flames would never leave people to suffer physical deformities even after all this time. The sights he saw in Mantares influenced his decision on the journey ahead. He had planned to take the airship from Mantares to follow the Dragon Road further south and trace their way into Valyria proper, passing the cities of Orys and Tyria in the lands of the Long Summer. Orys and Tyria already had a far more sinister reputation than Mantares. So, Harry thought it was better to abandon any notion of visiting those cities. Instead, they chose to observe the cities from afar in the sky under the cover of protective shields and disillusion charm. What is happening? Anya muttered as she guided the airship into the lands of the Long Summer. The phenomenon also stumped Harry. They could clearly see the sun from the sky. It was bright and shiny, casting its rays far and wide. But the land below their ship was getting darker and darker. This place was once the cradle of civilization and trade. The land of Long Summer was supposed to be a highly fertile land with triple the yield of the Reach. Harry said as he stared at the darkening land with concern. It was as if someone had covered the land in a veil of darkness. The strange thing was that there were only a few specks of areas where the darkness was not present. Those areas were either isolated grasslands or even pine trees. There were also some occasional hilltops untouched by the darkness. He had the urge to go down and poke at the veil of darkness blanketing the land, but he was also not an idiot to jump headfirst into a dangerous magical anomaly. This place is forsaken by the gods. Maybe we should stop going any further. Rob suggested as he looked at the darkness below with fear. All right, people. From now on, we'll be using the charmed goggles and charmed bodysuit until I say otherwise. No one is supposed to take it off if you are outside the cabins exposed to the air. Harry ordered. He began issuing orders for all the crew to take up the clothes he had prepared for the journey into Valeria. Harry didn't exempt himself from protective gear for the journey ahead. Within a short time frame, he was dressed in a full body suit painted as black as night. His eyes were secured under charmed goggles, and the rest of his head was covered by a charmed protective helmet. Magically enhanced hearing ensured he could hear sounds around him in high clarity. The charms also ensured his basic senses couldn't be meddled. The helmet closed in on his mouth and covered it with a charmed filter regulating the airflow. The bodysuit attached itself to his helmet, leaving no gap. Charmed gloves covered his hands, while his legs were protected by charmed boots. After making sure everyone was in protective gear, then only did he poke at the anomaly. The airship lowered considerably from the sky, and Harry prodded at the veil of darkness with the most obvious opposing force in nature. He let a small ball of light fly from the tip of his wand into the veil. The little ball of light pierced through the veil without any problem, and the veil flickered away, leaving a substantial hole where the ball of light made contact. Hey! Harry pondered the nature of the veil while he absently dismissed the light with a flick of his wrist. What did you find? Rob asked curiously, still staring warily at the veil of darkness. Nothing substantial other than the veil behaves like the natural concept of darkness. It cannot exist before magical light, but somehow, it can prevent sunlight from reaching the land. Harry said absently as he observed the veil while their ship sailed away. Could it be smoke from the doom? Joseph Snow asked. It's not smoke. Smoke won't be chased away by magical light. Harry shook his head. Maybe it's the magic from the doom, said John. Harry scowled at the simplistic answer but had no other convincing explanation for the anomaly. He had no choice but to attribute the strange anomaly to the doom. At least he didn't sense any nefarious aura from the darkness, so he left the veil intact. Travel through the land of long summer was equally intriguing and boring. The further south they traveled, the stranger things they saw. There were deformed birds in the sky that were making a nuisance to the ship's crew even though he had engaged the shield of the airship. But birds with glowing red eyes and multiple heads still scared the crap out of the crew of his ship. It seemed even the sturdy northerners were not immune to the horrors of doom. The curious thing was the birds were aware of the ship even though the disillusion charm kept the ship invisible. He knew that only because a flock of crows circled the ship for a time until they grew bored and flew away. But the real kicker was when their ship finally reached the old city of Orus. Only dark whispers followed the name of Orus, the once mighty city built by the Valerians. But now it lay in ruins under darkness with dark things stirring in the shadows. Harry watched the ghost city using telescopes from the airship and scowled. What do you see? John asked worriedly. Things to destroy, Harry said firmly as he watched the dark figures move in the shadows. Stay on the ship and make preparations for the cleansing bay. I'm going into the city. Harry summoned the flying carpet and flew to the desolated city of Orus. As he climbed down from the heights of the sky, he could feel the unnaturalness of the beings infesting the city. Only one thing came to mind when he felt the aura from these beings' Horcrux. His magic was urging him to cleanse the whole city. It was steeped in everything unnatural in the world, like a steaming pot of unnatural aberrations waiting to spread like rot on the natural world. As someone who had hosted and faced off such natural magic, Harry was attuned to find such magic with one look. He didn't bother to look for anything in the city as the flying carpet leveled with the rotting structures of the city. He only had one thing to say to the old rotting city of Orus. Fyendir. A bright torrent of hellfire flowed out of the tip of the death stick with the ferocity of an angry god. The darkness that shrouded the city was blotted out as light and fire, unlike anything the city had seen till then, descended upon it without mercy. The hellfire swept through the streets of the ancient city and gobbled up stone and dark spirits alike. The horrendous screeching and wailing filled the air as the hellfire burned away the rotting, corrupted souls that lingered in Orus. Harry stayed floating high above the ruins of the once great city as he directed the hellfire to spread across the street by street and building after building. It was like conducting a concert as he directed a symphony of destruction. The hellfire curse was the pinnacle of destructive force, and it lived up to its expectations, leaving nothing but scorched and glassed ground in its wake. The screeching and wailing of the shades in the city started to die down and gave way to the sound of hellfire burning the entire city to the ground. It took him half an hour, but the hellfire spell now consumed the entire city. The old city of Orus burned so bright that it chased away the veil of darkness and fog surrounding it. Harry looked south from Orus to see the smoking sea. If he looked closely enough, he could see the silhouette of a faraway land. There were many scattered islands in the smoking sea after Valeria was shattered by doom and carved away from the mainland. Right now, the ancient freehold was an isolated island because doom separated it from the mainland. In the process, small islands were carved out of the Valerian freehold, which lay scattered in the smoking sea. As Harry stared into the dark sea ahead, he could feel the malevolence that inhabited the lands ahead. The shades that inhabited Orus felt like they were unintelligible brutes with no sense or power to their self. But whatever that was in Valeria felt like it was strong and dangerous. But Harry was never one to back down from a challenge, especially when a dark entity is capable of turning a magical civilization into shades of dark magic. Such entities should not exist, and the fact that it had spread its influence all the way to Mantares was enough proof that the threat was real. In the worst-case scenario, he had the option of building a wall to keep the entity contained in Valeria. The wall in the north had kept Baylor and his necromantic slaves at bay, and he didn't see why that could not be replicated here. Harry shot a look at the burning city below and asserted his will over the fiend fire curse. The fire died out instantly, and there was eerie silence in its wake. He sat on the flying carpet and urged it to fly towards the airship. It was now time to cross the smoking sea and face the doom of Valeria. Chapter 112, Valerian Freehold P2. Chapter text. John was worried and thrilled at the same time. Often, he'd be delighted to find himself that he was crossing the smoking sea to journey into Valeria. It was an adventure not even the famed sea snake or Lomos Longstrider could claim to have completed. He'd be the first with his brothers to set their eyes on Valeria for a long while. With the old god's blessing, they'd be the first to tell the tale of their journey into Valeria. He could see several men his brother hired meticulously writing everything they could see as they crossed the smoking sea. By Harrian's order, everyone in the crew spent some time explaining everything they saw and learned a day to the record keepers. Their job was arduous, no doubt, but the same was true for John and the others who had to endure the record keeper's scrutiny every day. Despite his brother's strange order, the men and women in their entourage were happy to obey it, as they were paid a plenty in silver for their troubles. His brother also paid handsomely to the record keepers. There were plenty of exciting stories to be told amongst the airship crew, and he supposed having them in the written word would be useful in the future. He hoped his brother would be gracious enough to change some of the embarrassing parts of their journey. He didn't want Lord Stark to learn about his minor indiscretions at Pentos. In his defense, Lady Aelry was breathtakingly beautiful and the things she could do with her mouth. John gazed dreamily ahead as his thoughts strayed to the Pentoshi courtesan, chasing away any dark thoughts and worries about the journey ahead. He wished he could have been at Pentos, where the sun gleamed bright and warm sea breezes greeted him every morning. Or even Tyrosh, where the streets smelled like rosewater and women all looked like silver-haired goddesses in long silk dresses. Instead, he was in the doomed land of his ancestors, where their ghosts rested. Ghosts? John shivered at the very thought. He blamed Harrian for his innate fear of ghosts. It was his brother's pastime to scare him and Rob with ridiculous stories of ghosts in the crypts of Winterfell. He remembered those sleepless nights all too well when he spent the night staring unblinkingly at the door of his room in fear of the builder's ghost. To make matters worse, Harrian occasionally made strange and scary sounds outside his door to scare him further. But he grew out of that fear and realized it was all his brother's doing. Then he had the misfortune of accompanying Harrian to Skane. It was on that island he saw those flying whites, and he knew ghosts were real, as were the White Walkers. And now, he couldn't help but wonder what horrors awaited them in Valeria. Sundancer let out a snort of flame, bringing back John from his musings. John stared at Sundancer with a considerate look. Even you know how dangerous it is, don't you? John asked. But the dragon didn't answer, it merely stared at him as it lazed on the ground. Oh, come on. You know it's true. You've been moody and silent since we crossed the smoking sea. Still, his accusations fell on deaf ears as Sundancer turned his gleaming golden head away from him and pretended to sleep. John let out a huff and walked away from his dragon friend. He didn't know why he tried with his dragon or his brother. Both were stubborn and arrogant. Honestly, he was surprised Sundancer didn't bond with his brother. They were so alike. He put back all the protective clothes before he climbed out of the charmed trunk. Once he came out, he saw Fenris resting outside the trunk. Even his brother's wolf was downtrodden after crossing the smoking sea. I don't even know why he does half the things in the first place. Do you? John asked, staring at his brother's companion. The wolf snorted and closed its eyes while lazily stretching its limbs. Why are you muttering nonsensical things and staring at that dire wolf like an idiot? Rob asked, startling John, who found his brother eyeing him strangely from the doorway. You know, I blame Harrian. John led with that shamelessly. Everything around him was made by Harrian and pulled into his schemes. So, John was sure his strange behavior was also Harrian's fault. I'm sure it is. Now, get out here before Fenris decides to make dinner out of you. He wouldn't do that. Fenris likes me. John said petulantly. Even so, John swiftly exited the room and never looked back at the black dire wolf. His brother's dire wolf was the self-appointed guardian of the ice dragon. He had even seen Fenris sneak into the enchanted trunk hosting winter without any external aid. Somehow, the dire wolf was smart enough to do that on his own. When he reported this strange behavior to his brother, he didn't seem too bothered. Nothing bothers Harrian, and that's the problem. Fear is useful. It keeps everyone from making mistakes. John thought. Unfortunately, caution and fear were two words Harrian detested with a passion. Where is Harrian? John asked Rob as they walked towards the command bridge. Is he still in bed with Elainra? No. He is with Elsera, helping with her magic. I do not know what they're doing, but he asked us not to bother them. You have to stop this journey, Rob. You saw what awaited us at Oris. It'll be far worse on the other side of the smoking sea. Something much worse stirs in that land, and it will destroy everything if we don't turn away now. John pleaded desperately, hoping to convince Rob now that they were away from Harry's earshot. Have you been having dreams? Rob suddenly asked in concern. Harry mentioned those creatures in the shadows, the shades could invade dreams. He warned us, remember? Yes, he warned us about dark whispers in our minds, but this is not like that. John shook his head. I'm telling you, nothing good will come from this journey. Why are we even going to Valeria? There is nothing there that could be useful to us. It's probably true nothing substantial survived the doom. Rob nodded thoughtfully, but don't you think it'll be a wonderful accomplishment to visit Valeria? No one has done it so far. All the more reason we should stay away from that place. John muttered darkly. Where is your sense of adventure? You were thrilled and agreed to this adventure when we planned it. Rob shook his head with an amused smile. What has changed? Did you not see what happened at Oris? John asked incredulously. I did. Harry took care of those bad spirits. Rob said with a shrug of his shoulders. Don't you think that whatever is out there in Valeria is far worse than the shades we encountered at Oris? Rob paused and looked thoughtful for a moment before answering his brother. You could be right. But we have the airship, its many weapons, and magical protection. There is nothing to worry about. John gave up trying to convince Rob to take his side. Besides, he was too late. Land! John shouted, seeing land further south. He squinted his eyes against the thick smoke and foggy air as he looked at the land ahead. They had crossed the smoking sea straight from Oris. According to the map, if they followed a straight course west, they were supposed to land in another city called Tyria. He couldn't see anything resembling a city from the airship, but then again, this was the desolate land that hosted the capital city of the Freehold. He doubted any city could survive the carnage that brought Valeria down to its knees. John watched Rob take one of Harry's charmed telescopes and look ahead into the approaching land. Instantly, he became worried when Rob's face became paler. Brother! What is it? John asked urgently. Get Harry in. Now! Rob shouted the order to one of the men who rushed to the ship's lower decks. John took Rob's telescope and looked at the land ahead. He adjusted the scope of the lens and magnified the image to see what was across the sea. His lone eye widened as he raked on the blood-red skin of a double-headed being with 4 arms. He couldn't help but gulp as the telescope in his hand showed these demons lining up on the other side, looking straight at their ship as if they could see the ship. His eyes widened even further when these demonic creatures gathered large balls of flames in their hands. Oh no! John whispered in horror, this is far worse than Skane. Harry hurriedly climbed the stairs with Elsera in tow. They had rushed out of the training room after wearing the charmed clothes and goggles once the guard informed them they were nearing land. Suddenly, the whole ship shook, making them stumble on the steps. What was that? Did the ship crash into something? Elsera asked with worry as she held on to the railing dearly. No, Harry muttered as his senses spread across the airship, someone has launched an attack against the ship. Who'd dare attack us at this height? Elsera asked in disbelief. It's not who but what, said Harry. When the shaking subsided, Harry climbed the rest of the stairs, and Elsera did the same. Harry's eyes widened when he saw several streaks of flames bombarding the airship once he climbed on the deck. The shield surrounding the airship remained intact and staved off the fiery balls trying to destroy the ship. Seeing more fiery balls coming from the west, Harry brandished the Elder Wand with its tip glowing an eerie white. The temperature around the ship rapidly plummeted as he rapidly amassed his magic to perform an elemental spell. He stood at the ship's bow, facing the land ahead, and let his magic loose. A wide arc of gales of frozen wind swept out of the tip of his wand. The fireballs that threatened to slam into his ship froze halfway, with their flames fluttering into nothingness. The balls of fire fell unceremoniously into the sea below as gales of ice wind slammed into the land under Harry's watch. He could feel the fire of the demonic entities in the land diminish as he asserted his will over their nature. Even the smoke from the smoking sea parted as a frozen sheen could be seen on the waters below. Harry maintained the spell as gales of frozen air swept the land, and the airship steadily sailed into the old city of Tyria. The demons that inhabited the land fell on their knees with their flames weakened. But unlike most spirits or demons he had encountered in the past, he could feel no souls from the demons below. He channeled magic into the resurrection stone and tried to assert control over the demons, but his magic didn't bind. What are those things? Elsera asked, her face twisting with disdain as she gazed at the demons. The fate that befell those with Valyrian blood, Harry said grimly, their souls remain entrapped by the one who wrought this destruction on this land. They are mere puppets. They feel so wrong. Elsera whispered. They are. Now, destroy them. Me? Elsera asked in surprise. You're ready. Harry said confidently, these demons lack a soul. Destroying their bodies should cut off the strings using them as puppets. He saw Elsera hesitate, but she was by no means a coward. Elsera Snow had been dying to prove herself, to distinguish herself from being known as the bastards of Lord Forrester. You've wanted to make a name for yourself untainted by your father's actions. The magic in your body is yours to command. It can make you rise to the greatest heights, or you can remain as you are, Harry whispered, subtly encouraging the girl. He could see Elsera gather her wits and unleash her magic upon the land below. Harry released the hold on the freezing spell and watched transfixed as a wave of black aura pressed down heavily on the land below. All the shadows in the city converged on a spot, and from it emerged warriors made of pure energy. Destroy! Elsera whispered. But Harry could feel the command, a tidal wave of magical power washing over the entire area. The warriors emerging from the shadows sprang to action and began cutting down the demons one by one. But Tyria was a huge city, and his freeze spell could only reach so far. Arm the scorpions with blasting bolts. We'll cleanse this city before we move into Valeria. Harry shouted. The men and women on the ship sprang into action. Without wasting any time, the salvos were ready and primed to attack the enemy. The hatches on the sides of the ship opened one by one, and the blasting bolts were trained on the city below. The shadow warriors that Elsera made quick work of the trapped demons in ice, but soon, they were met with more demons infesting the ruined city of Tyria. Harry gave the order once those demons converged on the position of Elsera's shadow warriors. The airship let loose the blasting bolts, and a wave of destruction was unleashed on Tyria. The demons stood no chance as they were blown into bits and pieces as waves of destructive energy slammed into the ground. Some demons climbed on fallen buildings and high ground in the city to fling their cursed flames at the airship. Harry focused on those and blasted them out of the air by banishing them or using focused wind vortexes. John also pitched in, using the banishing charms on the incoming balls of flames. Have you overcome your fear of ghosts? Harry asked amusedly as he swept his wand with a sharp jab, summoning ice spears and banishing them into the demons below. No. But I don't want the ship to get destroyed and get stuck in this accursed land. John shouted over the sound of bombardment. Shouldn't we release the wildfire? That should burn these demons to cinders. Rob suggested as he held on to one of the posts and joined Harry and John. No. These things have mastery over fire. I don't want to accidentally empower them using wildfire, said Harry. He summoned a torrent of water and let it loose on the city below. The smoking sea's proximity helped draw water from a major source, even though the seawater was poisonous. He let the seawater flood the city, sweeping away the demons from the top of the buildings and high ground. The foundations of the city and its buildings could not sustain the onslaught for too long and began to crumble down one by one. What remained of Tyria after doom and centuries of neglect fell, and Harry sealed it all by using the freezing curse once he flooded the entire city with seawater. Some demons escaped being trapped in ice as they swiftly retreated once the seawater rushed in. But those demons didn't stay and fight. They ran into the safety of caves and under the cover of large boulders along the hills outside Tyria. The sky reddened almost unnaturally before Harry could order to pursue the demons and hunt them to the last. What is happening? Elsera said worriedly, I'm losing control over the shadows. Harry frowned as he sensed the tethers of magic that connected Elsera to her shadow warriors weaken and collapse. Harry, look. Rob pointed at the land below. His frown deepened as he saw the land below crack open while a fiery red glow shined beneath the ground. The cracks began spreading across the land, cracking open hills and mountains like eggs. Take the ship up! Rob shouted. Their ship lurched as Anya pulled the ship upwards, and the land below broke apart. A low groaning and growling reached their ears as Tyria broke apart from the mainland and fell into the smoking sea. It was as if someone had cleaved the ancient city away from Valeria and pulled it underneath the sea. We should leave now. John said immediately, watching the cracks spread into the interior, it's as if we have awakened the doom. We need to leave this place now. It's a little late for that. Rob muttered, pointing southward. In the distance, a huge mountain glowed with an eerie red glow. Harry scowled as he felt waves of a familiar aura crashing into his sensory range. Is that one of the 14 flames? John asked in fear as he stared at the glowing huge mountain that stretched high into the sky. Harry knew it was no volcanic reaction. A god was awakening from its long slumber. He could feel the dark intent of the god that was waking, and if that was not enough, the resurrection stone on his ring finger was tingling. A god with necromantic powers. Harry thought. Harry summoned the flying carpet towards him and flew straight towards the red glow in the distance before anyone could object or stop him. He could hear their shouts, but Harry used the sonorous charm to issue orders for Anya to keep the ship at a safe distance. Turning his back to his brothers, Harry flew straight towards the rumbling volcano as fast as possible. The smoke and molten rocks being spat out of the volcano proved to be a hindrance, but Harry kept a large shield over himself and the carpet. Before he reached the volcano, he saw a massive dragon emerge from the volcano with fiery lava rolling down its body. That is no normal god. Harry muttered as he stared at the necromantic god in dragon form. He supposed that if the drowned god could take the form of a kraken, a death god could take the form of a dragon. The dragon let out a roar and dived straight for Harry. He didn't hesitate momentarily as his magic rushed to the tip of the Elder Wand. Avada Kedavra! The sickly green energy of death slammed into the dragon's head. To Harry's relief, he saw the dragon dip low and fall off its flight path. Hey! So, the killing curse works against the gods. I was not wrong. Harry thought with relief. But that relief was short-lived when the dragon suddenly regained its bearings mid-fall by beating its wings against the air. But it landed heavily against a hill, smashing into rocks and blackened soil. You are not a Valyrian. Why are you here, sorcerer? Harry was taken aback as the dragon god's voice echoed in his ears. Harry strengthened the shield around him as he faced the dragon, eyeing him from the hill. He applied the sonorous charm on himself before he spoke, hoping to avoid a conflict. This land is teeming with demons and necromantic constructs that defy the natural order. Their continued presence endangers the rest of the world, and I've come to put an end to these foul magics. It was not necessarily a lie. He mostly came here out of curiosity and wanted to salvage anything that survived the doom. This is the domain of death. No mortal can lay claim to it. Begone, sorcerer, or I shall rain destruction upon you and yours. Do you think yourself to be death? Harry asked amusedly. I'm the doom that broke the back of Valyria. I'm the harbinger of all calamities. I'm doom. I'm death. Harry stared at the dragon, puffing its chest with a straight face for a moment before he laughed. You are nothing more than the collective dreams of men and women of this place. They dreamed of death in the form of a dragon, and you were born. You're not death. You're not even death's long-lost cousin. Harry mocked while shaking his head at the dragon. The Valyrians, too, laughed, sorcerer. The dragon growled darkly, they, too, thought they could live forever and hoped to bind death. But no chains can bind me. I am doom. The dragon let out a terrifying roar, jumped off the hill, and flew straight towards Harry. All traces of emotion left him as the tip of his wand cackled with energy. With a bang, a massive bolt of lightning struck Doom head-on, which blasted away a wing from its body. The dragon let out a painful howl as it fell once more. But this time, Harry didn't give the dragon any respite. He unsheathed Godkiller from his hip and banished the blade straight into Doom's head. The golden veins on the blade glowed eerily as it sank into the draconic head of Doom. There was a huge flare-up of power before Valyria fell silent. Doom fell on the hill with a distinct thump, never to rise again. Harry scoffed as he watched the corpse of the supposed death god flicker and fade away. Its divine energy slowly got sucked into Godkiller, leaving nothing behind. God of death. More like the god of drama. Harry snorted. He suspected the eldritch abomination formed from the fears and imaginations of people who survived the doom of Valyria. It made sense that a big-ass dragon was their concept of villain and the cause of destruction, considering the greatest powerful being in those times were dragons. So, obviously, people imagined the doom as a big towering dragon breaking the peninsula from its foundations. The doom of Valyria was no great mystery to him now that he had seen this place. It confirmed his suspicions with what he saw at the Dragonmont. These greedy bastards thought they could drain the spirits and use their power to increase their power and possibly achieve immortality. Definitely not the smartest bunch, but a worthy effort nonetheless. Harry chuckled. He summoned Godkiller into his hand and looked around at the shattered land of the Freehold. There was work to be done, and without a drama queen spirit with an overinflated ego to distract him, Harry hoped to find some goodies from Valyria. Chapter 113, The Liberator. Chapter text. Captain Simeon was now a rich man. He had enough gold and silver to buy his own ships and live a life of luxury if he so wished. He could sail into Essos or the infamous Summer Islands, where lusty women were aplenty. But he was the proud captain of the Winter Wolf, the flagship of Avalon Fleet in the northern seas. Such vices were for lesser men, not a captain of the Avalon Fleet. Initially, the Winter Wolf and her crew were supposed to work near the Bear Islands and train near the Bay of Ice. His ship was an icebreaker-class ship personally made by Lord Harrion Stark. However, their training and escort missions for the ice trade were put on hold when pirate activity became noticeable in the Sunset Sea. It was Lady Mormont who first alerted Avalon that her islands were seeing more pirate activity. Simeon, like many other captains in the Avalon Fleet, doubted the woman's tales. Ever since the previous Lord of Bear Islands committed the sin of slavery, the Mormonts were seen with distrust by most of the Northerners. So, at first, they took the warnings of House Mormont with a pinch of salt. But still, Maester Marwyn ordered them to sweep the seas for slavers and pirates. The swift escape made by Yoram Mormont and the continued evasion of the slave ships operating near their shores was an embarrassment to their lord. The Lord of Winterfell had ordered to clean the pirates and slavers from their western shores at all costs. Therefore, most ships in the Avalon Fleet were directed to hunt down pirates and slavers near the north shores in the Sunset Sea. He happily complied with this task, as the rewards of capturing these slavers were substantial. However, rewards were not Simeon's sole motivating factor. Before he joined the Avalon Fleet, Simeon was the son of a simple fisherman. He rose early in the morning with his pa and older brothers and went fishing in the sea to make ends meet. Then, one day, Lord Harion came to see Dragon Point. Simeon had never given much heed to the tales about the second son of the Lord of Winterfell. But when Lord Harion came to their lands and raised a massive castle overnight, he knew the old gods had blessed the Starks. His people had to contend with bandits, slavers, pirates, and the Ironborn for 1,000 years. But once Avalon was raised at Sea Dragon Point, the slavers, pirates, and Ironborn were beaten back from their shores. Simeon was one of the first to heed the call of his lord, who came to seek men for his fleet. He was promptly sent off to White Harbor to learn under the many captains of the Manderley fleet. The sea was in his blood, and the sea of Sea Dragon Point bent to his will when he returned a few years later. He was awarded a ship as per the recommendations of Captain Anders, the man who taught him to sail galleys and captain the ship. He had fought in the invasion of Black Tide and managed to sink a couple of Ironborn longships while his lord visited devastation on the rest of the islands. However, his fortune soared when he and Captain Blackchuck discovered the slavers' hideout. For that reason, he returned to Avalon as a hero. Your revised salary and the total proceeds from the recovered loot, Captain. Simeon found it hard not to stare too much at the woman with the funny-looking hair as he was offered a parchment with many numbers and the authentic seal of Avalon. Instead of taking the parchment, his assistant took it and read through the numbers. It seems to be in order, Captain. He smiled gratefully at his assistant. The boy Walter was an orphan educated by the maester in numbers and letters. Every captain in the Avalon fleet was assigned with these assistants. Some of these boys were third sons of minor lords sworn to Avalon. He didn't know the plans of Lord Harion, but he suspected these boys were being trained to command a second fleet. He knew a small fleet of ships was already training near Black Tide with amphibious assault tactics on his lord's orders. It was also no secret that the fleet was expanding, with more ships joining almost every day. They had even started recruiting men from across the north to man these ships. They were being sent to Black Tide to hunt down Ironborn ships that dared to sail into open seas. The fleet was very attractive for young men of the north, as their lord paid well, and it offered adventure. Here is your locker key. Every coin you've earned is available in your vault, Captain. Simeon took the offered key from the woman's hand. It was a small bronze key barely the size of his little finger. We have another key in place in case of emergencies. But that key will be kept with Maester Marwyn and used only at his discretion. So, if you somehow lose this key, you'll have to request Maester Marwyn to access your vault. If Captain Simeon wants to move his assets to the bank, what should we do? Walter asked quickly. We're still making the transition into the new bank. But until then, House Stark can only host your wealth within the castle's vaults, the woman teller told them. That'll do for now. Simeon nodded at the woman before taking his leave with his assistant carrying the parchments. He couldn't wait for the bank to establish itself in Avalon. He had heard a lot about how powerful the Iron Bank and other banks of Essos were. He had no doubt the same could happen in the north with Lord Harion's bank. As of now, Avalon serves as a bank, and Lord Harion oversees all loans and investments. He had plans to use his wealth to start a shipping business. He had seen the profits coming into the fleet through the ice trade alone. Their ships now sailed as far as Sunspear with ice from Avalon. The demand for ice in Dorne, Westerlands, and the Reach was phenomenal. Walter, keep those documents in my office. I'll be going to meet my family. Captain. Walter nodded before scurrying off into the port. Simeon found a carriage to take him to his home village. Along the way, he marveled at the changes since his lord had built Avalon. It was not yet a city like White Harbor, but Avalon was quickly becoming a densely populated city in all but name. Inns and taverns lined the streets near the castle while the roads were paved with smooth-cut stone. Most of the homes near the castle sported gardens. There were public spaces within the lands where peaches, apple trees, and pines grew. Their fruits were freely accessible to the small folk. Even in a city like White Harbor, there was nothing of that sort. Peaches and apples were the food of the lords, not the small folk. And yet, the small folk of Avalon had those in abundance thanks to the blessing of Lord Harion. More and more of those trees now grew near the homes, and the small folk who grew them sold their produce to the merchants of Avalon, who in turn sold them to the rest of the north and even to southern kingdoms. Weirwood groves were common throughout Sea Dragon Point, and these groves now hosted fountains with plenty of fresh water. The small folk were encouraged to take as much water as they needed without any levies, provided they maintained these groves and fountains clean. He had no idea how these fountains brought water. Lord Harion's magic was his only explanation. Everything in Avalon existed because of Lord Harion's magic. Once Lord Harion raised his castle, even the weather changed across Sea Dragon Point. Winter lasted barely a month at Sea Dragon Point, and storms hardly wrought devastation on its shores. All the bandits that called this place home were hunted down, and those who surrendered without a fight earned spots in the army. There was now a new order of knights under Lord Harion's direct service to escort merchants and travelers along the Wolf's Wood Road. They called themselves the God's Grove Knights. The Order of Knights was formed by small folk warriors who took oaths to protect the new temples Lord Harion built around some of the heart trees and Sea Dragon Point. These temples were not just for worship but also centers for learning. Children from all walks of life learned their numbers and letters from these temples. Men and women from the rest of the north also traveled to these temples for pilgrimage. The temples also offered fresh water, hot springs, and arable land. So, it was no wonder to see communities sprung up around those temples, which eventually developed into villages or towns. As Simeon's fishing village came into view, the first thing he saw was the large pond his lord had gifted his village. Not everyone in his village depended on fishing in the sea. One of his elder brothers now worked at Avalon as a handcrafted parchment maker. He also knew some of his old friends who had become glass makers at Avalon. Still, his father and elder brother remained fishermen. He had hoped his elder brother and father would abandon such a lowly profession and join the fleet. They knew the sea like no other, and their skills were better suited for the fleet. But try as he might, his father was a stubborn old mule, and his elder brother followed their father without question. "It's Simeon!" He heard a cry go up from one of the villagers upon seeing him in the cart. The hero of Blazewater Bay. Simeon was surprised that word of his exploiters had reached his village. "This makes my work easier. I can try to recruit father and elder brother to the fleet one last time. If that doesn't happen, I can look for other men in the village. All for the glory of Avalon and the fleet." Simeon thought as he smiled and waved at his fellow villagers. Harry swatted away a stray demon that tried to score a hit by sneaking upon his side with a blasting curse. Almost as an afterthought, he transfigured a pair of rocks into bolts of iron and had them impale the demon's head. The red-skinned creature died in a fiery explosion that shattered the wall it was pinned against. Another demon that was ahead of the steps before him stood there frozen under a body-bind curse. Harry relieved off its head with a swing of Godkiller. A few more demons were up ahead, blocking his path. A slew of crossbow bolts punched through their red skin and exploded with a bang. "Good shots," Harry commented. He swept his magic out to sense the presence of demons, but he found none. Still, he wouldn't put it past these creatures to hide from his senses in some form. "Sweep the building with 2 teams. No one goes alone anywhere in that building. Take your time, but I need to know it is safe and clear of hostiles," Harry ordered. "Yes, my lord." Crayon nodded. The crossbowmen split into 2 groups under his warlocks led by Craya and Nephthys. The former Carteen warlocks slipped into the building while Harry remained outside the building, keeping an eye on the surroundings. "We should split up. That way, we can cover more ground," John suggested. "No," Harry said firmly, "this is Valeria, the breeding ground for demons and shades. They'll pick us off one by one if we split off. In that case, we'll be stuck here forever," John complained. That was true, he supposed. But in his defense, he hadn't expected much of anything when they reached the city of Valeria. He had expected more of what he saw in Tyria to be repeated in the capital city of the Freehold. After all, the city of Valeria was the famed home of the Dragonlords, where the Archons of Valeria met. The city was also surrounded by almost 5 or 7 volcanoes of the 14 flames. Therefore, Harry had expected a burnt ruin where nothing survived. But he and everyone else were pleasantly surprised to see that most of Valeria was intact. Parts of the city were buried under ash and molten rocks, while some streets had narrow streams of flowing lava. Some of the volcanoes nearby were active and spilt smoke and lava from their belly. Despite this, the northernmost part of the city remained mostly intact. However, there was no plant life left, which was a huge letdown in Harry's eyes. He had hoped to find some magical flora and fauna in the vaunted Valerian Freehold, but it was a vain hope. The ground was blackened as if the most horrible black magic had struck the land and robbed life in its entirety. In all fairness, it was most likely the black magic that turned the whole land into a barren wasteland. While Doom was probably responsible for the destruction and shattering of the Valerian Peninsula, the residual magic Harry sensed felt like a ritual gone wrong. He could only speculate on what exactly happened. The Valerians were famed for blood magic and flesh crafting with their dark experiments on dragons. Their unnatural bodily traits of silver hair and purple eyes were the product of blood magic. That much he had known for a while after carefully studying Maester Iman's blood. Doom had claimed the Valerians were searching for immortality. The old gods were also bound to the Dragonmont by the Valerians in some fashion, just like the wizards and witches of his world. But unlike his people, the Valerians thought to make use of the gods as stepping stones to their own ascension to immortality. It was not an impossible thing for a resourceful wizard to accomplish, as was evident by the existence of the Hallows and his own apparent immortality. The fact that he had failed to strip the immortality he acquired by complete accident was a troubling thought. But that was neither here nor there, as he was still in pursuit of a way to shed the Hallows bound to his soul. In the same vein, he suspected the Valerians also must have come to realize their gods were not really gods but energy given form through their worship and vivid imaginations. An empire as magically mighty as Valeria could easily divine the truth as it became more knowledgeable. But somehow, its sorcerers crossed a line, and their greed brought destruction upon its mighty empire. Harry could feel it, the utter malevolence drowning the city was vast and nearly impossible to purge. He could theoretically attempt to reverse the effects on the land, but he'd need to know exactly what the Valyrians did. His eyes fell on the resurrection stone. The temptation came with a renewed force of 1,000 battering rams. If he could summon the ghosts from the area, he could learn more about the methods they used to bind the gods and bleed their power. Even if it was a faulty method, he could build upon it and use it to unbind the Hallows. Mortality was the greatest gift of all, and Harry desired it most. But he overcame the temptation as he forcibly looked away from the ring hosting the black stone to the sword in his left hand. Godkiller had dispatched gods, so he didn't see why it couldn't dispatch his soul to eternal rest. He was broken out of his musings when a soldier ran towards him with a look of urgency on his face. "My lord! Lord Rob sent me. Our position is about to be overrun." Harry immediately sprung to action. He climbed aboard the flying carpet and flew away, leaving John in charge of the building they were raiding for treasures. He came across the street where the fighting was going on. The airship was giving ample cover for Rob and his men below, but the demons were getting far too close, increasing the threat of friendly fire. He landed right behind the defensive perimeter Rob and his men were making, and he let loose a wide area banishing spell that threw the assaulting demons back a few paces. "Oh, thank the old gods, you're here," Rob said with relief upon seeing Harry. "Why aren't you abandoning the post? I told you to abandon the building if the position is untenable to defend from the demons." Harry scowled. "Because we found a huge treasure. There are vaults full of gold, gems, and silver in that building." Rob waved his hand excitedly at the building they were protecting. Harry shook his head at the silly reason. A bit of gold was not worth losing the lives of these good men. He valued their lives more than some stupid treasure. "We have plenty of gold and silver in the north. We should retreat and focus on what we can take. This is an unnecessary risk." Elsera said there are trunks full of dusty old scrolls and books. "Maybe they contain magic," Rob said, schooling his face to show an innocent look. Harry snorted at his twin's attempt at manipulating him with the lure of magical knowledge of the Valyrians. When the demons tried a renewed attempt to charge into their lines, he unleashed a tidal wave of water against the demons and froze them in ice. He could see a satisfied look on his twin's face. But Harry chose to ignore the subtle gloating his twin was engaging with the men. Only his brothers could get away with such obvious manipulations without any serious retaliation from his side. "If Elsera doesn't deliver the scrolls and books you promised, I'll put you on ice for the rest of the journey," Harry threatened, causing Rob to freeze in fright. "You can't do that." Rob looked affronted. Harry looked at his brother with a bored look. "I think I can." Harry waved his wand, and a block of ice as tall as his brother was conjured, startling Rob. But Harry twisted his wand a little, transfiguring the block of ice further to grow his hands and legs. Then he applied a basic animation charm, which allowed it to run across the battlefield and entrap a red-skinned demon. The block of ice returned to his side, carrying the demon within its grasp, and Harry made the ice envelop it entirely. The demon stopped struggling as the ice suppressed its power. "What are you doing?" Rob asked warily, eyeing the trapped demon with some measure of fear. "I'm taking a couple of prisoners. I'm interested in learning more about these demons," Harry said honestly. "Why?" Rob asked, shooting him a perplexed look. "To see whether I can destroy them all and banish them forever from these lands." Harry lied easily. In truth, he was rather curious to see whether he could subvert them to his will. Failing that, he wanted to see whether he could recreate these demonic beings using alchemy or even the Inferi curse. If he could raise an army of these demons, he could send them beyond the wall to cut the numbers of White Walkers. The silence from the dark god sealed behind the wall was unsettling. It was as if the walkers were sitting back and relaxing while he built up power in the north. No sane enemy would allow their rival to amass power in peace. "Look." Rob pointed at the large building they were protecting. Harry saw Elsera and Josera lead a contingent of men carrying trunks out of the palace. "Let's hope those scrolls you mentioned are in one of those trunks for your sake." Harry smirked at Rob's troubled expression as he looked at the demon in ice. His attention returned to the swag his people had looted from the palace. A few more intact palaces remained in the region, but Harry left those sites untouched. Without doom to mess with things, he could send his people with an airship to loot this place whenever he wanted. A few hours later, the airship rose to the sky with all the loot they had taken from 2 palaces. Harry had not taken much else from Valyria besides a couple more demonic prisoners for study. He was not interested in the loot but appreciated the thousands of scrolls and books Elsera and Josera liberated from the ruined city. The people aboard his ship were quite happy with the treasure, though. After all, he did announce a fair share of the wealth to be shared among the crew. "You should name the airship." Ayla Ainra whispered against his neck, her hot breath against his skin. "Maybe," he nibbled her lower lip, "later. You've so far refused to name the ship. But she's now part of history." "Songs will be sung," John said from his side, making Harry sigh in annoyance as he pulled back from kissing his lover. He saw Elainra smiling at him with mirth at his obvious annoyance at being disturbed. I don't like naming ships, Harry said in annoyance. If you want to name it, give it a name. No. You built this ship. You should name it. John said. Harry knew his brother was as stubborn as a mule, so the best way to get John to stop pestering him was to give in. You name it, he said to Elainra before hiding his face in her neck. Liberator. Elainra suggested. The Liberator. I like it. John grinned like a loon. Good. Now, go bother someone else. Harry shooed his brother away before pulling Elainra into a kiss, caring nothing for a stupid name. Chapter 114, A Jealous Thief. Chapter text. The free city of Lys reminded Harry of Bravus. The people here respected wealth and trade, just like in Bravus. But slavery was practiced in Lys, and like everything else, it was a lucrative business. However, slave labor was rare in Lys. In Lys, the aspects of slavery were focused on pillow houses and the palaces of wealthy merchants and magisters where they kept their bed slaves in collars. Unlike other free cities, they did not breed slave warriors. If they wanted warriors, they brought the unsullied or hired sellsword companies to fight in their name. Even slavery was used to increase the aesthetics of living. Lysani were one of the most beautiful folks Harry had come across. In this city, the blood of Valeria flowed far stronger than the other daughters of Valeria. Pentos, Mir, and Tyrosh had too much Andal blood in them. While Volantis hosted great families with roots in Valeria, they hid behind the Black Wall. In Lys, there was no such haughtiness on full display. Almost everyone Harry had seen on the street sported silver hair and lilac eyes. Some dyed their hair green or purple for some reason, but watching them walk the street was fun. Most of the Lysani people were light-skinned, with an almost ethereal quality to them, and the blood Valeria ran strong in their veins. They dressed scandalously compared to the prudish ways of Westerosi ways. Harry, of course, appreciated the Lysani fashion, mainly when Elainra chose to slip into a low-cut blue dress with a plunging neckline and a lot of slits on her skirt. Lys also hosted many different fashions and some of the best artisans. While his brothers were out on the street seeing the sights, enjoying the food, seeing plays, and whatnot, Harry was out there buying some of the works of the artisans. The many murals he had seen in Lys lit his eyes with greed. Such artistic talent made him immensely jealous of the Lysani. He also liked their colorful dyes, so he bought as much as he wanted. There were even some finely engraved pots and silverware that attracted his interest. Lys was also home to some of the best shipyards in the world after Bravus. While Bravasi ships focused on their functionality, the Lysani ships made them look more aesthetically pleasing. The many carracks and cogs he had seen at their harbors looked stylish, and frankly, he was starting to develop a love for giant stylish ships. He didn't know why, but looking at a row of Lysani carracks lining up in a harbor was pleasing. He liked to see such carracks and cogs line up on the harbor of Avalon. At first, Harry thought of approaching the magisters of Lys and buying out their ships from the harbor. But he had little to no business interest in Lys. At least, he had no direct trade with the Lysani people. Things might change in the future, but for now, no northern ships sailed this far. Their current interests lie in the Narrow Sea and the Sunset Sea. He was also reminded of the risk of sending his people into Lys to sail the carracks and cogs from Lys. The stepstones were in the way, and he was nowhere strong enough to project his naval power this far. This made safely sailing any ships he bought from Lys to the north difficult. Seeing all the finest sculptures, murals, metalworks, and even shipbuilding made him immensely jealous of the city. To make matters worse, such artistic flavor thrived in a city that practiced slavery, which made him mad. He disliked that the Lysani projected more artistic and cultural freedom than the supposed land of the free in Westeros. Even worse, he felt that the north came up short compared with Lys, and that status was unacceptable to Harry. After seeing all the different free cities had to offer, he was adamant about making Avalon the bastion of art, fashion, and culture. To that end, Harry went on a poaching spree across the city to Elainra's amusement. He went after artisans, blacksmiths, goldsmiths, carpenters, dye makers, and even cooks. He offered them land and gold in exchange for their immediate relocation to Avalon and a steady income to serve his interests. Of course, some people to whom he made this offer outright rejected him or looked at him as if he were mad. The entire incident made Elainra laugh so hard. His latest attempt to hire a stellar craftsman nearly resulted in him being chased out of the man's shop, which caused Elainra to break out in peals of laughter. "Why are they refusing my offer?" Harry said in frustration. "Maybe because they don't know who you are, or they're under the impression that you're a slaver out to get them." At his affronted look, Elainra gave him a placating smile. "See this from their perspective. You came one day into their life offering gold and silver in a faraway land for their skills. Why should they believe you? It's not as if most of these people have even heard of the North." "You knew?" Harry grumbled. "Only because the matron of the pillow house told me beforehand. Otherwise, I'd have been as ignorant as these people." Harry frowned thoughtfully as he walked back towards their manse. He supposed the disadvantage of his people not reaching this far for trade kept them unknown to most of these people. Unfortunately, the general Westerosi tag didn't help him much in Lys, where ordinary men and women had little to no knowledge about the different polities of Westeros. So, the next best option in his hand was to buy skilled slaves, which was easier said than done. He'd have to approach the slave masters and look for quality products. It made him feel icky to even think about buying people like cattle even though they were muggles. So, he went with the lesser evil. He tracked down some of the best slave masters in the city and put them under the Imperious curse. He turned the consolidated slave industry of Lys against its interests. He had the slave masters do his bidding free of cost. The slave masters used their resources to pick the best workers from a wide variety of professions. But he kept the numbers low as he didn't want any questions to be raised when he left Lys. Besides, he only wanted enough people to train his people in Avalon. Harry went the extra mile and stole some designs of carracks and cogs for good measure. Throughout all that, Aelaina remained by his side with an amused smirk on her lips. "What?" he snapped. "Oh, nothing. I was wondering when you'd start acting your age, and now I have seen it with my own eyes," she said with a chuckle. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, feeling offended that he was being insulted by the woman who shared his bed. "Oh, come on. You found something you liked, and you took it with force," Aelaina said, her lilac eyes dancing with mirth. "You don't know what you're talking, woman." Harry huffed, miffed at being compared to a kleptomaniac or a stubborn child. Sure, he was jealous of Lys' beautiful ships, but he saved those slaves from being taken for granted. At Avalon, their work would be valued and compensated. They could live free and raise their families without the threat of chains. He considered his actions to be those of a brave liberator. After all, he had given these former slaves the best lodgings in the Liberator. Few could claim to fly in a ship and sail among the clouds, least of all slaves from Lys. "Don't I?" Aelaina giggled, hugging him from behind as they watched the newly liberated slaves of Lys being led to the Liberator. The free city of Lys slumbered in the night, ignorant that he was stealing away some of their skilled workers. They'll have a better life in the north than they could ever have in this city. Their children will be born free. Harry argued. "Freedom." Aelaina snorted, "You think all slaves yearn for freedom?" "You did." Harry frowned when he felt her stiffen, but she relaxed when he placed his palm over hers. "I did. But not everyone is like me. Some fear the uncertainty that freedom brings. Some slaves revel in the certainty of their fate. I've seen it." Aelaina stared into the distance unseeingly. "Everything is uncertain in life. Only death is certain," said Harry, silently adding, "foremost. All men must die." Aelaina parroted the popular Braversea phrase with a nod, "But I'm a woman. What'll be my life like in Avalon? What am I to do once you take a wife and have a family of your own? You should know by now that I don't abandon those who are mine. No matter their social standing, I'll go to any lengths to those loyal to me. What is my worth compared to a Dornish princess or a noble lady of the north?" Harry turned around in Aelaina's arms to look at her. He frowned, noticing she was sporting a self-deprecating smile. "Do you think me so cruel to abandon you, Aelaina? If I had wanted to bed you and throw you away, I'd have done so at Tyrosh." Harry's eyes blazed with fury at the insinuation that he was using her. "Forgive me." Aelaina bowed her head low, "I forgot myself." Harry calmed down, reining in his magic, which had slipped out of his control into an oppressive aura that pressed down around him. "It's true that I cannot marry you and give you my name. I could, but doing so would make matters more difficult for you. But don't think for a moment that your social standing is based on the past. You're blessed with magic, a trait that raises you far more in standing than even the noblest of houses in my eyes," said Harry. With a flick of his finger, a globe of white light hovered around the palm of his hand. "You have the power to move heaven and earth in your soul." The globe of light transformed into fire, water, stone, and then dissipated into gentle gales which swept Aelaina's silver hair behind her shoulders. "At Avalon, you'll be revered for your gifts. But if you're so concerned, then let me promise you this. You won't be leaving my side." "How?" Aelaina asked, peering at him with a pinch of hope in her eyes. "You said yourself that you're required to marry a noble woman. To carry the Stark name, yes. But nothing forbids me from granting you protection or a dignified life by my side," said Harry, pressing a chaste kiss on her cheek. "How can I stay by your side when you're married to another woman?" Aelaina asked skeptically. "That's easy." Harry smirked, "You become a Valkyrie." "It feels wrong." Aelaina muttered. "If that is not to your liking, there are other options," said Harry. He led his Tyroshi lover to a warded cabinet in the Liberator. When he magically unlocked the door and held it open for her, he watched Alinira's eyes widen enough to pop out of her sockets. The cabin was overflowing with gold, gems, and pearls, illuminating it with an eerie golden glow. He picked up a random necklace of gold and blue gemstones and tied it around Aelaina's neck. "A portion of this wealth is yours. In Avalon, you can make a life of your own on your own terms. There is enough wealth for a dozen generations to live lavishly. You can find a husband of your liking and lead a peaceful life. Harry offered. Ayla Ainra remained rooted to the spot in silence as her companion slipped his hand around her waist and hugged her from behind. As I said, I'll not abandon you, Ayla Ainra. Harry whispered, you're free to choose your destiny. Aegon Targaryen stared out into the sea, his blue hair swept back as gales of wind swept by his resting spot. If he looked west, dunes of sand lay before him as far as his eyes could see. If he looked east, he could see the towering walls of Sun's Pair, the home of his deceased mother. To his south lay the summer sea, where ships from Essos, the summer islands and West Eros prowled aplenty. If the gods had been kind, he'd have been the crown prince of West Eros, a scion of the Targaryen dynasty. But a stag now occupied his rightful throne, and his ancestral seat of Dragonstone remained far out of his reach. Still, he was far closer to his inheritance than he had ever been in the past. After all, he rested his head on a silk bed inside the halls of his mother's family instead of the wooden floor of the shy maid in the Royne. He was no longer a simple boy acting as a helping hand to Gryff. He was now a squire to the Red Viper, and in time, he hoped to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms like his ancestor. But the path ahead was one of strife, war, and death. Unlike his namesake, he had no dragon to subjugate the continent. Therefore, he needed allies, a massive army, ships, and lots of gold. The enemy was no slouch. Even though the usurper died in the Lannister rebellion, the usurper's brother was just as dangerous. The Lannisters were decimated in the war, and now only a few remained. Just thinking about Tywin Lannister's demise brought a smile to his face. While he rejoiced at the fall of House Lannister, his pragmatic mind also reminded him that it brought forth the two great adversaries to his goals. House Baratheon was now far more dangerous under the reign of Stannis Baratheon than Robert. The crown now possessed the wealth of House Lannister in the palm of their hands. They could hire all sellsword companies of Essos should war break out again. Stannis' queen was also a dangerous woman who brought much strength to her husband. Sir Axel Florent was now the lord of Lannisport and maintained a portion of the royal fleet in the city harbour. House Florent was also well connected in the Reach with blood ties to the great houses like Hightower. Much of the northern parts of the Reach were decimated by the disastrous war unleashed by the Lions while the Florents remained untouched. There was tension in the Reach, but he couldn't possibly predict how the Reachmen would react when he raised the Targaryen banner. The second dangerous foe was House Stark. Their rise in power was unprecedented, almost akin to the rise of House Velaryon under the Sea Snake. But House Velaryon's holdings were a pittance compared to the wealth and power the North accumulated in less than a decade. The Starks now projected their strength across the Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea. The sheer power possessed by Haryon Stark disturbed him. Sailors from the east had brought word to Dorne about the burning of Myr. Aegon couldn't help but shiver at the reminder of Myr's fate. According to the Spider, House Stark's hold on the Seven Kingdoms was such their entire plan to take the Iron Throne hinged on keeping the North neutral at best. For this reason, his uncle was intent on cultivating blood ties with House Stark. His cousin, Princess Arianne, was offered as a bride to Haryon Stark. It was a significant risk Prince Doran was taking by handing over his heir to the North. The political ramifications of having a northern-influenced dynasty in Sun's Pair were not lost on Aegon either. However, their situation was such that they had to ensure the North remained above the neck no matter what happened in the southern kingdoms. If the North sided with them, it'd be a great boon for his cause, but Aegon was not sure the Honourable Eddard Stark would betray his foster brother's family that easily. It was still uncertain whether the betrothal would be accepted, but Aegon hoped it would happen. The Starks were too powerful to ignore, and he'd have no chance of realistically winning the throne if they came to support Stannis Baratheon. Sir Jon, his father's trusted friend, was unhappy with the whole plan. But even Sir Jon saw the necessity of keeping the Starks content in the North. Despite what anyone else thought, Aegon thought House Stark had enough reasons to rebel. The gruesome deaths of Rickard Stark, Brandon Stark, and Lyanna Stark made Aegon feel sympathetic to their cause. He could understand why Eddard Stark would break his oaths and raise his banners against Aerys. After all, Aegon was in a similar position. His mother and sister were brutally murdered, and the Baratheons benefited from their murder. Even if Tywin was dead, Aegon saw the presence of a Baratheon on the Iron Throne as an insult to the memories of Elia Martell and Rhaenys Targaryen. He was no hypocrite to deny justice to the Starks and would never demand blind obedience like Sir Connington. Besides, Aegon thought blood ties with House Stark would go a long way in restoring trust with their old allies. As someone who studied the history of the Targaryen kings of the past, he knew House Stark was one of their least bothersome wardens. The North was the only region where his ancestors had never faced rebellion. The Starks had kept the Northmen loyal to the Iron Throne and the King's peace. They were also the least bit interested in the affairs of the South. Historically, the Northmen were comfortable staying behind the neck. His father and grandfather wronged the North and attracted their ire. If Princess Arianne's marriage to Lord Haryon could put aside the bad blood between their houses, he would be thankful to the gods. His duty as king was also to ensure the realm remained at peace. He hoped peace could be restored between the two houses. If House Martell and Targaryen could put behind the bad blood, then he hoped that House Stark could become a trusted ally in the future. However, his concerns were not solely focused on House Stark. Gaining the allegiance of the great houses of the Reach was a vital part of their plan. But even if they somehow gained House Tyrell's support, the threat of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale remained at large. Dorne's army could keep the Stormlanders engaged, but Stannis Baratheon was not without allies. Earlier, the Vale was their greatest concern after the north, but now the Riverlands were becoming too powerful. House Tully now held blood ties with the Vale, the North, and the Westerlands. Houses Stark, Arryn, and Lefford were now tied to House Tully through marriage. As strong as the Dornish army was, Aegon held no notions that his mother's homeland could defeat the combined might of all these kingdoms. At times like these, he thought of his family's dragons. It was a vain hope to hold on to such thoughts, but he wondered how it must have felt to be among the clouds. Indeed, his kinsmen of old must have felt like gods, being one step closer to heaven. Suddenly, a large shadow fell upon him, making Aegon look up. His eyes widened as he saw a massive ship hovering in the sky, defying all natural laws. He gazed at the enormous ship in the sky in awe and watched as it sailed past him gracefully. He shook himself out of the stupor and immediately rushed towards the Dornish steed gifted by his uncle. Hastily climbing aboard his mount, he urged the creature to ride as fast as possible towards Sun's Pair. While Sir Jon was paranoid enough to want him farther away from the Starks, Aegon was unwilling to let this opportunity pass. Not since Durin the Young Dragon has anyone defeated a polity at the ripe age of 10 and 4. Haryon Stark had decimated a free city, bringing the city to its knees in a single night. He wanted to meet such a person, and hopefully, he could strike up a friendship with such a powerful lord. During his reign, he hoped to bring the North to the fold and address the crimes his father and grandfather committed. If I'm to be the king of these 7 kingdoms, then I need to bring lasting peace and acknowledge the wrongs committed by my family. Aegon thought as he rode towards Sun's Pair to meet one of the most powerful sorcerers in the known world. Chapter 115, Sun's Pair P1. Chapter text. Arianne could hardly contain her glee upon seeing the massive ship floating high above the walls of Sun's Pair. The sheer presence of the flying ship was cathartic. Looking around, she noticed she was not the only one feeling the euphoria of seeing something impossible unravel before her eyes. The Targaryens of old had the same effect with their mastery of their dragons. As riders of such magnificent beasts, they inspired awe, power, and fear among all who laid their eyes on those flying creatures. But Dorne proved that Targaryen dragons were not invincible, and Aegon and his wives could be successfully repelled. Anything that breathed could be made to bleed, and anything that bled could die. Therefore, dragons were not invulnerable. It was just difficult to kill them. Looking upon the mighty warship that floated above their heads, Arianne wondered whether a lucky bolt could bring down this wooden beast like Merax's. Her people had felled dragons and ships in the past. So, she supposed this wooden beast, while formidable, was still as vulnerable as Targaryen dragons of the past. At the same time, she had never heard about a single dragon destroying a whole city. The flying ship had done the impossible, bringing Myr to its knees in a single night. If the tales from Essos were to be trusted, Haryon Stark brought death and fire upon Myr for sending assassins against him and his brothers. Some tales claim he breathed fire upon the city like a vengeful god. More outlandish claims spoke of a fire that fell upon the city like rain and burned it all away in a single night. Arianne believed her prospective betrothed used his magic to burn the whole city down. After all, she was regaled by her uncle with tales of Haryon's exploits in the Westerlands. In Dorne, the tale of Lannisport's fall was sung by many bards, and they always heaped praises on the northern lord who smashed the city walls by summoning lightning to do his bidding. She only believed such tales because her uncle confirmed them. She sprung back into her chambers as she watched the ship lower to the ground outside Sunspear's walls. Thankfully, her friend and childhood companion Sylva Sant Agar was staying in her chamber with Tyene. "He's here!" Arianne exclaimed excitedly as she ran straight for her wardrobe, searching for a fitting dress to catch the eye of her intended. "Who? The young Griff?" Sylva asked hopefully. "No, Sylva. The Starks have arrived." Arianne rolled her eyes at her friend's obsession with her uncle's squire. Ever since Sylva came from Spotswood and met the young Griff, she had been smitten by the Tyroji boy. Staring dreamily at the young Griff in the training yard like some lovesick Reach girl was now a hobby for her friend. Of course, her friend had tried many tricks to garner the attention of her uncle's squire with no luck. "I'll not fail like Sylva," Arianne thought as she put some scented oils on her body. Arianne glared at her cousin and friend. "Are you two going to help me, or are you just going to stay there gaping like idiots?" she asked, annoyed. Her two companions sprung into action and helped her look presentable to receive the Starks. "Do you think they came to discuss the betrothal?" Tyene asked. "It's possible." Arianne mumbled with a thoughtful frown. Arianne wondered that herself, but her father had remained tight-lipped about the whole affair if there was any development. She desperately needed this to work, if only to retain her position as the heiress to Sun's pair. The north was too far away from Dorne to give her the backing of a large army should her father go ahead and declare Quentyn as heir. But Haryon Stark had proven that he did not need armies or fleets to destroy his enemies. Such power could undoubtedly secure her position. At the same time, she was aware the Starks also likely needed something if they agreed to the betrothal. What they needed was interesting because if she knew what it was beforehand, she could easily promise it herself to secure Haryon Stark as her husband. That's where Nymeria comes in. Between the two of us, we should be able to dig deep into Haryon Stark's mind and desires, Arianne thought. Where is Nymeria? Arianne suddenly asked as Tyene and Silva helped comb her hair. She is probably outside the walls of Sun's pair. I remember Nym saying something about finding a summer island merchant for some black henbane. Silva shrugged. I guess she'll rush back to the castle with that flying ship's arrival. Arianne muttered thoughtfully. There is a flying ship. Silva squealed in excitement while Tyene let out a gasp. Arianne could only roll her eyes at her friend and cousin. It was just like them to be utterly ignorant of what was happening right under their noses. You two were singing songs behind closed doors so you couldn't hear the commotion created by the ship's arrival, said Arianne. Immediately, Tyene and Silva started hounding her to see the infamous flying ship of House Stark. Arianne rolled her eyes and shored up her mind as her lady companions pestered her non-stop. Thankfully, she dressed accordingly to receive their northern guests in time. By the time she joined her father's side, she was dressed in the colors of her house. Her dress was a glittering yellow and orange, representing the orange sun and golden spear of House Martell's sigil. Her hair was down but neatly combed, and it went down her right shoulder. Gold bracelets gifted by her mother adorned her arms, while gold barrettes and a circlet decorated her hair and head. You look beautiful as ever, daughter. Doran complimented her. Thank you, father. Arianne said, her eyes falling on her father, sitting in his wheeled chair. Ariohota stood guard beside them with a small number of guards. A bad case of gout had ridden her father's ability to walk, but he was a master manipulator with plans within plans. That was why she was wary of her father's current plans. She had been told of her father's initial plan to have her married off to Viserys Targaryen. At least, that was the excuse her father gave her for rejecting all betrothal offers that came for her hand. She didn't know whether to believe that was the truth. She had seen his letter to Quentyn and knew that he planned to have her brother succeed as heir instead of her. But now, her father was interested in having Haryon Stark as her husband. His plans to build an alliance with the exiled Targaryens were dismissed unceremoniously. She was not told the exact reasons, but then again, she didn't care for her father's reasons. Perhaps he thought tying their house to those mad dragons was idiotic. Or maybe her father had grown a spine and thought to break ties with their dragon oppressors. If her people were disliked in the rest of the Seven Kingdoms, then the Targaryens were hated with equal passion in Dorne. After all, the last of the Valyrian Dragonlords had burned their people in their many attempts at conquest. Besides, any cause of revenge against the Lannisters was already fulfilled, all thanks to Haryon Stark. It was Haryon's hammer that caused the war between lions and stags. It was his aid that allowed the Dornish army to sack Lannisport. It was his attack that opened the doors of Casterly Rock. It was his words that led her uncle to have the honor of taking Tywin Lannister's head. The war had also claimed the lives of Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane. The Lannisters lost their precious city to House Florent, and their precious gold was taken away upon their defeat. The seats of Castamere and Tarbeck Hall were taken away from Lannister control, confining them to their sole see of Casterly Rock. They even lost their precious Valyrian steel sword Lord Lannister had bought with an exorbitant amount of gold. Her father would be lucky to have such a goodson who brought ruin upon House Lannister. Lately, she had heard murmurs of concern between her father and uncle when word reached Sun's pair about what happened with Myr. Arianne only became determined to gain Haryon Stark as her husband. She now had conclusive proof that the Lord of Avalon had enough strength to support her position as the Princess of Dorne should the worst happen. With Haryon's support, even the Dornish lords inclined to support her brother would switch sides. Perhaps my own children could inherit such mighty powers to change the deserts of Dorne into sprawling farmlands that put the Reach to shame. Arianne thought. Her musing was cut short as their guests arrived at the Tower of Sun escorted by Prince Oberyn and her cousin Nymeria. Her eyes lit up with interest as she saw Haryon Stark walking towards her and her father with his two brothers. Welcome, Lord Haryon, Lord Robb and Lord Jon. Doran said, dipping his head. Prince Doran. Haryon and his brothers nodded. Arianne noticed Haryon had grown enough to be a few inches taller than her. I gather your journey was comfortable. Doran said. It was quite enjoyable, said Haryon with a roguish smirk. Of course. Being so close to the heavens must be quite exquisite. Arianne said, grinning at the Starks. There is that as well. I hope you haven't forgotten the promise you made the last time we met, Haryon. You promised me a ride in your airship. Arianne smiled sultrily at Haryon. I haven't forgotten, Princess. I look forward to it then. But first, let us offer you guest rights, said Arianne, taking a tray from a servant and offering bread and salt to their guests. Ariane allowed their Stark guests to rest and refresh themselves. The servants prepared baths, placed the best of Dornish red in their chambers and anything else they needed. Instead of bothering the Starks, she went straight for her cousin. Did he say anything? Ariane asked immediately after dragging Nymeria to a secluded chamber. Say what? Nymeria acted as if she knew nothing. About me, NYM. About the betrothal. Ariane hissed. Harrion and his brothers just arrived at our home. Why do you expect them to talk about this matter the moment they step in Sun's pair? Ariane let out a frustrated growl as she paced back and forth in the room. Unfortunately, NYM made sense, but that didn't mean she liked it one bit. The offer has been sent for nearly a year. The Lord of Winterfell has yet to respond with a rejection or approval. Ariane growled. Then that means you still have a chance. All we have to do is convince Harrion. Nymeria pointed out. I suppose I do. Ariane thought as she spun plan upon plan in her mind. Harry stared out of the sprawling chamber he was afforded in the Tower of the Sunday. Through the window, he could see a dormant-shaped keep of Sun's pair, which was supposedly the old palace of House Martell before the arrival of the Rhoynar. He counted 6 towers, all made with the classic Rhoynish architectural style. The domed tops of the towers gleamed under the hot Dornish sun. The desert lay to the west, and the sea lay to the east. This was the first time Harry had seen a desert in this world, and he disliked it. The air was dry and hot, forcing Harry to constantly urge himself to stay in a tub of water and never leave it. He was also sweating, and water was leaving his body like a melting glacier. The weather became unbearable, forcing Harry to use some cooling charms to stave off the heat from the desert. Luckily, he also had access to ice, so he drank lots of iced wine and water to stave off his need to get the hell out of Dorne. Having felt a small piece of what life was like in Dorne, he was rethinking his plans for this place. Dorne's strategic position attracted him to it. It controlled all trade routes to the Reach and the Westerlands through the sea, and those who commanded the Summer Sea controlled the trade in the Reach and the Westerlands. Having a friendly state in Dorne was vital to the expansion of Avalon's trade reach, especially if he wanted more access to Lys, Volantis and, most importantly, the Summer Isles. Dorne was also a polity of some importance, and as he could see, there was a chance that the principality could rebel and break off from the Iron Throne's authority. It was a lukewarm hope as the presence of Aegon Targaryen complicated such matters. But war often culled kings on the battlefield, and he had no reason to doubt the same wouldn't happen to Aegon. He still had his doubts about whether this Aegon Targaryen was authentic, not that it mattered in the least. Fake or the real deal, Aegon Targaryen would not rule the north. But securing a friendly Dorne was necessary to wipe out the dominion of the Redwyne and Hightower fleets from the Summer Sea. The dominance of Old Town and Arbor threatened his interests in the region. He had briefly considered securing the Reach, but that place was the center of all southern politics and the faith of the Seven. The advantages of gaining the allies in the Reach were overshadowed by the disadvantages it posed in the long run. Besides, the lessons of the history of that region ensured he never took them lightly. The Targaryen dynasty became a shadow of itself when the Hightowers married into the family of Dragonlords. The Hightowers also had a monopoly on knowledge and religion through the Citadel and the Starry September. They were his obvious contenders, not his allies. Dorne, despite its unattractive geography, offered him a better alternative. He coveted the strategic locations of their ports. And most importantly, Princess Arianne offered him control of Dorne. If he married her, he would become the consort of the Princess of Dorne. With his vast fleet and Dorne's unique position in the sea trade routes, a massive naval empire could be born. He had already knocked down the Ironborn and the Lannisters as a first step in his plan to dominate the seas. The second blow ought to crush the Ironborn for good, and then he could focus on the Arbor and Old Town. Even now, Princess Arianne or Nymeria remained ignorant about the true plans of Prince Doran and Oberyn. That was why he was taking a bland approach with the Dornish princess. He showed enough interest in them to keep Prince Doran interested but not too much to make them suspicious. For once, his father's inability to say a blanket no to anyone sending a request worked wonders for his plans regarding Dorne. Harry's musings were cut short when he heard a knock on the door. He unlocked the door magically and had it swing open. He was hardly surprised to see Nymeria waiting outside. She was dressed in a loose cream dress that barely covered most of her body. "Enjoying the view, are we?" Nymeria asked as she stepped into his chamber. "It's interesting to see Rhoynish architecture. I have visited Goyandrohi and seen little that was left of the Rhoynar." "This is much better," said Harry, nodding at the beautifully constructed domes. "Did you cross the Rhoyne and visit the other ancient cities of the Rhoynar?" Nymeria asked as she stood close to him, observing the magnificent towers of Sun's Pair. "No. Goyandrohi was the only Rhoynar city we visited." "In that case, it'll be my pleasure to show you all my people have to offer, Lord Stark," Nymeria said coyly, batting her eyelashes at him with a playful grin. "Lead the way, O noble sand snake." Harry returned the grin and offered his arm. They walked out of his chamber hand in hand. "We should collect my siblings along the way," said Harry once they were out of the chamber. Tyene has already escorted them out of their chambers, said Nymeria. Tyene? She is your younger sister, isn't she? The one with the blonde hair? Harry inquired as they leisurely walked down the spiraling staircase to the bottom of the Tower of the Sunday. Yes. Why? Interested in Tyene? Nymeria teased. How could anyone else interest me when a fine cultured lady such as yourself is by my side? Harry smirked roguishly. I was asking for the sake of my brothers. The reputation of the Sand Snakes is well known in the Seven Kingdoms. Tyene is a sweet girl. She's a septa, you know. All the more reason to worry for my brothers. You see, they don't follow the seven. Then you're in luck. Tyene will cleanse your brothers of their sins and lead them on the righteous path. Nymeria declared with a flourish. And where would this righteous path take my brothers? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. If they're lucky, they might end up in my sister's bed. If they're unlucky? Harry asked, dismissing the blatant admission that the Sand Snakes were out to seduce his brothers. If they're unlucky, Nymeria trailed off as she paused upon seeing the sight in the training yard, they'll end up in the training yard playing at being knights. Harry also came upon the sight that gave Nymeria pause. He watched stoically as Jon and Robb were in the training yard, swords in their hands, facing off against a Dornish knight and Aegon Targaryen. Blue hair. Harry mentioned inconspicuously. Is he a Tyroshi? Ah, yes. I don't know his name. He goes by the name of the young Griff. He is the son of a sellsword friend of my father. He squires for my father now. A student of the Red Viper? That'd make us brothers by the sword. Harry commented idly. You, too, want to spend time in the training yard poking at each other with your swords? Or do you want to spend the day with a beautiful woman, Stark? There is a beautiful woman here. Where is she? Harry made a show of looking around. You've become better at warring with words, O great Lord of Avalon, the mighty wall breaker. Wall breaker? Harry amusedly asked. That's what our people call you. After all, you brought down the walls of Lannisport by summoning the might of the sky. Hey! It's good to know that my deeds are appreciated in Dorne. They are appreciated and celebrated, my lord. Another voice suddenly joined their conversation. Harry eyed the newcomer stoically. It was none other than Princess Arianne, and she looked more beautiful than she had been an hour earlier. Dorne could not forget the hand which dealt a blow to the Lions of the West and sated Dorne's cry for vengeance. You have my heartfelt thanks. Arianne came close to Harry and pressed a chaste kiss on his left cheek. Her lips lingered on his skin far longer than what was socially acceptable before she withdrew. He smelled a pleasing sandalwood scent on her body. It was a Norvashi-scented oil he had also bought from Bravus. But smelling that on a voluptuous woman like Arianne was breathtaking and aesthetic. So, do you want to spend time in that dusty yard, or do you want to spend time with us? Nymeria asked with a raised brow, looking keenly at his face. A tour of Sunspear by an infamous sand snake and the Princess of Dorne. How could anyone refuse such an offer? Please, lead the way, ladies. Even as he said that while happily walking together with Nymeria and Princess Arianne on either side, his eyes fell on Aegon and Jon. His mind was internally conflicted about whether he should tell Jon about his brother. His eyes lingered on the two youngsters' blue and black-haired heads until he turned a corner, and they disappeared from his view. But his dilemma lingered. Should I tell the truth to Jon? Chapter 116, Sunspear P2, Lemon Scene. Chapter text. Arianne had never been this elated in the last couple of years. Even when the pimples on her face started disappearing and her body started flowering like a real woman's should, she hadn't been as delighted as she was now. After all, how many people in the known world could claim that they sailed amongst the clouds? Arianne inhaled the twilight air of the Dornish sky, her eyes fixed on the sun's descent into the western sea. A soft orange glow enveloped the Dornish sky, casting the sands of Dorne in a breathtaking palette of red and gold. But as the dunes of Dorne receded, a lush green landscape emerged, transforming her lands into tiny emerald patches visible from the Liberator. The people below, mere specks in the grandeur of the world, added to the sense of awe that filled her. It is no wonder the Targaryens considered themselves above all. From this height, everything below seems so petty, so inconsequential. The world, with all its grandeur and strife, is reduced to mere specks. Arianne marveled at the perspective she gleaned as she looked down upon Dorne from the sky. It also became more apparent why the Dragonlords of Valyria were callous enough to wage war against the entire world and take everything for themselves. The world's riches might have looked ripe for taking when they gazed upon the world from the sky, just like she was feeling right now. Aboard the Liberator, she saw the world through a different eye. She could see how little Dorne was from this far high. Arianne started to wonder whether the same was true for Harry Stark. After all, he had already brought an entire free city to the ground in a single night. That was something even House Targaryen, at the height of their power, couldn't do. Is the view to your liking? Arianne broke into a smile as she turned to smile at her companion on the deck of the Liberator. Indeed it is, Harryan. Ariane reached out her hand and lopped it around his elbow. I'm immensely grateful for the view. I don't believe I'll ever forget this. Dorne looks far more peaceful and beautiful from these heights. They both fell silent as whines howled in their ears as they watched the land below. Ariane felt like a divine being standing beside the strongest sorcerer by her side as she gazed upon the lands she was destined to rule. Tell me about the north. How does it compare to Dorne? Ariane asked, leaning against the arm of the Black Wolf of the North. Well, there are no deserts in the north. Most of our lands are filled with forests, hills, grasslands, cliffs, swamps, mountains, rivers and lakes. Snow covers the northernmost high mountains of the north. I have never seen snow. As you can see, I'm familiar with the hot Dornish Sunday. Ariane said coyly while rubbing her body against Harion. You are most welcome to visit Avalon. House Stark would be honored to host the future princess of Dorne amongst us. The North has never seen a Dornish princess, have they? Ariane asked curiously, wondering whether any of her ancestors ever visited the coldest kingdom of Westeros. No. Ariane nearly pouted at the stale answer. So, she switched the topic to something closer to Harion's heart. Is it true that the Great Hall of Avalon has a lifelike imagery of the night sky painted with magic on the ceiling? Ariane asked curiously. Yes. But you'll have to see the enchanted ceiling with your own eyes. It cannot be described with mere words. Ariane saw a spark of passion in his eyes, which made her crow in delight in her mind. Oh, I believe you. Ariane grinned, 'tis the same with the water gardens. You'll find it most appealing. Ariane glanced at her cousin out of the corner of her eyes. She could see Nymeria was engaged in an animated conversation with one of the infamous Valkyrie guards. The rumor was that these elite shield maidens were witches from the mysterious mountain clans of the north. She didn't know how much of it was the truth, but Nymeria knew them better than most. The Liberator hugged the coastline to reach the water gardens. All the while, Ariane struggled to broach the subject of the betrothal without looking too desperate or coming off as greedy. Whenever she worked up the courage to broach the subject, Harion would look at her with his haunting, stormy grey eyes, and she'd flatter. It was not shyness that stayed her tongue but the fear of failure. If she failed to convince Harion of the merits of their union, she'd most likely end up with her father's incessant plots to keep her away from inheriting Sun's Pair. The water gardens were 3 leagues away from Sun's Pair. Throughout the journey, the question stewed in her mind until she decided to broach the subject inside the safe haven of the water gardens. Tell me, do you know about the history of the water gardens? How it came to be and why? Ariane asked. I'm afraid not. Then let me tell you the tale of Maron Martell and Daenerys Targaryen. It started with. Ariane started regaling the tale of the first Targaryen princess who married into her family and the unification of Dorne with the rest of the 7 kingdoms. Halfway through the tale, the water gardens became visible from the bow of the Liberator. The open courtyards of the water gardens showcased a splendor of greenery and flowers unlike any in Westeros. Even from this distance, Ariane was forced into silence as she gazed at the place where she spent most of her childhood. Seeing the sprawling courtyards and gardens from the sky took her breath away. There was almost an otherworldly feel when she gazed upon the grand structure despite knowing it all her life. But she wasn't the only one taken back by the beauty of the water gardens. Harion was similarly stunned by the blue water pools in the open courtyards. Trust me, the view is much better up close, said Ariane. It didn't take long for the Liberator to land a few paces away from the teal-colored walls of the palace. Several Martell guards greeted them outside the palace walls once they stepped out of the Liberator. The guards were understandably shaken upon seeing a massive ship flying into the palace. But upon seeing Ariane, they stood down but didn't let go of their spears. Come, Harion. Let me show you the palace. Ariane joyfully dragged Harion inside the palace to show off the grace and beauty of House Martell's private retreat. There were several pools inside the palace with blue and purple waters. The waters have color because. She started. The pools have teal or purple painted bricks inside the water. Harion finished before she could explain. Yes. You are familiar with pools? Ariane asked in surprise. Avalon also has pools. I have built a few of them since Prince Oberyn's visit. I see. Ariane said, vowing to glean more details about Avalon from Harion. This place was once an oasis. Maron Martell built the palace as a gift for his new Targaryen bride. It was Daenerys Targaryen who opened the pools for all children from Dorne. She took him to her favorite places in the palace, which included the sunflower garden, palm trees that provided shade to the pools, the ever-colorful plumeria, bat flowers that decorated the palace in a purple hue, and jasmines that filled the water gardens with their divine fragrance. There were children fostered in the water gardens from all walks of life, noble and small folk. They learned their numbers and letters in the morn while making everlasting friendships. Still, showcasing all that was in the water gardens still left Ariane in the lurch. She was still uncertain about how to broach the subject of the betrothal. As Harion was making idle conversation with some of the children present among them, she went to Nymeria. Have you asked him? Nymeria asked in a hushed whisper. No, she whispered back, I'm struggling to decide how and when to broach the subject. He is more intimidating than last time. Ariane disliked admitting that, as it was akin to admitting defeat. But the truth was staring back at her face. The fear of rejection robbed her confidence whenever she prepared to bring up the subject of betrothal. The realization that Harrion could take any woman as wife and his powers or influence wouldn't diminish an iota was another blow to her confidence. Her prospects of becoming the Princess of Dorne were inconsequential to the power and influence already within the grasp of the Lord of Avalon. So, her confidence dipped whenever she wanted to say what she wanted to say to Harrion. I told you not to dance around with him. He likes honesty more than anything else. Nymeria whispered back with a disappointed look. It's easy for you to say. You know him better. Ariane trailed off as she eyed her cousin and then Harrion. What? Nymeria asked with a raised eyebrow. You should talk to him. Said Ariane, he'll listen to you. Talk? Why are we talking about anything at all? Then what do you suggest? You know him better than anyone. Ariane whispered back. We seduce him, tonight, right here. Ariane's eyes widened before a playful glint entered her dark eyes as she looked at her cousin. Are you sure that'll work? Trust me, I do. Harrion might seem all serious and composed. But he is no different than most men with too much power in their hands. He has his vices. Said Nymeria. In that case, we'll need to make an excuse to stay the night in the water gardens. Ariane whispered, regaining some confidence as she was working on something familiar. The usual political subterfuge and delicate plans were not her chosen weapon. But seducing men to do her bidding was her area of strength. She could work with that without doubting herself every step of the way. Leave that to me. Nymeria said before leaving Ariane's side and leading Harrion to the beach side of the palace. Ariane watched them leave before she sprung to action. She hastily gathered the palace servants to make arrangements for their private quarters. Ariane grinned upon seeing the reflection in the mirror. She had changed into a silky silver Norvosi garb her mother had sent as a namesday present. It just so happened that she kept most of the things she received from her mother in her chambers in the water gardens rather than Sun's pair. While she had kept everything that reminded her mother in the water gardens as a way to spite her father, it worked to her advantage in her time of need. You look quite beautiful, cousin. Said Nymeria, watching her with a suave grin from the corner of the room. You look as radiant as ever, Nym. Ariane returned the compliment, tracing her eyes along the delicate contours of her cousin's body in the sheer silky cream gown her cousin wore. Shall I invite Harrion for dinner? Ariane nodded and watched as Nymeria left her solar. She combed her hair one last time before exiting her room and stood beside the dinner table, hosting a fine spread. It was a small round table fit for three to dine freely. Candlelight bathed the table and the pool nearby in its golden light. The starry night sky could be seen from the open courtyard from the table. The stars and half-crescent moon could be seen mirrored on the pool waters just 2 feet from the dinner table. The doors swung open, admitting Nymeria and Harrion. The servants stationed outside knew to close the door and allow them the privacy needed. A special dinner with Nym and the Princess of Dorne. Will wonders never cease? Harrion commented offhandedly as he took a seat at the table. If you wish it, more wonders could be arranged. Nymeria said with a playful laugh as she sat down. Well, who am I to deny if you are offering? Harrion grinned at the two of them. In that case, we'll make this a night you won't forget, Harrion. Ariane winked. Now, tell us about your adventures in Essos. I'm sure you have some interesting stories to share. Nymeria directed the conversation to something Ariane was also interested in. As they wined and dined, she listened closely to the tales from Harrion. Most of it sounded too fantastical, especially the part where Harrion claimed to have visited Valeria. But she supposed anything could be possible with a flying ship and a powerful sorcerer. They talked more than they ate, and Harrion had many interesting stories to share. Besides, the spread on the table was nothing fancy. The servants were unaware that they were visiting or staying the night. But a few delicacies like chicken and bacon were on the table with the Dornish red to wash it down. As their dinner table conversation dwindled, Nymeria was the one to make the first move. Ariane watched as her cousin left her seat and stood behind Harrion's chair with a playful grin. Nym threw her arms around Harrion from behind and pressed her wine-red lips against his left ear. Her cousin also conveniently pressed her ample bosom against the back of Harrion's head. I'm going for a swim. You're welcome to join me. Nymeria whispered throatily against Harrion's ear. Lemon scene. Nym playfully bit his ear before sauntering towards the edge of the pool and starting to slip out of her dress. The first to go was her top before she slowly removed the skirt ever so slowly with her back to them until she was as naked as the day she was born. Nym shot a sultry grin at Harrion before she gracefully stepped into the pool and floated in the water with her dark eyes trained on Harrion's face. I told you this would be a night you will never forget. Ariane said, capturing Harrion's attention. She raised a glass of wine in his direction and nodded in the direction of Nym. It was a silent challenge to dare Harrion to join Nym in the pool. But she was also testing the waters to see whether Harrian would take the silent challenge. That was why Ariane remained in her seat, watching Harrian closely. She couldn't help it. She smirked openly as Harrian stood up from his seat and removed his black tunic and breeches. In the light cast by the candle, she could see the faint outlines of perfectly cut muscles on his body. Before she could enjoy the view, Harrian jumped into the pool headfirst and disappeared into the dark waters. Ariane had the urge to join, but she stayed in her seat and observed Nym and Harrian in the pool with a glass of Dornish red in her hand. She watched as Nym moved closer towards Harrian. She looked closely and hoped to see her cousin kiss the Lord of Avalon, but nothing of the sort happened. Nym remained the queen of foreplay as she whispered something against Harrian's ear and tied a piece of cloth around his eyes. Nym wants to play that game. Ariane thought, leaning forward in her seat in interest. She watched on patiently as Harrian went around the pool, trying to catch Nym while blinded by the cloth. However, she stopped becoming a spectator when Nym stopped moving and settled on a corner of the pool. Ariane unclipped her blouse and skirt before slipping into the pool almost silently. The ripples she caused on the pool made Harrian pause momentarily before she watched him move towards Nymaria's direction. By the time she arrived right behind Harrian, he was already pinning Nymaria against the pool's edge. She suddenly wrapped her hands around Harrian's waist from behind and pressed a kiss against his shoulder. "Do you like this gift, my lord?" Ariane breathed hotly against his skin. Harrian didn't say anything because his lips were locked with Nym's wine-red lips. Ariane smirked against his skin while her hands wandered along his body while Nym continued to lock lips with Harrian. Her dark eyes found her cousin's, and Nymaria pulled back from the kiss. Immediately, Ariane caught Harrian's chin and turned his face towards her before pressing her lips against his. She could feel the soft texture of his lips pressing against her as their lips battled in a frenzy. Her eyes widened, and she let out a moan against his mouth as she felt her ass getting squeezed by Harrian. Her nails slightly dug into the skin of his shoulders as she felt his hands wander across her body. She could feel his hold on her ass tighten, which made her grin against his lips. She pulled back from the kiss slightly and began nipping at his neck. Her hand trailed down from his shoulder and took hold of his length. The soft moan Harrian let out made her grin as she ran her fingers along his Harrian. Nym also let out a gasp as one of her breasts came under Harrian's grip before she was pulled into another kiss. "Are you ladies sure this is what you want to do tonight?" Harrian asked. "There is nothing better we'd rather do tonight than share your bed," Ariane throatily whispered as she captured the skin of his neck with her teeth, making him let out a hiss. "Then let's take this to a proper bed," Harrian suggested. "I thought you'd never ask," Nymaria moaned. They pulled themselves out of the pool in quick order and walked along the paved floor, exchanging kisses and moans until they stumbled into Ariane's chambers. She fell into the bed on her back with Harrian atop her. She let out a loud moan as a hand clamped down hard against her breasts while the other was under assault from Harrian's teeth. Her hand snaked around his neck, or at least attempted to, as she immediately came in contact with the wild hair of her cousin. Ariane saw through her half-lidded eyes as her cousin pressed kisses against Harrian's neck while he was busy ravishing her body. Suddenly she saw stars as she felt her nether lips get stretched around Harrian's cock as he speared into her without inhibition. A cry of pleasure tore through her throat as he slammed his length repeatedly inside her. She was vaguely aware that Nym was pressing against Harrian's back, and the full weight of his push was felt in her womanhood. The rhythmic long strokes against her churned her insides as she was skewered repeatedly against the bed. She fisted the bedding and screamed her delight as her body was flooded with pleasure. When Harrian's mouth left her breasts and pressed into the nook of her neck, she shivered as his pace became frenzied until she came along his length. Ariane gasped and moaned as Harrian refused to slow down, making her toes curl in pleasure. She was out of breath and became drunk in ecstasy as she vaguely saw Harrian pull out of her. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that Harrian didn't release inside her. But what happened next was sort of a blur as she lay there on the bed and watched Nymaria push Harrian against the bed and mount him. Ariane just lay there on the bedside and watched Nymaria ride up and down along his length while screaming to the high heavens. She watched Nym's breasts bounce up and down in a rhythmic manner until a pair of hands captured them in a vice grip. A while later, Ariane found herself getting her shoulder blades kissed while Harrian's length was spearing into her womanhood from behind. She could feel her ass slamming against his hips as he took her with her legs spread sideways. Her tits were jiggling wildly, and sweat was running from her chin to the valley between her breasts. She pushed herself away and rolled over so that she was on top of Harrian. She moaned as she guided his length back inside her as she rode him to another climax. Her black hair danced behind her as she rode him until her legs gave out after her body shook with another climax. When she became tired once again, Nym was there and took Harrian's cock into her mouth. On and on it went until the three of them were utterly spent. Ariane rested her head on Harrian's chest while Nymaria's dark hair sprawled on his shoulder, and her cousin took refuge against his neck. Feeling extremely tired, she lay there listening to the steady beat of his heart and drifted off to sleep. Lemon Scene End. Chapter 117, Sons Pair P3, Lemon Scene. Chapter Text. Harry watched John dancing around the yard with a blunted sword, easily outpacing his opponent in speed and technique. But he had to admit the young Griff was no slouch either. The boy was lithe and well-trained but held on to a rigid form that emphasized defense more than speed or maneuverability. Your brother has certainly inherited your father's skill with a blade. After all, Lord Eddard slayed the sword of the morning in single combat. Prince Doran commented, observing the sword fight in the yard with great interest. Father always said Arthur Dane was the most formidable opponent he ever faced in single combat. Rob said politely. He was a great knight, Arthur Dane. Prince Doran said calmly. A great knight who imprisoned a helpless girl in a tower in the middle of a desert while a madman raped her. Harry snorted, we have very different definitions for what constitutes greatness. He could see Rob shooting him a look that screamed, be polite. I see. Doran said calmly while eyeing him with interest. My brother told me the people of the north are not keen on southern fables. It seems my brother was not wrong in that assessment. Fables are made by bards who have never witnessed anything with their own eyes. They like to romanticize the truth to make it appealing to their audience. So, the King's Guard of the Mad King remains dutiful knights instead of known as accomplices to the abduction, rape, and murder of a young girl. Prince Rhaegar remains a melancholic warrior who fought for his waning dynasty instead of being known as a rapist or as a man who started a disastrous war that robbed the lives of his wife and children. Harry said bluntly. There was a tangible, uncomfortable silence, and Harry could see the sellsword Griff grimace with gritted teeth upon retelling the supposedly eminent characters of the Targaryen loyalists. Despite that, the blue-haired Griff remained seated beside Prince Oberyn without uttering a word. As blunt as ever, Harryan. I like that in the Northerners. Prince Oberyn guffawed. The North also misses your colorful personality, Oberyn. Harry said, smiling at the younger Martell brother. I'm sure you enjoyed some of those colorful personalities quite intimately. Oberyn winked at him. Harry could hear a smatter of girlish giggling from behind him. He was acutely aware of the sand snakes standing behind him while Princess Arianne sat between her father and uncle. Rob also looked at him with a pointed look. But his twin hardly had any moral high ground, considering Rob had lost his virginity to a Pentoshi courtesan and went on to invite a Tyroshi courtesan into his bed as well. Harry was amused at himself for comparing Arianne and Nymeria with Pentoshi and Tyroshi courtesans. The consequences of such a scandal were far more far-reaching than Rob's or his own actions in Essos. He did not intend to turn his dalliances with Arianne and Nymeria into a scandal. He doubted House Martell would go to such an extent either. Despite the reputation of the Dornishmen, he doubted the Martells would want to disparage the reputation of their daughters. What do you think of my new student, Harryan? Oberyn asked, nodding at the blue-haired boy battling Jon. Honestly, I'm surprised he is your student. Harry commented airily. Oh. Why is that? Oberyn raised an eyebrow. The lad is stiff and rigid in his form. It is as if he was trained by someone only familiar with training in plated armor. I'd wager a guess it was a stiff knight with no appreciation for using the body in flow with the sword. Harry answered honestly. Ha. You're not wrong. I only started training the young Griff recently. It's difficult to break habits gained from childhood that easily. Oberyn said. The young Griff? Whoever named this poor lad is an idiot. Harry said with a scoff. I couldn't agree more. It is a stupid name. Oberyn grinned widely, enjoying the way Jon Connington was squirming in his seat. Suddenly, applause broke out as Jon disarmed the young Griff. Young Jon's skill with a blade is prodigious. No doubt, he is a credit to your family. Prince Doran complimented. Thank you, Prince Doran. We are very proud of our brother. Rob, ever the diplomat, graciously accepted the praise. How about you give some advice to my squire, Harryan? After all, you were my student once. Your knowledge of the sword and my own techniques might prove to be a valuable lesson to the young Griff. Oberyn suggested. Is that necessary, uncle? I'm sure Harryan has more important things to do than impart lessons to a Tyroshi boy. Arianne peeked up. The way her eyes lingered on Harry made it clear to everyone what these important things she was talking about. After all, it was no secret that she had been handsy with Harry since they returned from the Water Gardens. Insatiable minx. Harry thought as he kept a poker face while Arianne smiled sultrily at him without a care in the world. He could also see Prince Doran's calm mask drop slightly. Before anything could happen, he decided to intervene. I don't think it is much of a hassle, Harry said as he stood up from his seat. After all, this young Griff is a fellow student. It'd be remiss of me not to familiarize myself with another student of the Red Viper. It took him a few minutes to choose a balanced, blunted sword before he entered the training yard. Young Griff, you ready for another bout? He inquired as he stepped past Jon and faced the blue-haired boy. It'd be my honor, Lord Stark, the blue-haired boy said, looking a tad excited despite breathing heavily from the recent practice session with Jon. You can call me Harryan. With that, Harry swung the sword and started a spectacle of steel in the training yard. Harry splashed himself with more water in the bathtub, rubbing away the sweat and dirt from his body. This was one of the other reasons he disliked getting into a sword fight. He disliked getting all sweaty and dirty like a pig. It was good to keep his physique top-notch but hardly useful in actual combat. When he could bring swift victory by thinking faster than his opponent, the charm of swords tended to diminish. But still, these bouts helped create spectacles and for getting to know one's opponent more intimately. Harry learned more about the young Griff from a small training session than merely observing from a distance. He learned the boy was patient and methodical while training in the yard, which means the young Griff had a mind for strategy. The blue-haired boy was also easy to talk with, highlighting his willingness to listen. The boy was also humble and knew his limits. These were all good qualities for a leader, and Harry gleaned that the boy firmly believed he was the real deal. He had hoped to see some sinister plans in the young Griff's mind, but he found nothing nefarious other than some vengeful thoughts about House Lannister and Baratheon. The young Griff had been brought up with the firm belief that he was Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell. He thought about making a trip down the memory lane of John Connington's mind, but he thought better about it. It was not exactly a pleasant experience to sift through piles of memories in search of a small piece of information. So, Harry devised a simpler solution to the dilemma. He planned to extract some blood from the young Griff and look for similarities with Jon's or even Nymaria's blood. It was less reliable than comparing the young Griff's blood with Rhaegar's or Elia's, but he'd have to work with what he had. I suppose I'll have to look into crafting a whole new rune array to trace sibling blood ties. Harry thought with a frown. He quickly cleaned up and dressed in fresh clothes. He chose to wear a blue doublet with gold trimmings and black breeches as he prepared for a feast organized by Prince Doran in their honor. But after the feast, Prince Doran had also requested a closed-door meeting to discuss a personal matter. While that invite was solely for himself, he managed to include Robb. As the future head of House Stark, Robb's presence in these talks was necessary. Some experience dealing with other nobles, especially that of other kingdoms, was sure to be a boon for Robb's future. The feast in Sunspear was a lively affair like all feasts in the Seven Kingdoms. The tables in the feast hall were filled with lemon cakes, pies, lobster, and many other delicacies. There were even rare spicy meats claimed to be Summer Island delicacies. The dance floor was filled with nobles of low and high standing dressed in fine silks and glittery colorful face masks. Are you not joining the festive, Harryan? Harry found Nymeria holding 2 cups of wine in her hands, coming to a standstill near him dressed in a shimmering golden dress. My sisters would enjoy this, but not me. Harry shrugged. I know what you'd enjoy. I'd pull you into my bed and have my way with you. Nymeria winked at him, smiling sultrily, but for now, how about some Dornish red? Harry took the offered cup while shooting Nymeria a warning look as she brushed her hips closer to his own in a rather public display of affection. What? Nymeria raised a brow challengingly. Are you intentionally trying to start rumors so that I'll be pressured to accept the betrothal offer from Prince Doran? Harry asked with exasperation. Is it working? Nymeria asked coyly. No, he said bluntly, shooting her an unimpressed stare. Really? Have you forgotten what it felt like to be in bed with 2 Dornish women? Nymeria asked sultrily, her eyes glinting with a familiar ember of passion he had seen at the Water Gardens. If you have forgotten, I'm more than happy to remind you. Harry took a quick sip of the wine after he made sure to check it was safe to drink. Did Arianne put you up to this? Harry asked. Oh, we are pretty much sure about what we want. Nymeria said boldly. Are you? Let me guess. Arianne thinks she can improve her position and chances of maintaining her position as the heiress by marrying me. She thinks my military might ensure her ascension as the Princess of Dorne and keep her brother from usurping her post. Am I wrong? There was stunned silence from Nymeria after he finished. How do you? Nymeria looked at him with wide eyes. I know many things that happen under the sun. Your deserts are not as secretive as you might imagine. Harry said with a snort but covered it up before the guest close by could notice by taking another sip from the wine cup. Nymeria remained silent for a moment before she set her wine cup aside. Dance with me. Nymeria insisted, pressing a mask to his face. Harry drained the last drops of wine in his cup and snaked his left hand around Nymeria's waist before stepping together onto the dance floor. The bards started performing The Dornishman's Wife. He listened to the first few lines of the song as he followed the fast pace set by Nymeria on the dance floor. The Dornishman's wife was as fair as the sun. And her kisses were warmer than spring. But the Dornishman's blade was made of black steel. And its kiss was a terrible thing. Nice song, isn't it? Nymeria asked. Indeed. You should ask your cousin whether she really wants my help to maintain her hold on Dorne. If she does, it won't come free. No matter how much I enjoy our dalliances in bed, my power and might are not so easily bought, he said bluntly. What do you want, Harry? Nymeria asked. Her expression was hard to decipher behind the red mask she chose to wear. But he could guess it was not pleasant. But he had nothing nefarious against the Dornish. If anything, many of his long-term plans depended on the Dorne and their rise in power in the region. So, he leaned in close and allowed her to rest her cheek against his shoulders so that he could whisper into her ear. Restoration of the Winter Throne and the Principality of Dorne. Independence from the Iron Throne is what I ask. Is your cousin prepared to support me in this venture? You want to rebel against the Iron Throne? Nymeria asked in a hushed whisper. Yes. Harry answered. He could see the disbelief in Nym's eyes. Is it so hard to believe that I don't enjoy being second to a king who is so far away and is weaker than my family? It is. Your father was friends with Robert Baratheon. Nymeria said. Robert Baratheon is dead, and now his younger brother sits on the Iron Throne. The North bowed to the might of dragons, but now there are no dragons in the sky. Why should we bow to a Stormlander? Why should you? Harry emphasized that part. Nymeria had fallen silent and stared at him with wide, observant eyes. Let this be our secret, yes. Tell this to Arianne and no one else. If she wants to become the Princess of Dorne with my help, she must be ready to decide Dorne's future. Join me in breaking away from the Iron Throne and becoming independent kingdoms just like it was before Aegon's conquest. Harry said. There'll be war. Said Nymeria. Are you unhappy with a war against the Iron Throne for Dorne's freedom? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Her lips curved into a wide smile, and Harry had his answer. Harry relaxed in his bathtub after all the feasting, dancing, and long-winded discussion with Prince Doran. The water was slightly heated with his magic as the Dornish desert became chilly at night. As he expected, Prince Doran was interested in broaching the subject of the betrothal offer in their meeting. But that was a small portion of their discussion. A larger portion of the time in their discussion was spent discussing trade relations, especially the ice trade. The Martells knew they'd stand to lose more trade once the North built the Sunset Canal and a Valonian fleet to ensure the Sunset Sea was free from the Ironborn menace. Therefore, Prince Doran was keen to negotiate better trade deals, while Harry wanted access to Dornish ports and their trade with the Summer Isles. There was also some discussion on the feasibility of using Dornish ports and ships to expand the glass trade into the Summer Isles as well as Lys and Volantis. That particular idea hinged on Avalon fleet gaining dominance in the Sunset Sea and Dornish cooperation in routing pirates in the Stepstones. After cleaning himself, Harry stepped out of the tub with a towel wrapped around his waist. As he was about to get dressed and return to work on the runic array, a knock on the door interrupted his plans for the night. When he opened the door, Harry found Arianne standing outside his door in a flowing black silk dress that hugged her body's fine contours. I was worried my black wolf would find his bed less warm. Arianne said coyly as she gracefully walked into his room without any inhibition. Harry cast his eyes out, but he could only see the fluttering lights here and there in the castle as night had consumed it. Still, he put a slew of privacy charms on his room as he closed the door and followed Arianne. She had already set herself on his bed and sat there boldly with her luscious black hair undone and her eyes shining with an excited gleam under the candlelight. I'm told that my father broached the subject of betrothal with you in confidence. Arianne said, a lone finger twirling a lock of her hair while she gazed at him imploringly. He did. Harry admitted. And what did you say? Arianne asked, leaning forward conveniently, letting her dress slip a bit, showing off her cleavage. Did Prince Doran say anything to you? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. No, Arianne pouted. Then perhaps it's better for you not to know. What if I make it worth your while, my lord? Arianne winked at him sensually as she pushed one of the straps that kept her silk dress aloft from her shoulder. Is that a risk that you should take, Arianne? What if I reject the proposal in truth and just want to use you by intentionally keeping you in the dark? I don't believe you would reject the betrothal offer. Arianne said confidently. Why so? He asked in amusement. Who else would tolerate another woman in your marriage bed, Harrion? If you marry me, you can also bed Nymeria or any other woman you want. Can any other woman make such a claim? Arianne pointed out. You make an interesting point. Harry said, but that is not enough to tie my fortunes with you. Ah, yes. Your plan to have the North go independent along with Dorne. Arianne said with a contemplative look. Afraid of having to fight a war? Harry asked with a chuckle. We Dornish know more about wars for independence than the Northerners. Arianne said with a scowl. Oh, I know. I admire the tenacity of Dorne. With no dragons in the sky, I ask you, what prevents Dorne from declaring independence? Especially when you'll have my support. Why do you want the North and Dorne to go independent from the Iron Throne? Arianne asked. Why should I or my children serve those with lesser power? I suppose that is a good reason as any. Arianne nodded to herself before crawling into the bed and slipping down the scent strap holding her black dress. I'll give you my answer in bed. Harry couldn't discard such an invitation, especially when the Dornish princess snatched the towel he had wrapped around his waist with a playful laugh. Lemon start. Before Arianne could react, he caught hold of her left foot and pulled her towards him, making her let out an indignant squeak. He crawled into the featherbed on his knees and pressed his lips against Arianne. He could see her eyes widen before her hands started aggressively exploring his body with her nails raking along his skin. Harry let out a hiss as she took a particular bite with her fingernails near his spine and shoulder blades. What? Ariane asked innocently, looking at him with her dark, onyx eyes. Harry pushed himself in aggressively as he pressed his body against hers and captured her lips in a searing kiss. Ariane continued to rake her nails along his back while he wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her up. He dragged her up with full strength, forcing the Dornish princess to wrap her legs around his waist at the last moment to gain balance. He didn't waste a moment and immediately captured her bubbly butt in the palm of his hands and squeezed. Ah! Ariane threw her head back and squealed as his fingers dug into her soft flesh through the black silk covering her shapely ass. Harry carried her on his palms, crawled forward on the bed on his knees, and pressed her back against the wall adjacent to the bed. Balancing her against his lap, his hands dragged down the dress from her shoulders, exposing her round breasts with her dark nipples to his eyes. He latched himself to her right breast with his lips wrapping around her dark nipple. His tongue swirled around her nipple as Ariane moaned to the high heavens under the pleasure racking all over her body. He could feel her fingers combing through his hair as his tongue swirled along her nipple while also squeezing her ass. He pulled back slightly and saw her nipples were now standing proud as hard as diamonds. Always going for the right one, aren't you? Ariane teased, breathing heavily with her dark eyes shining with lust. Next time, I'll start with the left. Harry promised, squeezing her ass once more, making Ariane close her eyes in bliss. Harry immediately latched onto her left breast, showering the large orb with kisses while his free hand captured her right breast and squeezed. He pinched her nipple between two fingers and tugged, making Ariane arch her back and let out a wanton moan. When will be our next time? Ariane asked in between gasps of pleasure. After I'm done with you tonight. Harry growled against the soft skin of her bosom. He pulled back from her breast and forced her to turn around. He windlessly cast a spell that weakened her dress, and with a single pull, he tore the silk dress away from her body. He had her bubbly butt against his abs, and with one hand, he pulled her left leg to the side and skewed into her warm folds from behind. Ariane threw her head back and moaned. Her dark hair, black as night, cascaded over her shoulder and covered his head. Harry breathed in roses from her hair as his cock pushed in and stretched her inner walls around his length. Oh! Ariane moaned when he pulled back and slammed back in. Harry felt her hand cover his own, which was grasping her hip and pulled it with her until it rested on her breast. Ariane tilted her head and captured his lips in a kiss which lasted only a short while. Make love to me, she whispered throatily. Harry pulled back slightly and slammed back in, making Ariane cry out. He gave another thrust, followed by another, building up a steady rhythm. Soon, only the sounds of their grunts, moans, and her ass slapping against his abs filled the room. The rest of the world slumbered blissfully while they made love throughout the night, forming the foundation of their newfound alliance. Lemon ends. Harry watched Sun's pair disappear from the bow of the Liberator. Did you get it? Rob asked, joining Harry to watch the coast of Dorne disappear in the distance. Harry pulled out a small vial of blood from his pocket and showed it to Rob. He had shared the true identity of the young Griff with Rob on the morning of their departure and his plans to confirm whether the boy was a mummer or the real Aegon. If he is Aegon, he'll be Jon's brother. Rob said. I know. What'll you do if he is Jon's brother? Asked Rob. First, we must know whether he is Jon's brother. After that, Jon will decide what we should do. After all, he is our brother, Harry said, looking at his twin for approval. I agree. But maybe we can just sneak in and throw the Iron Throne into the middle of the sea. Rob suggested. You know what? Harry patted his brother's shoulder with a smirk, that's a fantastic idea. We have caught up with the last chapter, last update November 20th, 2024.